The main dude, Kang Win, is just a regular 19-year-old living on Earth. But on that fateful day, suddenly got summoned to another world called Anfen. There, Kang Win had to fight to reach the peak of fame. And once standing at the very top, the only craving left was just to get back home. The year Kang Win returned was 2021 in Seoul, right in front of Mido High School, the same school the main dude once attended. The first thing Kang Win saw upon returning to Earth was a bunch of punks bullying another student. Damn. 20 years passed and things still haven't changed. Huh? A strange voice suddenly echoed right next to Shuhai Huck's ear, along with the appearance of a weird guy that made him jump. Instinctively, stepped back a few paces to the left, putting some distance between and the stranger who just showed up. But the dude kept moving forward, eyes full of excitement scanning Shuhai Huck from head to toe. Humph, the uniform hasn't changed at all. Who the hell is this bum? Shuhai Huck was genuinely freaked out by this guy's look. Huh? A bum? Some snot-nosed brat like you dares to talk trash to your senior? The other guy snapped irritably. And this strange-looking, messy-haired person who suddenly appeared is none other than our main dude, Kang Win. Hearing that, the gang paused for a moment. Kang Win wanted to teach these kids a lesson, advising them to settle fights more calmly instead of brawling loudly here. But of course, Shuhai Huck wasn't listening. Even if Kang Win claimed to be a senior, the attitude stayed cocky and rude as ever. Hey, whether you're senior or junior, no one here cares. Don't butt into our business, just a nobody poking around. Or do you want to get a taste of what it's like to have a junior shut your mouth? Kang Win stayed silent for a few seconds, shocked. Mumbled, wondering if kids these days are all blind. Because the way Shuhai Huck talked to his senior 20 years older was seriously annoying. And that dumb name didn't even know what it was dealing with. He kept jabbing fists into Kang Win's chest, telling to scram before ending up like Jemin lying there all smashed. Hey junior punk, if you keep acting rude like that, I'll turn you into roadkill. Got it? Kang Win finally snapped, suddenly grabbing Shuhai Huck's unruly arm. The first reflex was to pull away, then wind up for a punch straight to the face. But Shuhai Huck missed. The crazy part is Kang Win didn't even try to dodge. Disappeared from sight like a ghost, then reappeared behind him several meters away. While I'm still chill, better know your limits. You should treat a senior like me like a god. But someone like you probably needs a beating to get it, huh? Shuhai Huck was dumbfounded, not understanding how Kang Win could vanish and dodge like some supernatural being. But while still searching for an answer, Kang Win raised the right arm high, mumbling some language no one understood, like chanting a spell. After finishing the chant, snapped fingers. The gang watching swallowed nervously. But after the snap, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed with nothing happening. So the students started changing their minds, thinking Kang Win was crazy. Why isn't my spell working? Mumbled. Shuhai Huck exhaled sharply, anger rising even more. Why is everything messing with me today? No clue. That Four Eyes guy just acts like no one can touch him. And now some bum shows up acting like an idiot. Shuhai Huck spoke quietly. But the words idiot still hit Kang Win's ears and didn't sit well. After a while, sighed. Looks like the spell won't help. Then Kang Win stretched out the hand again. When just a few centimeters from Shuhai Huck, snapped fingers hard. That snap created a force nobody expected. Shuhai Huck got pushed hard backward. Everyone there was shocked. No one believed what just happened. That Kang Win could take down a big dude like Shuhai Huck with just a finger snap. Then turned back to the rest of the gang, flashing a grin like a hell messenger and asked, when Kang Win just needed a board flick to knock down a giant like Shuhai Huck. Then turned back to the remaining thugs with a smile like a messenger from hell and asked, so, who wants to get flicked now? And just like that, it didn't take long at all. Kang Win totally wiped out that gang of thugs with just one move, the flick of boredom. Jemin finally caught a breath and couldn't help but look at Kang Win with pure awe because never in life had Jemin met someone that badass. Even though this Shuhai Huck gang was just a third-rate bunch of thugs, they were still pretty decent fighters. Kang Win was still soaking in the satisfaction of schooling those punks and didn't even notice Jemin's gaze. Only when Jemin stood up, shyly stepped forward, and said thanks did Kang Win react. Nah, no need to thank me. But hey, what's the date today? Jemin was a bit stunned by the question. Seeing that, Kang Win repeated it once more. Jemin asked what day it was and got the answer, the 10th of May, 2021. As soon as Jemin finished, Kang Win let out a loud laugh, then started muttering. I got summoned from 2016, 20 years have passed, so it should be 2036 now, right? 2. What the hell happened? Well, on the other hand, that's kinda cool, huh? Jemin had no clue what Kang Win was talking about, but didn't bother explaining either. After scratching the head for a bit, Kang Win left. Before leaving, Kang Win reminded Jemin not to wander around and get beaten up by thugs again. Jemin kept watching Kang Win's strange back, then wondered who the hell this guy really was. Kang Win took a few steps, raised a hand to the sky, started flicking wildly, and chanted a teleport spell. Of course, it didn't work. Jimin observed carefully, then concluded that with Kang Win this spaced out, there was no way this guy was a repeat student. Just after calling Kang Win crazy, Jimin suddenly got scared when Kang Win turned around and started coming closer. But Kang Win just asked, "Hey student, what's your name?" Even though a bit tense, Jimin honestly replied, "Jimin." "Alright, Jimin." Kang Win's tone suddenly got super serious. "You got any money? Looks like I came back too fast, so I can't cast any magic right now." The more Kang Win talked, the paler Jimin's face got. Clearly, Jimin wasn't scared when getting beaten by the Shuhai Huck gang earlier, but now, this crazy escaped lunatic really freaked Jimin out. Kang Win didn't care about that miserable look at all. Non-stop, Kang Win rambled about actually being summoned to another planet but suddenly got teleported back to Earth for some personal reasons not worth explaining. And apparently, during the teleport, the energy management system glitched or something. Otherwise, if it worked normally, Kang Win would have teleported right in front of home. The more Jimin heard, the more the head hurt from info overload. And of course, none of it seemed believable. Wanting Kang Win to stop spouting nonsense, Jimin finally dug into the wallet and handed over 2,000 gold. And it turned out this bookworm had a huge heart for this lunatic, giving Kang Win 5,000 gold and even leaving a phone number for easy contact. After leaving, Kang Win kept praising Jimin silently. What a kind kid. Walking back home, Kang Win felt lucky that only 5 years had passed on Earth. 5 years meant being just 24 now. Parents were just past 51 and probably still recognized Kang Win. But passing the subway station, Kang Win suddenly saw fully armed soldiers there. Naturally curious, Kang Win called over 2 nearby female students to ask, "What's going on that soldiers have to guard the entrance? Did something happen, or was there an accident?" The 2 girls exchanged confused looks, then burst out laughing together. "Ah, having guards at the dungeon entrance is totally normal. Haha, did you just come from North Korea or what?" After saying that, the girls kept laughing as they walked away, leaving Kang Win with a very puzzled look. Kang Win didn't understand what they meant, but anyway, the most important thing was to get home first. Deciding not to walk, Kang Win took the subway for safety. Spotting another subway entrance without guards, Kang Win went down, but the gate was locked with a steel door. Kang Win was super curious. What the heck? Why is this locked? Could something really have happened here? The trash-talking dude looked around and suddenly spotted a Keyring sitting on the guard room windowsill at the train station entrance. Nobody was inside the room. Kang Win grabbed the keys and unlocked the gate himself. After stepping in, it hit that this place seemed to have been shut down already. Damn, shouldn't have come here, Kang Win sighed. But just as turning to leave, a status window popped up out of nowhere. It warned, "You have infiltrated the dungeon at exit number 1 of the circular station." That sudden pop-up made Kang Win jump. So the 2 girls were serious when they said this was a legit dungeon? Just then, the warning on the status window changed again. This time it said the dungeon was complete and normal monsters would respawn. Kang Win felt a sharp headache coming on. Never thought there'd be monsters under the subway station. Only 5 years have passed, and Earth's already gone full crazy. At that moment, Kang Win just wanted to get out fast. But this time, the lock wouldn't open the usual way. When touching it, a new notification popped up saying the returned stone wasn't owned yet. So the big boss upstairs locked it for a reason. Now Kang Win realized falling into a trap. Without the returned stone, no way out of this dungeon. Turning to the silent station, a chill ran down the spine, making it impossible not to shiver. Maybe just imagination, but it felt like monsters would really come out of here. Just thinking that, footsteps echoed from afar. Every hair on Kang Win's body stood on end from tension, knowing something was coming this way. Suddenly, a huge roar blasted from behind. Kang Win was ambushed in the dark. Luckily, reflexes and agility saved the day. Kang Win dodged to the side just in time, avoiding the attack. After escaping, there was a chance to see the attacker clearly. It looked like a dog but was all red, with a fierce face, basically a rabid dog. Instinctively, Kang Win raised a hand to cast a spell but remembered magic was out of commission due to some glitch. Meanwhile, the rabid dog lunged again, its sharp teeth dripping with saliva. One bite from that and who knows what fate awaited. Unable to attack back, Kang Win just kept dodging. The gap closed fast, and up close, it was clear the dog was a rebit, a species native only to Anfen, yet here it was. No clue why, but no time to figure it out now. Dodging forever wasn't an option, fighting back was necessary. Just then, a metal rod lay on the ground, and lightning fast, Kang Win grabbed it. With a weapon in hand, confidence shot up. Time to deal with this mess first, then whatever else. So when the rebit charged again, Kang Win stabbed the sharp rod through its throat. Victory was sealed with that one move. A smug grin spread across Kang Win's face, like when beating that Aussie Suhi gang with one sick move. Hey, even without magic, a rebit like you isn't worth my time. Thought it was over, but more footsteps came. a pack of 4 or 5 rabbits appeared. Damn, they were clearly ganging up. Still, Kang Win didn't look stressed. With the metal rod, the pack was taken down in a flash. Kang Win hoped only small fry like these were in the dungeon, because if stronger monsters showed up, life would be seriously at risk. After wiping out the rabbits, a new notification popped up, level up. Then it said to check the stats board. Currently at level 1, no rank on the Jiangjing leaderboard. Profession, Soul Reaper. Basic stats included 15 strength points, 13 endurance points, 17 vitality points, 15 intelligence points, mana, stamina, recovery, healing and control are currently at 0 points, with 99 points still unassigned. 2 skills are owned, Summoning Fusion Box at level 1 and achievement usage at level 1. Only now does Kang Win understand why magic couldn't be used after being summoned back to Earth. It turns out the power didn't suddenly vanish but reset to level 1, becoming a newbie mage again. Although a bit hard to accept, Kang Win is someone who always moves forward, so adapting didn't take long. Given the current situation with monsters swarming around soon, getting stronger definitely isn't a bad idea. Kang Win starts studying the info board more carefully. The profession is Necromancer, with a note about transfer abilities. Both skills are also marked as transfer skills. Kang Win feels a bit confused. Concepts like transfer, fusion box, and achievement usage are totally unfamiliar, so Kang Win starts clicking through the skills menu. First up is Summoning Fusion Box, which opens a new interface immediately. Turns out this skill lets different materials combine to create a new object or extract a main component from an object placed inside. Next, Kang Win clicks on Achievement Usage, which has 3 subcategories: skill books, equipment, and consumables. Each item has a price listed below. This system never appeared in Anfen, so Kang Win finds it totally fresh. Looks like points will be spent to buy these. Kinda like shopping online. After thorough research, Kang Win decides the priority is getting some skills. The main goal is to find the return stone and escape, so a searching skill is needed. During the search, if monsters show up, tracking and summoning skeleton soldiers should suffice. The problem is, each skill costs 10 points, but Kang Win is just a rookie soldier, so no matter what, achievement points are lacking. If that's the case, adjusting stats first is mandatory. With 99 free attribute points unused, Kang Win distributes them across all attributes. After some thought, all attributes are boosted, and free attribute points drop back to 0. Eager to test the new strength after the stat upgrade, Kang Win grips an iron bar and swings a few times. The feeling is totally different from before, not bad at all. Even without skill books yet, this should be enough to handle the dungeon monsters. With a clear goal set, Kang Win begins conquering the first dungeon after being summoned back to Earth, currently holding 5 achievement points. To find the return stone, a searching skill costing 10 points is needed. To earn enough points, at least 5 more rabbits must be defeated. So instead of waiting for monsters to find the hunter, Kang Win starts hunting. Quickly, the target appears. Burning to escape this damn dungeon fast, no mercy is shown. After a breathless fight, Kang Win finally reaches level 3. The most annoying thing about these rabbits is their endless charging. Kang Win can't even remember how many have been taken down, only knows enough points are earned to activate searching and tracking skills. Kang Win immediately uses them to look for the return stone, but luck isn't on the side, none are nearby. This forces Kang Win to go deeper. Standing at the stairhead, many rabbits are already visible below. Though not very strong, their sheer numbers make Kang Win a bit worried, unsure if solo fighting this entire rabbit swarm is really a good idea. After careful thought, Kang Win decides not to risk it. Fighting alone like this just doesn't fit, so Kang Win opts to buy another skill. As planned, the skill targeted before is Summoning Skeleton Soldiers. It uses monster corpses to summon a skeleton soldier with 5 strength points, 8 endurance points, and 5 vitality points. Both mana cost and control cost to summon one skeleton soldier are 1 point each. After learning this new skill, Kang Win adds 10 free attribute points each to mana and control. Next comes the moment every necromancer looks forward to, summoning minions back from the underworld. Under the command, a group of skeleton soldiers appears. Although only low-level skeleton soldiers, they seemed enough for this hunting trip. So, the summoned skeleton squad charged toward the front lines. Actually, with their current stats, they were nothing compared to these monsters. But what Kang Win needed was for the skeletons to use their bodies to block the dangerous speed of the rabbit horde. Meanwhile, all that was needed was to strike at the moment of their opening. The rabbit corpses were then used as sacrifices to summon even more skeleton soldiers. Like that, this battle was totally under Kang Win's control, and winning was just a matter of time. The more Kang Win fought, the fiercer the attack became. The iron rod in hand was soon stained red with rabbit blood. After some time, the rabbit pack was completely wiped out. This time, using the search skill, Kang Win finally saw the glow of the recall stone that would take back home. Only then, did the station guard appear at the spot where he was supposed to be. Then, he panicked upon realizing the gate lock to the train station had been forcibly opened. "What's this? Did someone break in here? I'm done for." The guard kept pulling at his hair, blaming himself for leaving his post like that. Then, he quickly pulled out his phone to call the rescue team. But just as the number was dialed, the teleport gate's light appeared, and Kang Win returned unharmed within his sight. The station guard was overjoyed to see Kang Win was still okay. He immediately asked, "Are you an awakened one?" Meanwhile, another scene showed a man named Une, who looked like trouble just by his appearance, carrying a backpack full of bloodstones. He couldn't help but laugh wildly in excitement, then muttered, "This time, scored big, damn guild. Some of us even risked our lives to get these, yet they just wander around and extort huge fees. Isn't that way too unfair? Only idiots would report this to the central buying center. Selling on the black market could fetch 1,000 times the price the center offers." Hehe, but Une's plan didn't go smoothly. Just as he was basking in the joy of skirting the law and making tons of cash, a sharp female voice rang out behind. "You filthy rat, how much have you stolen?" Une jumped, turning to see a fiery, beautiful figure slowly emerging from the dark alley. She was Leon High, captain of the War Guild's main squad, here to send Une straight to hell for stealing bloodstones from the War Guild's dungeon. Seeing Leon High appear, Une tensed up. Getting caught was bad enough, but being caught by this terrifying woman, yet in the backpack was a pile of money, making Une unwilling to surrender quietly. At this point, running was the best move, so he started looking for a chance to escape, beginning with a sudden attack. Knowing the strike couldn't take her down, Une only aimed to distract Leon High and run. However, as soon as he turned and barely got 3 steps, the cold, icy face of the opponent appeared right in front. "Have a nice trip to the ancestors." That was the last thing Une heard before Leon High's sword sliced him up. He collapsed, covered in cuts, while Leon High acted so cleanly she didn't even get a drop of blood on herself. After confiscating Une's backpack full of bloodstones, Leon High received a new message from the War Guild's security team at Exit 1 of Tron Station. The message reported an unregistered portal had been created, requesting immediate on-site verification. Her expression turned grim. "Another bold rat, huh?" The bold rat Leon High was thinking of was Kang Win. At this point, unaware of how serious the situation was, still busy figuring out which bus to take home. On the way back, Kang Win kept thinking. No denying that after the dungeon and monsters appeared, this was no longer the Earth once known. Could this planet be slowly turning into Anfen, the place once familiar? Kang Win had no clue what the hell had happened in the past year, and right now, the only concern was whether the family was safe and sound. Based on old memories, Kang Win had returned home, but the problem started here when sure the spot was right, yet the house was gone, replaced by a massive company building. Could the family have moved somewhere else? Kang Win muttered, then sighed. It was already late today, planning to continue searching for relatives tomorrow. Anyway, Kang Win hadn't eaten all day. The stomach had been protesting for a while. The quickest fix was grabbing food at a convenience store. Even just rice balls and instant noodles were enough to satisfy. With the eating problem solved, now came the sleeping issue. No desire at all to hit the sauna, but no money left to stay at an internet cafe either. Was it really necessary to crash at the train station? Kang Win wiped the sweat, but quickly pushed that thought away because that area was full of monsters now. While Kang Win and Lucen were sighing heavily, outside the convenience store, another person was equally troubled, Jemin. After handing over 5,000 coins this morning, the young guy barely had enough for dinner, so had to stop by for a quick cup of noodles. The result? The two ran into each other again. Kang Win felt like grabbing a lifeline, while Jemin was clearly not happy. "Hey, I was just about to call you. Guess we're on the same wavelength." "Knew it. Looks like I won't be wandering the streets tonight." Kang Win grabbed Jemin's collar, grinning. "What do you want from me?" Jemin didn't answer but asked if Jemin's parents were home. This made the young guy even more cautious. "Why do you want to know that?" "Well, some stuff happened, so I need to talk to them. My parents passed away," Jemin replied. This stirred a mix of emotions in Kang Win, feeling sorry for Jemin, but also lucky to have found a place to cling to. "So you live alone?" Jemin nodded. Seemingly waiting for that nod, Kang Win immediately latched on, demanding Jemin take to a place to stay. Of course, promising to pay rent, though where the money would come from was unclear. For now, handing Jemin 300W, left over from raiding the convenience store. Jemin quickly realized this was part of the money Kang Win had extorted from him this morning. Seeing hesitation, Kang Win resorted to forceful threats, finally succeeded in mooching off Jemin's place. The next morning, Kang Win returned to Mido High School and met the old homeroom teacher, Min Jun. The moment Min Jun saw Kang Win, recognition hit immediately, but shock came with seeing Kang Win still alive. 5 years ago, after disappearing, everyone thought Kang Win was dead. "Haha, guess I took a trip to the underworld and came back to the living." Kang Win half joked. But sir, I'm dealing with some trouble. I can't explain. Could you let me check my student records? Meanwhile, in Jemin's class, the gang leader, Shu Hai Huck, glared at Jemin with pure hatred. Clearly, after getting schooled by Kang Win yesterday, they still hadn't learned and decided to take out their anger on Jemin today. So when a female classmate was happily chatting with Jemin, Sue pushed her roughly aside and grabbed Jemin's shoulder, pulling him close. Hey, you punk. You really messed up yesterday, huh? Some idiot just fell from the sky to save your ass. But Jemin, shouldn't we finish what we started yesterday? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't cause trouble in class. Jemin replied coldly. That icy attitude, through Shu Hai Huck's eyes, came off as arrogance, making him furious. Even in the school setting, Sue didn't hesitate to grab Jemin's hair roughly and started cursing with some seriously nasty words. Still don't know your place, you bastard. If nothing changes, this guy is about to get punched next. But just then, a familiar voice rang out, making Sue Hai Huck's gang freeze in terror and stop. Well, just in time. Seeing Kang Win, Shu Hai Huck started shaking because how could he forget the guy who babbled nonsense but beat him down yesterday? All of you, follow me outside. A terrifying smile appeared on Kang Win's face. Knowing there was no choice, Shu Hai Huck's group followed Kang Win to the rooftop. Jemin, of course, went along, followed by some curious classmates eager to watch. They didn't know who Kang Win was, only knew that the dude was a senior who once studied at the same school, and those guys thought the dude was crazy for daring to challenge Shu Hai Huck's gang. Today, Kang Win even gave those punk kids the chance to attack first, but they still couldn't land a single hit. Watching those clumsy swings, Kang Win could only sigh. Seriously, whether in Anfen or on Earth, people like these are everywhere, meaning those who only have some muscle power but act all arrogant and reckless everywhere. The way Shu Hai Huck swaggered around, acting like the top dog, reminded Kang Win of this annoying guy named Sis, the boss of the Anfen Guild. A brutal killer, someone who sold the soul to the devil. Hungry for territory, he manipulated the guild to back him up. While thinking about Sis, Kang Win's hands still moved swiftly, dodging attacks. The key was that dodging was done with total ease. Meanwhile, Shu Hai Huck had to swing wildly but still miss every strike. This made Shu Hai Huck insanely pissed. Finally, he decided to stop soloing and called all his lackeys to rush together and gang up on Kang Win. Not surprising at all to see him react like that. The only way to deal with these types is to make them pay tenfold with overwhelming power, just like how Kang Win handled Sis back in Anfen. This time, when the whole gang charged, Kang Win finally stopped dodging and chose to counterattack. The whole process was effortless. Just pure physical force was enough to make those thugs hit the ground after a single blow. Watching each lackey fall, Shu Hai Huck started to shake. Now, only the dude himself was left. Even though scared, Shu Hai Huck got provoked by Kang Win and recklessly charged forward. But the arrogant dude's fate was already crystal clear. Just an empty loud barrel with no value in Kang Win's eyes, ending up knocked down in a humiliating way. Right after handling those punks, Kang Win suddenly saw a familiar figure rushing through Mido school gates. Even from a distance, it was clear that was the mother. Like a miracle, Kang Win reunited with the mother. The moment of hugging, feeling the body trembling from crying, it was impossible to hold back the emotions. They talked about so many things. According to the mother, 5 years ago, right after the disappearance, a global dungeon explosion erupted. In an instant, every station on Earth turned into a dungeon. Kang Win's father died after being caught in that blast on the way to work. The mother had to keep living to protect the little sister, Sua. Yet, the family business was never great, so after Sua got sick, the finances plummeted hard. Up until now, they have been struggling day by day. After meeting at school, the mother took Kang Win home. She had to pick up Sua and told Kang Win to stay put and not wander off. After the mother left, the mood got even more complicated. Looking at the room, not even big enough for a family to gather around. At that moment, the weight of responsibility the mother carried alone was deeply felt. Noticed a box occupying a corner of the house. Inside were things belonging to the father that the mother couldn't bear to throw away. It seemed understandable why she couldn't let go. That broke Kang Win's heart into pieces. Soon after, the mother returned with the little sister. Looking at the unfamiliar face, Sua seemed a bit tense. Even though the mother introduced Kang Win as the older brother, Sua still looked doubtful. Kang Win half sat, half kneeled to meet the sister's eye level, carefully ruffling the hair. Sua, our family's grown fast. Remember me? I used to change your diapers when you were just a baby. Sua's face flushed red, yelling back that she already stopped wetting the bed. Then the mother gave the two kids some time alone to chat while she went to cook. That was the first family meal Kang Win enjoyed after years of wandering. That night, the three squeezed into the cramped room. The mother and sister fell asleep early, but Kang Win couldn't fall asleep. Memories flashed back to 20 years ago when first summoned to planet Anfen, a place built like a simulation game. Back then, Kang Win had to fight harder than anyone else just to survive among brutal monsters and resist becoming part of Anfen. Finally, Kang Win became the highest-level Death Spirit Master, and before even getting to see the fruits of that long journey, there was no hesitation in returning to the home planet right after meeting that administrator, because Kang Win wanted to see family again, just wanting to find that simple happiness one more time. But as everyone saw, after coming back to Earth, this planet had completely changed. That change caused Kang Win's father to lose his life and the family to go bankrupt. That pushed Kang Win to take the place of the father as the family's pillar, and to do that, money had to be made. After all, survival on Anfen meant having been through worse stuff than this, so the current situation didn't seem that bad. At least, as long as it was for family, success was certain. The next morning, the first thing done was buying a new phone. Research started on the concept called an Awakener, just like the way the security guard at the station called Kang Win yesterday. The guard thought Kang Win was just a random resident who accidentally got into the dungeon, so he almost lost his pants from fear, but seeing Kang Win safe and sound, the guard finally breathed a sigh of relief. The only question was why Kang Win entered the dungeon without any bloodstones, and then had to fill out information at the inscription gate. This opened a path for Kang Win. Money was needed, and the only thing possible right now to earn money was to become an Awakener. Thinking it through, a message was sent to Mom saying moving in with a friend during prep for the entrance exam. And of course, the friend mentioned was Jemin. Honestly, bothering Jemin again felt a bit guilty. But there was no other choice, so a promise was made to repay that kid someday. However, after dialing the number Jemin left, a strange voice was heard. "Hello, this is Parso from Jemin's employment consulting agency." Kang Win was stunned for a few seconds. After confirming it wasn't Jemin, it became clear that the sly young guy had played a prank. Kang Win never forgets a grudge, so obviously this couldn't be let slide easily. That night, Jemin came home after school. Honestly, a bit of regret lingered for not thanking Kang Win sooner after yesterday's incident. After all, thanks to Kang Win, the Shuhai Huck gang stopped bothering Jemin. Looking closely, Jemin saw Kang Win was just a bit awkward, not a bad person, so a decision was made to find a chance to say thanks. But that chance came sooner than expected when opening the door revealed Kang Win sitting right inside, munching on sunflower seeds. "Dude, what the hell are you doing in here?" Jemin freaked out, hair standing on end. Hey, you gave me the password already," came the cool reply. "This is illegal, breaking and entering," Jemin said grimly. "Well, I called the kid to let him know, but no one picked up." Kang Win skillfully brought up Jemin sending a bogus number, making Jemin jump in surprise. But since staying here was a favor, there was no intention to dig deeper. Then Kang Win got straight to the point, saying being an Awakener, though not officially yet. That made perfect sense. Jemin finally found a fitting reason why Kang Win was so strong. But since just time traveled back to Earth, many things were unclear, so questions were asked. "By the way, do Awakeners make a lot of money?" Of course, Jemin answered immediately. "But it depends on the dungeon," and so began Teacher Jemin's crash course for the clueless. According to him, first Kang Win needed to register with the association as an Awakener to get dungeon access rights, then join a guild or work for the association or the administration bureau. But Kang Win hated being dependent, so asked if it was possible to clear dungeons solo. That's possible, but way too dangerous, so the smarter choice is joining a guild. Jemin sincerely advised, but Kang Win didn't listen, having skimmed info that all guilds required entrance exams. "That's a waste of time, and I need money fast, as much as possible, as soon as possible." "Well, at least join some group, right? Dungeons aren't something to mess around with." Jemin kept nagging, then told Kang Win to download an app on the phone. When looking at Kang Win's phone, Jemin couldn't help but mock the use of some ancient hand-me-down device. Kang Win argued that this was the newest phone model in the store, but Jemin dropped a brutal truth that this model had been released 4 years ago. Kang Win went silent. The memory of the excited salesperson claiming it was their best-selling phone flashed in mind. Because of its extreme durability, many awakened players supposedly used it. Turns out, that was just a lie to clear out old stock. Kang Win swore to deal with that salesperson properly. While thinking about how to handle that guy, Jemin successfully installed the Dungeon Forum app. From now on, Kang Win could search for dungeon info and book spots right on this app. "So, I just carry this brick phone to find dungeons and clear them, right?" Kang Win asked again. "I told you to check your awakened rank first. If you rush in blindly, you'll just die for nothing," Jemin warned with all seriousness, but Kang Win didn't seem to care much. After browsing the forum, a new piece of info popped up, the transit pass. Even the lowest level dungeon could cost Kang Win up to 10,000 W. That means, to make money from dungeons, cash had to be spent up front. Hearing this, Kang Win's face turned pale. "Jemin, lend me some money." This time, Jemin looked pale instead. Another night passed, and the next morning, Kang Win went to the Awakened Management Bureau for an assessment. The Death Spirit Summoner ability shocked everyone present. As the bone soldier was summoned with blazing red eyes, the surrounding space became chaotic. From the observation room, a voice rang out, "So you're a death spirit summoner." Kang Win stood straight and replied bluntly, "That's right." The inspector adjusted glasses, thinking, many awakened players had been seen, but this was the first time witnessing a death spirit summoner in person. At that moment, a faint goblin appeared in the test room, along with a request. Each summoning ability was evaluated based on the combat power of the summoned creature. "Can you try attacking the thing in front of you?" Kang Win looked up at the projector above, quite surprised, wondering, is this a simulation? Rubbing the chin, staring at the created monster, muttered, "Interesting." Immediately, a command was issued. "Go, bone soldier, show them your power." As soon as the words ended, it obeyed and charged with cries. Scene switched to the waiting room for awakened players, where a voice echoed. The rank was revealed. Kang Win reached out to receive the awakened card and replied shortly, "Yes." Looking at the card with curiosity, asked, "So it's high rank, right?" The staff hesitated, answering, "Not exactly. Actually, that's the lowest rank." The combat ability of your summoned creature was worse than expected, but since it's a pretty unique skill, groups might still give you a chance. Kang Win looked at the card, thinking, who cares about rank as long as access to dungeons is allowed? The card contained all info: awakened ID, awakened code, name Kang Win, summoning death, spirit skill, rank, lowest. Scene switched to some subway station at exit number 7. Along with that, info from the dungeon forum. Dungeon name exit number 7 Superlim Station. Difficulty, 2 stars, monsters click to read. Kang Win stood there mumbling, "Seems like today's a good fit for me." At the same time, someone approached, hands on hips, continued, "You here alone, want to join our group?" Kang Win, startled, looked back. Badosu, an experienced E-rank miner, introduced his team. "Our group has 7 people, 1 spot left." Kang Win directly refused, leaving him confused. "Ah, never mind. I prefer solo play for happiness, bro." Badosu looked a bit puzzled. "Wait. You gonna throw away the transit fee like that? Plus, bloodstones are limited per person in a certain time frame." While Kang Win was clueless with a huge question mark, Badosu's voice kept going, apparently a rookie. He stepped closer and asked, "What's your rank?" Kang Win answered without hiding, "Lowest rank." Badosu still tried to persuade, "Looks like no knowledge has been passed on yet, huh? Try joining my crew to gain some experience. Protection can be guaranteed." After a short while, the fake Awakeners started entering dungeon gate number 7, under the Management Bureau's watchful eyes. Kang Win looked at them, thinking silently, so the passage fee is split evenly among participants. If going solo, the fee is 800,000 per hour. Damn expensive. The memory of Dozu's explanation came back. Only up to 8 people can join at once. Want to play solo? Gotta pay the fee for 8 people. And to maximize bloodstone gains, best to roll with a group. Kang Win sighed deeply, having 0 experience, so tagging along with them might not be a bad move. At that moment, a young guy stepped up beside Kang Win, nervously asking, "I'm worried. What do you think?" Kang Win replied with a bit of reassurance, "If you're a man, even if scared, don't show it." This guy was Sung Gu, a fireball mage of the apprentice rank. He smiled back, "You seem pretty confident." Kang Win thought silently, "Looks like this dude was invited to the group just like him. Heard he awakened 2 months ago, then dropped out of school and now trains as a part-time fake awakener." Suddenly, a dungeon raid group staggered out, battered and bruised. Sung Gu looked over, puzzled, "Seems like they got hurt." One yelled, "Hoplins appeared." Another was shocked, "No way." Badosu scoffed sarcastically, "Why the surprise? They're just wasting energy." He turned to explain to the team, "Sometimes unnamed monsters pop up, but Hoplins are just 2-star monsters. As long as we're careful, we can handle them." Dosu's voice echoed at the dungeon entrance, "Time to move out." Scene shifted inside, chaos at the boarding ramp. A bunch of goblins showed up with ugly faces. Sung Gu summoned his power and shouted, "Fireball." It was aimed straight at the monsters. An explosion flashed. Right after, Dosu stepped forward, raised a hand, and shouted, "Open fire." As soon as the words left, flames burst out, burning their eyes. Screams followed. The rest of the team seized the moment. Goblins charged in to attack. The swordsman swung a horizontal slash, slicing a monster in half. At the same time, Kang Win's bone soldier stabbed and took down a goblin. Near the stairway to the 2nd floor, compliments were exchanged. Sung Gu said, "That bone soldier is surprisingly agile, stronger than your apprentice rank." Kang Win just smiled, thinking all skill points spent on upgrades finally paid off. Meanwhile, Badosu was stabbing a monster with a short sword, pulling out a crystal shard. Heilong said, "As expected from a 2-star dungeon, the stone quality here is solid. This size must be worth at least 200,000 each." Kang Win glanced at Heilong, wondering silently. Even tiny crystal chunks like that are worth 200,000. No wonder other fake Awakeners risk it all for this dungeon. Then the 100,000 passage fee seems like a bargain. Badosu smirked with calculation. Just started and already making a profit. He looked at the crystal pouch with satisfaction, thinking one-star dungeons could never compare. Dosu's eyes widened, veins showing, silently judging the 2-star dungeon as a gold mine. Then, motivational words echoed inside. We'll reach the final floor soon. Give it your all. Monsters appeared, making the group freeze, their signature green skin, but this time with bulging muscles. A huge, muscular hoblin wielding a magic staff showed up. The group shouted, "Goblin, hoblin." Dosu raised a hand to calm everyone. "Don't worry. Keep our formation as usual." Kang Win silently observed, a bit confused. Speaking up bluntly, "Shouldn't we be more cautious?" Dosu turned, smiled at Kang Win. "I memorize all stats. They mainly use magic." The group fell silent, listening to Dosu. Since Zhang Chun's ability is to create shields, we can block their spells. The whole group stayed silent, continuing to listen to Dosu. Since Zhang Chun's power is to create shields, we can block its magic, then take it down immediately, and the victory will be ours. Feeling annoyed inside, if the captain has spoken, then just bear it and listen. On the monster side, the big, dark-faced hoplin raised a club high. Badosu shouted an order. "All right, block it." A member stepped forward and created a thin barrier in front. The orb on the club emitted many lightning bolts. The energy shot straight at the barrier and was blocked, while spreading around the orb, temporarily neutralizing the attack. The team got excited. "I did it. Move forward." Badosu fired, striking directly at the big hoplin's eye. The swordsman quickly slashed but was blocked by the club. Sung Gu next to him summoned and launched a fireball. Kang Win still hadn't acted, looking worried, seemed dangerous. Among the many monsters met in Anfen, H-Goblin was one of them. Unlike normal goblins, H-Goblins are much smarter and can fully use magic. However, the most formidable thing about H-Goblins isn't magic. When the firing ended, the big monster raised a hand. Instantly, the hoplin minions appeared with weapons in hand. At the same time, others left hiding spots and appeared in the shadows. Someone in the team warned, "These guys look kinda weird." One hoplin threw a dart from its mouth. Zhang Chun got pricked in the neck, immediately yelling, "It hurts! What the hell is that?" The whole body trembled, shouting, "My body." Someone nearby asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Before getting an answer, something was thrown straight at Zhang Chun's head. After attacking, the hoplin quickly ran to hide. The archer cursed the bastard. Kang Win stayed cautious, muttering, "Just as I thought." The most dangerous thing about hoplin isn't brute strength or magic but their command ability. It comes from higher intelligence compared to other minions. A disciplined goblin army stepped up, silently assessing the team. They had underestimated the goblin army's commander as only 1-star level. At that moment, Badosu suddenly realized something was wrong. He loudly warned everyone, "Run. Get out of here fast." The group quickly turned and fled for their lives. The overwhelming number of monsters made no one dare to look back. Sung Gu remained standing with a fireball in hand. While the team retreated, he chose to attack to cover the rear. The hoplin minions cleverly used dungeon objects as shields. They smiled smugly. Badosu shouted an order, "No use. Just retreat." Sung Gu worriedly asked, "What about Zhang Chun?" Looking at that teammate, Badosu yelled, "He's dead. Do you want to use his eyes as trophies?" He then ran off with others, ordering a retreat. The hoplin leader's eyes glowed, flashing a sinister smile. The magic club in its hand continued to emit lightning bolts. It quickly shot an electric strike straight at the fleeing group. Sung Gu got hit, body frozen, and shouted, "It hurts." Seeing this, still shouted to remind others, "Run fast." Sung Gu lay there. While others' shadows disappeared, the goblins approached with weapons in hand. They then split to both sides to make way for the H-Goblin. Kang Win hid nearby, smirking with a cunning plan. Now stepping out, took weapons from the system and muttered, "It's been a long time since I went hunting minions." Kang Win summoned the skeleton soldiers, smiling and ordered, "All right, let's go, my subordinates." The leader screamed a piercing shout while pointing a finger at him. Kang Win focused, thinking silently. Facing minions commanded by hoplin leader is no easy task. First, as the thought ended, immediately charged forward, shouting an order to attack. The minions weren't weak either, rushing forward to fight. Kang Win pushed off the ground and jumped. Thinking quickly, while the skeleton soldiers handled the goblins, jumped up and appeared above the hoplin, surprising it. Immediately, it raised the magic club and lightning reappeared. Kang Win gritted teeth, promising to take down the boss. In a blink, the weapon in hand pierced right through the head of the H-Goblin. Kang Win smirked with satisfaction. "You think I'd wait for you to recharge?" As the words left, the magical energy on the staff flickered out. The system flashed a level-up warning. "You have reached level 6. A faint golden glow radiated from the entire body. Kang Win looked at the palm with pride. Self-reliance is still way better than dealing with a lame squad. Right then, a groan echoed, a trembling hand struggling to move. Startled, eyes shifted toward where Sung Gu lay. Confusion written all over the face. Kang Win asked, "Still alive?" The weak voice replied, "Help me." The skeptical gaze stayed fixed. Kang Win sat down nearby, bluntly asking, "If I help, what's in it for me?" Sung Gu answered, "Won't tell a soul." Weakly, the reply came that now this guy was a rank D awakened. Hearing that, Kang Win snapped back. "Don't give a damn." Sung Gu immediately asked, "So what should I do?" Hands went up to rub the chin, thinking hard. Kang Win smiled, flashing two fingers. "This should be enough." Sung Gu's puzzled voice sounded, "What's with the peace sign?" Then a dagger plunged straight into the green-skinned Gopin's body. Quick hands reached inside, pulling out spirit stones. Sung Gu stuffed the loot into the backpack, strapped to the chest, wiping sweat and breathing a sigh of relief. Finally done. From afar, Kang Win asked, "Got everything?" The reply came, "All done." Sung Gu stared blankly at the young man, silently wondering how this dude was only rank E. Observing closely, it was clear the ability to solo those two-star monsters was already on par with a rank D awakened. Sung Gu watched Kang Win's skills in awe. Not to mention the summoning of bone soldiers and the skill to hunt blood stones. Memories flashed back, full of confusion, especially the ability to pull something out of dead monsters to heal wounds. Considering the flexible combo of skills owned, this guy might even reach rank C. Sung Gu frowned, full of questions. Plus, this dude had only been registered as awakened for 3 hours. Taking the loot bag, Kang Win asked, "How much can all these bloodstones fetch?" The answer came, "At least around 800. Sung Gu looked satisfied, saying, "Worth investing 100,000, right?" Kang Win frowned, eyes wide, asking, "All this is mine, right?" Sung Gu stammered nervously. Of course, confusion brewed inside, but most of all, disbelief that this guy was obsessed with money like that. Honestly, dropping 2 million troops to get saved wasn't too steep a price. Turns out, Kang Win's peace offer of 2 million troops to save a life was a steal for Sung Gu. The voice echoed again in the dungeon. "Even the return stone. Where is it?" "Perfect. Time to get out of this dump." The two then quietly walked away. Right then, the system flashed a blood detection alert. Kang Win raised a hand to signal stop. Sung Gu was puzzled but followed. Focused, the warning came, "Ambush." Kang Win looked up, reasoning that if all monsters were down, it meant after hesitating, a shout rang out, "Hey cowards, quit hiding and show your faces." Just then, the old squad appeared, looking down with pity. They descended to see the Gopin corpses scattered around. "What's going on? Did these two kill them all?" Kang Win turned, warning, "They planned to ambush as soon as we got close." Sung Gu asked, "So what now?" The face darkened, eyes full of pity. Kang Win looked at the old squad, asking, "Hey, you guys ran off earlier. Now you're back acting thick-skinned?" A smirk full of sarcasm appeared. "Should be waiting at the barricade now, right? What wind blew you back here?" Bedosu closed eyes, frowned, then laughed. "What are you talking about? We're teammates," he tried to explain. "We planned to fight back after regrouping, but didn't expect to find all monsters dead on arrival." Bedosu eyed the backpack on the shoulder, coldly probing, "How did you take them out?" Kang Win sneered, "Bullshit, don't try to fool me." Taking off the backpack, continued, "You probably planned to escape right after getting the return stones, but seeing all monsters dead, greed kicked in, right?" Without hesitation, Kang Win dumped all bloodstones from the bag onto the floor. Eyes flashing deadly red, the challenge was thrown. "If you're tough, come and steal them." In the dark dungeon full of Gopin corpses, the fiery voice echoed. "Looks like you misunderstood something." He laughed bitterly, explaining, "We're not stupid enough to go easy on you. The one who took down all those monsters that made us run away the moment we faced them." Kang Win was stunned hearing Du continue. "We came to apologize for leaving you and Sung Gu behind, but at that time, our lives were on the brink of death. What did you expect? We only came to get the return stones." He kept expressing gratitude. "Thanks to the two who defeated them, now we can bring the bodies back in the bags. We're really grateful." Kang Win's eyes were full of suspicion but didn't respond immediately. Looking at the slightly cunning face, wondering, was this sensitivity just me? Was the ambush just my guess? Kang Win scratched the head and sighed. Could living 20 years on Anfen have made me too sensitive? I'm not on Anfen anymore. This is Earth. Just as that thought ended, Kang Win's vision was blocked by Bedozu's gunfire. He turned back and shouted orders to the others. "Do it." The archer immediately raised the bow and shot. Sung Gu got an arrow stuck right in the shoulder and let out a painful grunt. Kang Win was startled, trying to glare over. Lenu grabbed his sword and charged, laughing loudly and shouting, "Don't be mad. Fake Awakeners are all the same." Then charged as if to stab Kang Win. A sinister smile appeared on his face, blood red with deadly intent. Scene shifted to another dungeon, where the awakened ones were stepping outside after conquering. They looked at the girl waiting there and said, "Captain, good job." Leon Hai immediately replied, "Everyone did great." At the same time, a phone call came in. The voice on the other side reported, "Captain, we found the intruder. He is Kang Win." She asked back, "Found him? Who is this guy?" The other side replied, "It's hard to identify him, but we found out he just registered as an Awakener today." This info shocked Leon Hai. Today? So where is he now? Back to the dungeon. After the sneak attack, a sly smile appeared on Bedosu's face, but suddenly his expression changed. Glancing at Kang Win, who held his head laughing loudly, voice full of sarcasm, "You're a bit hasty." Kang Win tightly gripped Du's sword bundle, making him tremble. Voice deepened, "Such a sudden attack is bad news." Without hesitation, Kang Win swung and slammed Bedosu to the ground, breaking the bricks with his painful screams. Blood splattered from his mouth. Kang Win brushed hair back, coldly smirking with satisfaction. "Oh man, why does everything happen exactly as I predicted?" Kang Win raised a hand toward the old team, questioning. "You're the newbie who said fake Awakeners are all the same, right?" Shadows were summoned from the goblin corpses. Kang Win's voice continued, "Traitors blinded by bloodstones are so shameless." They were horrified and shouted, "What the hell?" The goblin bodies were. Kang Win raised a hand in front, commanding the summoned skeleton soldiers to punish the bad kids now. Bedosu sat on the ground, mouth agape, shocked watching teammates being taken down by skeleton soldiers. Screams echoed continuously in the dungeon. Kang Win picked up the sword bundle dropped by Du, leaving the group behind for skeleton soldiers to handle, stepping directly in front of Bedosu. Though still in pain, he stammered trying to speak. "We can negotiate slowly." Kang Win looked at the sword bundle in hand and asked back, "Negotiate? What? Buying time for magic to recover?" No sooner said than Bedosu's scream echoed. The sword bundle was stabbed straight into his chest. After a while, the old teammates were completely defeated. The dungeon fell silent again, blood splattered on the floor. Bodies lay scattered right there. Sung Gu slumped there, staring blankly at Kang Win, scolding. "Damn, these guys must have some cash too." He worried silently, couldn't believe it, just killed, even 5 people total. Meanwhile, Kang Win was rummaging through Bedosu's pockets asking, "Damn, these guys are useless, huh?" Sung Gu. No answer. Kang Win turned sharply, gritting teeth. "Why so silent like clams?" He was startled, clutching the wound, stammering. "Yeah." Kang Win stepped in front of Sung Gu and asked, "Because of me, your life was in danger, right?" Still scared. He answered briefly, "No." Kang Win didn't hesitate to make an offer. "Double it then." This surprised Sung Gu, confused, letting out a, "Huh." His face suddenly frowned, voice lowered, "I saved you twice. We gotta do business properly, right?" Bedosu's expression, lying there, and Kang Win's words echoed. "Let me check your shoulder. Let's do some first aid." That guy politely replied, "Thank you." Cut to outside the dungeon, where the management bureau staff stood taking notes. The staff flinched slightly upon seeing Kang Win step out of the dungeon and asked, "Why did only you two come back?" The reply came coolly, "The others were all taken down by monsters." That answer froze the management staff for a moment. Eyeing the backpack on the shoulder, the staff questioned, "Then how did you manage to get so many bloodstones?" Kang Win glanced back and answered, "Even if you're about to go down the hole, you gotta bring money along, right?" The management staff handed over a declaration form and requested, "Please fill this out before you leave. There's a chance you'll be contacted by the Bureau for an investigation about this accident." Cut to the item purchase center. After selling everything, Kang Win opened the door and stepped out, flashing a smug grin. Thinking silently, it's unbelievable to have earned 13 million gu from just one dungeon run. Sung Gu quietly followed behind, calculating. Adding the 4 million from rescuing Sung Gu, the total would be 17 million. Walking along, chuckling softly, the plan is to keep solo dungeon runs next time. Behind, a worried face appeared. 4 million. Even if I smashed all my piggy banks, I still wouldn't have enough to pay. Should I borrow? Maybe I should ask him for a discount. Kang Win's voice rang out, startling him. "Hey, Sung Gu." Pointing at Sung Gu, the question came. "You know I hate no-shows, right?" Stammering, the reply was, "I'll remember that." Kang Win walked off, waving a hand as a reminder. "I'm waiting for your call." Sung Gu just sighed, standing there. "Fine, just borrow then." A sudden thought flashed. He probably won't ask me for another 4 million, right? Cut to the phone store with banners and ads plastered all over the storefront. Inside, the staff yawned repeatedly. Looking outside, the complaint was, "No customers at all today." Suddenly, a loud bang startled the staff. Seeing Kang Win kick open the door, the shout came. "What the hell are you doing?" Without wasting a move, Kang Win grabbed the collar of the sales guy and then hoisted him up. The guy's face twisted, wondering, how is he so strong? Before understanding the situation, a sharp slap landed on the staff's face. Frowning, he shouted, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Before he could say more, Kang Win unleashed a flurry of slaps, each one distorting the staff's face. Trembling, the guy felt panic rising. This dude's really losing it. If this keeps up, I'm gonna have to visit the elders. This was stuff seen on TV, right? Targeted violence. Huh. The staff's face was bruised and swollen. Weakly, the voice begged, "Sorry, please spare me." Kang Win didn't stop. Long hair hid the fury burning in the eyes staring down. Kang Win threw the staff to the ground, causing a painful yelp. The tone dropped as a call came. The staff hurriedly knelt and responded, "Yes, sir." Looking seriously, the words followed, "I absolutely hate scammers, and those who like to stir trouble too." The staff asked, confused, "Scammers? What do you mean?" Confused inside, "I don't even know who this guy is." "Scam what?" Kang Win held out a phone, questioning. "You sold me this phone yesterday, remember?" The staff recognized it and thought, "That's the one I sold to that jerk yesterday. That dumbass." He recalled the day before when offering the crappy phone to Kang Win, grinning. "I gave you a discount, down to 900,000 gold. Not understanding then, a satisfied smile appeared. Technology's way more advanced than 5 years ago. He looked at the person and wondered, is that the idiot? Meanwhile, Kang Win frowned angrily. Did the cat steal your tongue? Then blue skies, white clouds, and music played. Looking at the contacts, the exclamation came. So fancy, even the color of the latest phone model can be changed. Walking and muttering, "Damn phone seller. If this was Anfen, I'd have crippled him already. Gotta know how lucky I am." Just then, someone unknown approached from behind. They called out, "Hey." Kang Win, confused, turning to see a group in black surrounding. A female voice spoke. "Your profession is an F-rank death spirit master. Judging by how you solo cleared the Gagao around, your real ability must be E-rank. At that rank, it's totally possible to sneak into a low-tier group and wipe out all the teammates." Leon Hai stood there, questioning, just a rookie and already this bold. Kang Win stood firm, expression unchanged, firing back. "Who the hell are you?" She laughed, hiding a sharp gaze behind her hair. Then Leon Hai's red lips moved to say, "Allow me to introduce myself." With confidence, she continued, "I'm Leon Hai, captain of the Vermilion Bird Squad from the War Guild." Kang Win still didn't know what was going on, feeling a flicker of worry when using tracking skills, sensing the dense aura Leon Hai was radiating. Silently confirming, "She's insanely strong." Kang Win asked them, "So what exactly do you want from me?" Leon Hai replied, "Well, some filthy rat dared to disrespect our guild's dungeon." Kang Win's face darkened, then laughed aloud. "A filthy rat? Huh." Standing among the crowd, Kang Win asked them, "You all dragged your whole crew here just to catch one rat?" Smirking, added, "So the War Guild is just that pathetic. No wonder the dungeon's as poor as rumored." Before finishing, a hand grabbed Kang Win's face, then slammed the head down onto the rocky ground, shattering stones flying. Minzak's frowned, warning, "Don't get cocky. Our guild isn't something someone like you can just mention casually." Kang Win turned purple with anger, shouting back, "You bastard." Then grabbed that guy's hand, pulling it off the face. Kang Win sprang up, twisting the arm hard enough to make Minch yelp. Seeing the thief groan, Leon Hai bit the lip, ready to jump in. In a blink, she lunged forward and delivered a brutal kick straight to the gut. Kang Win was blasted away, sliding across the ground, the strike causing pain and grimacing. Not stopping, Leon Hai moved closer to where Kang Win lay, raising a leg high, ready to stomp down. Another powerful blow, smashing Kang Win's head onto the ground. Everything shattered, face contorted in agony. A cry of pain escaped. Kang Win frowned, thinking, "She's too fast." Still pressing the foot on Kang Win's face, making movement impossible. Leon Hai spoke, "Hey, Kang Win." Coldly continued, "Let me give you some advice. Even if you're different from the usual low-tier trash, it's best not to show off your dirty skills anymore." In the silent space, Leon Hai's warning echoed, especially on War Guild's turf. She looked at Kang Win's trembling body, lying there, continuing the reminder, "If you value your life, remember that advice well." Then, Leon Hai and her subordinates left coldly. Kang Win gritted teeth in frustration, raising a hand to the face. Lying there, Kang Win sighed. It's been a long time since feeling trampled like that. Under the twilight sky, Kang Win's disgruntled voice rang out. Leon Hai and the War Guild. Scene shifted to Jemin's place. Hearing the story, he was shocked, exclaiming, "Leon Hai from the War Guild. Is she really that famous?" "What do you know about her?" Jemin replied. "Of course, she's one of the 10 awakened A-rank fighters in our country," he added, "and the War Guild is one of the top 3 guilds nationwide. The others are KH, Ham, and War. They hold massive influence over the economy and politics, so they're the most powerful voices around. Jemin wondered, but what trouble did you cause in the first dungeon to make them come warn you in person? Kang Win grimaced, replying, what trouble? Once I regain my power, I can easily wipe out the war guild. Hearing that, Jemin laughed. Your confidence is next level. You're low-tier trash, dude. Kang Win angrily cursed the kid, then fell into thought. Clearly, even if ranking up, still at a disadvantage facing someone from outside the dungeon, and the skills of a death spirit master are still very limited. Jemin's nagging voice called, why must it be skeletons, bro? He handed over a gift bag saying, forget that, take this. He asked, wait, why perfume? Kang Win replied, why so surprised? This is to pay back the money I borrowed. Jemin waved off the refusal. No way, this place is already too much. Just return what you borrowed. And I don't want a tip. You've helped me a lot. Kang Win remained firm. Come on, it's fine. Just take it. A flash of gratitude crossed Jemin's face. He called out to Kang Win, bro. Kang Win kept drinking, smiling. Consider the extra as rent money I owe you. He didn't refuse anymore. In response, not bad. Jemin's face showed brief worry, thinking, so does that mean he plans to keep staking a claim here? The guy in front grinned carefree. Damn, this booze is really good. Jemin looked at him and asked, hey, didn't you already find your mom? Kang Win snapped back, idiot, my old place is tiny, so I'll stay with you until enough cash is saved to buy a new one. Then asked, so it's still not enough? How much more do you need? He stammered awkwardly. No, that's not it. Jemin's eyes suddenly lit up as they glanced at the table. He looked at Kang Win curiously. Since when did you switch phones? That's the latest model. Being naturally curious, Jemin asked, mind if I check it out? You don't hesitate to hand it over, and it works well too. Holding the phone, he exclaimed, this is premium red. Jemin continued explaining, because the bloodstone crafting tech isn't widely used yet, this must be insanely expensive. You make a lot of money. Kang Win answered while eating chicken. I won it at an event. He recalled beating up that phone shop employee and explained, it's a once-in-a-lifetime kind of event. Jemin's amazed voice made Kang Win jump. Damn, man, you're seriously pro. While he sat there wondering what was up, Jemin was glued to the phone, counting how many zeros there were. Kang Win demanded to see it. The screen showed a balance fluctuation notification. Bank 20. Deposit 40 million. Balance 51.2 U 30,000 Y sent to Hong Sung Gu Bank. Shocked, he blurted out, what, 40 million? Frowning, Kang Win scolded, crazy dude, I told you to send me just 4 million. Scene shifts to Angel Cafe. Sung Gu walks in, sees Kang Win sitting there, quickly bows and greets. Boss, how have you been? He pulled out his phone and asked back, just a few hours since goodbye, and already weak? What the hell? His face darkened as Kang Win grilled him. You think I'm a beggar? I told you 4 million was enough. Sung Gu worriedly pleaded, big bro, please spare me. He remembered Kang Win stripping Dosu and got scared. If the full amount isn't paid, the same fate as the others awaits. Sung Gu bit his lip hard, sweat pouring. He quickly dropped to his knees in the cafe, begging loudly, big bro, please spare me. Kang Win awkwardly scolded, are you short-circuiting or what? Sung Gu kept yelling in fear. I promise to pay the rest later. Please give me more time. Onlookers whispered and judged. What's going on? That guy's a thug, loan shark or something. Looks like that kid borrowed from a gangster. He frowned and demanded, if you don't want to die, sit here now. Sung Gu jumped, obeying. Yes, sir. Sitting down, he hurriedly explained, boss, I'm sorry, but I haven't found a way to get 400 million yet. I promise if you give me more time, I'll pay you in full. These words confused Kang Win, who asked, 400 million? Sung Gu's innocent face nodded once. Yes. He sighed, thinking maybe the guy misunderstood. Told him to send 4 million W, but he took it as 40 million, and now it's 400 million. Yeah. Kang Win's eyes flashed with silent admiration. Kids these days are really generous. Seeing the honest vibe from the guy, he decided if the dude's into it, might as well go along. Then Kang Win clasped his hands, smiled slyly, and asked, so when should I expect it? Scene shifts to early next morning. Kang Win strolls alone in the park. From afar, Sung Gu stands by a car, waving, big bro, over here. Getting in, Kang Win wondered how the underling was already this cheerful on day one. He smiled and said, underlings deserve to be happy too. This made him pleased, and he chuckled. Remembering the night before at the cafe, Sung Gu sat obediently, listening as Kang Win spoke. Since getting 400 million W now is nearly impossible, want to pay me by teaming up and giving me the money you earn? Kang Win asked. That means sticking with me 24/7. All right. Without hesitation, he agreed. No problem, sir. Just decide on a specific time frame, and I can even manage things for you. He wondered, manage? Sung Gu excitedly replied, yes. From picking and booking dungeons to selling bloodstones, I can handle everything from A to Z. I even know how to drive. Basically, like a guild support department. Kang Win's voice rang out, so you're an underling, huh? That made him freeze. He asked further. Basically, you're making up for lack of cash with hard work, right? Sung-gu thought. That guy ain't wrong. But why does it hurt so much? Then the guy rubbed hands excitedly and said, I'm right, big bro. Kang Win smiled in agreement. All right. You make the offer directly, so our cooperation period will be 1 year. Working without pay is just cruel, so I'll consider your salary. Sung-gu grabbed Kang Win's hand gratefully. Big bro, thanks a lot, really. The reply came with a wry smile. I'm the one being helped here. Back to the present, the car carrying both sped down the highway. Kang Win glanced at Sung-gu, quietly pleased. Even though the extra money was returned, luck brought in a decent subordinate. Kang Win continued with a proposal. Just do your job well and guide me thoroughly, and 10% of the profits will be yours. Those words made the guy blush with gratitude. Big bro, Kang Win asked next, have you found the dungeon I mentioned earlier yet? Sung-gu answered seriously. As you instructed, a 3-star dungeon with the highest number of summoned monsters. That's the third alleyway, Ji-bon, home of the Raki Pack, a type of insect monster like a swarm of giant ticks. Then both appeared inside the dungeon. Kang Win looked up in awe. These guys are seriously countless. A reminder came, stick close behind me. The reply came with a backpack on the shoulder. Yes, sir. Kang Win looked at the system screen, thinking, I'll transfer all my stat points into control. Just then, a system alert popped up. The number of skeleton soldiers that can be summoned increased to 10. Kang Win smiled with satisfaction. Birds of a feather flock together. If enemies are many, our troops must be many too. The skeleton soldiers were quickly summoned. The order came, time to party hard, right? Scene changed to some time later at the stairways between floors. The Raki sensed danger and started screaming non-stop. They trembled at what stood before them. Skeleton soldiers with sharp weapons raised high. Without wasting a move, they all stabbed together and took down a Raki. At that moment, Sung-gu came down to report, Big bro, I've collected all the bloodstones on this floor. Kang Win praised. Not bad, keep it up. Witnessing the scene, the guy exclaimed in shock, Damn, you took them all down alone already. Sung-gu thought, usually a Raki dungeon takes 2 hours to clear, but this guy did it solo in just 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Kang Win plopped down, breathing heavily. I need a break. Sitting there mumbling calculations, I'm level 7 now, and achievement points have increased a lot. New skills appeared on the screen. Let's see. Fire Fist attacks the enemy with a fiery punch. Level 7 limit, 10 mana, 20 achievement points required. Kang Win scrolled to the next skill. Water Orb attacks a target within a certain range with a sphere. Level 7 limit. The guy looked disappointed. None of the level 7 skills seemed useful. Suddenly, info made Kang Win pause. What's this? Now there's a skeleton wizard. We'll get it at level 10. But why not buy it early? Skeleton Wizard info. Level 10 limit, 20 mana. Sacrifice a monster corpse to summon a skeleton wizard with power 5. Stamina 5, 5 life force, 5 mana. Operating range scales with power. Attack speed scales with stamina. Damage scales with mana. Mana cost 1. Control cost 1. Sung-gu came over to report. Big bro, all done. The return stones have appeared too. Kang Win asked. How long have we been in here? The reply came immediately. 27 minutes. The guy rubbed chin, calculating. We have tickets for 4 hours. Then Kang Win stepped up the stairs, saying, I can party like this 7 more times. Let's go. Sung-gu answered nervously, Oh man, I'm coming. Scene shifted to the Bloodstone exchange counter. The clerk handed Sung-gu a passbook and reported, 53,200,000 W has been credited to the balance. The reply came, Ah yes, thank you very much. Then Sung-gu's face froze in surprise, thinking about the number, and exclaimed inwardly, 52,300,000. Sung-gu looked at the printed amount on the passbook, silently amazed. In just 30 minutes, over 50 million W earned. At this rate, 400 million will be in hand in no time. Hands trembled in shock. Calculating the share, we'll get 40 million. Used to struggle through 1-star dungeons for 2 months just to make 30 million, now making 40 million gold in 1 day. Then blurted out, So awesome, big bro. Turning to Kang Win with a radiant, grateful face, Big bro, you're truly the savior of my life. The guy smiled back. Don't get too hyped, there are still 7 more times, so don't celebrate just yet. Sung-gu followed behind Kang Win, heart pounding with excitement. This is seriously a golden opportunity. Being the big bro's assistant is a killer idea. Cut to the Hammer Guild headquarters. Inside the office, only one person remains. This dude is humming along to some tune, totally enjoying himself. Standing by the coffee machine, the phone suddenly rings. The guy picks up and says, "Support Team 4, Captain." Dong Min Chan speaking. The voice on the other end replies, "Yes, Captain, it's me." He asks, "What's going on?" On the other side, Hemin stands by the glass window answering, "Got an urgent report about a case. This morning, 2 fake Awakened bought a 4-hour ticket down into the dungeon, but these 2 are kinda weird. Over at Min Trang, there's some indifference. People die in the dungeon every day. What's so strange about that?" Hin explains. "Nah, both came back completely intact, but the weird part is the time they spent going in and out each time." He continues reporting, "The first time only took 30 minutes, then just 11 minutes. Oh my god, they just left the dungeon again in 9 minutes and 47 seconds. H-Min's voice rings through the phone. "Hey, I win this round. Pay up now." Min Chan wonders, "What are you guys doing?" The reply comes, "We're betting on whether they can finish in 10 minutes or not. Captain, why don't you try digging up more info on those 2? Hemin adds, "They say they're rank E, but after seeing them firsthand, I'm sure they're way beyond that." This info shocks Min Chan. "Rank E?" He immediately boots up the computer and says, "Hold on, I'll call back after checking." Hin replies, "Yes, Captain. Good luck." Min keeps clicking through data, amazed. What is this? Looking at their info on the screen blows his mind. One just registered as a fake Awakened yesterday. The other signed up only 2 months ago. Name Kang Win. Awakening skill, summoning spirits, rank F. Name Hong Sung-gu, awakening skill, fire control, rank E. Min Chan stares at the screen, thinking, these 2 rookies cleared a 3-star dungeon all by themselves in just 10 minutes. He smiles, guessing, rank E? Even if the measuring system is off, this is way too low. The minimum should be rank C. New Awakened with rank C skills right from the start have a high chance to reach rank A. Min immediately throws on his jacket and steps out, pumped. It's been ages since seeing a rookie awakened with this kind of potential. Cut to Warring Guild headquarters. Images of Kang Win and Sung-gu appear on the screen along with someone's voice. "You mean this guy is the one who infiltrated our guild?" Another person replies, "Yes, got a report from one of the bureau staff there." The guy keeps asking, and the staff beside him answers. Hong Sung-gu, 21 years old, a rank E fireball magician, nothing special. I think the real talent here is Kang Win. He looks at the guy and adds, a rank E necromancer with insane dungeon-breaking speed. The man continues, "What do you think?" Captain Lion Leon High. She recalls the earlier meeting with Kang Win and replies, "I knew he wasn't just an ordinary rank E, but didn't expect him to be this good." Leon High answers suspiciously, "Almost rank C level already." He props his hands in front and continues, "So there are only 2 possibilities. Either he didn't show his full strength in the skill test, or his power is developing at an insanely fast rate." John looks over, curious. Has there ever been an Awakened who developed that fast? If he really is rank E, his growth speed would have to jump 2 or 3 ranks overnight. He gestures. There was a similar case. An Awakened who rose from rank F to rank A. A muscular man's image appears with the explanation. A guy whose development was completely hidden until reaching the top rank in South Korea. Leon Hai exclaims, "Are you talking about Kang Chun?" She smirks sarcastically. "No way. He can't compare to Kang Chun." He smiles and orders, "Not sure about that, but it won't hurt to look into it. This guy is top 3 in South Korea's Warring Guild, Master Lee Sang-ho. He gives instructions. Keep tabs on him. Find out who this guy really is." Cut to the dungeon. He smiled and ordered, "Not sure about that, but digging a little won't hurt. This guy is top 3 in the South Korean Guild, Warring, Master Lee Sang-ho. He gave instructions. Keep tabs on him. Find out who he really is." Scene shifted to the dungeon. Sung-gu kept at the grind. Mastering the sword formation, a precise stab pierced the Raki's head. Then the hard shell cracked open. The bloodstone instantly appeared right before the eyes. Sung-gu grabbed it and tossed it into the prep backpack. Working solo was wearing down the energy a bit. A sigh escaped. Money's cool and all, but if this keeps up, death's gonna catch up. Never seen anyone die from mining too much bloodstone before. Then stood up and called Kang Win. "Big bro, can we take a break?" Kang Win smirked. "Already tired, huh?" Sung-gu tilted the head back and gulped down water. "Feeling refreshed? Much better now." "Big bro, how much time we got left?" Sung-gu asked. 1 hour and 12 minutes, came the reply. Kang Win sat deep in thought, counting the cash earned so far, already way past 400 million dong, probably enough to buy a new house for mom and Sua. Then stood up and called Sung-gu over. Sung-gu froze. "What's up, big bro?" Kang Win answered. "The rest of the bloodstone is all yours. I'll cover your back, so try to grab as much as possible." That caught Sung-gu off guard. Taking a deep breath, added, "Guess it's time to speed things up a bit." Then Kang Win dashed into the rotten cave, shocking Big Bro Su, while charging forward with weapon in hand. Kang Win and the skeleton troops tore through the Raki monsters, suddenly noticing one flying in for a sneak attack. Kang Win glanced, smirked coldly, and casually sliced it clean in two. The system popped up, level up alert, now at level 10. At the same moment, the Raki's head dropped with a thud. Kang Win stood there, satisfied. That's probably enough. The system warned again, you've completed the job level. Determining profession. Eyes widened at the confusing screen. Profession. Weird. Kang Win rubbed the chin, wondering. In Anfen, level 10 is when professions get assigned, but already a death spirit master here. What's going on? The system sent a motion pattern analysis alert. Profession being determined. A list appeared. Mage, psychic, warrior, cleric, necromancer. Along with Kang Win's question, is this the end of the job? Then the system displayed, warrior profession selected for you. You receive warrior rewards, warrior weapon. Kang Win scratched the head in confusion. What the hell? A warrior? That's kinda annoying. Being a mage would have been better since stats overlap with Death Spirit Master. If I'd known, would have used magic instead of swinging the crowbar around like a maniac. Another line about the warrior reward popped up, warrior weapon. Wondering if this is the profession reward? Suddenly, a staff appeared right in front. Kang Win questioned, warrior weapon? That's just a steel pipe. Gripping it, a blinding light flashed, and info popped up. Steel staff, a warrior's weapon, like a comrade and life partner. That's why it grows with its owner. Ready to fight alongside anytime. Effects. +5 strength, stamina recovery, disarm status, disarm summoning skill. Kang Win raised the steel staff with a grin, a weapon that evolves. Curious what shape this will take in the future. Now came the reward for Death Spirit Master, the Demon Seal Crystal. A blazing red orb. The Demon Seal Crystal is a magical stone Death Spirit Masters get upon reaching a certain rank. Within the 7 seals dwells supreme magic that skeleton troops can't match. Owning it means wiping out any enemy in Anfen daring to eye the territory. Orlando Kang Win smiled, curious what would come next. Then the crystal unsealed, shining brilliantly. A pillar of light appeared, then a wing form in the glow, red eyes and golden hair of someone. Lips full and pouty, stunned, stammered. Huh? That's Bibi. The little girl with demon wings glared sharply. Master, where have you been? Shocked. What? You? Bibi jumped up, hugging the neck. Missed you so much, Master. Asked. Weren't you stuck in Anfen? What's going on? Bibi replied. After you disappeared, all of us were locked in the sealing room. That left Kang Win puzzled. Sealing room? Thought silently. Bibi jumped up and hugged Kang Win's neck, exclaiming, Miss you so much, Master. Kang Win asked the girl, weren't you stuck in Anfen? What's going on? Bibi replied. After you disappeared, all of us subordinates were locked in the sealing room. This confused Kang Win a bit. Sealing room? Thought silently. Could it be they warped space-time with me? Wait, sealing it. The little girl looked at the guy with interest and said, Master, I'm so happy to see you. Suddenly, something caught Bibi's attention. The girl lifted her nose, sniffed around, then Bibi turned and asked, What's that smell? Kang Win's face showed confusion. What smell? Bibi looked at the pile of Raki corpses below and replied, Yes, I can sniff out the scent of Chanet's minions from these. The answer startled the guy, who asked again, What? Chanet? Yeah, Chanet is a demon from a mysterious dimension that invaded Anfen. He wiped out 90% of Anfen's population. Kang Win never fought him directly, but his minions were so numerous that it made the guy sick every time they appeared. Kang Win stood there looking down and asked, And now planning to conquer Earth? If that's why these dungeons were opened, then there's a silent worry, thinking escape from hell was achieved. But it seems the gates of hell have opened again to welcome back. Scene shifts to exit number 3 at Gamebong Station. Hin stood waiting. As soon as the person arrived, a hand was raised in greeting. Big bro, I'm here. Min Chan replied, Still not off work yet, you know. He quickly gave a wry smile. All right, Captain. Where are those two? Min Tran asked. Hemin checked the watch and answered. They went in 8 minutes ago. Should be out soon. He added. But those two aren't joking. They personally earned 400 million. Hemin added. If I had that talent, I'd be cleaning dungeons already. Minha noticed the two just left the dungeon. Here they come. He stepped forward to greet. You two did great. Can we spare a few minutes to talk? Minna smiled brightly, trying to persuade. Just a moment. Kang Win didn't hesitate and walked off, answering shortly, no interest. The guy quickly called after. Hey, wait a sec. Turning back with a puzzled look, if you're gonna make people come anyway, why bother asking first? Min Chan wondered. What's wrong with this jerk? He gave a bitter laugh and replied, Sorry for being rude. He raised a hand, coughed, and cleared his throat. Min Chan handed over a business card and continued. Let me get straight to the point. Guild H wants to recruit you too. Kang Win coldly cut in with a short answer, no time. Sung-gu hurriedly ran after calling Big Bro. Min-chan loudly called from behind, "Wait, seems like you're not too fond of Guild H, huh?" He stopped, exhaled sharply, then turned back and asked, "You guys are top 3 guilds nationwide, right?" He smiled and replied, "So you know about us." Min continued introducing, "Our guild only offers the best perks to the most promising Awakeners. If you join, we guarantee the best support services." Kang Win interrupted by calling him once more. Min Chan kept smiling, waiting for a reply. Kang Win gritted the voice to remind, "I'm really uncomfortable right now. Stop bothering me." Scene then shifts with a loud call. The guy's mom looked shocked and exclaimed, "What's going on?" The real estate agent smiled and said, "Please take a tour, ma'am." Sua ran in shouting, "The yard is huge, Mom." She turned and asked, "How do you plan to buy such a nice house without money?" Kang Win immediately showed the transaction screen to Mom and replied, "No money? What do you mean?" "This is the money I got today." She gasped, "Oh my god, how did you earn this money?" Kang Win smiled and answered, "Actually, I'm an Awakener." Mom still looked a bit shocked. "An Awakener? So you have to go down into dungeons to earn that money?" She panicked and shouted, "Isn't that job dangerous? Since when did you start?" She was very worried. Because of that, Mom lost Dad. She can't let her son go through the same. The guy quickly explained, "It's okay, Mom. Your son isn't as weak as you think. It's like catching bugs." Mom still didn't stop. Even so, right then, Shu-A ran over and faintly said, "Mom, can I keep a dog?" Mom said we can have one if we buy a house with a yard. The little girl looked up. "Can I?" Mom replied, "Wait a moment." Kang Win's voice continued, "Mom, don't worry. I've got everything you worked hard for all this time. From now on, trust me." The three stood silently in the yard of the new house. Scene shifts to night in an alley. Familiar feet of Kang Win approached. The voice was low, "Come here." The three stood silently in the courtyard of the new house. Scene shifted to nighttime in an alley. Familiar footsteps of Kang Win approached. A low voice called out, "Come here." An energy burst appeared right in front, but then it vanished instantly, leaving Kang Win stunned. The command continued, "Come here, Bibi." The swirling energy appeared again, gathering, then suddenly disappeared in a baffling way. Kang Win looked toward the alley ahead, where a faint light glowed, and asked, "What is that?" From the alley, a creature stepped out, causing a shocked exclamation. "Is that you, Bibi? Why did you turn into a cat?" The little black cat looked up and meowed once. Kang Win picked it up and asked. Bibi explained, "I can't transform back into my true form anymore, so I can't stop chasing after those tiny bugs." A silent thought crossed the mind. Could it be that the real form only appears in the dungeon? "Why is that?" Kang Win asked. "What about Chan's energy? Can it still be sensed?" Bibi replied. "No, it smells too sweet here, the scent of peace." Lost in thought, Kang Win pondered. A demon enjoying this peace. Could it be that Chanet's energy still hasn't caused any effect? Just then, someone appeared behind Kang Win and asked, "You're interested in stray cats too? That's a new side of you." Kang Win immediately turned around, smiled, and introduced, "Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Sang-ho, leader of the Warang Guild. If you have time, can we talk for a bit?" Scene shifted to some cafe where Sung-gu sat frowning, mumbling, "That guy is really impossible to figure out." Recalling the time waiting for Kang Win while driving, Sung-gu wondered, "Big bro, why did you refuse the Hem Guild's invitation?" "Any other reason?" The reply was tired. "I just happened to get orders from someone else." Sung-gu smiled admiringly. "Got it? That's just like Big Bro." Then laughter followed. Even a powerful guild like Hem couldn't shake Big Bro's pride. Seeing Kang Win's attitude then, Sung-gu silently questioned, did he really refuse the Hammer Guild just for that reason? Back to reality. Excitement filled Sung-gu's face. "What's the reason anyway? The dream long wished for is about to come true." Sung-gu promised to trust and support Big Bro from now on. At that moment, a sales staff approached with a stack of documents. "Dear customer, have you been waiting long?" Sitting down, the staff offered pen and paper. "Would you like to sign the contract now?" Without hesitation, Sung-gu agreed immediately. "Sure." Back at the cafe, Sang-ho's voice came from inside. "First, I sincerely apologize for what happened yesterday." The two sat there as he continued, "You had a little conflict with Leon Hai. Is that so?" Kang Win replied suspiciously. Leon Hai, recalling her appearance, the question was asked. "Oh, the red-haired girl? She's my sister, but she's hot-tempered," Sang-ho explained, smiling. "She values our guild a lot, so if anything serious happens, I'll compensate you fully." Kang Win bluntly asked back, "I don't need compensation or anything. What's the real reason you came to find me?" Sang-ho kept the same tone, replying, "You're sharp. Honestly, I've been watching you for a while. Your amazing dungeon completion speed is something no rank E could achieve. At that pace, you must be at least rank C." Sang-ho confirmed, "And I'm sure you'll go even further soon." Kang Win felt annoyed, just finished with the Hammer Guild. Now the War Guild showed up, then asked directly, "So basically, you want to recruit me, right?" Only then did Sang Ho make the request. "Exactly. Please join our guild. I promise to help you train with the best methods suited to your skills." Kang Win raised an eyebrow, curious. "The best methods suited to my skills, huh?" Then smirked challengingly. "If I beat you, you'll hand over the leader's seat to me." Sang Ho calmly replied, "As rumored, your confidence is no joke." He smiled and continued, "But I lead the War Guild not just by my awakened power, because my rank B means nothing compared to rank A people." Sang Ho asserted under Kang Win's doubtful gaze, "So even if you beat me, I won't give up my position." Kang Win stood up immediately and left. "Then I'm not interested anymore. Goodbye." Sitting there, Sang Ho posed a question. "Why do you think dungeons appear?" Kang Win and Sang Ho spoke in a low voice. "It's been 5 years since that dungeon quake. Until now, it's still an unsolved puzzle. The story continues, but every year the dungeons keep expanding and more dangerous monsters are starting to appear. Yet, humanity remains careless about these threats. They even began mining bloodstones for profit." Kang Win paused to listen. "But one thing's for sure. Earth and South Korea will be in serious danger if things keep going at this pace." Sang Ho looked straight at him and said, "I believe my mission is to gather the awakened ones to stop this from happening." He made a proposal. "I hope you can lend us your strength." Cut to morning at the Hem Guild. Mouse clicks echoed non-stop. Heemin sat there worried, not daring to make a sound. Watching Min Chan's expression, he thought, "God, he's already on edge this early." Just then, info popped up on the screen that caught Heemin's attention. He turned to inform the team leader. The two had booked a dungeon at Gate 6 of Gaon yesterday. The leader snapped back. "That bastard. Why is he whining about him so early? So annoying." He muttered. "He thinks he's hot stuff, but no matter how good, he's only rank C." Heemin added, "Captain, isn't this a 4-star dungeon?" That made Min Chan spit out his coffee. He rushed over to check. "What? They booked again, but only for 2 people?" Min's eyes froze in suspicion. Those idiots. Have they lost their minds? If they're just going to support or mine bloodstones, maybe. But no rank awakened would dare step into a 4-star dungeon. Clearly, they're amateurs for booking this dungeon without knowing even the basics. Min Chan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What kind of skills do they have to dare clear a 4-star dungeon alone? He turned to ask, "Do we have any recent 4-star dungeons?" Heemin replied, "Yes, at exit 11 of the subway." Min Tran added, "They're right next to each other. Try switching the booking to that dungeon." Hearing that, he looked puzzled. "What, you still haven't given up?" Min Tran chuckled bitterly, "Idiot, just quit already. This time, I'm definitely catching them. To catch fish, gotta cast the line at the right moment." Cut to inside the BMD car. Music playing. Sung-gu drove, marveling at how smooth the ride was. Smiling, he said, "You got this for me because riding in that tiny car would be a waste." Kang Win laughed and asked, "What's this called?" "Render." "Right." That confused him a bit. Is he from another world? How come he doesn't know what BMD is? Sung-gu cheerfully assured, "I'll keep serving you with all I've got." Kang Win nodded approvingly. "All right, let's give it our best today." Then the two headed to the reserved spot. Someone's voice rang out. "What's a rank awakened doing in a 4-star dungeon? And only 2 people too." Sung-gu stood there explaining. "We said it's fine. We're confident we can conquer it." But the supervisor immediately shut that down. "I said no." He tried to persuade, "We won't hold you responsible. Just let us in." The supervisor was firm. "If you want to self-destruct, go to the Han River. Why come here? No means no. That's the rule." Sung-gu stood there worried, unable to argue. Then he sadly turned back to Kang Win. Scratching his head awkwardly, Sung-gu reported, "No luck. They said we'll never be allowed inside." "Sorry, I should have checked better before coming." Kang Win replied calmly, "Oh well, can't help it. I'll go to management to get a new booking, maybe a 3-star dungeon nearby." Just then, Min Chan approached and said, "We meet again here." He was with Heemin. What a coincidence. "Sorry, but can I ask what you guys plan to do?" "If possible, I want to help." Min Chan's eyes showed sincere calculation. "Is that okay?" Kang Win answered bluntly. "What a damn coincidence." He kept probing. "So what can you do for me?" Cut to near Wachin Station. The official Wachin Station. Min Chan said plainly, "You guys probably don't know. Only rank C assault forces can enter 4-star dungeons." He pointed toward the dungeon. "This 4-star dungeon is managed by our guild. We prepared the booking in advance, so you can use it as you like." That made Kang Win a bit suspicious. "You're too kind. Nothing's free in this world." Min Chan smiled and replied, "Just expressing good intentions. We'll handle rank adjustments, so feel free to conquer it. Step up to it. If the guy's that good, appreciation will follow and the offer will be accepted." He replied politely, "You're really generous. Wait a moment before entering. I prepared a gift for you too." Kang Win asked curiously, You even prepared something like that? Min turned and answered, please wait a bit, the trunk is already open. He muttered while looking inside, nothing in this world is free. Min Trang laughed loudly, feeling smug, knowing that even without asking for anything, every favor comes with a debt. If treated to a meal, the person would definitely feel the need to return the favor next time. He silently calculated, even if that guy was a freakishly talented awakened one, he was just a naive 24-year-old. Kang Win, you're already in my hands. Hemin stepped forward to talk. You're totally different from yesterday. Kang Win immediately asked back, how different? He answered bluntly, hard to start a conversation with you yesterday. Kang Win explained, was in a bad mood yesterday. Thoughts tangled like a mess when thinking about Chanet. Hemin smiled brightly and continued, looks like you work based on mood. Seems like you're in a good mood today. How about grabbing a drink later? Kang Win replied happily, sounds good. That one sentence made him secretly proud. Damn it, gonna make you sign a contract to become War Guild's property for 2 years. Kang Win, you're joining the Ham Guild, right? Hemin was already thinking about manipulating things over drinks. He continued, suggesting, I know a great spot, let's check it out. Kang Win was curious. Where? Sung Gu said disappointedly, these guys are flattering the wrong people. No matter how much they suck up, those guys will never join. Moments later, Min's footsteps returned. He looked around, then used his power. Min Chan stepped up and asked, where did they go? Hemin answered, they went into the dungeon. Hearing that, anger shook him as he growled. They already went into the dungeon? Didn't I say I get gifts for them? Hemin explained, you're waiting here until they finish conquering anyway. Why not give it to them when they come out? The bag in his hand immediately dropped to the ground. Hin's eyes widened as he exclaimed, is this a survival kit? Inside the bag were essential tools for dungeon conquest. Min Tran asked in a low voice, do you think those force-level newbies want to challenge a level 4 dungeon? How much do they really know about high-level dungeons? He started to worry. The recommended rank to conquer a level 4 dungeon is rank D with a captain at rank C. Min Chan guessed Kang Win was just a nominal force rank, but judging by the speed of conquering the level 3 dungeon, maybe he could defeat monsters in the high-level dungeon range from 4 to 6, which are basically very different from low-level dungeons. If they enter without any info or survival gear, even a high-rank awakened one can't safely return. He held his head, blaming the mistake, wanting to show goodwill but pushing them into death instead. Inside the dungeon, Kang Win sneered, is this really a level 4 dungeon? The monsters aren't that strong. Sung Gu replied, not sure anymore. He looked at the pile of rats on the ground and added, could its difficulty be lower than average? Kang Win stood and said, could be. Let's look for the return stone. The dungeon space became unusually quiet. He wondered, what? No return stone? Sung Gu turned in shock, no way. Kang Win rubbed the chin thinking, is it because my skill level for searching is too low? Then asked to search again. The two kept walking in the dark dungeon. Kang Win looked puzzled. Not here. What's going on? Sung Gu looked up and said, the entrance is up there. He used his power to look and asked, what is that? Kang Win was also drawn to it. Above the stairs in front of them appeared another gate. He looked up wondering, is this why the return stone didn't appear? Have to go through it? Kang Win laughed coldly. Was wondering why it was too easy. Looks like this is just the start. The two stepped through the gate. On the other side was a dense forest-like space. Kang Win startled and stopped when seeing what was ahead. Wondering, did we get transported to another dimension? Sung Gu suddenly lowered his voice and called out, bro. Kang Win looked over and saw him naked. Immediately snapped. What are you doing? Yui grimaced and asked, why take off your clothes? You'll go blind. Sung Gu whined back, you're naked too. Only then did he realize, only their bodies got transported, right? Deep inside the forest, a loud roar echoed, instantly scaring the birds into flight. Two stood there, one worried, the other hyped up. Kang Win confidently claimed this was just the real start of the 4th level dungeon. Then, Kang Win handed over the gear for both to wear. Sung Gu looked at him, curious. How many skills do you have? Remembering earlier, Kang Win gave him the gear and said, put on some decent clothes first. Sung Gu now thought to himself, figured Kang Win could handle the situation, but no clue what was going on so far. Meanwhile, Kang Win stared at the screen in front, deep in thought. Calculated current level was 10. Thanks to the transferred skill power, stats were even higher than normal level 10s, but facing a 4-star dungeon was still tough. Inside Reiki Dungeon, the Soul Summoner's skills weren't enough, yet if enemy numbers stayed low, Kang Win could totally beat them, even unprepared. A series of notifications popped up about the warrior's unique skills. You have acquired Warrior's Intuition. You have acquired Warrior's Fury. You have acquired Leap Forward. You have acquired Acceleration. You have acquired Steel Punch. Holding the steel rod, said, time to gear up for battle. Wonder how strong level 31 is. Scene switched outside the dungeon entrance. Min Tran stood there, hand on the barrier, saying, "This barrier still hasn't disappeared. They've been inside for quite some time now." Hemin wondered aloud. How long can they hold out? Can they even fight that crocodile? Furrowed brow, asked again, barehanded, really? Hemin then noticed survival gear still there. A high-level dungeon wouldn't allow any earth items inside. Only dungeon-owned items could pass the system gate. Min held his head, saying even if they beat that croc, a bigger problem awaited, food and water. Inside the dungeon, a massive shockwave shook the ground, dust flying, trees tossed everywhere. Sung Gu anxiously reported, "Bro, something's coming this way." A giant crocodile burst from the dust. Kang Win's steps were nimble, pushing off the ground for momentum. Then, Kang Win leapt onto the croc's back. Thought, so this is warrior's intuition. Why not try it out? The level 31 croc opened its jaws wide, aiming upward. Outside, Min Tran was still worried. Even in the Amazon jungle, survival was tough without essentials. This dungeon's danger level was way higher. Hemin beside him looked a bit frustrated out of the frying pan into the fire. Meanwhile, a skewer of grilled meat over red flames, clean food held by Sung Gu, smiling while eating, said, "Man, this is so good." Kang Win replied, "Crocodile meat's a delicacy. Take it down. Grill it like this, tastes amazing. Try this croc meat with beer as the bomb." Sung Gu finished the beer, face flushed. "Bro, this drink's good too." Kang Win looked at the younger guy with a fond gaze. Outside, Hemin's voice rang out, "Captain, they've been in there quite a while. Wondered if they're still alive in that forest after all this time." Min Tran answered, "If it was just one croc, could use some summoned skill as bait and avoid it. But that wouldn't be enough to cross the swamp." Hemin fell silent, worried. Talking about the swamp. The swamp kept appearing after some time in the jungle, a death trap for melee fighters, because feet would sink into the swamp, having to fight a bunch of hammer monkeys while dealing with a giant South American anaconda all at once. Sung Gu panicked, warned. Only one ranged fighter up top, Sung Gu himself, and his fireballs wouldn't be strong enough to stop the hook monkey pack's attack waves. Both bowed heads, full of worry, complaining together, "This is tough, really tough." Inside the dungeon, fireballs shot out, targeting the hammer monkeys on the trees. Kang Win shouted excitedly, "Burn them all down." Sung Gu was shocked inside. Does he have that skill too? In front of them stood a group of skeletal mages holding magic staffs. Summon info, skeletal mage summoned by using a monster's corpse as material. Level cap 10, mana 20. Outside, Min Tran ate a quick bowl of noodles while waiting. Hemin beside him worried. "Captain, it's been 4 hours already. Do you think they can get through that dungeon and get out?" The man answered in a low voice. "I don't know either. The monsters aren't the only danger in a high-level dungeon. That place is full of plants, animals, and insects completely different from this earth." Min Chan asked again, "How much do you think they will know about the ecosystem over there?" Hemin blurted out, "Oh no, if they accidentally eat some poisonous plant." Min Chan replied solemnly, "Then they're definitely doomed." On this side, someone was holding a juicy red fruit ready to eat. After taking a bite, the person exclaimed, "Eating wild mountain fruit is really awesome. So sweet." Kang Win added, "If you eat that fruit raw without cooking it, you'll definitely die." Sung Gu quickly spat it out and complained, "You should have told me earlier." Sung Gu turned to ask, "But how do you know about these things?" The reply came, "Just know it, why worry?" Thinking silently, "How would I know? Because this place is like where someone lived for 20 years. Outside the dungeon, night had fallen. Hin was still sitting there asking, "But Captain, why do you keep trying so hard to recruit Kang Win? Our guild isn't really interested in that either." He sighed lightly and answered, "Hemin, I've never once doubted my own eyes." Hemin smiled brightly and said, "You're looking for promising awakened ones, right? Do you believe Pingu is a highly potential awakened person to bring into our guild?" Min Chan confirmed, "That's right. And now I'm confident Kang Win is even stronger than Pak Jingu." That surprised Hemin a bit. Stronger than Pak Jingu? The two sat there, chatting back and forth. Yeah, it would be a huge loss if he doesn't join the guild. Hemin, losing an awakened person like him would be a massive loss for humanity. Hin replied, "I just hope he can survive and come back." The captain never thought being a captain meant having to worry this much. Then he stood up cheerfully. "Let's pray together. He will definitely survive and come back." Min Tran responded, "But it's really tough." This made Hemin freeze with worry. He continued, "The guardian of the olfactory stone is an extremely tough opponent." Hemin thought silently, "Who doesn't know that? We just have to pray he comes back alive." Min Chan rubbed his head and said solemnly, "Maybe he's about to die too." Hemin frowned. Can this guy stop being so pessimistic? Inside the dungeon, the two had passed through the forest and reached a drier land. Sung Gu widened eyes, looking ahead and said, "Brother, that's the olfactory stone." In front of them, the stone sparkled atop something like an altar. Sung Gu stepped forward complaining, "Finally arrived at this damn place." Immediately, Kang Win grabbed the collar and pulled back. The ground in front suddenly sank, revealing a trap underneath. Sung-gu shouted in fear, "A trap! I almost died." Turning around, the person exclaimed, "Thanks." Kang Win's eyes focused intensely. Seeing that, Sung-gu also turned to look and asked, "What are you looking at?" Kang Win was startled and amazed at what was seen. A bunch of brain monsters with sharp teeth. The voice blurted out, "These guys are." Kang Win said softly, "This is a bit unexpected. Aren't these brain demons from Anfen?" In front of the two were warriors and brain wizards with levels from 41 to 45. In Anfen society, there are humans, demons, dwarves, beastmen, and other races. Brain demons are one of them, but why are they in this secret realm? Kang Win stood silently, pondering for a moment, then directly looked at them and asked, "What are you doing here?" The attitude shocked Sung-gu and the brain demons alike. The brain demon group whispered in their language. One stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? How can a human speak our language?" Kang Win replied in the brain demon's tongue, "It doesn't matter. Ask again, what are you doing here?" The demon answered solemnly, "We lost our homeland." The question came again, did Chanet's demons invade it? The reply was, yes. After a balanced piece disappeared, Chanet became the master there. "We are here because of a pact with him." The answer stunned Kang Win. "You're repeating his words. A pact?" The axe in the demon's hand was raised high to the sky, then swung down, confirming in a deep voice, "Based on this pact, the earth will now be ours." Hearing this, Kang Win laughed and replied, "Earth never belonged to Chanet. That pact is basically useless." Then the weapon was drawn. "Dare to invade this place? Bold move." The leader ordered, and the warriors advanced to defeat the enemies. The whole flock immediately obeyed, charging toward the two. Kang Win focused intensely, ready for battle. The monsters came in huge numbers, fiercely rushing forward, while Kang Win remained calm. Scene shifted outside the dungeon. He-sun looked in and said, "Captain, the situation looks bleak. 6 hours and 20 minutes have passed." Min-chan rubbed his chin and replied, "A whole day passed inside the secret realm," meaning he must be thinking. They finished an A4-level secret realm with just 2 people. Hin suddenly exclaimed. The countdown disappeared. Min-chan stood there silently praying, "Please." Truly worried while waiting, "Get out, please survive and come back." Manch had disappeared by then, the dark stairs of the deep subway station descending down. After a while of waiting, everything remained silent. Hemin spoke up, "They still haven't come out? I guess this is a bit too much for them." Min-chan sighed and requested, "Clean up. We should use carts to tidy up." But what was in front of him stunned him. Min-chan saw 2 people stepping up with a pile of stuff in their hands and exclaimed, "Kang Win," excitedly congratulating everyone for returning safe. Kang Win smiled and asked back, "Why do you look so happy?" Then, their cart rolled down the road. Kang Win's voice echoed, "We really don't need rescue gear, but that attack equipment is pretty good." Looking at the list, then asked, "Are crocodile gauntlets that expensive? We couldn't get them." Sung-gu smiled and replied, "I knew it." Kang Win reminded Sung-gu to remember to bring it next time. He smiled bitterly, thinking it was fine digging up bloodstones but having to deal with monster corpses too. The dream of becoming a fire mage was slowly fading away. Something outside caught Kang Win's attention. Sung-gu was curious. "What's up, man?" Looking at the couple outside, then answered, "That's Jemin. Drive over to them." Meanwhile, the two were talking when a loud call rang out. Jemin, startled, looked over. Seeing Kang Win sitting in the car waving, Jemin was a bit surprised and called out Anne. The girl beside looked confused. Kang Win asked, "Dating your girlfriend?" Jemin explained, "No, that's my sister." Then introduced, "Sis, this is the guy who helped me. I already told you about him." She hesitated and asked, "You're Kang Win?" Seeing she knew him, Kang Win was a bit shocked. Scene shifted to the Hem Guild headquarters. A man holding a paper said, "Vice President position." He asked, "Is he worth all this trouble?" Just then a beep sounded and a voice announced, "Chairman, Vice President Park Yingu is here." He stepped in and said, "Captain Dung, you're here too." Min immediately left and replied, "Yes, I'm getting ready. Please continue the discussion." Jemin wondered, "What's up with the captain?" Down answered, "No idea. Seems like he found a fake summoner. Now he's asking me about giving the vice president spot to that guy." Hearing this, he said, "If Captain Dung requested it, then we have to snatch that fake summoner by any means." He wondered, why do we need to do that? This guy's been making a fuss about recruiting talent lately. Everyone he hired was terrible. Captain Dung got lucky finding him. Jemin-gu chuckled bitterly. "Don't be too harsh on him." Du-run crossed arms and asked, "Whatever. What's more important is how things are in America." He replied, "Rumors seem true based on their return. We can be sure someone new is in the Titan Guild." He frowned, thinking about the rumor being true. Someone had exited the secret realm. Scene shifted to another place. The long-haired girl stood by the window, staring out at the city at night. Her image appeared on the screen along with someone's questioning voice. How is she? The supervising staff replied. No changes. She can't understand our language and keeps repeating strange words. The person added. Seems like a disability caused by injury. Commander Ding Kun of the Titan Squad responded. Got it. In any case, she's a key factor to uncover the secret of the hidden realm. Find every way to treat her so we can communicate. The staff immediately obeyed. Yes, Captain. He frowned, thinking, it's been 5 years since the hidden realm appeared. Will we ever discover its secret? Meanwhile, the girl kept speaking in that strange language. She placed a hand on the glass, hesitatingly uttered the word Jane, then pronounced the name Kang Yurin aloud. Inside the old building, some rooms still had lights on. The scene shifted inside to a desk lamp still lit. On the worn calendar, the winning days were circled as notes. Though late at night, someone was studying in the room. Diane sat doing homework, sighing with worry. Ugh, so worried. Nothing bad will happen, right? Memories of the afternoon scene made things even more confusing. Can't figure out what was on that mind anymore. Kang Win sat in the friendly car, looking up invitingly. The guys were planning to go for Korean BBQ. Want to come along? Scene shifted to a late-night BBQ joint, drinking a shot of soju, suddenly surprised and delighted. Wow, didn't expect JW to be Jemin's sister. Kang Win kept praising nonstop. 20 years? No, it's been 5 years and you're still this beautiful. No way. She showed a panicked reaction, waving hands frantically. What do you mean? I'm not. But hearing that, the guy laughed and praised. You're too humble. Hey Sung-gu, she used to be the most famous girl in our school. Maybe half the boys secretly liked her. He joined in on the compliments. Oh, back then she must have been a total beauty queen. JW blushed shyly, waving hands to explain. Not that much. Kang Win blushed, recalling the old days, chasing after her. Man, was probably one of those half the boys. Her image in his eyes always shone bright. She was lively, beautiful, and friendly to everyone. JW lowered the head, blushing, face full of questions. Kang Win, always this talkative. Suddenly confused and curious. But why the hat? Forgot to wash hair today, or what? She was a bit startled, stammering to explain. Ah, just like wearing hats. Sung-gu also felt a bit awkward, sipping wine while glancing sideways. I know the big bro is straightforward. Kang Win looked annoyed and suggested. Looks inconvenient, why not just take it off? But June shyly shook head, waving off the offer. It's fine, I'm okay. Even the guy sitting next to him was surprised by this behavior. But how could he say that to a lady? Sung-gu suddenly widened eyes, froze, mouth agape. Wait. After a moment, finally guessed the reason. Could it be that big bro never dated before? But Kang Win didn't care, still enjoying the food. This steak is really good. Sung-gu had to helplessly accept the truth. Seems like what big bro said to her was totally well-intentioned. But looking around, he realized the atmosphere shouldn't be this awkward. To break the awkward vibe, Sung-gu suggested, let's play a game, you two. Hearing that, a bit surprised, emphasized, huh? What game? He stressed the importance of games. How can you drink without some games? Kang Win still looked clueless, glanced sideways, wondering why suddenly like this. After some wild drinking, singing erupted. A duck spread its wings. Sung-gu grabbed a bottle as a mic to sing, sang that those guys and their readers were cheap fools. Feeling hot, shook off the jacket and kept singing. Hey Winter, please be snow to smash the heads of Netter and its readers. Couldn't take it anymore. Kang Win spoke up, annoyed. Sung-gu, why don't you sit down before I smash your head? Then turned face to the table, sighed. Looks like Kang Win looked at John, who was slumped over, totally wasted. Suddenly JW lying there stirred slightly. The hat slipped off the head onto the table. Sung-gu suddenly squinted, staring closely. Hamph. Can't believe own eyes, kept rubbing. Ham. Too drunk or just seeing things? The blonde girl who just walked in quickly started gossiping. Hey, see that girl's head? Looks like it's burned or something. Looking closely, Sung-gu stammered awkwardly. Big bro, looks like Big Sis's head. Kang Win glanced down following. The scar on JW's forehead exposed without the hat, but didn't care much. Reached to grab the hat, TSK. What monkey business is this gossip? Kang Win calmly put the hat back on JW, confidently said. So what? She's still very beautiful. Then turned and urged, Gungu, finish your drink, then let's go. He quickly responded and followed. Okay. Scene switched back to the sister's apartment. Early morning, JW barely opened eyes, rubbed head. Oh, headache. Sat up, turned head around surprised. Oh, Jemin was standing in the kitchen, looking back to check in. Oh, you're up? She suddenly realized the confusing question. Ah, back home already. How did you get back? He turned to explain and urged. Forgot? Big bro Kang Win brought you back. Wash up. I made some subs already. JW got out of bed, headed to the bathroom. Looked at own reflection, confused. Couldn't believe it. Slept without taking off the hat. Suddenly, eyes widened, surprised. Ah, flashback of last night popped up in mind. JW remembered being carried back by Kang Win. Staring blankly at the scar in the mirror, the realization hit. That guy had already seen it. The scar came from a monster attack during the dungeon explosion 5 years ago. JW looked at the scar, bringing back painful memories from the past. And this scar was the consequence. That flaw filled with insecurity. Not wanting that guy to see it at all. Only wanting that guy to remember the image from school days. Suddenly, JW recalled Kang Win's confident words. So what? Still super beautiful. Lips parted in surprise. Joe held the hat, head bowed, heart pounding. Scene shifts back to their high school. The bell rang, teacher looked down, wondering whose turn it was for cleaning duty today. Hearing that, Kang Win raised a hand and called out, "It's me." The teacher asked for a second volunteer. All right. Kang Win, and who else? Suddenly, a small hand shot up high. That person looked confused, turning face around. JW also spoke up clearly. "It's me." The teacher gave some instructions to the two. After everyone leaves, you two start cleaning. When done, Kang Win locks the door. Standing behind, JW approached worriedly. "We didn't forget anything, right?" Turning back, a vague answer came. Yeah. JW watched silently. On the way back, suddenly turning face to share honestly. "Kang Win, you're kinda quiet, huh? Just like my little brother. No matter what I say, he only replies with one word. After hearing that, Kang Win just responded with one word. Seeing that, JW smiled, amused, and advised. By the second semester, we'll be talking to each other. From now on, talk more, okay? Suddenly turning around to ask for a favor. "Oh, right, I have something to tell you. Can you stop by here for a bit?" Surprised, Kang Win asked, "What's up?" She leaned close, about to whisper. Meanwhile, Baby was bowing down, waking Kang Win up. "Master, wake up, master. You're sleeping so well." Eyes opened, waking up with a very annoyed mood. Not happy, Kang Win guessed and blamed. "Bibi, did you put a spell on me while I was sleeping?" Scene shifts to the hotel lobby. Seeing Kang Win step out, Sung immediately asked about the situation. "Big bro, did you sleep well?" Without answering, Kang Win sat down and asked back. Still looking for a 4-star dungeon? He quickly nodded to confirm. "Yes, sir." Sung Gu kept typing carefully. His face showed tension, but 4-star dungeons were rare, and all belonged to big guilds, so they're hard to find. Looking up, sighing, wondering, what should we do then? At worst, go back to 3-star dungeons. After a moment staring at the ceiling, Kang Win thought it through. Pulling out the phone, dialing a familiar number. Got a plan. Kang Win smiled excitedly, flashing a call. From the phone came an urgent voice. "I'm coming right now, please wait a moment." But Kang Win hurriedly set a specific time. 15 minutes, that's the longest I can wait. The other side was rushing to get there too. Sung Gu waited and asked, "Big bro, who did you call just now?" But Kang Win asked back with a hint of meaning. "Who do you think it is?" Holding the phone, grinning as a hint. "Someone who will give us everything unconditionally." After a while, the door suddenly opened. Nine-chan burst in, extremely flustered. Turning face, Kang Win smiled satisfied, praising, "You're quick on your feet." Panting, sweating heavily, he apologized. "Sorry to keep you two waiting. What do you need me to help with?" After a moment, Min-chan sat down, opened the laptop. "Oh, you two are looking for a 4-star dungeon? Dungeon forums are common but not very professional," he said firmly, giving instructions. "Wait a moment." Sung Gu glanced at the screen, curious. "Oh, this is the guild's exclusive program?" Min-tran didn't say much, just confirmed clearly. "Yes," he typed and explained. "Each guild support team specializes in these areas." Hearing that, Sung Gu was surprised. "Oh," Min-tran looked up and started inviting. "So you two stayed overnight at this hotel yesterday? Just join our guild and you can live in any hotel you want." He enthusiastically added more conditions. "Of course, if you prefer a house, we can provide one for free." Pretty awesome, right? Sung Gu glanced over, let out a long sigh, realizing the guy was trying to lure again. Kang Win burst out laughing, clearly amused. "Oh, listen to that." Right after, Min Chan turned the computer screen around to show. "These are the 4-star dungeons available for reservation today." Kang Win leaned in closely to check it out. "Oh, we can book them now?" Laughter erupted with excitement. "Wow, having a guild is so convenient." The screen displayed Guild Dungeon Booking System, Son School Station Exit 2, Zio Station Exit 6, Konkuk University Exit 5, JSU Station Exit 4. All 4-star rated. Min Trang wrinkled her nose. "You flatter me." Scene shifted to the street outside. An employee stepped forward to report the situation. "Captain, the reservation has been made." The guy waved a hand, satisfied, praising. "Good job." Suddenly, Min Chan turned around with a bright smile, inviting. Kang Win still had some time before the event. Want to make a cup of tea together then? The offer came with an extra tempting condition. If needed, a guide to the dungeon could be provided before entering. That might help a bit. Excited, a few nods quickly agreed. Oh, that's great then. Min Chan leaned in close, emphasizing, this is high-quality info collected by our guild. Trust it. But just saying that was enough to brush it off. Ah, too hyped up. Suddenly, Sung Gu turned to look intently. Noticing something strange, shouted excitedly. Dungeon rebooting. Sung Gu watched fascinated, admitting, this is the first time seeing it with my own eyes. Min Train was startled by that. Come on. Then the guy seemed urgent, turning back to urge. Damn it, Min. Contact the guild immediately. Hearing that, the guy quickly pulled out the phone to make the call. Yes, sir. The dungeon on the other side is still in process. Kang Win focused on that direction, curious about the dungeon reboot. After a while, reporters appeared at the dungeon. Guards and everyone were rushing, scared, cautious. A warning sign forbidding entry was placed in front. The light inside the dungeon had dimmed somewhat. From start to finish, eyes never left that spot. Min Trang was watching too, finally letting out a relieved sigh. Wow, looks like this mine dungeon has been completed. The guy turned around and started explaining in detail. Dungeons are usually divided into 3 stages. Min Chan introduced what might be the quietest stage. The first stage is the mine. Then he mentioned the stage that just happened. The second is the reboot. Min Chan wrapped up with the dangerous final stage. And lastly, the cracking. He recounted that the dungeons previously explored were called mines. Min Trang briefly explained the construction process. Those are dungeons already completed once before. Then, normal monsters are summoned. He emphasized the role of people like Kang Win and the Awakened who go down to the mine to harvest bloodstones like miners. Min mainly explained the time frame. The mine stage usually lasts from 2 to 3 months, but once it ends, it reboots and becomes a new dungeon. As you can see, exit number 6 at Sun University has already rebooted. He turned to emphasize the situation clearly. Now many guilds are on the way here, aiming to be the first to complete it. About dungeon warnings. Hearing this, Kang Win quickly interrupted. Wait. The main reason was guessed out. So this dungeon is ownerless. Min Tran didn't hesitate to confirm. To put it another way, it's a dungeon looking for an owner. While saying this, suddenly eyes widened in realization. At this moment, Min Chan turned around guessing the intention. You're planning to try completing it, right? Kang Win didn't hesitate to state the plan straight up. Why not? Knowing this, the guy hurriedly stopped. No way. The monsters in the first conquest round are way more dangerous than the usual ones in the mine. Let the guilds handle them. Hands on hips, not holding back, called out the truth. So the guilds just want to keep monopoly on these dungeons, huh? Min Trang quickly shook the head, feeling misunderstood. That's not what I meant. After a moment, he emphasized clearly, according to regulations, individuals are allowed to conquer them, but only after the dungeon's energy has been measured again. Hearing this, Kang Win asked curiously, energy? Minha looked away and explained briefly. Yeah, that's the energy they emit during the reboot process. Oh, they're measuring it now. It's what determines the star rating of each dungeon. He even pointed out the tier levels. 4 stars mean it's a C-rank dungeon, 5 stars is B-rank, and only those A-rank Awakened are allowed to step into 6-star dungeons. After listening for a while, the guy rubbed the chin and asked, You said I'm C-rank, right? Kang Win flashed a bright, amused smile. So I'm allowed to go down if it's a 4-star dungeon, right? The bulletin board announced clearly by default, this is a 5-star dungeon. The guy glanced down, showing obvious annoyance and cursed. Damn it. Min Tran stood behind, still trying to persuade. I think you should just give up on conquering this thing now. Suddenly, everyone turned their faces at once. Seeing 3 more people approaching, everyone was impressed. Go Hua Chu Tuo chased after them. They're here already? That's fast. He was also watching closely, making sure of his guess. So this dungeon will belong to the Hoa Jiang Guild. Kang Win also turned curiously, quickly sending a message. She's from the past. The guy remembered Leon Hai was the one who stepped on him. Better not flaunt those dirty skills of yours anymore. Kang Win smiled and made a firm decision inside. Not gonna let this slide that easily. The 3 others stopped after walking for a bit. The guy pretended to be very familiar and moved forward like wanting to hug them. Damn. Here come the A-rank Awakened. Then this dungeon will be cleared in no time. She quickly recognized the person in front. Kang Win and Leon Hai were both about to call out to you. The guy stepped closer, smiling with praise. Oh, so this is an A-rank Awakened. Cool gear too. She smirked with contempt and warned. Don't think this place suits you. This is a 5-star dungeon. Don't block my way anymore. Get lost. Kang Win didn't get angry, just sighed. Only added a few words to lighten the mood. Come on, don't be so difficult. Just let me take a quick look. Kang Win reached out, spun her around, and checked. It's not worn out at all. Leon Hai got angry when touched unexpectedly. You bastard, where do you think you're touching? Sung Gu and Hemin were just coming back with drinks. Suddenly, he stopped and looked ahead curiously. Why are so many people gathering? Leon Hai got furious and attacked, demanding, take your dirty hands off me. Kang Win still kept a smile. Suddenly slipped backward by accident. She panicked and shouted, wait, behind you. Kang Win let himself fall back, emphasizing, damn, you pushed me. After falling down, everyone was stunned. Everyone there started to panic. Not good, someone fell into the dungeon. Sung Gu couldn't believe it, sweating nervously, watching. Boss. Inside it's scorching hot, below is golden desert sand dunes. Kang Win stepped in, looking around. Last time was a jungle, now it's a desert. The guy quietly and carefully stepped into the desert. Suddenly, got thrown straight up. Something opened its mouth and emerged from beneath the sand dunes. The guy jumped high, staying calm. That's a friendly welcome. You're trying to say 5-star dungeons are different, huh? Then Kang Win swung the sword down hard with a summoning shout, smiling with amusement and disdain. Even if it's a monster, it's just a monster. What's the difference? But then its body surprised Kang Win. Seeing it's fine, the guy sweated and looked dumbfounded. That's too much. From all sides, Kang Win got surrounded by those things. Oh no, they're like giant worms, swallowing him whole. But after a while, no more movement, suddenly screamed and used transformation power. Its body got sliced into pieces, falling to the ground. The guy broke the siege, looking more confident. Luckily, leveled up after killing those idiots. Already faced way more dangerous situations than this. System notification arrived about the reward, 20-level special privilege, weapon transformation form for the warrior spear. Suddenly, Kang Win turned to look carefully. Something like rolling stones came. The guy looked on eagerly. What now? Kang Win gripped the spear tightly, then threw it with all strength straight ahead. Right there, a loud explosion happened. Kang Win looked up, shocked and unbelieving. They exploded. Watching the green smoke rise high, the guy wondered, what's up with that smoke? Suddenly, those things changed direction and rolled back toward Kang Win. Quick to react, a hand shot out with a command, raise the bone wall. Right after, the system clearly displayed the info. Level 20 skill, Big Bone Fortress. Creates a wall using bones from monster corpses. A huge explosion sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Kang Win struggled to step out, rubbing the head tiredly. Definitely. A red potion was pulled out by Kang Win. The potion was gulped down so fast it spilled over. After finishing it, Kang Win's mood was super refreshed. A 5-star dungeon is on a whole different level. The system also notified the body status. Recovery from poison state achieved thanks to the antidote. Scene shifts outside the dungeon, everyone's still waiting. A guy from the opposing team sneered arrogantly. He lasted in there for a long time. Annoying. Just give up already. Sung Gu faced him angrily and immediately shot back. Not just surviving in there, but conquering it. But the opposing team looked doubtful. How could some average dude conquer that? That guy even stubbornly mocked back. He's probably just trying to cling to life by hiding in there. Sung Gu got pissed, turning away to retort. Min Chan, standing behind, had to pat the shoulder to stop him. Come on, Sung Gu, gotta trust Kang Win and wait for his return. Leaning in, calming down, taking deep breaths to regain composure. Turning around a bit skeptical, do you really think he can conquer this dungeon? But Sung Gu was firm, Nigan was very confident. Of course, Big Bro will definitely survive and come back. Mian Tran stepped closer, curious. Tell us, what skills does Kang Win have? Suddenly turning cold, I have nothing to say. Watching closely, even he was helpless. This kid is stubborn as hell. From the start, no important info was ever revealed. Min Trang turned to look at the dungeon. If Kang Win survives, his face lights up with joy. That means South Korea now has its 11th Awakened A rank. Back inside the dungeon, system announces level up. You reached level 27. After a few more strikes, system announces level up again. Level 28. In a short time, system announces 3 level ups in a row. Level 29. Kang Win planted the spear, exhaling deeply. Phew, just one more level to unlock a new summon skill. The desert sun was still blazing and brutally harsh. Kang Win kept pushing forward. How huge is this desert? No end in sight. Suddenly, eyes widened in surprise. Kang Win spotted a distant castle. Scene shifts to entering inside, the abandoned city of La Crisia. Looking up, curious, no sign of anyone around. Has it really been abandoned? Suddenly, an unexpected attack appeared. Quick to sense danger, dodged swiftly to the side, avoiding the hit. Covering the face, looking annoyed. Who the hell? Then a voice answered back. It was Naga. With a fierce look, demanded, who are you? Why dare you disrespect this sacred temple? Still confused, Kang Win didn't get it. Temple. Only then did Kang Win realize the place. Ah, got it. No wonder it looked familiar. So this is the Temple of St. Arya. Hearing the familiar name, Naga was surprised and asked back, "You know Goddess Arya?" Calmly replied, "Of course. How could I not know Anfen's Goddess Arya?" Suddenly curious, "But why are Arya's disciples invading Earth? Did Chanet defeat Arya?" Hearing this, Naga got furious, demanding, "Don't drag our goddess into this. We only teamed up with Chanet briefly to punish the heretics." Kang Win was surprised and asked back, "Heretics?" Naga didn't hesitate to confirm, "Yes, and we'll punish those who betrayed Anfen and fled to Earth." Blue-eyed Nun. Catching that info, suspicion grew. "Is that Nun on Earth?" Kang Win raised the spear, ready to threaten them. "Whether you want to capture or kill that Nun, I don't care, but I forbid you from touching Earth." Spear pointed forward, declaring strongly, "Just like how the Guardians protect their goddess and temple, the same goes for the Earth." Naga should also raise the weapon politely, respecting that wish. Then the enemy summons allies and declares, "We'll kill you before entering the Earth." So Kang Win turns around and is shocked. Invisible attack? Turning back? That's a bit crowded. Ambushing others is usually my specialty. Kang Win's face darkens, thinking hard. No presence sensed at all. At first arrival, looked up to confirm no presence detected, but then got hit by a surprise attack. Finally, Kang Win accepts the truth. Maybe their stealth skill surpasses the tracking skill. Looking at the overwhelming enemy numbers, thinking hard. With current skeleton troops, fighting them will be tough. After some thought, Kang Win decides to use skill points to upgrade Summon Skeleton skill to level 20. Immediately, the skeleton troops change. Bones become sturdier and taller. They are instantly equipped with weapons. The skeleton troops look more unique now. The system sends a notification explaining in detail. Summon Skeleton skill has reached level 20. Skeleton forms change with rank. They gain shields and swords, ready to fight back. Kang Win's tone gains confidence. Well, still gripping the spear tightly, smirks and declares, "Gotta fight to decide the winner." Naga also gets more excited, smirking. The monsters here initially showed aggression. The skeleton troops charge with shields and swords clashing loudly. The battle grows more intense and terrifying. Kang Win looks back, sees a sharp sword rushing in, reflexively attacks both sides. Suddenly, three more things come from afar. Kang Win quickly jumps back, dodging the strike, turns tensely to observe. Looking up, sees three hiding enemies, gets angry. Those bastards. Quickly orders skeleton troops to attack. Skeleton troops. But the enemy is faster, hiding behind a wall. Missing the strike, Kang Win gets furious. The enemy takes the chance to stab from behind, aiming to kill. But just then, Kang Win is faster, summons a protective wall. Stone fortress rises, dust flying on the ground. Kang Win glances outside cautiously. They won't give any ground. Quickly distinguishes clear differences between both sides. There's a big gap in rank between them and the enemy. But the biggest problem is the enemy's large numbers and close combat strength. Kang Win lists the enemy's strengths clearly, plus their use of terrain for attack and defense makes approaching difficult. Kang Win starts falling into a disadvantageous position. Looks like both Bibi and the skeleton troops are useless now. Those skeleton troops seem more useful, watching the whole battle anxiously. Their troop movement speed is faster than ours, killing them. In this bad situation, Kang Win grips the weapon tightly and makes the final decision. No other choice left. Scene shifts back to the real world outside broadcasting news. It's been 10 hours since the accident, but the barrier shows no sign of disappearing. Brother Kang, the accident victim, confirmed as a fake awakened rank C. Reporters are live on scene, and surviving this long is considered a miracle. The guild leader folds arms, watching suspiciously. Did he come there just for fame? The man looks angry. Already gifted the Warring Guild a 5-star dungeon, yet still dares to show face. Humph. We'll scold him when back. At the scene, Min Chan offers a bowl of food to comfort. Eat up. Dung. While waiting, have something to eat. Minimum time to conquer a 5-star dungeon is 12 hours, maximum unknown. He lowers his head, blaming himself. Big bro must be facing many obstacles inside, yet still sitting here. Finally, Sung Gu agrees to take the bowl of black bean noodles, then breaks, deciding to eat first. Just eat first. Scene shifts back inside the dungeon. Skeleton troops lie sprawled on the ground. The enemy stabs a sharp weapon straight into one's face, then decisively pulls the weapon out. Naga stepped closer, voice dripping with contempt. Just this little and daring to invade the shrine? But right then, Kang Win just smirked. Yeah, a 5-star dungeon is trickier than expected. Hearing that, the guy laughed mockingly. You still running your mouth with nonsense like that? But at that moment, the smirk turned into a confident nod. Kang Win stood up, flashing an arrogant grin, pulling out an item. Check this out, just leveled up. Naga was blinded by the sudden light, raising a hand to shield the eyes. What the hell? The space around started shifting weirdly. A giant hand slammed down hard on the ground, something with massive muscles rising up. Naga looked up in shock, disbelief written all over. What the hell is that? Seeing it appear, Yui quickly cracked a smile. Long time no see, Don Sao. Kang Win rode atop Don Sao like a boss. The system also sent another notification. Summon Golem. A fish golem was summoned in a designated area. Kang Win glanced down, pride shining through. No hesitation, orders were given to attack, smash it. The golem obeyed, slamming its giant hand into the ground. Turning back, Naga panicked, calling for backup as warriors quickly formed ranks. But Kang Win wasn't backing down either, immediately commanding to advance. My subordinates. It roared fiercely, sounding terrifying. The opposing army gripped weapons, bracing themselves. A huge commotion erupted at the shrine. The goddess statue was no longer intact. The entire space turned desolate and abandoned. Kang Win stepped forward with growing confidence. Now only Naga was left. Fear gripped Naga, teeth clenched, both scared and furious. Moving closer, a challenging tone rang out. Besides numbers, got nothing else to show me. Anger flared, curses spat back. You bastard, just wait. No more words wasted, the spear swung fiercely. Kang Win just smirked without a word. Grabbing the hammer, Kang Win used his skill, transforming it into hammer form, unleashing a violent wind strike. Naga seized the moment, trying to strike first for the upper hand. Die. Smiling coldly, 2 words were shouted to activate, a sandstorm swirling up in the vast desert. After wreaking havoc, the sandstorm slowly weakened. Naga could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground. Coughing non-stop, blood dripped from the mouth. Kang Win saw this pitiful sight and nodded in approval. Truly, a stubborn bastard. Still trying to prove being the final boss with a different class, huh? Teeth clenched tight, furious beyond belief that such a strong guy existed among Earthlings. Not ready to quit, veins bulged on the abdomen, but Naga transformed into a terrifying snake, lunging forward. As a believer, death won't come before the mission's done. But Kang Win decisively swung the hammer, smirking with contempt, mocking, about to die and still talking big. Scene switches back to the prison gate entrance outside. A crowd still sat waiting for news. Sung-gu was focused on eating a bowl of black bean noodles. Starving, this tasted insanely good now. Despite the situation, Kang Win's voice suddenly echoed. Got an order for me too. Quickly realized it was Kang Win's voice. Big bro Min Trang couldn't believe the guy in front was Kang Win. Reporters rushed straight toward them. There he is. Where's the camera? Hurry. Point the camera at them. Sung-gu ran over, worried, asking about the situation. Big bro, you hurt anywhere? Kang Win smiled, calmly confirming. I'm fine. Suddenly turning to Leon. Hi. A smirk appeared. Huh, still here. Now started the interrogation act. Why shove me into that dungeon? That was super dangerous, you know. What if something happened and I died in there? She frowned, angry, calling out Kang Win's name. Reporters around kept snapping photos, already titling the article. The fake top dog of South Korea has appeared. Kang Win grew even more confident, face beaming, scene switched back to a huge guild company. The TV was still broadcasting the latest news. We have updated news. Kang Win, who was pushed down into the dungeon at exit 6 of Seoul University Station at 1 a.m. on Friday. The announcer reported on Kang Win's condition, miraculously surviving and returning from the dungeon. He couldn't believe his ears, turning back. What? How? A reporter usually interviewing Kang Win. Please answer our interview and tell us how survival was possible after being pushed into that dungeon, but being handed the mic so suddenly left confusion. An interview? Min Chan angrily raised a hand to block the camera sharply. Just got out of that 5-star dungeon. We refuse all interviews today. Still, the press kept snapping photos. The man looked up at the TV in disbelief. Damn, did that guy really clear a 5-star dungeon alone? An A-rank fake Awakener. Mi and Tran confidently asserted during the report. Yes, it can be confirmed that the guy is a fake Awakener with outstanding talent, but at that moment, the man aggressively denied it. Since when did decisions on investments rely solely on Captain Dung's intuition? Haven't realized that the recent fake Awakeners recruited brought no results? Now recalling, the man had to admit that Dung Min Chan's intuition was right, starting to imagine a bright future. Recruiting Kin means Hem Guild becomes the first guild in South Korea to have 3 A-rank fake Awakeners. A pleased smile spread across the man's face, standing up, clenching fists excitedly. All right, I know Captain Dung can pull this off. Scene shifts to a fancy Japanese restaurant, the man's voice coming from the dining table. The plan I asked you to handle is still on track, right? Sang Ho respectfully poured tea and confirmed. Of course, Minister. Everything is progressing smoothly. He took the cup and emphasized, you know, quite a few people are involved in this matter. With a confident expression, he advised, best to avoid any unnecessary mistakes. He set the teapot down, assuring that preparations were handled perfectly. So don't worry. Hearing this, The man laughed with satisfaction. Truly, the leader of Lee Guild. I know I can entrust this job to you. Next time, a big reward awaits. He bowed sincerely. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Sang-ho picked it up and was shocked reading the message. What? An A rank? The man on the other end noticed the strange reaction and asked, what's going on? But Sang-ho just turned and smiled brightly. Oh, nothing, sir. Couldn't believe the truth before him. Kang Win knew the guy was different but never expected reaching this level. Once told the guy firmly that if this trend continued, the world would soon collapse. Sang-ho clearly explained the plan, gathering fake Awakeners to prevent that from happening. That's the duty. Turning hopeful, requested, hoping to borrow some of that power. But Kang Win sighed and said with a hint, you're really the type who talks sweet but means poison. Getting the hint, Sang-ho knew to back off. Seems I still haven't earned your trust. Understood. Hope next time we get to talk again. Sang-ho smiled firmly. Definitely hiding a secret. Must bring him to war at all costs. Ah, got an idea. Suddenly wanted to propose something. Minister, can I ask for your help with something? Didn't hesitate, spoke frankly. Oh, if it's Lie's leader, just say it freely. Sang-ho first responded with a bright, polite smile. Thank you, sir. Then revealed a sly face and straightforwardly requested. Honestly, there's someone I want to include in this plan. Scene shifts to an apartment of two sisters with sounds heard. How could you do this to me? The arguing continued nonstop. Sorry, but falling in love isn't a crime, right, crazy? If you admitted fault and begged forgiveness, I might have given you a chance, but your feelings for her run deeper than for me. The angry voice kept echoing. How could you, bastard? After enduring a while, Jemin turned to plead. Studying for the upcoming test, could you two lower the volume a bit? Kang Win heard and turned surprised. Not hard to do. Quickly turn it down. Sung-gu looked shy and apologized. Sorry, kid. Jemin Bibi just raised a hand and called out. Miu, he held his head and looked tired. Now also have to deal with that cat. Jemin suddenly remembered and asked, but aren't you too worried? Kang Win replied very casually. Worried about what? The situation below the building was reminded again. It's been 3 days since the wedding, and reporters have been swarming like ants down there. The certainty was emphasized, hoping they would get discouraged and leave soon. Let me stay a few more days, okay? Then Yui quickly switched topics. Why bring this up? Go outside and buy some tangerines for us. Sung-gu excitedly raised 2 fingers, meaning to buy 2 bags of snacks. Bibi downstairs agreed with a shout. His face darkened as he turned to remind. Hey, you're in the middle of exams, you know. He waved some money, emphasizing that the cash would be a thank you fee for letting us crash here a few more days. Jemin also stood up to ask if the two needed anything else. Suddenly, Kang Win's phone rang. The call was answered to check on Mom's situation. Yes, Mom. No more reporters bothering Mom, right? But after listening for a while, Kang Win panicked. What? They're still coming? After a moment, the face darkened and orders were given. Okay, if I get the chance, I'll stop by to pick it up from you. Sung-gu was extremely worried and asked about the situation. Big bro, what's going on? Suddenly, Kang Win's tone changed. Sung-gu, he suddenly turned, waiting for an answer. Yes. A strange question was asked. Is Korea still not unified? Sung-gu innocently looked up to confirm. Yes, we're still divided. Kang Win angrily asked again. A prison-like situation appeared, and still no unification. He could only sweat and wait. What's going on, big bro? Sung-gu's face became extremely tense. Suddenly, Kang Win shouted important news. I got the military draft notice. Right then, at Kang Win's building, he suddenly stood up and clenched fists. No way. Kang Win was full of hatred. Let's go kill Kim In. Sung-gu was shocked. Huh? Suddenly surprised. Planning to assassinate Kim In to avoid military service, Kang Win eagerly pulled Sung-gu. Exactly. Let's go. Unify Korea together. Let's reunite the country before I get drafted. No matter how much he screams. Big bro, calm down. Sung-gu tried to calm down. You think killing that guy will unify the country? But Kang Win lost patience. Any other ideas? I don't want to do military service at all. This is the most reasonable way. Sung-gu thought it wouldn't work. Just keep thinking, a way will come. Just then, the room door opened. Kang Win and Sung-gu focused on the person in front. Jemin asked, confused, what are you two doing? A few documents were placed on the table. Jemin spoke, why do you think that? Awakened ones don't enlist like normal soldiers. He said if you don't want to, you can choose other auxiliary duties. Kang Win suspiciously repeated auxiliary duties. Then Jemin explained, yes, basically you join a certified guild and help them kill monsters when the Ministry of Defense requests. Kang Win was impressed. Oh, Jemin really knows everything. Jemin scratched his head and laughed. Joining a big guild is my dream. Oh, got it. Suddenly, Kang Win glanced sideways, but he wondered, Sung-gu, why don't you know anything about this? Someone shouted excitedly. Captain, I did it. Min was smiling brightly. Success. Min Trang calmly asked, what's going on? What did you just do? Min announced. Kang Win agreed to meet and discuss the guild. Was Min Trang surprised? Min continued evaluating. In other words, it means he's somewhat interested in our guild, right? Mincha recalled Kang Win's last words. So how do you two plan to help us? He responded. That's confidential info only our guild has. Very attractive. Then came the day Min Chan asked. Did you wait long? What do you need my help with? Those events flashed back, making him pause, then smirk dangerously. Of course, my efforts have been rewarded. Min kept excited. You made a big achievement again, Captain. Min Chan acted like, stop bragging, then stood up. I'll report this to the chairman immediately. Clearly, yes. Min Chan silently reminded Dong Min Chan. I haven't lost my sharp instincts yet. Then he went to Chairman Dongdu's room. May I come in? Seeing Min Chan, he immediately asked, oh, Captain Dong, here you are. How's the recruitment of Kang Win going? Min Chan said yes. Actually, he contacted us earlier. Laughing excitedly, oh man, that's great news. Then he praised. No wonder you're Captain Dong. Here we are. How's the recruitment of Kang Win going? Min Chan reported. Actually, he contacted us earlier. Laughing excitedly, oh man, that's great news. Then he praised, no wonder, Captain Dong is so good. You did great. Min Chan seized the opportunity perfectly. About the vice president matter I mentioned earlier, Down smiled. Oh, if Captain Dong suggested it, just go ahead. He praised endlessly. Thanks to Captain Dong, our H guild has successfully risen to the top among South Korean guilds. The elevator now shows the 28th floor. Mien Tran said the last words. So, consider that I have your permission. Down confirmed. Of course. Be careful. Someone laughed loudly. Secretary Kim is throwing a party for the whole guild. Inside the HR restaurant was a bit empty. Min Chan was confused. Sorry, I must have misheard. Kang Win repeated once more. Misheard. Start a new guild with me. Min Chan was bewildered. Didn't you want to sign up for our guild? Kang Win replied. Why should I go there? Captain Dong and Min coming to us is better. Min Chan expressed. Damn. Me and that guy rush here thinking you agreed to sign the contract with us, but now you suddenly ask us like this. So awkward, Hin asked immediately. So, what's your salary? Kang Win revealed 100 million won right away. Min Chan couldn't believe ears. What? Kang Win declared, I'll pay 100 million won more than your current salary. Both were shocked again. Then Min Chan sighed. Money isn't the issue. He negotiated. Mr. Kang Win, I'm a captain of the Hem Guild. For those not awakened, I'm like an employee of one of South Korea's most reputable guilds. And it took a lot of struggle to become this team leader. Min Chan awkwardly spoke. So I can't just switch guilds for money that easily. But Kang Win assured, I guarantee my guild will grow bigger and stronger than Hem, so I hope you both can become founding members of my guild. After talking with Kang Win, Min Chan was on the way back. Hin suddenly announced, the captain will leave the guild. Min Chan was shocked and shouted, Hey Hin, have you thought this through? Isn't this very plausible? We're talking about Kang Win, who's already an A rank awakened. Who else can solo clear a 5-star dungeon like that? So I guarantee his guild will succeed sooner or later. He added. Besides, staying in Hem, how far can I climb the ranks? After hearing this, Min Chan had to admit, yeah. Based on Kang Win's talent, the guild he founded has huge potential. He connected with the current situation. Also, HM Guild faces the challenge of expanding beyond current scale. No matter how much effort is put in, it's impossible to surpass founding members to become director or department head. So what's the point of promotion? Ni and Cha recalled Down's words. Captain Dong's instincts are getting worse. Recruiting you was just dumb luck. That hurt him, even making him feel mocked and despised. Mian Tran frowned tensely. Then Min Chan declared, I'll go with you. Hin didn't expect this. Captain Min Chan smiled. Sometimes you gotta risk it big to level up. And H. Min praised, very wise, Captain. He raised a resignation letter prepared beforehand. So, let's go. Min Chan was speechless. You've always carried that? H. Min laughed. Which employee wouldn't? Seeing Min Chan pull out a paper, he was surprised again. Huh? Captain 2? Min Tran repeated the same words. Yeah. Which employee wouldn't? He Min guessed, looking at the crumpled paper. You've probably had it on you for a long time. He Min was excited. Awesome. Slam it coldly in the boss's face, then let's party. Min Tran agreed. Approved. Meanwhile, the elevator was going up to the 11th floor. Min Chan was shocked seeing the scene inside. Why are all the lights off? Are they all gone? Suddenly, lights turned on with confetti. Captain Dong, Min Chan congratulated you on becoming department head. Meanwhile, Min and Hin still didn't understand what happened. Dongdu announced news. I've been watching Captain Deng, and now the captain position no longer suits you. From now on, officially promoted to head of the service department. Congrats, Captain. Awesome, right? An employee brings out a cake. Captain, blow out the candles first. Others cheer happily. After moving to the service department, don't forget about us. Congrats on the promotion, Captain. Only Min is stuck in an awkward spot. Down shouts loudly. Everyone claps for our new service department head. Min Chan, a negotiation genius, successfully returned after today's amazing deal. Everyone cheers. You're the best, Captain. So impressive, Captain. Min Tran feels super awkward. Things are getting complicated. Min Tran hesitates to call the chairman but gets cut off by Down. All right. We'll discuss the negotiation details after moving to the party venue. Then he announces, I've booked a spot at a super famous restaurant. Everyone around claps enthusiastically. Given the situation, Min Chan can only smile. Piano music fills the restaurant. Everyone's gathered at the party now. Min Chan feels down. Didn't expect this to happen. Hin panics too. Captain, what do we do now? Can't imagine bringing up resignation in this situation. Min Trang is at a loss too. No idea what to do either. Hin hands over the resignation letter. Captain, take this. Min Chan is confused. What's this? Why give it to me? Hin explains. Well, one of us has to leave. Please approve my resignation, department head. Min Tran curses angrily. Damn bastard. Meanwhile, Hin is super happy. Just now, felt so upset couldn't eat any fancy food here. I'll go first. You'll manage too. Captain. Min Chan hurriedly tries to stop. Hey. Just then Down pulls him by the arm. Department head, what are you standing there for? Come here quick. He suggests letting everyone know about your achievements. Min Chan nervously speaks. Chairman, because I'm nervous. Just say it already. Seeing Min Chan stammer, he repeats, oh man, what's there to be shy about? Min Chan gathers courage to reveal. I failed. Do Run tries to stay calm. What did you say? Then Min Chan hands over a paper. Then bows sincerely. I failed to recruit Kang Win, sir. I apologize. Do Run clenches fists, speechless. You, he angrily points. Seriously, Min Trang just bows. I'm really sorry. Do Run curses wildly. You think this is something you can just brush off with an apology? Want to get fired, huh? Min Chan prays silently. If you do fire me, I'll be grateful. Don Du keeps questioning. Do you know how many guild resources you used just to recruit Kin here? You think just bowing and apologizing is enough? Now Min Chan remembers. Right, canceled all dungeon reservations just so Kang Win could use them freely. He recalls, even bribed to adjust that guy's rank. Min Chan recalls Jemin's face. Only now wonders how far went just to recruit Kang Win. And Min Chan declares will take full responsibility. Dongdo is extremely annoyed. Take responsibility. What kind of responsibility is that? Min Chan says will accept all personal responsibility and resign from Hammer Guild. Dongdu scorns. Lost your mind? Acting like your position is so high that quitting solves everything, he sighs. Planning to run away after causing this mess? Min Chan doesn't bother arguing. What else to explain? Already resigned anyway, so tries to smile to calm down and says final words. Said everything wanted, I'm off, have a good day. What? Leaves Do Run fuming. That bastard. An employee rushes to stop the chairman. Stay calm, while Minhan feels relieved. Goodbye, Hammer Guild. Prepared mentally, this is a fresh start. Min Chan walks straight out without looking back. A familiar voice calls out. Hey, Captain Min Chan is surprised to see Hin. You, still here? Hemin smiles. Where else would I go without you? Get in the car, Captain. Min Chan secretly thinks this is why he likes this kid, even if a bit clueless. Now, at Angel Cafe, Min Chan and Hin arrive together. Kang Win happily welcomes to Aden Guild. Meanwhile, Min Chan was still dazed. Adan and Kang Win confirmed it was right. That was the name of our guild. Then reaching out, clearly happy that the two had arrived. Hemin spoke up. I'll do my best to serve you. Boss, feel free to use me however you want. Min Chan was also cheerful. From now on, let's help each other out. Kang Win responded. All right. Min Chan said, from now on, just talk to us as freely as possible. We'll try to make the guild's name known worldwide. Kang Win chuckled. So can I call you Min Chan from now on? Min Chan was helpless. That's not the kind of free I meant. Then requested, just call me Captain Deng. Yeah. Kang Win immediately changed the address. All right. Captain Deng, I'll hand over the guild's startup phase to you. Get ready. Min Chan replied, got it. I'll take care of that. Kang Win suggested, great, so we should have a barbecue party today, right? Min Chan wondered, boss, is that all for our meeting? Obviously, there's nothing else to discuss. Asked again, you'll handle all the tasks and follow every order, right? Min Chan thought, I just need to name the guild, right? What else is there to do? But inside worried if it was okay to be in a guild with such a laid-back boss. Min Chan sighed silently, already feeling the struggle. Kang Win excitedly said, Sung Gu, let's have grilled meat today. Huh? Sung Gu agreed. Exactly. Big bro, I know a great beef grill spot, but Min Chan was still worried. Was quitting the right choice or not? Suddenly Min Chan called out, boss, he requested. I think we should put the introduction aside for now. There's a more important matter to discuss first. Kang Win looked up at him. What is it? Min Tran said. It's about conquering Gun's 6th dungeon. For other awakened groups to be able to set our guild's dungeon, we need to decide on the details, the method to conquer it. And that has nothing to do with setting up the guild. Meanwhile, Kang Win said, why should we let others use our dungeon? I can conquer it alone. Min Chan suggested. Instead of letting it go to waste, we can let other groups use it when you're resting. Kang Win agreed. True. But do you want to know what else is essential? Min Chan came up with an idea. To establish a guild, we need 5 founding members. Kang Win thought for a moment. One more person is needed. Then asked Sung Gu, should we invite Jimin? He thinks probably not. That kid is still a minor. Min Chan added, right, minors aren't allowed. Kang Win was silent for a bit, then opened the contact list. Mom, Jimin really. Sung Gu joked on the phone, crazy guy too. Then had to say, I don't know many people, so if Kang Win has some trouble, Mom can't help. Who now? After thinking for a while, he exclaimed, here it is. A moment later, the door opened. Kang Win saw a familiar face and waved. Hey, you're here? Happily asked. Did you bring your ID and seal? Seeing Seung Hun a bit scared. I brought them. But Kang Win suddenly raised a hand, making Seung Hun's face go pale. But Kang Win placed a hand on the shoulder. Congratulations. Announced, you're the 5th member of our group. You're the phone scammer. Seung Hun was still dazed, not understanding what was going on. A sign was posted on the door, Guild Aden. Cleaners were wiping every spot. Then they moved the table elsewhere. Hemin finished and sighed in relief. Now it looks decent. Didn't forget to appreciate. Everyone did great. Seung Hun did well too. Thanks. Meanwhile, Seung Hun still couldn't believe this was real. Just a few days ago, thought this was some scam line or something, he reflected. Didn't expect that bastard who almost killed me before also stole my phone. Seung Hun was truly surprised. It was Kang Win, the one everyone now knew. Looking up at the TV, the news these days only showed the boss's face. Min Tran added, although not officially announced, he is the 11th Awakened of South Korea and also the strongest in history. He thought that was why it wasn't strange the world was freaking out over him. Seung Hun assessed he recruited these 2 from a not-so-famous guild, then smiled. So the staff quality must be pretty good. Seung Hun said. Anyway, my business has been slow lately. The shop and returns counter are as empty as a ghost town. Working in a guild would be way better than this dump. Suddenly, Hin asked, but Seung Hun, what's your relationship with the boss? Seung Hun was startled. What do you mean? Hem and Min guessed. Seeing how the boss called and Seung Hun showed up right away, they must be pretty close, right? A friend maybe? Or relatives? Seung Hun just scratched the head awkwardly. Well, actually, no one said anything. Came rushing here because of fear of getting beaten up like last time. But why did that guy call to join their group? Feeling guilty for beating before maybe? At that moment, Kang Win also walked in. Wow, the office looks really nice. They all shouted out loud. The boss is here, Min quickly asked. Boss, you've worked hard. Is the strategy to conquer the dungeon done yet? Kang Win said it's basically done. Then revealed Sung Gu was the one who worked the hardest. Seeing Sung Gu's miserable state, Min Chan asked, Sung Gu, you okay? Hemin added. Well, even if conquering is settled, there's still a lot to plan, right? After all, it's a 5-star dungeon. Finally, Sung Gu was so exhausted that falling asleep on the chair. Hemin just stood there watching. Something white flew out of Sung Gu's mouth. Thinks Sung Gu deserves more bonuses. Like a morale support fee or something. In the meeting room, Kang Win spoke. All right, everyone, sit down. I'm serious. We need to discuss the most important matter now. Then, Kang Win called out, Captain Dung. Min Chan immediately responded, yes, boss. Kang Win hesitated. What position should I give you? Min Chan was surprised by that. What do you mean? Kang Win expressed his view. Although our guild only has a few people, I think everyone should be assigned a role that fits their abilities. If anyone wants a certain position, just tell me. Min Trang felt like being struck by lightning. Even Hemin was surprised. Positions? Sung Gu, still sleepy, perked up. Sung Hun was shocked. We get to choose our own positions? Seeing their faces, Kang Win wondered, why is everyone silent? Captain Dunn, what kinds of positions are there in a typical guild? Min Tran shared. Usually there are two types of roles, one for awakened ones and the other for regular staff. Awakened ones take roles like administrator, committee member, and vice president. But that's not the important part. He clarified, what matters for awakened ones are the details in the basic contract, like the percentage of commission they get after each dungeon, conquest, or the base salary, and so on. After hearing that, Kang Win asked, got it. Sung Gu, what position do you want? Sung Gu exclaimed in surprise, what? Then scratched the head awkwardly, because I've been managing you for a year already. Kang Win immediately assigned. All right, then you're the director. Sung Gu was surprised again. Director? Felt happy inside. Only 21 years old but already a director? Kang Win added, as director, you collect the loot. So Sung Gu sat in a corner looking gloomy. Min, Chan, and Hemin felt sorry. Didn't expect a director position like that. Just call the kid director and be done with it. Kang Win asked about other departments. What divisions are there? Min Chan listed. There's accounting, administration, sales, support, and management. Still thinking, and 3 people left, right? Suddenly called out loud, Captain Dong. Min Chan answered clearly, yes. Then Kang Win announced he would be the CEO. Min Trang smiled brightly. I'll do my best. Kang Win continued. Hemin. What about you? Hemin suggested. Let me be head of support. Kang Win agreed. All right. He confirmed, I'll dedicate myself to the company. Then Kang Win looked at Seung Hun and surprisingly wondered why he was still here. That guy confused Min Chan. Isn't he one of the founding members? You said he's the 5th member. Kang Win explained. I just borrowed his name. He's the 5th member on paper only. Seung Hun looked confused and turned around. What now? Suddenly, Kang Win chuckled softly. Announced since he's here anyway, I'll give him a suitable position. After assigning roles, Min Chan still wondered. But boss, he asked, how are we going to recruit new staff? Kang Win asked back, why recruit new staff? Min Chan was surprised again. What do you mean? Then explained. For the guild to grow, we'll need more awakened ones. So we have to recruit more staff, right? Suddenly, Kang Win placed a draft on the table, making them nervous. This guy revealed a lot about conquering the dungeon, so I got exempted from military service. No need to recruit more people to get it. Now Min Chan finally gets why this dude started a guild. If it was just to dodge military duty, joining Hem Guild would have been enough. Imagining a bright future. If this dude actually did that, life as a department head would be chill by now. In a daydream, Min Chan sits on a palanquin. The department head arrives. Move aside. Suddenly, Kang Win speaks up, startling him. Why so quiet? Min Tran shares an opinion. Well, I still think we need a few more staff. Hearing that, Kang Win agrees. Oh, really? Fine, you handle that. Also, the support department's tasks will be handed over to the CEO. Vane thinks that's fine. Min Chan acknowledges. Yes, sir. Wondering if this guy trusts him or just dumps the complicated work. The weather's gorgeous downtown today. Someone's watching the news. Oh, Kang Win just appeared as South Korea's 11th rank Awakener. Who's Kang Win? Someone's shocked. Now this dude's famous for real. Breaking news, Kang Win founded his own guild called Adan. The management is reviewing his application. 11th rank Awakener Kang Win. What does top Awakener Kang Chun think about Kang Win? South Korea's hottest rookie. Who's Hong Sung Gu? The guy always beside Kang Win. Interview with Kang Win's former teachers, ranking the news. What's Kang Win's real power? What plans does Adan Guild, founded by Kang Win, have? Let's explore Kang Win's soul summoning ability, analyzing powers between Kang Win and Kang Chun. JW gasps. Awesome. Totally admiring. Is this the person I once had drinks with? JW recalls a past meal. Kang Win was super chill and happy, while John nodded off. Kang Win glanced at him, touching her head. No worries, still as beautiful as ever. JW wakes up from the memory, reminding herself, oh man, what am I thinking? John's gaze suddenly freezes. Someone yells loudly, making everyone jump. John speaks up. Are you two back already? Her sister snaps. Sis, Juwon feels awkward. What's up? Sister warns, even inside the room, you should wear a hat. This room isn't just yours. He's right. Sis, be a bit more considerate. You scared us to death. Joe softly replies. Okay. Got it. Sorry, you too. The younger sister grumbles. We're heading out. The two girls keep sniping. I gotta save money and move out of the dorm. Every time she sees that girl, feels like heart's gonna jump out. Hey, keep it down. She can hear you? No way. I don't hear anything. Like I said, nothing wrong. Those words really hurt JW. Maybe shouldn't have hoped so much. Right now, at the bus stop, the bus just stopped. Jimin walks, eyes glued to the phone, wondering if she'd be surprised to see him outside the company. Perfect timing, just finished exams and Kang Win just got home. At that moment, Jimin sends a message. Sis, you're coming home today, right? What time will you finish? He thinks, gonna have dinner and quality time with her. After a while, evening's falling. Jimin's been waiting long. She's a bit late. Meanwhile, two girls gossip nearby. Did you hear? She flirted with a lot of guys before that burn. Yeah, they keep judging her. Seriously, thought she'd be quiet, but no way. With her looks now, guys want to run far away. They're loud enough for Demi to hear. Just pictured it. Gross. Elsewhere now, sunset sky over the big desert. Sung-gu chuckles while working. Bro, I gathered everything. Kang Win looks at the stuff, all common items, no useful relics anymore. Sung-gu says drop rates really dropped, while dungeon clears increased. Kang Win agrees. Yeah, we got everything we could from that dungeon. Then pulls out an item bag, equipment bag. Right now, outside the city, everyone is staring in shock. Seeing Kang Yun, they shout, "It's Kang Yun. Did he finish the dungeon raid already? It hasn't even been 4 hours." Seung-hun runs up to praise, "Boss, you crushed it." His appearance makes Kang Yun wonder why Seung-hun is here. Seung-hun explains, "Director Dung asked me to bring you back to the office once you came out." Kang Yun asks, "Where is he?" Seung-hun guesses, "I think since the guild got the license, he went to the General Affairs office. He said he'll come back to the office later." A reporter pushes past Seung-hun. "Mr. Kang Yun, we want to interview you. What's the secret behind your insanely fast dungeon raid?" Other reporters rush forward one after another. "Mr. Kang Yun." They keep asking, "We heard you don't accept appointments for Windows 6 at Sun Station. Here it goes. When do you plan to rent it out to others?" While Seung-hun is shaking with anger, the crowd keeps bombarding questions. "Mr. Kang Yun," Seung-hun can't take it anymore and speaks up. "Please stay away from him." He reminds the crowd that Kang Yun is exhausted from completing a dungeon raid. "Please send an official request to the guild about this." Seung-hun warns if they keep bothering, we will handle it legally with the media companies involved. He even threatens, "I've seen all your faces. I'll remember them when you send official interview requests later." Then Seung-hun loudly announces, "I'm a real hater, and all I got was a cold shoulder from Kang Yun." Next, Seung-hun softens his tone. "Boss, please wait a moment, I'll bring the car." Kang Yun replies, "All right." Eyes follow Seung-hun while wondering, "When I hit him, he just froze. Was he always this fierce from the start?" Sung-gu also wonders, "Hey, how do you know Sung-hun?" Kang Yun asks back, "That guy." Reveals he sold the phone to Kang Yun, while Seung-hun runs off gritting teeth in anger. Damn it. He recalls Kang Yun's announcement. "Welcome, you're our 5th member." Now Seung-hun's frustration is rising. Wondered why Kang Yun hired him. Then Kang Yun asked, "But why is that guy still here?" Seung-hun wonders. Just wanted to borrow the name, promised himself, even closed the shop because of all the misunderstandings. Now that things have come to this, must stay in this guild, no matter what. No matter what. In the Adam Guild room, Kang Yun comfortably grabs something from a box and pops it into the mouth, chewing happily, scrolling the phone with the other hand. The article Kang Yun is reading says, "The re-examination by the General Affairs Office concluded Kang Yun is indeed an A rank." The awakened individual causing a stir. Kang Yun, 24 years old, was re-examined by the General Affairs Office and officially recognized as an A rank. The start of the An Guild by Kang Yun at 2 p.m. today. Kang Yun has been licensed to operate his An Guild. News from the General Affairs Office, an unprecedented dungeon raid speed. Digging into the secret of Kang Yun's abilities. What is the secret of the awakened Kujin's power? Kang Yun flips to another page. Kang Yun's first dungeon raid at Windows 6 gun. Kang Chun with Kang Yun. Who is the strongest awakened in Korea? And notice this name, Kang Chun. Seems pretty strong too. Sung-gu just walked in. "You eating something?" Kang Yun, looking at that box, then explains these are enhancement stones that can boost stats. "Want some?" Sung-gu is shocked. Enhancement stones? One of those costs at least 1 billion. He quickly refuses. "No thanks. How can you eat that?" Kang Yun is generous. "Hey, have some." Hands a few to Sung-gu. These increase strength, dexterity, and stamina. Sung-gu raises both hands. "Thanks." Kang Yun continues eating. "No problem. Actually, there's a plan needs to get stronger to carry more stuff. Needs to be faster to gather loot quicker. Stamina must be good to do more tasks." Meanwhile, Sung-gu knows nothing. Meeting Kang Yun is the biggest blessing ever. Then someone walks in. Is Kang Yun here? Kang Yun wonders. "Jimin, what are you doing here?" Jimin says, "I have something to tell you. Can you spare me a few minutes?" Both enter the director's office to talk. A moment later, Sung-gu walks in. "Jimin left already?" Kang Yun confirms. "Yeah, gone already." Sung-gu noticed it clearly. That guy looked pretty serious. "What's going on?" Kang Win just said briefly, "It's a long story, kinda like a little brother's love for his sister." Sung-gu was surprised. "What?" Kang Win put on a jacket. "Gonna step out for a bit." Sung-gu was curious. "All right. Where are you headed?" Before leaving, Kang Win reminded. "Meeting John." "Don't wait for me, just leave work early." Sung-gu shouted. "JW, are you going on a date?" Kang Win was annoyed. "How could you jump to that conclusion?" Sung-hun overheard outside. "A date?" He thought this was his chance. Then Seung-hun blocked Kang Win's way. "Boss," he said proudly. "Hiring me was a seriously great decision." Yudin was puzzled. "What? Why are you acting like that all of a sudden?" Seung-hun assured, "Just trust me. I'm an expert in this field." In the VIP customer's private shopping room, premium clothes were neatly hung on racks. Not only that, they were displayed all around the walls. Sung-gu couldn't help but be amazed. "Is this really the Korea I know?" He was blown away. "Who think there's a place like this inside a department store?" A private shopping room. Seung-hun happily pulled out a shirt. "Boss, what do you think?" "I feel this would look perfect on you." Kang Win agreed. "Yeah, looks good." Seung-hun got excited. "I picked out several suits too. You just gotta try them on right." But actually, Kang Win wasn't happy at all. "What's with this mess?" 1 hour later, Seung-hun kept showing off his proud face. Then he taught some fancy techniques to impress a girl, but the basics are to be sincere and make her impressed. Seung-hun was confident. "Let me help you. Just follow my advice." "All right, let's go then." Hearing that, Kang Win was puzzled. "What? Go where?" Seung-hun said, "Dressing well is the first step to woo a girl." Both Kang Win and Sung-gu looked blank. "Dressing well?" Kang Win admitted. "Well, buying something nice to wear can't hurt." Sung-gu and Sung-hun looked up as the fitting room door opened. Everyone had to admire. "Dude, you're so handsome. That's our boss for you. You've got a great figure, so clothes look good on you too." Kang Win whispered, "Stop making a fuss." Seung-hun picked up a watch. "Boss, wear this too. It's a watch that matches your suit and will make your look perfect." Kang Win put it on. "All right, I'm off then." Seung-hun called again. "Boss, take this with you too." Kang Win glanced. "What's that?" Seung-hun was enthusiastic. "I researched what you can do at PO Tech. Just follow what's written there. A tip for the boss to have a successful date. Movies, dinner, entertainment spots, a list of places with good vibes to visit after dinner." Kang Win was helpless. This idiot totally misunderstood the situation. "But since I'm going there anyway, should I just relax and enjoy?" Still, Kang Win kept the paper. "All right, thanks. Everyone, go home early today and have a great weekend." Seung-hun cheered. "Yeah, good luck." Now Sung-gu could finally relax. Finally some time to rest. "Sung-hun, you're quitting now, right?" Seung-hun revealed. "Got something to attend." Sung-gu was curious. "What?" Seung-hun confidently said whenever helping set people up, they always pair up. And he promised to help the boss with this. Sung-gu doubted. "What? You're on your way to invite her out?" Sung-hun was still proud. "Of course." He looked at the clock. No time left, then hurried off. "Got a lot to prepare, gotta go now. Director Halm will see you Monday." Sung-gu tried to stop him. Sung-hun, wait. But it was too late. He moved too fast. Sung-gu hoped no confession was coming. He mentioned some medicine stuff. In the vast city, tall buildings stood close together in rows. JW just stepped out of the bathroom. Somehow survived today. Eyes glanced at the phone on the table. JW turned it on. No replies. Worried, suddenly, "What's up with Kang Win?" Then read each message again. "I'm Kang Win. Are you free today?" JW replied. "Yes. I'm resting after work." Kang Win messaged back. "What's up? I'll come find you later." The last message was from JW. "He's coming." A thought suddenly popped into her head. Don't say JW's face just turned red like a tomato. Is he trying to ask out? Trying to push that thought away? Come on, no way. Why would he want to date someone like this? Definitely something else is going on if he wants to meet. Just then, a call made JW jump. Kang Win John nervously answered. "Hello," Kang Win spoke. "I'm right outside your dorm. Just come down." JW immediately ran to the balcony to check. Shocked to see the person below, JW was really surprised. After Kang Win came down, JW seriously asked, "Hey, why did you want to meet me?" Confused, suddenly he invited down to the street. Kang Win said it was nothing special, just had something to give and wanted to meet. JW was startled by the invite. Cheeks blushed again. John wondered what was going on. Does he like me? Feeling a bit shy. What to do now? Kang Win suggested, "Dinner is a bit early. Let's catch a movie." JW replied, "Let's go then." Suddenly, a passerby bumped into JW, apologizing. Seconds later, JW acted strange, clutching the head in pain. Seeing this, Kang Win turned to look. suddenly recalled Sung Gu's words. Man, your head's a mess. Then all those judgments. Did you see that girl? Probably a burn victim. Only now did Kang Win realize something and asked, does what others think about you affect you that much? John's face darkened, because people feel uncomfortable with that face. Kang Win suddenly grabbed the wrist, then pulled hard. Come with me. JW was confused. Kang Win, where are we going? They stopped in front of a stall. Kang Win picked a nice-looking mask and handed it to JW. Try it on. What's the surprise? But Kang Win just smiled mysteriously. Then both headed to the cinema. People around whispered, what is that? Looks so funny. What's that about? They kept buzzing. Totally crazy, but their body proportions were perfect. Who are they? Celebrities, maybe. While JW tried to stop, Kang Win said, wait a sec. Is there some special event? People outside kept whispering. It's not even Halloween yet. JW helplessly shouted. Kang Win, are we really going to keep going like this? Kang Win suggested. What if not? Or do you want to switch with me? JW tried to explain. That wasn't the issue. Kang Win acted like nothing was wrong. Then let's go. His voice was deep and warm. We'll miss the movie start. Behind the mask, JW's face flushed red. Inside the movie, someone wondered. So that's why you're upset. But is it just because this place feels like a virtual space, not real? Jeju and Kang Win kept watching intently. Not just me. Same for you. That's why. Suddenly, a confession echoed in the movie. What reason? If this place isn't real to you, why not date me? JW was totally confused, glanced over. What's going on? They said tickets were sold out. Right? But Kang Win casually munched popcorn. Back when choosing seats, he complained, all sold out 30 minutes ago. Kang Win grew more confused and frustrated. Trouble ahead. Jay nearby advised, we don't have to watch the movie. But he casually reached for the door. No choice. Huh. Suddenly, someone behind offered tickets. Sorry, I have urgent business and must leave. If you don't mind, take my tickets. Then that person shoved the tickets into Kang Win's hand. Before they could react, the person turned and ran. Have fun, really gotta go. Still not understanding, Kang Win called out. Wait, that person's face peeked from behind a mask. I'm off now. Suspicion started to grow. That guy looks familiar. Could it be? Outside the ticket booth, a familiar voice appeared. Soon-hun held up a screen demanding, please refund all seats except the 2 I reserved. The clerk panicked. What? You said you booked for a whole group. He pointed at the phone screen, insisting, please refund me. I just bought them 10 minutes ago. The clerk thought silently. What's wrong with this crazy guy? After a while, the sky turned a bit orange, and outside the cinema came a compliment. Great movie. Mood was cheerful, recalling, must be 5 years since I last saw a movie. Kang Win joked back. For me, probably 20 years. She understood and laughed, reminding, come on. But he firmly confirmed. Seriously. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind the two. The beautiful duo and the beast were over there. A clown next to the lucky wheel invited. Come here and try your luck a bit. Why not? Totally free. The clown kept repeating and coaxing the two. Free for both of you? With this many choices, the chance to win is up to 90%, you know. Kang Win turned back to wait and asked for an opinion. Wanna try? But Jeju acted shy to refuse. I rarely play these kinds of games. But then the decision was made to join the game. After a while, the wheel spun and finally stopped. But the result wasn't what was hoped for, leaving Jeju disappointed. So unlucky. Seeing that, the clown had to save the awkward situation. Masked beast guy, try spinning once, win a prize to give your new girlfriend. That's what a real man does. At first, Kang Win stood silently for a moment, but then still played and thought to self, maybe I'm cursed or something. The wheel started to slow down. Kang Win lost hope, probably landing on the explosion slot again. Suddenly, a loud scream of surprise. Whoa! Right after seeing the result, the face went blank. Exploded again, but the clown kept touching the wheel. Kang Win's eyes widened in surprise. The clown shouted loudly, congratulating the achievement. You landed on the special prize slot. JW was also surprised and cheered happily. You won, Kang Win, turning around to hug in amazement and awe. This is the first time winning anything. The clown handed a small gift bag to JW. Congratulations to both of you. This is our gift. Happiness filled as the prize was accepted. Thanks. But then the face suddenly darkened upon recognizing the identity. This guy was actually the clown who suddenly turned around looking surprised. Seeing the clown smile softly and wink, Kang Win was confused. Why does he keep following me here? The clown behind kept cheering, boss, move forward, keep going, ignoring it, pulling JW away. Let's go. JW was still curious and excited. Wonder what's inside here. Scene shifted to later. The two were playing claw machines, then they led each other to check out clothes. At night, Kang Win took JW to a restaurant. On the way back, thoughts started swirling. I wonder how long it's been. John began to realize becoming confident. Since when did it start not caring about others' judging looks anymore? It's just a mask. But looking up at Kang Win with deep gratitude. No, if Kang Win hadn't taken the initiative, I definitely wouldn't have had the courage to do this. Seeing the smile returned, Jae-jua felt happy. If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up at all. Night had fallen with only streetlights left. Scene shifted to the park with a joyful voice. Today was really fun. Jay's face brightened as listing. Wearing this mask, watching movies, and eating out too. Laughing with hands covering mouth, showing delight. Though people might think we're kinda weird, Kang Win calmly emphasized, who cares? Hearing that, Jay got thoughtful. Suddenly stood up to confess. That's right, I still don't have enough courage to confidently step into crowded places like that. JW looked up at the sky, still unable to believe this felt like a dream, but suddenly reminded self. Everyone has to wake up eventually, trying to stay awake to avoid mistakes. If I keep dreaming, I'll fall into that guy's trap. Removing the mask firmly, declared, time to take off the mask and face reality. Kang Win then smiled broadly. Moving closer, ready, I'll give you a gift to encourage your courage. Jun was surprised and asked, a gift? Suddenly, fireworks exploded beautifully in the sky. From afar, many people approached, clapping, congratulations, congrats. Suddenly, they all froze. Her face saw that scar, they stopped in horror. So scary, that guy must really love her. Seung-hun's car hid behind, feeling confused. I told them to clap and hype the atmosphere. What the hell are they doing? He tried to open eyes wide to observe everything. Did something happen? At this moment, Kang Win gritted teeth, very angry. Gui Seung-hun, seriously. Ju-in beside bowed head, face darkened. Panic rising, shouted twice, fortress. Suddenly something appeared, separating the two from the crowd. Now tired, Kang Win complained. Wearing this mask is really a hassle. JW opened eyes wide, looking around in shock. Where the hell are we? A smile appeared, looking at her with tenderness and gentleness. Close your eyes, got a gift for you. She looked up in surprise, cheeks flushed with shyness. What? Before that, needed to ask for help about your sister. A bit embarrassed, the truth was shared, full of sorrow. Orphans, since that dungeon explosion incident. Demin felt deep pity for the sister who gave up all dreams just for the younger sibling. Even got hurt by monsters in that explosion. Standing up front, hands clenched, head bowed in plea. A wound that can never be erased. Know this sounds awkward, but please help my sister. But at that moment, Kang Win was ready to help. Duong, be a man, no shame in asking for help. Suddenly pulled out a bottle of medicine, declared, J Duo, now waking up from the dream once mentioned. Kang Win gently touched her forehead, breaking free from the nightmare. Since that dungeon explosion, Ju still didn't understand, eyes wide open waiting. The system sent detailed info about the recovery oil, a premium healing potion that restores wounds caused by physical or magical attacks. Extremely effective, capable of restoring lost body parts or curse-inflicted injuries. Scene shifted to JW's apartment, where careful texts were sent reminding to be cautious. Kang Win said, skip washing hair and face today. Otherwise, the oil will wash away. Sleep early. Seeing the message, JW couldn't help but laugh, puzzled. What's with that message? Planning to open a salon or what? Sitting on the chair, replied by text. All right, thanks for today. Had a great time. Hairdresser, you should sleep early too. JW's face flushed, shy but hopeful inside. Wish just one application of that oil would fully heal the wound. That would be amazing. She recalled the gift bag, curious. Right. What was the prize from the lucky spin game earlier? Opening the box, JW froze. Inside was a ring that seemed unbelievable. A ring? No way a street gamer would win a ring as a prize. JW found it strange and started piecing things together. Remembered watching a movie in an empty theater. The evening's events began to come back. Dinner at a fancy restaurant. Still couldn't figure out why. Then randomly watched fireworks at the park. Felt all this was unusual. Suddenly receiving flowers from many people around. At that moment, JW guessed, covering the face shyly. No way. Could Kang Win be trying to confess? Cut to the company building. Seung-hun was counting push-ups, thinking, gotta do this alone. Trembling all over, still pushing up non-stop. Had to look busy. Seung-hun kept going, self-encouraging. Gotta do it alone. Training non-stop, ignoring surroundings. Had to look busy. Suddenly, Kang Win called out, hey, Seung-hun. Startled, stood at attention, eyes shut tight. Yes. Sitting down, arms crossed, started scolding. Only do what I told you. Don't meddle. Why keep doing stuff I didn't ask for? Seung-hun admitted fault, explaining. Just trying to prove loyalty to the boss. Sorry, boss. Kang Win wasn't too mad, sighed and warned. Stop doing unnecessary things. Got it? He obediently listened, quickly replied. Yes. Then suddenly asked, where did you get money to prepare all that? Scratching head, a bit embarrassed, confessed. Use the guild's credit card. Kang Win clenched teeth, anger returning. Sung Hun kept doing push-ups, shouting, sorry. Suddenly, the office door opened. Min Chan picked up the phone, surprised. Boss is back? Was about to call you. He turned away, embarrassed. Sung Hun is here too? What are you doing? Min Chan remembered and reported. Yes, boss. Finished arranging everything with the Ministry of Defense. Hearing this, asked excitedly, so I don't have to enlist anymore, right? Quickly confirmed with conditions. Yes, you're exempt from enlistment if you complete 10 military deployments. But seeing hesitation, that only made the dude more impatient, pushing harder. What's the deal? Stop beating around the bush and just spill it. At that moment, the guy tried to stay calm while dropping the news. The boss just got ordered to move out immediately. Kang Win didn't freak out but asked for details. What now? Where? Mingha quickly threw out a specific address. Exit number 3 at Dragon Nest Station, where a dungeon crack was happening. The dude rushed there but found no one around. Where the hell are the monsters? Kang Win glanced around, confused, like this place had been abandoned. Thinking back to when the info first came in, shock hit hard. A dungeon crack? After confirming, Min Chan explained clearly. Yeah, if a dungeon isn't sealed within 30 days, the barrier breaks and monsters crawl back onto the streets. He stressed the necessary steps for the Dragon Nest Station crack. Looks like they failed to seal it and had to call in backup forces to handle the dungeon crack situation. Yuji saw how bad it was and thought of the worst-case scenario. What if we can't fix it either? Min Trang had the same thought and explained. Seems like the army won't step in, so if we fail, Dragon Nest will be soaked in blood and fire. Back in the present, seeing the empty surroundings, Kang Win guessed why there were so many open spaces and parks near the station. Probably because of the dungeon crack. His son suddenly came up from behind and explained clearly that the residents had evacuated 2 days ago. The dungeon crack would happen at 2 p.m. tomorrow. She smiled, extended a hand, and introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I'm in charge here. Lieutenant Choi Hyun from the Special Defense Brigade. Kang Win shook hands and introduced. Name's Kang Win. She was super friendly, showing hospitality. Nice to meet you. Heard a lot about you. Feeling relieved, the dude reminded, no need for all that formal stuff. Kang Win recalled the issue and added a suggestion. But doesn't the dungeon crack happen only tomorrow? There's still some time. Why not check it out now? His son had to explain why that wouldn't work. The recall gate's been used 3 times already, so it's no longer usable. Noticing that, Kang Win asked about the recall gate, and she turned to explain its function in detail. It's for people wanting to retreat mid-fight through a gate when using a recall item. Hisan emphasized a warning it can only be used up to 3 times per dungeon. Didn't know that. That was news to Kang Win. There's stuff like that too. She started telling the story of their attempts. The Vanguard team from the War Guild was the first to try conquering the dungeon but failed. After the first fail, Hyun sent another team. The second try was a combo of 2 individuals from the War and Hammer guilds, but they weren't much better than the first. Finally, she mentioned the third team, which also failed. That group was made up of awakened players from all over the world. Even they failed, so no one dared try after that. Hyun gave advice with a warning. Of course, before the dungeon crack happens, you can still go down and try conquering it anytime. But like I said, it demands risking your life, so no one dares to step down there anymore. Surprised, Kang Win asked, if it's that hard to conquer, won't the dungeon crack make it even more dangerous? She explained the tough details inside. As you know, the dungeon's terrain is what really makes it hard. Movement's a nightmare, but luckily, the monsters inside aren't that tough. The terrain is what defines the dungeon's difficulty. Hyun raised a hand, looking confident and determined. So we'll be fine. Many modern weapons can't be brought through the gate, so we'll be at a disadvantage inside. But once the fight's outside, the advantage is ours. She already has a plan ready. All we gotta do is use weapons to take them down. Kang Win turned cold and snapped. Then why call me? You guys can handle this with rockets and guns. Hyun got a bit shy and stepped back, stammering. Yeah, even if Fake Awakening plays a pretty important role. Then a quick explanation about the mission was given. The Fake Awakenings will wait on the sidelines while the rest of us carry out the mission. And if the monsters manage to break through our first line of defense, their help will be needed. Hisun didn't forget to gently remind everyone. No info on the lead monster either, so always stay ready to fight back anytime. Kang Win quickly agreed to take on the mission. Alright then, afterwards, a shy nudge was given to head back. Let's head to the waiting room. The other Fake Awakenings have probably arrived by now. Outside a coffee shop, a sign read, Fake Awakenings Waiting Room. The door slowly opened, a step came inside. Everyone sitting inside turned their heads at once. Then the crowd gasped in surprise. There's Kang Win. Kang Win joining the front lines this time too? That person is the 11th ranked A-class Fake Awakening. Suddenly, a frown appeared in surprise. Kang Win quickly recognized the person in front. "We meet again," a grin spread, asking back with amusement. "Looks like fate's got us tied up, huh?" Leon Hai's attitude wasn't too happy. Earlier, a mission was received from Sang Ho. "Leon Hai, got a mission for you." The two had a secret conversation. After getting the mission, Leon Hai's eyes widened in shock. The guy even smirked arrogantly, asking again, "You think you can pull it off? So that's why she's here?" Kang Win awkwardly recalled the old story. "Sorry for cutting in line at Soon Station, but a 5-star dungeon isn't that big a deal." The gaze sharpened, asking back, "Not hard enough that you need a whole squad, right?" Suddenly, Leon Hai grinned. Stepping closer, a taunting voice said, "Feels like I stomped on you just yesterday, so you must be way stronger now." Everyone around started buzzing. Leon Hai and Kang Win fought before. She actually beat Kang Win. Wonder if Kang Win's reputation's been blown way out of proportion. The face darkened. A curse spat out with a wide-eyed challenge. "Bastard. Wanna fight?" She laughed without fear. He-sun saw the situation heating up and stepped in. "Calm down. Everyone chill. Aren't we comrades for tomorrow's dungeon raid battle?" Leon Hai kept taunting. "Looks like strength's the only thing that's grown. Still a kid at heart. Don't get reckless." She even emphasized the warning. One mistake on the battlefield, someone might die. Hearing that, Kang Win got pissed. "What? Who the hell are you to boss me around? Or should he-sun drag this out?" "Kang Win, chill." She tried to smooth things over. "Leon Hai is the captain of the awakened reinforcements this time." Kang Win clenched teeth, watching the back walk away. He-sun finally breathed easy. After a moment, calm was restored. "All right, that's enough." Sitting back down, a request was made. "Can you find some info on the dungeon situation for me?" He-sun was surprised. "Sure," she asked curiously, puzzled. "There's a dungeon raid coming soon. Why do you need info on the dungeon?" No answer yet, just cautious probing. "Could it be some military secret?" Han had to clarify before leading the way. "No, the dungeon info's public. If you want, I can print it out right now. Let's go." Leon Hai glanced back, suspicious. Dungeon info? No way, she already predicted the details. A 6-star dungeon stood ahead. Kang Win was impressed. The energy radiating was truly amazing. No wonder it's the strongest dungeon. Suddenly, a call made Kang Win turn around. "Hey Kang Win." Leon Hai stood on the escalator, leaning with curiosity. "What are you doing here?" A confident, cocky smile appeared. "What else would I be doing but clearing this dungeon?" She was shocked, asking back, "Are you crazy?" But Kang Win just smiled smugly, thinking not at all. Actually, only a crazy person would share all that experience and loot with the army and other awakenings. Leon Hai still stubbornly reminds that this is a dungeon that made the 3 strongest awakened teams all choke in defeat. Want to die without a grave? She keeps nonstop guessing and reminding. If using the portal to return, suddenly cuts in with an annoying tone. "Hey, you talk too much." Straight up hits her feelings. "Scared? Huh?" Kang Win reaches out ready to act. Looks like scared because the portal can't be used. If scared, just sit tight and wait. Before making a move, Kang Win turns back with a mocking grin, calling her a scared little kitten, then immediately disappears behind the dungeon door. Leon Hai stays behind, only able to angrily curse. "Kang Win, you bastard." Scene shifts to another place with a golf club and ball. Suddenly, a phone rings from the back pocket. Sang Ho looks out the window and picks up. "Yes, Minister." On the other end, a furious voice shouts, "Chairman Lai, what the hell is going on here?" He's still confused, not understanding what's happening. "Yes, what do you mean?" The voice on the other end stresses everything that happened. "I'm talking about your Leon Hai. You planning to back out and clear that dungeon alone?" Hearing this, Sang Ho's eyes widen in shock. He has to find a way to save the situation temporarily. "Sorry, after confirming what's going on, I'll call you back." Sang Ho's face changes, both confused and angry. Why did Leon Hai enter the dungeon? What the hell is going on? Scene shifts to her inside the dungeon. Looks like a big fight just happened here. Leon Hai carefully glances around. Signs of battle everywhere. Are those summoned monsters? She quickly estimates about 10, not 20. Leon Hai feels impressed inside. "When you said you wanted to clear the dungeon alone, thought you were crazy. Now I get it." Then she looks ahead down the long path. Even so, Leon Hai keeps the same contemptuous attitude. "With your skill level, you can't even get the return stone, let alone clear the whole dungeon." Kang Win covers face, dodging an attack, smirks with excitement, waiting for experience points to pop up, finally showing up. Right after, Kang Win calls out loudly, "Rocky," then quickly orders it to attack the body. Rocky attacks, then stands up and screams pitifully. Then Kang Win seizes the moment, jumps on its back, and quickly summons a weapon, summons a hammer, puts all strength into swinging the hammer down. Immediately, the system keeps sending level up notifications. You have reached level 40. You have unlocked level 40 privileges. Kang Win grins excitedly. Nice, finally hit level 40. Bibi stands behind, waving hands praising. Master's awesome, you rock. Then the girl happily hugs him. Where did you learn to say that? Our Rocky did great too, Kang Win reminds. Rocky, I think you watch too much TV. Not stopping, turns back, urging. Come on, no more jokes, let's move. Suddenly stops, eyes wide, looks down and starts feeling suspicious. Suddenly, Kang Win acts mysterious, recalling memories. Seeing the pattern mark in front, quickly remembers hearing about it before. The legendary sanctuary of Anfen appears. That towering stone has been recognized by UE, Tate Plateau. Frowns with some basic knowledge about this, also known as the Giant's Temple. Standing there, Kang Win realizes the problem. This alley is why everyone failed dungeon attacks. Quickly opens system screen. Perfect timing. Unlocks level 40 privileges. Then the system displays 3 new notifications at once. You have unlocked the level 1 Trickster class skill, Soul Armor. It attracts wandering spirits and makes them circle the user. These ghosts can teleport and protect the user from harm. Also, the user can use soul contracts to absorb souls and restore stamina. Minions count 0 out of 10, level 1. Soul Cult. Summon a spear made from your minions' souls to attack your enemies. The Soul Cult will chase your enemies until the spear hits. Mana consumption, 1. Kang Win looks satisfied with a strange grin. The scene of him lying on the ground trembling, begging, please save me. From that moment, he learned the soul contract skill while healing a humpback. Kang Win felt super hyped, totally confident. Finally, a chance to use a higher level skill, upgraded from the soul contract. After a moment of thinking, Kang Win decided to upgrade the demon armor skill to level 10. Raising a hand high, shouted excitedly. Wandering souls, come here with me. The system quickly updated the true count, 100 out of 100 minions. Then Kang Win stretched both hands out, full of anticipation. Awesome. Next, the system kept popping up notifications. You unlocked a warrior class skill. Warrior weapon, transforming heavy sword. You learn heavy sword techniques and sword split skill. Finally, eyes looked up high, and Bibi was watching too, suddenly realizing something. Smirking with a waiting smile. Eyes gazed upward, excitedly shouted, come out, Sing Shing. The system sent the latest update. The seal of the Wind Ghost Stone was lifted. A leafy horseshoe landed, revealing a mouth covered by armor. It finally appeared, roaring majestically. Level 1 million summoned demon horse resembling Xing Xin. A hot-blooded warhorse, never using flying martial arts even if it means death. Mana consumption 30, influence requires a flying skill. Bibi was overjoyed, running to hug it tightly. Xin Xin, remember me? Kang Win stood behind, fully understanding. Even Joki was super excited. It even liked its golem form. Then, Kang Win turned around to urge everyone. Let's save this emotional reunion for later. Now, move fast, time's running out. Then Bibi and Kang Win rode it, shouting happily. Let's go! Xin Xin, flying skill. Suddenly, it roared angrily. It quickly charged straight at Leon High. She was ready to counterattack with a skill. Leon High dashed right through it, where Sajie Fi Lin. Right after, it collapsed to the ground. She moved forward, looking around. It has to be nearby. Suddenly, Leon High stopped, noticing something, seeing a flying object in the sky, quickly recognizing it. That was Leon High. After seeing it, spoke with disgust. A flying summoned creature. That guy really has tricks up his sleeve. Gotta hurry up. Suddenly, she spotted a rope wrapped around a tree root. Seeing the rope made Leon High remember why the dungeon couldn't be cleared until now. It wasn't just because the canyon was impassable. She still had the ability to do the hard work, could use those who could fly to easily get across the canyon. Leon High was clearly alert to the danger, but beyond this canyon, only 3 monsters guarded the return stone. After seeing that, the team gave up, no longer attacking. She had already figured out the problem's cause because it was more beneficial to let the dungeon remain uncleared for the raid to happen. That way, this area would be destroyed, and a completely new zone could be built. Leon High also knew exactly who would hold power. Even though politics didn't matter, the decision was totally up to the guild president, nothing to do with her. Suddenly, she gripped the rope tightly, determined to try. But what if someone could clear the dungeon that the war guild couldn't? In Leon Hai's mind, the determination to eliminate Kang Win was strong, especially if only one person could clear it. The attitude was extremely resolute. Just wait, for the war guild's status. Leon Hai didn't hesitate, quickly climbing the rope forward. Gotta stop Kang Win from clearing the dungeon. Scene shifted outside the dungeon. 1 hour before the dungeon raid, the war guild held a press conference with Lee Sang-ho. Reporters below kept bombarding questions. Chairman Warang, what do you think are the chances that Leon Hai and Kugin, who entered the dungeon together, will return alive? eyes wide with tension, replied firmly, I think it's almost impossible. A journalist raised a hand to ask. Mood tense. There's about 1 hour left until the dungeon raid. And from what we know, Lion Leon High is your sister. How are you feeling now? Sang-ho's face twisted, emphasizing, are you seriously asking that? Shaking all over, turned the question back. If a family member of mine is about to die, do you think I'd just stand by and feel nothing? Face darkened, head bowed, then suddenly stood up and declared to everyone, stopping the questions right here. Reporters all jumped up, not wanting to stop. Wait a minute, Chairman Ho rang. Suddenly, someone opened the door and stepped in with praise. You did great. Chairman Sang-ho looked calm and asked about the situation. Of course. How's the dungeon case? That person quickly reported the details. No response from the barriers yet, sir. Hearing that, satisfaction showed as a mission was given. That's a relief. Let's head to the command center. The person looked puzzled at Sang-ho's expression. Yes, a relief? Watching the figure walk away, confusion lingered. Even though that person is the guild chairman, cold-blooded to a scary degree, even the sister is just a pawn used to manage the guild, huh? Some people outside the door were shouting and begging loudly, please let us in. Kang Win is our guild chairman. Who's in charge here? Seeing this, Sang-ho's face turned sour. What's all this chaos about? The assistant looked at the crowd and stammered. Seems like there's staff from Kang Win's Eden Guild. Hearing that, surprise hit and the question was repeated. Eden Guild. After a moment, praise followed. Well done, Shin-sin. You can take a break now. At that moment, Bibi arrived, looking around in surprise. Is this the Giant's Temple? You said this place is reliable too. Master, even Kang Win had to nod in agreement. Yeah, it looks pretty eerie. Could these things transform into some kind of golem? Staring ahead, the answer was clear. There's only one way to find out. Then Kang Win decided to turn back and pointed, ordering. Rocky, try eating that. Rocky quickly obeyed and flew straight to the spot. The stone block shook violently from side to side at first. After a while, a face was carved on the rock, and a huge hand slammed down onto the ground. Seeing the test succeed, even Kang Win was surprised. It works. That was just an ordinary rock. But suddenly, both backed away in panic. Kang Win's face turned pale with sweat, alert to danger. Looks like no. Both got surrounded with no way out. Kang Win grinned, quickly guessing. 5 of them. This is a trap that activates when someone enters a certain area, right? Carefully analyzing the object ahead, golems have no flesh or soul, so summoning skills are useless. Kang Win stepped forward, drawing a weapon, smiling with excitement, ready to seize the moment. Time to level up warrior class skills. Leon High was perched on a high branch, watching closely. Suspicious. Isn't that guy a summoner? Why does he look like a fake awakened warrior now? Leon High looked down with amazement. Who would have thought all those stone statues were actually golems? Faced with that terrifying power, caution was necessary. Anyone rushing into the shrine without thinking would definitely be surrounded and wiped out. Still, Leon High had to admit Kang Win's instincts were better than expected. After a fierce fight, heavy breathing showed exhaustion. Confident after recognizing the enemy's strength, thinking the end was in sight. Numbers don't mean strength. Suddenly, eyes shifted. But Kang Win also had to be wary of those 3 monsters. They gave chills from the start. Those 3 had only one eye in the middle of their foreheads. On one side, someone was still working hard. Strong hammer blows kept hitting down. Kang Win had been persistent with that task all along. Bibi, waiting all this time, cheered excitedly. You took down the last golem, master? From afar, a voice reminded, Bibi, quiet down. It's dangerous. Kang Win looked suspiciously at the glowing stone. The strong light from the time stone was that a sign the dungeon barrier was about to break. The face turned serious and urgent. No time left, must finish quickly. Kang Win looked at the monster and recognized the Cyclops, one of the descendants of the ancient giant race. Knowledge about this species was clear. Though Cyclops are descendants of giants, similar to Oxer, they are completely different. Not as savage and brutal as Oxer. Kang Win knew their strengths well. The Cyclops beast tribe inherited intelligence from the giants. Intelligence and strength were undeniable. It was what made their civilization flourish. They are strong and worthy to be the final guardians of the temple. Suddenly, Cyclope spoke up, surprisingly confessing, I'm really shocked to see you here. Hearing that, Kang Win looked confused. You know me? Quickly, Cyclope confirmed again. Yes. Cyclope stared straight at Joki, recognizing the giant of destruction who could change shape. Then it understood Bibi, the illusion witch's identity. Finally, Cyclope confirmed the identity of Kang Win and the death mage of slaughter. After hearing this, Kang Win reacted arrogantly. Looks like I'm pretty famous, huh? Lifting the face calmly, acting indifferent. How could I not know who you are? Cyclope deliberately emphasized the danger. You're the Grim Reaper? Then it didn't forget to praise the achievements and the immortal king. Seeing them change, Kang Win looked up in surprise. Giant transformation. Cyclate raised the weapon fiercely and slammed it down. Rookie, seeing the situation, screamed and charged in. The mace immediately struck Rookie's head. Suddenly, they all froze, looking stunned. Kang Win, still arrogant, asked, "Did you guys get sent here too?" Meanwhile, Bibi jumped up, relieved, thinking death was near. Cyclope explained firmly, "Chanet is the new cosmic order to arrange everything back on its proper orbit. You can't stop Janet's army." It emphasized decisively, "The moment you fled Anfen, you lost." Hearing that, Kang Win gritted teeth angrily. "When the hell did I run away?" But Cyclope revealed the reason casually. "Your hot temper is why you lost." Suddenly, Kang Win smirked, warning, "Don't talk nonsense." Grabbing a weapon, charging straight in, declaring to stop the babble and die. Kang Win's weapon stabbed straight into its eye. A proud, triumphant smile appeared. Suddenly, something rushed from afar. Two giant hands clenched tightly together. Cyclope, wanting to crush Kang Win, warned, "Now you can rest in eternal sleep." At this moment, Cyclope raised both hands, clenching tightly, growling, wishing eternal rest. Cyclope seemed to be casting a spell, mumbling, "Skill, whirlwind," but before it could do anything, Gujin dashed up fiercely, swinging a spear to chop off its fingers. Then, landing on the ground, Gujin smiled lightly. "Rest my ass. What nonsense." Bibi worriedly asked, "Master, are you okay?" Gujin was a bit confused. How is he still fine after getting stabbed in the eye? Moreover, suddenly a notification appeared. The one-eyed giant was self-healing. The Cyclope's fingers were slowly and quickly growing back. Gujin bitterly exclaimed, "So unfair." Scene shifted to guard post B. A voice spoke up. "We didn't ask you to let us in without reason." Min's group was arguing a bit with the guards. "He's our guild leader. We need to know how this happened." The cold soldier replied, "What you heard on the news is exactly what happened. Trying to negotiate is useless. If you don't leave, we'll forcibly remove you." JW's face was full of worry. Kang Win. She thought of Gujin silently, asking herself, "Are you really okay?" Jemin looked down at the sister, who was silent and withdrawn. Jemin quietly muttered, "If you don't make it back alive, I can't either." She raised hands in a silent prayer, hoping Gujin would be safe. "Please come back unharmed." Over here, Leon Hai stood on a high rock, watching the battle unfold. Watching the fight, it was clear that the guy was struggling. Right now, fighting alone against the Cyclopes. Their immense strength came from their massive bodies and instant healing abilities. Didn't think surviving was possible. Leon Hai's eyes narrowed, focused, thinking, what's he gonna do? Kang Win and Gujin launched a split strike, one swift spear slicing through Sayap's body. But quickly, the creature crackled with static electricity, then slowly healed itself. Damn it. Gujin glanced back at the shifting energy light. This mess never ends. The dungeon's about to break through any second. Never knew one-eyed giants could self-heal. Now burning with rage, teeth clenched tight. Even though this was their home turf, it was so unfair. Suddenly, Gujin's eyes widened. Wait, home turf. Thinking back, this is the Temple of Giants, and those one-eyed giants are guarding it. Wondered silently, could it be? Gujin spoke up. Stone, Bibi, need you to hold them off for a few minutes. Bibi asked, confused. What? Master, how can we do that? Rubbing the girl's head, said, trusting you. Then they aggressively advanced toward Bibi and Rocky. The girl was sweating buckets from fear. Sorry, but can you guys stop for a moment? Suddenly, Kang Win jumped back down, jumped onto the statue, teasing. This statue was oddly huge, like they were scared people wouldn't know this was the giant's temple. After discovering the secret, Kang Win guessed the reason. The temple held sacred relics inside that granted followers a type of power. Here, they must have been granted regenerative power, and if the guess was right, the sacred relic was the furious Cyclops charging up, cursing. You bastard! How dare you put your filthy foot on the statue? But only smirked mockingly. Why so tense? What did I do? It got pissed off and more aggressive. Get out of the way. Right after, Kang Win used a special move. Ultimate skill. The statue exploded the temple with just one strike. The Cyclops couldn't stand it, charging at the bastard, but that only pumped up the excitement. The ultimate slash appeared, cutting it in half, head severed, body dropping, spilling black blood. Seeing the result, Kang Win looked satisfied. Perfect. Now my slashes are on point. Then boldly looked up at them, challenging. You said I ran away? With confident attitude, declared war. Both of you, if you want to beat me, come all at once. After a fight, defeated two monsters with multiple power-boosting items. The system kept popping reward notifications. You received the Giant's Belt, Strength +5, Defense +2. You received the Giant's Tier, Strength +3. Just then, Bibi ran over worried, asking about the situation. Master, you're not hurt anywhere, right? Kang Win looked at the system board anxiously. Feels like about to lose the title. Strength stats caught up with magic stats, but it doesn't really matter. turned back, stepped forward a few paces, emphasized, "Let's go." Baby was also very happy, skipping behind to watch the movie. Suddenly, Ud and Yen frowned, puzzled. Where did the return stone go? The girl got even more confused, asking back, "Didn't you take it?" Kang Win turned face to one side, guessing. Did some ghost steal it? A shadow was holding the return stone. "You guys looking for this?" Leon Hai stood there with a smile and smug look. Sang-ho sinisterly assigned the mission to make Kang Win join the upcoming dungeon raid at the Dragon's Lair station. Leon Hai was surprised hearing this. Why Kang Win? Then Sang-ho revealed a mysterious past and power, and the best place to uncover all secrets was a dungeon raid after all. He specially instructed to watch him carefully, find out what he can do and what skills he uses. Sang-ho paid attention to every little detail. If he had support, who it was, all that stuff. Find out anything possible. Leon Hai sighed heavily. So I have to tail him? Can't lower-level people do this? But Sang-ho emphasized, no, only you can do this. Even though I really want Kujin on my side, he has already formed an independent force, the Ant Guild, so he's been tracking the prey for a while. No matter what, if he can clear the dungeon solo in the shortest time compared to everyone else, soon enough, he'll shake up the Bloodstone market. Sang-ho's eyes were full of danger. If we can't have him. Facing Kang Win, Leon Hai still remembered the orders. Better eliminate him before he gains too much influence. Meanwhile, Bibi was curious. Master, who's that woman? Leon Hai looked interested. I'm pretty surprised. Who would have thought you could really clear this dungeon alone? And she judged, I thought you used some trick. But I really have to admit you're strong. Unexpectedly, Kang Win bluntly dismissed. Your recognition means nothing to me. Immediately requested the upcoming dungeon raid. Bring the stone back to me, hurry up. Leon Hai impatiently rushed forward like a fierce tiger. Luckily, Kang Win quickly blocked the attack. What the hell are you doing? Leon Hai spat each word sharply. Got a life of one's own, you know. Can't let you walk out of here alive. At the same time, at security post number 4, a voice rang out. You're being unreasonable. Right in the middle of the street, and there's a fight going on. We're directly connected to the person caught up in this incident, and you expect us to get details from the media? Where's the sense in that? Just then, Sang-ho stepped out. Why are you guys making such a ruckus here? Just one look at his face, and people got wary. That guy from the Warring Guild is Min, who quickly introduced himself. I'm a member of the Adan Guild. We're here because we heard our boss went into that dungeon. Sang-ho silently judged at that moment. Both the boss and the staff looked exactly alike, totally clueless. Leon Hai must have fallen for Kang Win's provocation. He kept calm to respond because the dungeon break was about to happen. Better for you guys to keep the area where the break will happen clear. Responsibility and compensation for damages will be handled after we stop the dungeon break. Min Chan seemed speechless. Sung Gu protested, how can there be a dungeon break? My brother will break the barrier and get out soon. Sang-ho shot him a sharp look, secretly mocking how green the kid was. At that moment, the guards panicked and reported, the barrier isn't responding anymore. That's why chaos erupted around. No way, he's out. What? Thick smoke started filling the space. An hour ago, the fight between Leon Hai and Kang Win was still fierce. She kept attacking non-stop with no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, Kang Win struggled to defend. Leon Hai suddenly shouted skill. Turns out she unleashed the Shadow Strike. Sad ass. This attack really hit Kang Win. Damn it. In a blink, Leon Hai moved behind him. Her sharp sword was rushing straight at Kang Win. At this moment, feeling helpless, no way to dodge. So Kang Win took a seriously painful hit. Bibi, standing in a corner, panicked and yelled, Master. Suddenly, a huge rock flew toward Leon Hai, the giant monster charging at her. Leon Hai, full of disdain, summoned a golem-type creature, big and bulky. But now that the core location was known, she was sure beating it wouldn't be hard. The giant beast roared thunderously. Rock, Kang Win was still affected by the last hit. Oh man, looks like we're getting pushed back. The magic armor system activated. You absorbed 2 souls, 98 out of 100 minions. Kang Win calmly stood up, analyzing power levels matched hers, but speed-wise, she was superior. No wonder she's ranked A. Leon Hai keenly noticed, did you just set up a barrier? She threatened, but only blocking my attack won't get you anywhere. If you keep stalling, the dungeon break will happen. Kang Win caught the opponent's weak spot, jokingly. She talked like the dungeon break had nothing to do with her. Was that on purpose or did she want it to happen? People with some power tend to have hearts full of darkness. Hard to guess what's on their minds. Then he tightened grip on the sword. Whatever. Kang Win boldly declared that no matter what she was planning, it would all be destroyed. But Leon Hai showed no fear. Confident. Huh? She spoke strongly, making Kang Win pause for a moment. Then Leon Hai dashed forward like lightning. Let me show you what I can do. The force of the attack made the ground tremble. A huge rock shattered into pieces. Leon Hai and Kang Win were evenly matched, neither backing down. She kept attacking while Kang Win created a shield to protect, then retreated and launched a counterattack. Leon Hai suddenly froze, watching swords fly toward her, but with just a few strikes, she cleared them all. Afterwards, Leon Hai gave a dangerous smile, using the rapid shadow skill. Her face suddenly blurred. Taking advantage of Kang Win's confusion, Leon Hai charged while he stood stunned, staring at the opponent. That's why Kang Win got hit by a stunning blade. Injured in the face, couldn't hold back and shouted, "You dog." Then Leon Hai arrogantly advanced. "Looks like your barrier has reached its limit. Let's end this here." Then the attacker unleashed another move, a skill called Soul Splitter. Even in this situation, Kang Win could still smile. Leon Hai, fired up, jumped up to attack. "Die already." Bibi screamed in panic. "Master." Kang Win's position is blurred by dust. Leon Hai looked triumphant. "It's been a long time since a fight felt this satisfying. Farewell, Kang Win." The thick smoke still hadn't cleared. Kang Win's voice echoed. "The fun is just getting started." "Farewell to what?" Seeing the skeleton right in front, Leon Hai was shocked. "Damn." Kang Win stayed calm. Why be surprised? First time seeing bone soldiers, this time, the upper hand was caught by Kang Win. Leon Hai was stunned for a moment. Kang Win was scheming. Could it be that all this time, the opponent was just pretending to be weak to lure into a spot where summoning soldiers was easy? Leon Hai really didn't get it, but since when? Something felt off. Got trapped in the opponent's trap, stuck like this. Kang Win arrogantly stepped forward. "Now it's my turn." Facing this, Leon Hai could only grit teeth in hatred. Then suddenly attacked Kang Win. Leon Hai boldly claimed, "Even slow attacks like yours can't affect me." Hearing that, Kang Win smirked slyly. "Oh yeah?" A large amount of blood suddenly splattered into the air. Leon Hai was attacked without noticing. Trembling, turned around to look. Two more enemies. Those were the soldiers Kang Win had summoned earlier. Witnessing this, satisfaction filled Kang Win. Three together can climb the high mountain. Then, Kang Win moved the sword again. "Let's finish this." Being in this situation made Leon Hai boil with rage. "Damn Kang Win." Kang Win spoke softly and ended it. "Bye-bye." The system immediately announced a level up. Level 50 reached, Resurrection Level 1. Control over one corpse unlocked. The corpse can use up to 50% of its original strength. Only simple commands can be given to the corpse. A Level 1 corpse servant owner can cause one corpse to explode, including the one they control, as long as within a 10-meter radius. Kang Win excitedly watched energy flow in, gaining lots of experience points. Then looked at her and said, "Thanks a lot." Leon chuckled as the scene changed. A voice called out, "Can we come in?" The barrier disappeared already. Those voices kept coming. "Let us in." But at that moment, Min Chan froze, seeing someone. He shouted loudly upon spotting Kang Win. "Clear out." Kang Win looked confused at the people ahead. "When did everyone get here?" They all rushed toward Kang Win. "Big brother," Min Tran said. "As soon as we saw the news, we came right away." Kang Win continued, "Is that so? While you're at it, help me find some stuff in my phone I dropped around here." But then saw Min Chan acting strange. The whole country just breathed a sigh of relief thanks to the boss. Yet here he is, saying what? A familiar voice called out. Kang Win JW ran straight and hugged him. She was so worried she started crying. "Dummy, I was really worried about you. How could you jump into danger so easily?" Kang Win spoke softly. "Shouldn't it be healed by now? Why are you still wearing a hat?" When removing JW's hat, a compliment was given. "You look much prettier." But she noticed that healing the face meant nothing when your face was still injured like this. This? Kang Win didn't care much. Just apply some medicine for a few days and it'll heal. Then JW mentioned something. "By the way, the ring you gave me." She gathered all her courage. "If you're okay with it, say something," that left JW stunned. "Ring? What are you talking about?" She awkwardly repeated. "Wasn't that ring prepared by you for that event?" Kang Win searched memory. The ring event made JW's cheeks flush red instantly. Only now did she realize the misunderstanding. Is there a hole to crawl into? After thinking for a while, Kang Win spoke again. "Wait." Seung Hun, watching, also saw Big Brother. She just confessed to him, right? Don't know what to say. Sang Ho suddenly interrupted the conversation. "Lucky you, Kang Win, you're still alive." Then he probed. "But what happened to Captain Lai Leon Hai?" Leon Hai's words flashed briefly. "I have my own goals. Understand? I can't let you survive and leave here." Then Kang Win scrutinized Sang Ho. Though no concrete evidence, there was a gut feeling this guy wasn't good. "Fine, let's see his reaction." Kang Win simply stated she was dead. The guy didn't clearly reveal it, but that girl was strong too. Unfortunately, she ran into an even stronger opponent. That made Sang Ho suspicious. Did a monster kill Liu Yifei? Is the guy trying to say he had nothing to do with Leon Hai's death? Doubts started creeping in. Or is the guy lying? Sang-ho curiously asked. Who killed her then? Kang Win suddenly blurted out two strange words. Immortal. That phrase only made Sang-ho's mind more tangled. Immortal. At that moment, Sung-gu stepped forward. Boss, I found your stuff and phone. Looks like the army picked them up and kept them safe. Kang Win praised. Good job. Sung-gu reminded. Boss, aren't you having an important talk with the War Guild president? Not exactly, but at least clean up your hair before heading back to the hotel. Time to go. Sang-ho showed pure rage. Did some unknown monster really kill Lon Leon High? Was the guy supposed to believe that? The guy could confirm the crack battle didn't happen. Sang-ho knew well that the fake awakened A rank of the War Guild, Lion Leon High, was dead. Despair started sinking in. Everything built with one's own hands was collapsing bit by bit, and the reason behind it was Kang-ho biting down on the lips in fury. Kang Win arrived back at the hotel after a while. The water faucet switch was just turned. Kang Win recalled the Cyclops from the 6-star dungeon. They were really strong, and the guy was sure there were many monsters on Anfen even stronger than that. No way things would end this easily. Meanwhile, the news reported after an in-depth dungeon investigation, Dr. James Toffler was about to release his report on where the dungeon problems originated and how they had changed. The broadcast said the dungeon came from somewhere and how it would change from now on. The man shared info that the monsters were actually alien life forms and emphasized his point. According to my hypothesis, the dungeon wings are like their pathways. They are a method, a route to bring those life forms to Earth. That made Kang Win uneasy. What the hell? Toffler raised questions. But even if they made gates, they couldn't pass through here. And crossing the dungeon only happened after 30 days. But why 30 days? Then he analyzed. I have a hypothesis about the return stones. Based on what we know, if we consider the dungeon like a mine, they stabilize it and are the key to escaping the dungeon. However, Toffler continued his lecture. From the monster's perspective, 30 days after a dungeon appears, the return stones can be seen as the key to opening the gate to Earth. Kang Win found it quite interesting and convincing. Toffler explained again. Previously, monsters escaping dungeons were weak and dungeons maxed out at 4 stars. But the reason for so many casualties was because no one was prepared to fight them. Accordingly, Kang Win assessed they were small and behaved differently than inside the dungeon to optimize energy use, like Bibi. Toffler added that since the dungeon fever, 5- and 6-star dungeons appeared more frequently, and if things kept escalating, a 7-star dungeon would appear soon. Kang Win fully agreed with those views. Yeah, that's what the guy thought too. But the important thing was why such a phenomenon happened. Accordingly, Toffler confirmed, dungeons aren't just mines. The bloodstones we stole were just bait. He emphasized, the more bloodstones on Earth, the better the environment for them. Kang Win stood up. Bloodstones made sense. From what the guy knew, the energy in bloodstones was known as mana on Anfen. They increased mana coverage on Earth by making humans steal and use bloodstones. By doing so, they created an environment where monsters could materialize. Kang Win looked up at the person on the screen. Professor James Toffler. The guy would remember that name. Kang Win's phone screen showed a call from Hin. The guy immediately answered. Hey, what's up? The voice on the other end said, Sorry to bother your rest, boss, but the guy thinks you need to come back and see this with your own eyes. Kang Win suddenly went silent for a long moment. Hearing the next info, the guy was very unwilling. A press conference? The press conference is happening with dozens of reporters. At that moment, someone suddenly stepped forward. That person gently pulled the chair away from the table. Min Trang felt guilty. Sorry, can't stop this interview. So if any question is tough, just skip it, okay? As soon as sitting down, Kang Win glanced at Sang-ho, eyes full of suspicion. Seeing that, Sang-ho put on a sarcastic face, looking at him like, what's the plan now? Suddenly, a reporter raised a hand and spoke. First, I want to ask Chairman Lai Sang-ho this. Was the reckless dungeon attack before the breakout arranged solely by Warang and Aden, or was it agreed upon by both? Sang-ho thought, no way, that's not true. Vice President Leon Hai took that risk on herself. He even emphasized, I'm sure she was just trying to help Kang Win, who's been the center of attention lately. The reporter wanted to know more. So does that mean Vice President Leon Hai risked going into the dungeon to save Kang Win? He continued, I want to ask Kin next. During the dungeon attack, how was the teamwork between you and Leon Hai? Please tell us about the attack and also about Leon Hai's death. The reporter asked in detail, how did she die? Did you do everything you could to save her? But Kang Win stayed silent, making the reporter lose patience. Please answer me. Was there any conflict between you and Leon Hai inside the dungeon? Meanwhile, Sang-ho covered his mouth to hold back laughter. In his heart, he wished, yeah. Keep asking him, how dare he mess with Warang? Kang Win, you're dead meat. Turns out before the press conference started, Sang-ho made a call. Hey reporter, I want to give you some info. I have some suspicions about Kang Win here. He's been scheming, and from now on, all media across Korea will be stuck on you. Right then, the reporter asked again, Kang Win, the nation has the right to know. Please answer. Don't stay silent. Could Captain Leon Hai's death be related to Kang Win? That's possible too. Min Trang felt something was wrong. Damn, this is bad. Suddenly, it felt like a public hearing. Feeling extremely guilty, if this had happened, would have refused the press conference. Min whispered, Boss, Kang Win's face is dark but signaling silence, then boldly stood up. What do you want? The reporter stubbornly asked. The nation has the right to know. Kang Win cut off annoyed. Cut the crap. That shut the reporter up. And Kang Win turned and kicked Sang Ho's face hard. The reporter was shocked, couldn't believe what happened. Even Min didn't expect this move, thinking it would take down the rival, but Sang Ho fell miserably in front of the cameras. Holding his sore shoulder, he looked at Kang Win. You think you're doing something? Kang Win didn't hesitate to expose. It's damn hilarious. How dare you pull dirty tricks right in front of me? Not only that, Kang Win grabbed Sang Ho's collar boldly. He trembled and said, Are you crazy? This is live TV. Kang Win sneered. Live TV? Thought you had me cornered. Huh, you messed up. Kang Win said, The whole country is watching you. But Kang Win laughed mockingly. So, what's the population of Anfen anyway? 1 billion? 2 billion? This move made Min Chan very awkward. Boss, calm down. Kang Win wasn't even sure, couldn't remember how many people were killed. Secretly despised, but everyone was watching every move. Live TV in a country is nothing. Then Kang Win asked, Want to get beaten live on TV? Sang Ho, what? Just after finishing, Kang Win hit him again. Sang Ho's cheek was now twisted and red. Sung Hun, just watching on screen, got scared. Damn. He felt regret. Damn, almost got screwed. Why did I dare to scam someone like him? Sung Hun thought, even so, doing that in a press conference really shows some people don't give a damn what others think. Another news came in, wild antelopes trying to find mates. Female antelopes. Meanwhile, Seung Hun was busy watching other news, went crazy and made a scene again. Doing that at a press conference? Some people really don't give a damn about what others think. Huh. Another news flash, wild antelopes are trying to find mates. Female antelopes, while Seung Hun was busy watching other news, went crazy and made a scene again. The search board is going crazy, it's all over the internet already. Seung Hun's eyes catch a headline. What's this? The words are read aloud. Sanctus. A reporter arrives at the place that deserves the most attention right now. Currently at the scene of a miracle, the whole world is watching and talking about it. The reporter says hundreds have come to visit this place. They want to gain favor from the Sanctus. Dream on. Laughter and teasing ring out. A goblin is truly a goblin. Looking at the phone screen, Seung Hun sighs. This is truly a beauty beyond this world. The reporter introduces, the person you see sitting in the wheelchair is Smith, born paralyzed from the waist down. Seung Hun listens closely. Will today be the first time this man stands on this ground? Is this some new religion? Let's witness this miracle with our own eyes. A hand filled with magic is placed on a young man's head. Seung Hun is stunned by this action. People at the scene are buzzing. What just happened? Damn, it worked, the man exclaims. Oh my god, he's really emotional. Thank you, sir. Dream on. And Dream On believes a goddess always has boundless compassion for those who put their whole heart into her, and is just a messenger of the goddess. Seung Hun is once again amazed. No way, there are tons of Awakeners with all kinds of miraculous abilities like magic or some poison, but the man keeps expressing gratitude. Sir Dream On, may the goddess always bless you. Isn't healing disabilities like this impossible? Someone stands in a corner observing, truly surprised. Is she really a messenger of the divine? Linda confirms hundreds, even thousands, have followed her and become members of the Arya Society. Nobody doubts her at all. She has actually performed miracles. Ding Kun's eyes remain fixed on Arya's Saintess Dream On. He knows some info. Though after being rescued from the dungeon, she couldn't speak, which is pretty funny. She managed to learn Earth's language in just a few days. According to legend, Arya, the goddess of land and future in Anfen world, introduced herself as a nun serving goddess Arya, performing quite a few miracles. Not only that, there are rumors she has more than just amazing healing powers. She can even foresee the future that Arya predicted through the weather. Truly unbelievable, because of the ability to predict when and where a dungeon will appear. The story of Dream On spreads further, with claims she can clear 5 5-star dungeons and 2 6-star dungeons in just 1 week. But to borrow her power, there is one condition. Ding Kun is sure it is to form a Holy Knight team serving goddess Arya. He asks for updates about that team. Linda says many have already signed up. She updates that the situation is really worrying, because quite a few Awakeners in our guild request to transfer there. So Ding Kun must decide quickly. Honestly, nothing can be done. If they can't be stopped, better to use them to the fullest. He sets his sights on Dream On. No matter what, She is currently the best Awakener. Dream on. Ding Kun even sees the opponent's level and SS rank ability. Meanwhile, at the Aden Guild, Warang Guild, and Aden Guild press conference, reporters are tense seeing the current situation. Min Chan impatiently reminds, "Boss, please calm down. If this keeps up, we will really get into trouble." At this moment, Kang Win stops and controls his hand. Sang Ho is now covered in injuries, especially on the face. Before leaving him, Kang Win even threw a painful punch, turning back in front of everyone. "Have you asked how Leon Hai is?" Emphasizing every word. "She tried to kill me. The truth is revealed. And as you see, she failed." Kang Win issues a warning. "If you dare accuse me of attempted murder again, angry. If you dare cause trouble for me, no matter who it is, I won't let you off. Got it?" The bribed reporter earlier is scared and leaves immediately. Kang Win then turns and walks away. "Min Chan, let's go." The guy awkwardly accepted the order. "Yes, Shanghai." In front of the luxurious hall at the press conference, Min Chan curiously asked again, "Boss, are you serious? That she tried to kill him?" Kang Win coldly confirmed, "True." Min Chan wanted to know more. "So is it really?" Kang Win immediately confirmed, "Yes, I killed her. And the main culprit behind it all is the chairman of the War Guild." The guy smirked at Min Chan. "Why so surprised? Is it because I killed her, or because the War Guild is trying to assassinate me?" Being hit right in the feels made Min Chan hold back a heavy breath, feeling really worried. Even though the enemy really tried to kill him, but killing someone and then staying calm like that, Kang Win returned to normal state. "Well, no matter how you put it, in the end, it benefits me. Because I got rid of Li Jianhe, the one who was blocking my way." Min Chan also regained composure. "That's true, but still worried about what might happen next. Wondering how public opinion will turn out, especially when the War Guild is manipulating the press conference like this." Suddenly Kang Win called his name, Min Chan. He spoke up. "Do you know what's the hardest thing to deal with when those guys act shady behind the scenes?" Min Chan blurted out, "Yes." Kang Win's words were full of meaning. When people openly provoke, they get headaches because it's hard to secretly plot anything. Min Chan suddenly fell into deep thought. Is that why? He connected the dots. He shifted the atmosphere from why Kang Win was involved and helped cause Li He's death too. Min Chan questioning if Warang is really the mastermind behind Kang Win's assassination attempt, really curious because there's no way to prove exactly what happened in the dungeon. Who would think those moves were the result of so much calculation? Then Min Chan happily said, "Boss really is something else." He asked, "So how should we handle the stuff behind the scenes?" Udin said, "Why should I do that? That's your job." That comment immediately twisted Min Chan's face. "What?" Meanwhile, Kang Win smiled smugly. Director Deng has to put in some effort too. Min Tran could only curse silently. That bastard boss doesn't think about anything. That damn jerk. If the salary isn't enough, then raise it yourself. At least he still gets some pay. After chatting for a while, the two stepped out. Reporters were waiting outside the door. "There's Kang Win." Kang Win raised an eyebrow at the scene. "What's this?" Hemin called out, "Boss, come over and say Leon hi." He said the residents in the neighborhood want to thank him. They sincerely express gratitude. "Really? Thanks for protecting our home." The young man smiled brightly. "No matter what, I'll always cheer for you." The little girl praised enthusiastically. "Hey, you're so cool. Thank you." Even the old folks came to show appreciation. "The elder has lived in this area for over 70 years. Thank you so much." Kang Win silently listened to everyone's words. Someone brought a fresh bouquet. The little girl said, "Uncle, thank you." Kang Win gently accepted it. "Thank you too." Lips curled into a slight smile. "Yeah, for stuff like this, hold on tight to the bouquet you just got." Kang Win raised it like a trophy. "Not too bad." Everyone shouted loudly, cheering Kang Win. Min Chan watched happily too. Really couldn't understand him. Hin judged he's definitely not an ordinary person. Calmly, and now the hero who protected the city. Meanwhile, people kept cheering. Kang Win's worried voice was heard. "Chairman Teach." The assistant kept calling repeatedly. Has the chairman woken up? Sang Ho shouted as soon as he woke up. "Kang Win, that bastard." The assistant awkwardly asked, "How is the chairman?" Meanwhile, Sang Ho still held hatred deep to the bone. He cursed that damn bastard, that crazy guy. Sang Ho remembered the mocking words. "So funny. How dare you wash your hands in front of me like that?" He shouted again. "That stupid dog." Sang Ho couldn't control himself and tightened his grip on what he was holding, vowing to do everything possible to kill him. In America, Manhattan, a super-modern city, in front of the Titan Guild headquarters, Arya Guild, kneeling before the statue, she kept chanting spells. Someone entered to announce, "Holy Maiden, the guild leader has arrived." Ding Kun slyly grabbed Mi's hand. "I pay my respects, Holy Maiden." Instead of greeting, she just gently smiled. Then Modi asked around, "Is the formation of the night church going smoothly?" And Ding Kun replied, yes. A lot of people have signed up, so everything is progressing very well. That made Modi feel more relaxed. The goddess would be very happy about this. Next, the announcement came that the Night Church will be the heroes in the Holy War to save Anfen. They will lead them and reclaim Anfen. Modi said that when the main force of the enemy starts attacking, it will already be too late. And Earth is just like Anfen, facing a huge disaster. Dun silently pondered every word. Anfen and Earth. Some knowledge about this matter existed. The Holy War aimed at protecting both worlds, and Ding Kun understood the seriousness clearly. Even though what's happening is really hard to believe, if it's true, then this is no longer something this guild can handle alone. Everyone around the world will need to work together. Then the voice came, I have one more thing to tell you. Ding brought out an iPad. I found the person mentioned in the prophecy you revealed earlier. Modi couldn't hide the happiness. Finally, it was found. But looking at the screen, confusion appeared. This person is Modi's body, trembling a bit. How could this person be on Earth? Ding Kun asked, why? Is there a problem? Modi's voice dropped, the immortal soul summoner of destruction. Surprised silently. Who would have thought Kang Win was the savior in the prophecy? At the same time, over at Kang Win's place, suddenly, he told Sung-gu to take the car and go. Sung-gu helplessly reminded, dude, you still have 2 days before the deadline to report to the police station. Kang Win said, why would I go there? Sung-gu suspiciously guessed, so where are you planning to go? Don't tell me Kang Win is going straight to the war guild. Everyone shouted at the same time. What? Kang Win sighed. I'll handle things smoothly myself. Why are you all so nervous? Min Trang tried to stop him. Boss, please let me take care of this. No need to bother like this. Suddenly, Kang Win's voice dropped. If I go. Min quickly assured, no. It won't bother me at all. Kang Win had to agree. All right then. Next, he asked. Anything I can help with? Min Chan said yes. He requested, please allow me to hire more staff. If we want to solve this accident, we'll need a lawyer and more support staff. Kang Win thought for a moment about hiring more staff, silently analyzing, if the bloodstones keep growing on Earth, what will appear won't be Anfen's monsters but Chanet's minions. And even though they're called minions, they are actually 72 ward generals directly under Chanet's command. Each one is extremely dangerous and can't be defeated alone. Accordingly, Kang Win calculated that even with minions in Anfen's world, his undead army, and allies' help, only a near equal force to Chanet's could be matched. Then he connected to reality, but now only 4 minions exist. So Kang Win was quite hesitant, and Hong Sung-gu was the only awakened one among them, so it didn't help much. The only strength was a very pure soul. Seeing him silent for so long, Sung-gu wondered, what's up, man? Min Chan asked again, boss, what about hiring more people? Then Kang Win agreed, all right, if you hire more people, hire more awakened ones too. Suddenly he smiled and called out, hey, Sung-gu. Then Kang Win ordered, follow me. The green trees made the forest more colorful. Sharp blades sliced through the air. Someone was killing a huge monster. With just a few strikes, Kang Win defeated it. After finishing, the weapon's blade still dripped fresh blood. Kang Win excitedly said, not bad now. Sung-gu stood aside and commented, dude, I think I've gotten stronger. Look here. Then Yuji seriously looked that way. Sung-gu happily announced, I got it from here. The system updated to level 7. Even though afraid of the friend, he respected the friend, both liked and paired with a friend. The main battle mage profession, fireball skill, noted for bloodstone collection, he was also on par with a master. Meanwhile, Kang Win silently considered, he really collected bloodstones like lightning. People might think he was fighting some monster too. Then he reminded, hey Sung-gu, stop collecting bloodstones, come here. Sung-gu was confused but quickly ran over. Kang Win asked Sung-gu, how strong do you want to become? Sung-gu blurted out, sorry, boss. Yui spoke seriously. Surely there's got to be a goal, right? You want to keep collecting bloodstones under my command forever? Sung-gu suddenly remembered. Yeah, the original dream was to become a top-tier fire mage. So how did it end up with me as some errand-running director? Confusion hit hard. Errand-running director duties. 1. Driving. 2. Carrying stuff. 3. Gathering bloodlines. 4. Scheduling dungeon runs. Kang Win cut through the thoughts. You satisfied with how things are now? Sung-gu stammered. No way, man. When I woke up, my dream was to be a high-level fire mage. I swear I'll do whatever it takes to get stronger, Kang Win said sternly. Even if it kills you over and over. Sung-gu declared boldly. Anything's gotta happen. Hearing that, Kang Win cracked a slight relieved smile. All right, then. Let's get started. Sung-gu spaced out again. Yes, sir. Kang Win said slowly. 1 month, and you'll be rank A. Right now, Sung-gu's training so hard it's hard to breathe. Still, those feet kept moving fast. How? Sung-gu couldn't figure out how things got this way. Remembered Kang Win's words. I'll get you to rank A in 1 month. Sung-gu doubted. Is that even possible? Suddenly, something zipped past, and in a flash stood right in front, blocking with a sword. Kang Win's soldier attacked, but luckily Sung-gu dodged just in time. Still couldn't keep balance and fell flat on the ground. Then, Bone Soldier slowly approached Sung-gu. Quickly regained focus. Can't be careless. If we get hit, we die. Bone Soldier made a terrifying face to intimidate. Then Sung-gu gathered some energy. Gotta create distance first, then use skills. Charging magic, threw it at the sword-wielding soldier. Boom! The spot exploded like a disaster. Sung-gu got hyped, hit. But before celebrating, Bone Soldier appeared unharmed from the flames, then hit Sung-gu with a surprise strike, gripping the sword tighter and pushing deeper. Night fell over the big forest. Bone Soldier pulled out the sword. Sung-gu slumped down from serious injury, shaking nonstop. This hurts. If you think about quitting even for a second, don't expect any sympathy. Get up. How long you planning to lie there? Then raised voice. You really think your little fireball can beat my Bone Soldier? How can you get careless after just one hit? Kang Win warned seriously. If you want to survive, gotta be persistent and get stronger. You think monsters only stay in dungeons? Meanwhile, Sung-gu stayed confused. What? Kang Win imagined a scenario, dungeon breaks happening at every station on Earth at once, 6 billion people, then said, even if half that number drops, it won't take 3 days. Sung-gu's brain still fuzzy. What nonsense is this? Meanwhile, Kang Win added, if that happens, I'll be busy protecting my family. Won't have time to protect you. You gotta learn to survive on your own. Wanted to wake Sung-gu up? If you want to protect your family, make sure you're never weak again. Sung-gu struggled to stand, body trembling, then let out a wind-splitting yell. Nothing could kill Sung-gu's spirit. Man, keep training me. Seeing this, Kang Win smiled. That's right, gotta keep it up. Dawn broke quickly at Central Bamboo Forest Station. Still no one around. Sung-gu yawned, exhausted. Kang Win sat opposite, softly asked, tired? Sung-gu's face looked more worn than ever. How could anyone not be tired after 3 days of crazy training? Kang Win said, I use my skill to nullify your fatigue. If you feel sleepy, it's just your weak mind wanting rest. Now, give me a challenge, self-hypnosis or anything to block your sleepiness. Sung-gu immediately followed through. All right. Just then, the sound from the TV blared. Her blessing had saved countless lives. What was done was truly beyond amazing. Both were drawn to this topic. It was the scene of the dream goddess and the man who was patted on the head last time. Kang Win instinctively looked at Dam Chio, who looked exactly like someone once known. Even the gestures and actions were identical. Sung-gu was puzzled, wondering who was being talked about. The guy also exclaimed, she's way too beautiful. Looks like a spirit. Kang Win keenly noticed she wasn't a spirit, just by looking at her ears. That was just a way of saying it. But there was a truth not revealed. What everyone saw were the miracles of the dream Saint Arya. The next news was about the Holy Night team of the female city. Then Kang Win suddenly spun around. What? Is that really the dream goddess? It felt strange how she could be here. Scene shifted to the guild, Aden, a familiar office. Min Chan cheerfully spoke. You're back? Kang Win hurriedly entrusted. Help me book a plane ticket to America. Min Chan understood the reason. How do you know? Are you talking about the invitation letter the guild sent? Hearing that, Kang Win unintentionally recalled the guild. According to Min Chan's info, the Titan Guild had rescued someone from a dungeon before. That was the saintly dream goddess. Her strange abilities had become a hot topic recently. Then he interrupted, no matter what about this. Min Trang suspiciously asked again. Titan Guild sent invitations to all guilds worldwide to the association. Isn't that what you were referring to? But Kang Win didn't care much. Whatever it is, just book the plane ticket for me. Min Chan was left curious. Thought he found this matter annoying. What happened? Min Tran brought a box of items to the boss. Ah, these are the skill books and enhancement stones you requested before. Kang Win had a way to use them. Perfect timing. Tomorrow I'll make Sung-gu learn all of this. Quickly noticed. But this amount is less than what I requested. Min Chan confirmed. Yes, because recently we used up the guild's funds, so we're a bit short on capital. He stated the truth. Enhancement stones and skill books are always expensive. Suddenly, Kang Win inquired, any dungeons recently being reset? Min replied, dungeons always exist, but unless lucky, it's hard for new guilds like ours to get those dungeons compared to big guilds. Kang Win continued asking, is there any 6-star dungeon about to explode? Min Chan focused thinking, indeed, the defense department issued a call, but his expression made Kang Win curious. What kind of place is that made him stammer? Min Chan boldly revealed it was at Piang. Upon hearing this place, Kang Win's face twisted. What? A voice shouted from inside the base. North Korea? The henchman knelt pitifully. Chairman, I'm very sorry. He burst into tears. Please forgive me this one time. Please spare my life. Dong Yu coldly responded. What did you say? He questioned. Do you think after running away like that, we'll just let it slide? The other helplessly begged. I'm sincerely sorry, so please. But received a sharp glare from inside. Then he pointed the hot gun at him. Go ask for forgiveness from our people. Dong Yu pulled the trigger without hesitation, shocking the henchman. Done. He ordered to clean up this trash. Dong Yu strode over the corpse. Seems this was no longer a matter the country could solve alone. Then he asked about the situation. Commander, what about the invitation I sent to South Korea? The commander reported. I have extremely good news, sir. He leaned close to Dong Yu's ear, whispering some secret info. He sneered slyly. Really? Looks like finally I'll meet him. Dong Yu was now extremely excited. The greatest hero of South Korea, Kang Win. Right now at the Awakener Management Bureau, Kang Win sat silently in the chair. I joked around in Pyongyang a few times, but who knew I'd have to go for real? The phone sounded. You're going to kill Kim in the dorm just to avoid enlistment? That's right, going to unify the country. Bro, calm down. Just then someone suddenly spoke. Kang Win, it's truly an honor to see you again. His son smiled and extended a hand. I'll take you to Pyongyang. Recognizing her, Kang Win replied. Yeah, running into someone you know definitely makes you chill out a bit. Then, the two moved together and reached the highway. The sign clearly showed where the driver needed to go. Kang Win looked around. Thought military bases would be packed with soldiers everywhere, but turns out it's kinda empty. His son said North Korea has very few developed areas. Outside those spots, the rest of the country looks like our place back in the 70s, with only one subway station in Pyongyang. That dude confused Kang Win. So, they had to ask for help just because they couldn't handle some minor stuff. Could it be that North Korea has zero awakened fake users? His son kept explaining, they really have way fewer awakened than us. That's why it's super hard to form a whole team of A-rank awakened fakes. Plus, the death rate for awakened in North Korea is pretty high. So Yui quickly got the situation. Guess for them, dying in a dungeon or running outside and getting shot is basically the same thing. His son said they never had huge problems before because China always helped out. She shared the details, but this time North Korea tried to handle it solo and failed. And like China wanted to make an example out of this, they just stood there watching. So North Korea had to publicly announce recruitment in quite a few countries worldwide. Kang Win thought that made sense. From North Korea's point of view, they probably thought it'd be a huge shame to share that massive bloodstone stash in a high-level dungeon with China, and Hyun confirmed that. Then, Kang Win leaned back in the seat. Whatever it is, handle it fast and get back. Remember the half-month deal we agreed on at first? Han will make sure that condition is met. She sneakily glanced at Kang Win, who had eyes closed. Han clearly understood the condition Kang Win emphasized, permission to attack the dungeon within half a month after clearing the first one. She pieced together the negotiation events between South and North Korea, which had to wait until the North Korean negotiation team arrived before starting. With sharp thinking, Hee-san was confident. But for the first one to clear the dungeon, this was just a small request, so it would be accepted without issues. However, that's only if their side successfully clears the dungeon. Besides, she knew the consequences if they failed. Kang Win's death was inevitable. Then South Korea would also suffer a huge financial loss. The more Hyun thought, the worse it felt. After that, relations between South and North Korea could even get worse. She placed the heavy responsibility on Kang Win. Everything depended on that person. After a long journey, the two finally arrived. They looked at the majestic place ahead. We're here. This is the Kung Susan Sun Palace, where we meet. Kang Win marveled. That building is huge. What's with all those tanks? His son introduced that the Sun Palace basically represents North Korea. Then she added, the Myeon Steel Mill, and the dungeon that must be cleared is right next to this place. That's why they had to stop any dungeon breakouts. The polite guards requested, comrades, please follow me. In the photo frame, the flags of the two representatives were clearly visible. Along the edges, soldiers stood neatly in rows. Kang Win and Hunin settled into their seats. Hun dared not speak loudly. Those guys seemed so carefree. Kang Win's attitude made her uneasy. Not worried at all? Kang Win smirked. Why worry when I'm just mocking them? Already saw through it. This was obviously political theater, trying to pressure guests by making them wait forever. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed. The first secretary of the Central Military Commission arrived. The man slowly paced around with some bodyguards. Dong extended a hand to greet. Nice to meet you, comrade. Heard a lot about you. But Kang Win just glanced down lightly, thinking, who the hell is this pig? After calming down, Kang Win smiled gently and shook the hand. Yeah, nice to meet you, sir. That attitude pissed off Pyongyang. Comrade, this is the chairman. Please watch your words. Still, all that got was Kang Win's indifferent glare. Then Kang Win covered the mouth and greeted, nice to meet you, sir. Everyone around froze from that move. Han couldn't believe her eyes. What the hell? Now she finally got it. Even though that guy had pulled this stunt with the War Union chairman before, but thinking about it, that guy should have enough common sense to behave carefully around people of this rank, even if nothing was said. Lower-ranked guys gritted their teeth and cursed. Damn coward. Where do you think you are to act like that? Won't let this bastard off easy. His son's spirit suddenly collapsed. It's over now. Yui didn't hesitate to retort. You told me to be careful, so I am. Why are you mad at me? His son could only cry inside. No more scheming or escaping now. Looks like we're done for right here. Suddenly, Dong-un burst out laughing. And on top of that, praising. You're really funny. Truly the strongest warrior in the south. Dong-un got excited, slapping Kang Win on the shoulder. Let's sit down and talk. Meanwhile, his son was still in a daze. Am I still alive? Then everyone sat properly at the meeting table. Kang Win decisively got straight to the point. Hurry up so I can get into the dungeon. The lower-ranked guys trembled with anger. Damn loudmouth. But Dong-un still looked amused. You're really straightforward. He said, I heard about the condition you set. You want to use the half-wind dungeon and take the loot from the entire attack, right? Dong-un continued. Of course, for our government, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as you handle the dungeon well, I'll keep this promise. Hearing that, stood up immediately. So what are we waiting for? Let's go right now. Dong-un laughed again. Comrade, you're really impatient. He suggested taking a photo before leaving. Only when leaving did his son dare to open up. Honestly, thought about having a stroke and dying right there. Su Hai-huk shouted loudly. Don't you know we're in Pyongyang now? Watch your words. But Kang Win smiled gently. Well, I'm being careful. His son suddenly felt confused. What? Kang Win recalled the moment Dong-un raised a hand to greet. Nice to meet you, comrade. Heard a lot about you. Have you decided or just kill him now? Maybe getting an honorable discharge wouldn't be bad. The two walked as the sky turned golden. Kang Win waved goodbye. I'll leave first. See you in a few days. His son sincerely hoped. Kang Win wished for a safe return. A confident smile was the answer. While the two chatted, someone watched from afar with binoculars. Dong-un exclaimed. Damn, he's really a fresh breeze. The commander replied seriously. Yes, sir. Dong-un wondered. If our People's Republic had a superhuman like this, that'd be great. The commander doubted. Sir, do you think he'll succeed? And Dong-un? Definitely. Of course. He truly believed. You got this. Comrade Kang Win was walking when something touched the shoulder. Turned around to check. What was that? This creepy feeling. Just sensed a monster or what? The sky was full of dark clouds with lightning. Plus, in a desolate forest, making the place even gloomier. Someone's voice rose. This is Jet's territory. Bibby covered the nose, disgusted by the smell. Whose land is this? Kang Win responded. Don't know either. If any of the 72 commanders show up, just kill them. Right after speaking, a strange sound echoed. Kang Win vaguely looked at the monsters ahead, planning to gang up on the weak. Vez, a lower-tier monster with sharp front legs like swords, is a big threat and tends to travel in groups with a round number. Kang Win immediately summoned the beast. Don Sao, let's go. The giant Don Sao appeared, shaking the ground, but the Vike swarm was fierce too. Even though smaller, they charged eagerly. Don Sao instantly attacked them fiercely. The gloomy sky suddenly cleared some dark clouds. With its power, Don Sao successfully defeated the Vake. Kang Win smiled triumphantly, summoning bone soldiers and bone mages. In a second, all were ready to fight. System announced summoning bone soldiers. Summon level 40 bone soldiers by sacrificing monster corpses, 40 out of 250. Summoning bone mage. Summon level 10 bone mage by sacrificing monsters, 50 out of 250. Kang Win was confident, not lacking in numbers. Something in the distance caught Kang Win and Bibby's attention. Hundreds of Nian were crawling toward them. Those are called ranchers, a lower-tier Janet monster that shoots needle-like tentacles from the mouth. Thought that was it, but a foot as big as an elephant stomped down. Kang Win quietly said. There's Rokto too? Ro, a beast with terrifying power and strong defense. Its massive body alone is a threat. Still, Kang Win stays calm and gives orders. Don Su holds it back. Hearing the master's command, Don Su lets out a roar. Then Kang Win unleashes full power to fight. The system announces warrior weapon unlocking level 50 privileges, changing form to support. The waiting van tries to escape quickly. On the other side, the bone soldiers charge fiercely. Sharp swords fly in the wind, slicing through the ranchers. The strong bone soldiers wield swords to eliminate each one. An explosion erupts, forcing them to hesitate. Turns out it's Bibby's sleeping attack. At the same time, Kang Win and the weapon charge forward. The target is Joko and Dono locked in battle. Kang Win knows not every attack works on Jato since it's incredibly tough, but confidence is high. Too bad this time summoning the Death Knight isn't possible yet. Kang Win gently extends a hand forward, preparing a new move. However, something rises between Dano and Rakto's gap. They surround and restrain Ro. Meanwhile, Kang Win rides the horse with steady, cunning steps. The sword is gripped tightly, ready to strike. Kang Win's face shows excitement, sword skills sharp. With just one blow, Joko is destroyed, gooey slime flying everywhere, and Kang Win is thrilled. Also, gained the warrior class skill. 12 days later, according to Dungeon Time, Bibi observes the surroundings again. Is this area the center of the territory? The girl recognizes an egg incubation zone, not showing signs of hatching yet. Master, Kang Win agrees. Yeah, looks like meeting the territory owner won't happen. Bibi is really curious, wants to know who that is. But Kang Win responds, better prepare to leave. Then uses the corpse resurrection move. System provides info, resurrection skill. Control over a corpse is possible. The corpse can use 50% of original abilities, only following simple commands. Mana is spent immediately. The previously defeated monsters are resurrected. Waiting for this moment, Kang Win commands. Ranchers crawl all over the ground. Now the area is full of corpses waiting for resurrection. They gather inside the egg incubation zone. Kang Win utters one word. Explode. System announces, the explosion skill lets you detonate one corpse within 10 meters radius or a corpse under control. Soon after, the egg incubation zone overloads and explodes. Kang Win quickly pulls the cloak over the face. Bibi spots something else, a regression stone. Kang Win's expression flickers with surprise. What's that? Looking up, a time fragment floats. It's a regression stone and a time fragment. According to system info, the mysterious time fragment is the material that made this world, used to create a sacred space. Kang Win doubts, holding the time fragment, a piece that can create a sacred space. Huh. Then asks, Bibi, do you know anything about sacred spaces? Bibi replies, no, this is the first time hearing about it. So Kang Win decides. Bibi doesn't know either. No need to think about it now, just put it in the inventory. It'll be useful someday. Meanwhile, Kim's secret hobby room. Gold-plated books are neatly arranged on the shelf. Inside, a voice directs someone to tilt, left a bit, then right a bit, only stopping when satisfied. Yeah, looks great now. Looking at the photo of Kang Win and the other person together, the man praises it. Definitely a proper photo. Someone beside him holds up another photo. Chairman, what should I do with this one? Dong Yu looks carefully. Thinks for a moment, then bluntly orders to throw it in the trash. At that moment, a knock sounds outside. Come in. Pyong Kwan says brightly. There's news the chairman will be happy to hear. Chairman, he reveals Comrade Kang Win has successfully cleared the dungeon Ga Gang Myeon. Dong Yu is so excited he exclaims, what did you say? Really? He requests. Why wait? Bring Comrade Kin here immediately. I guarantee the hero who saved Pyongyang will be treated extremely well. Zhang Yu is very happy now, never predictable. Comrade Kang Win might return, moved by the Republic's treatment of the hero, that's likely. Isn't that right? Yet Pyongyang's face turns serious. The face of Kang Win is still remembered clearly. That bastard. Pyongyang is pissed off like crazy. Did that guy really manage to clear this place in just 3 days? People around started gossiping when they saw Kang Yun. That dude is totally nuts. Took down a 6-star dungeon all alone. Heard there's some fake awakened guy in America named More D or something, right? Contact headquarters immediately. Kang Yun sighed deeply. They look like foreign reporters or something. His son happily ran over from afar. Kang Yun, I really appreciate your hard work. Just heard you succeeded. Thanks for all the effort so far. Kang Yun replied, well, didn't you come here because you knew I'd pull it off? His son beamed and said, yeah, of course, but your level of success is seriously surprising. Then Kang Yun asked, where's the negotiation team? Have they arrived yet? Hyun reported. Both the South and North are anxiously waiting for the results of this assault. Kang Yun confidently stated, no worries. With me here, success is guaranteed 100%. His son still hadn't revealed something, probably better not to let this guy know the negotiation team thought his failure chance was 70%. Then Kang Yun said goodbye. I'm counting on the negotiation team's success. If anything, I'll head back into the dungeon. His son shouted. Kang Yun, take a break first. But just like that, Kang Yun vanished, totally disappeared. Looks like I gotta file the report solo again. At the same time, someone kept calling Hyun. Comrade, he was panting. Comrade, where did Kang Yun go? Hyun said he just went back inside. The other guy's mood instantly dropped. Damn, I'm screwed. Meanwhile, at Kim and Woon's place, he pointed and ordered to make sure it's loud enough so we don't lose face with South Korea. Time flew by. 14 days later, Don Su and the core soldiers were still in battle mode. Kang Yun just stood aside observing. This auto hunt thing was pretty dope. The system announced level up. You reached level 60. Benefits from the warrior profession unlocked. Morphing bow weapon. Skill learned, random and lightning fast archery. You learned warrior's patience. This skill helps endure pain. Benefit unlocked. Kang Win gripped the bow tightly. Finally hit level 60. Then held it up in front of the eyes of Bao, from the skill store named Core Bao. Kang Win was eager to try this item out. Let's test it. Released an arrow aimed at a Vessi. The arrow hit it, and the ground exploded everywhere. Kang Win judged the aim was farther than Core Spear and even faster. Then thought, now that warrior benefits unlocked, it's time to summon that guy. Kang Win summoned a black magical entity. Go, Goblin. It spun rapidly, settling into an area. A hoarse voice spoke up. Finally, I hear your voice again, Master. It laughed creepily. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Master? System updated info. Level 1, Goblin Spirit Subordinate. You can summon a spirit that lives by possessing a host. Based on these spirits, it can read the host's emotions, share info, and control the host. If the host is a corpse, it becomes a stronger entity than the original undead when revived. Spirit Level 1 increases undead power by 10%. Control power requires 1, loyalty 99, trust 99. Kang Win bluntly commented, same as always, just looking at you makes me sick. Yet Goblin grinned in all situations. It slyly demanded, if you hate me that much, then give me a new body. Well, best if it's your body, Kang Win snapped. You bastard, gritted teeth. Stop the nonsense. I'll summon you when needed. Use your spirit and get lost. Goblin showed its wicked expression. Fine, no more delays. Kang Win quickly subdued it. What a scary dude. Suddenly turned around, eyes fixed on something. Kang Win observed everything from above. Looks like everything here's settled. If quick, maybe another dungeon run today. Then Kang Win left the dungeon for another place. Just stepped out and saw Hyun standing there. Why are you out here? She looked totally different from earlier cheeriness. Lips trembling and pressed tight. Hyun dropped to knees. Kang Win, please, I beg you. Kang Win was confused. Hyun pleaded desperately. Please rest for 1 hour before going back in. Without you as the main character, it's all meaningless. Hearing that, Kang Win showed a troubled look. Again? A few days before the dungeon assault, Hyun was cheerful. This assault was widely publicized as a joint effort between South and North Korea. We'll need your cooperation too. Kang Win didn't even bother listening. You guys worry about politics. I'm going back in. Han tried to stop Kang Win. Before the next dungeon assault, Han kept pulling. Today, you have to come with me. But the answer didn't change. Hey Han. Now Hyun was left powerless, begging. The atmosphere was already pretty bad. Please think about your country and take a breather before the next assault. She was suffering. If you don't come with me again, I don't know what other problems will come up. Kang Win sighed wearily. Damn, the delicious noodles and other dishes were on the table. Everyone else was chatting lively. Only Kang Win was chewing a cookie, silently complaining. So boring. Losing patience, stood up abruptly. Now that we're done here, I can go, right? Hyun spoke up. Kang Win, thanks for coming. Just as Kang Win was about to leave, someone called out. Comrade? The other shyly asked. Please sign here before you go. Kang Win asked back. My name? The other couldn't hide admiration. You're South Korea's strongest superhuman. Having your autograph before you leave would be a real honor, so Kang Win agreed and signed. Done, waved goodbye, keep doing your thing. The other was overjoyed. Thanks, comrade. Seems simple, but the guy smirked. Soon, Kang Win sensed something was off, asked Goblin. Do you see that pig over there? Goblin replied, yes, I see it, master. Instructed to follow and report everything to me immediately, obeying orders. Then secretly slipped under the table. A soldier asked, Sir, we're ready. What should we do now? Should we eliminate him? Bong Wan glared at Kang Win, making it as secretive as possible. In his mind, cursing nonstop. Damn bastard, how dare you look down on North Korea? Lionel started glaring when Kang Win greeted Dong Yu. Yeah, nice to meet you. He still remembered Dong Yu's attitude clearly. You're quite a character. Fits the strongest hero from the South perfectly. Then the plan unfolded. Who knew Kang Yu might be moved by our gesture and join our People's Republic, and Payan thought it was all because of the chairman. You made bad decisions over a little misunderstanding. He gripped the bomb tightly, with a few more around. A long day passed, and night was falling. The guard saw Kang Win and spoke, going back in, friendly. This will be your last round, right? Good luck. Kang Win politely replied, thanks. As stepping inside, the two guards kept their eyes on the target. Turns out they had a plan. The guy went in. Quick, before the barrier appears. Gangmyeon Station here has a bit of darkness to it. Following the plan, one guy ran after Kang Win. The comrades saw him. Kang Win was really curious. Why are you following me here? The other said there was an urgent message from the commander. Kang Win stayed on guard. What's going on? Suddenly, the other side pressed the bomb activation button. You did well. Comrade Nam Tin. Kang Win's face showed surprise. Didn't expect this trick. Immediately, the bomb exploded violently here. While the gang carried out their mission, the other guards stood watch above. Byung Wonian observed from afar. The barrier didn't disappear at all. Did he avoid dying right there? He could guarantee that, but at the very least, he was seriously injured. Becoming bait for other monsters was only a matter of time, Byung said. Surrender and rest easy. He trusted the plan would definitely succeed. 2 days later, the attack on the dungeon. At the North Korean negotiation site, a South Korean delegate asked if Kang Win still hadn't returned. He replied, yes, the barrier is still the same. No changes yet. The other spoke heavily. We're in a tough spot now. Right now, he's very worried. It's already more than 1 day past the deadline, Kang Win promised. Not sure what the North will demand in exchange for this. And Hyun also felt something strange. The memory of Kang Win's last attack lasted for 1 day and 17 hours. Normally, that guy should have been out by now. But isn't it possible that something unpredictable could happen inside the dungeon? Then Hyun placed a stack of photos on the table. Here it is. The moment Kang Win entered the dungeon, a foreign reporter snapped a photo showing a North Korean soldier following him inside. We have to launch an investigation immediately and report this to the North right away. Suddenly, Eun-ho asked Lieutenant Choi Han, aren't you afraid of dying? Han was a bit surprised. Yes, Yoon-ho wanted to emphasize the truth. We're in Pyongyang. If we make a big deal out of every little suspicion, nothing can guarantee our safety. Hyun retorted indignantly. But that doesn't mean we should just sit still, right? Yoon-ho slammed a fist on the table, warning Lieutenant Choi Han, I hope you watch every word you say from now on. Even this conversation might be bugged, and whether that guy is alive or dead hasn't been confirmed yet, right? Eun-ho, let's just wait for now. At the same time, Dong-woo was holding a stack of papers, reading the information. Which bastard? He shouted angrily. Kang Win warned, don't block my way for no reason. Other henchmen started to lose it. That bastard, he's gone crazy now. Quickly find those bastards and bring them to me immediately. 3 days after the dungeon attack, soldiers were stationed in front of the dungeon. Hyun was very worried. 3 days had passed since Kang Win entered the dungeon. That guy must be safe. Just then, there was some chatter outside. Wait, it seems like something just reacted. Seriously, the barrier. They gasped in shock. The barrier had disappeared. At that moment, Kang Win appeared with a surge of magical energy, standing at the dungeon entrance, breathing a bit heavily. Reporters and those around were stunned as Kang Win spoke. You all want to die, don't you? Meanwhile, the others were still trying to figure out what was going on, and silence fell. At this point, Kang Win couldn't hold back emotions. Shu Hai Huck, bring out that damn pig. Kang Win declared, if he doesn't come, I'll go find him. The soldier, scared, raised a gun to threaten. Stop right there. If you don't stop, I'll shoot. Kang Win leaned close. If I survive a suicide bomb, a lousy gun like that is nothing. Then energy was unleashed, ready to teach this guy a lesson. The soldier was so scared he could only scream. With just a light move, Kang Win made him dazed. Bibi appeared to criticize. Damn, the master is too stubborn. The system announced the summoning of the item Bibi was using, the sleep curse skill. The girl warned, what will you do if you kill someone and then get sued? Kang Win warned, don't block my way for nothing like that. The other henchmen started losing it. That bastard, he's tough now. They hated it. You mean this? People's Republic is too lenient. Letting those southern bastards into Pyongyang was a mistake. I knew it. Everything would turn out like this. Kang Win recognized them as fake North Korean Awakeners. Checking their ranks, it seemed some here were pretty high up. Then Kang Win launched an attack, but the demonic skills were activated. Casually, a hand waved in the air. While the others were stunned, a distortion spell passed through them, making everyone scream. Kang Win sneered, but they were just low-level A-rank punks. Someone reported that the goblin's energy came from here. Hyun urgently pleaded, please stop. Kang Win looked suspiciously at her. You're a fake Awakener? It looked very suspicious. She was just like a newly transformed A-rank from a normal human. Yet she withstood Bibi's curse. She really had a strong spirit. Hyun firmly intervened. Kang Win, please stop. If you stop, we can settle this from here. Yudin coldly brushed it off. Settle. The one who needs settling is that damn pig, who stabbed me in the back. Move aside. Only then did Hyun get the answer. Stabbed. So that North Korean soldier who entered with him was an assassin. Still, she tried to persuade. Even so, this isn't the way to solve this. You need to be patient. If you keep going, war might break out. Please think about our country. Kang Win felt annoyed. You're too meddlesome. The final warning. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Yet Han still dared to challenge. If you're really going to leave, you'll have to kill me first. That line from Hyun seriously pissed off Kang Win. Who would have thought the tone would be so soft? So I can't do anything then, since you traveled all this way just to stop me. Hyun was super pumped. Just made a big call, and it was the right one. Kang Win suddenly punched Han hard in the gut. Mouth dropped open, eyes wide with shock. Then, without hesitation, Kang Win slammed Han down to the ground. Whispered, I won't kill you. Just sleep a bit and rest until this is all over. Fireworks were blasting non-stop. System announced magic armor skill activated. A surge of power slammed into the ground, and Kang Win smashed through every obstacle in the way. Standing before a door, said, hiding pretty well. Kang Win wanted to confront from all sides. Gong? Hey, you hear me? Come out and talk. Losing patience, kicked the door repeatedly. Dong Yu's henchman assured, President, no need to worry. This is a secret bunker that can withstand many types of bombs. Dong Yu panicked and shouted, then what is that? Turns out Kang Win summoned a beast, the steel door. Dong Yu's face turned bright red. System announced metal summoned. Following that, Kang Win stepped inside. Eyes sharp, staring down Dong Yu. So, can we talk now? The henchmen were defeated without even realizing it. That was all thanks to Bibi. Kang Win stepped closer. How dare you try to kill me, comrade? Dong Yu collapsed on the ground. Never tried that. Smirked. Are you calling me out now? There's a way to find out exactly what happened. Summoned the general. Goblin heard the command and immediately returned. Kang Win questioned silently. Can we check Dong Yu's private life? Images of Dong Yu flashed, mostly showing him enjoying moments with Kang Win. Didn't expect that, huh? He really didn't do it, master. You're in trouble again. Bibi just cheered. Do your best to handle this well. Then Kang Win called out loud. Dong Yu didn't hesitate for a second. Dad asked if you didn't do it, right? Dong Yu confirmed, of course. Not lying. Kang Win silently noted how quickly the attitude changed. Gritting teeth. Ordered. Then go find the mastermind who tried to kill me with that suicide bomb, or you'll die in his place, Dong Yu declared firmly. Hey, I promise you, I'll find that guy and punish him. Kang Win softened. All right, sorry for misunderstanding you. Dong Yu happily grabbed the hand. No, I don't hold grudges, even more than that. Comrade Kang Win, glad you see my true feelings. Seeing that attitude, Kang Win breathed a sigh of relief. Still surprised, but accidentally gained a huge fan. Can't believe Kim Dong Yu is a fan of the Awakened One. Never crossed the mind. He collects tons of artifacts he doesn't even use. Kang Win smiled slightly. I'll take it as a gift. Comrade, this wide hallway here is always empty, somewhere around here in Goblin's memory. Just then, a voice shouted, please stop. Kang Win saw Hyun standing ahead. Why did you catch up so fast? Did I hit too lightly? Hyun still tried to block. Not like that. Please stop right now. Kang Win was confused. What do you mean? Everything's done already. Hearing that, Hyun screamed, no way. Imagine a horrific scene. Has he already come and finished it? Kim Dong Yu is dead. Ham thought and felt crushed. It's all over. War will break out. Kang Win corrected. Kim Dong Yu isn't dead yet. War? Han guessed again. So you're on your way to kill him now? Then she tried to stop. Wait, if your rage can't be calmed, I'll dedicate my life to you. So please. Kang Win started to enjoy this. You're dedicating your life to me? What do you mean? Hyun insisted if the Korean peninsula turns into a battlefield, I'd rather die. Kang Win examined and found it interesting, but sure that she's not lying. Though she doesn't have a pure soul like Sung-gu and Jigen, Kang Win looked deep into Hyun's eyes and saw the most passionate soul on earth. Is it because she has her own faith and ideals? Suddenly, the name Lieutenant Choi or Hee-sun was called out. That was clear. Yeah. Kang Win suggested it was a waste to kill her. Just defect already. Hee-sun was momentarily stunned. Sorry, did that just get misheard? Kang Win insisted to defect and come under command. Dong Yu would be spared. Hee-sun fell into confusion. What is this guy saying? Kang Win repeated the earlier statement. Said to dedicate life, right? Not that everything would be done? Hee-sun was caught in thought. Wants to give up the soldier path after coming this far. If doing so stops the war, then that should be a win. But why? Seeing hesitation, Kang Win teased. Or should I kill that pig? Han got scared. Please wait a moment. Kang Win, not the boss, right? 3 days later, Kim Jong-yu caught Lee Pyong, On Nian, and the gang. Among the captured, as usual, some acted innocent. Currently, 3 were hanging upside down and tortured. Dong Yu was annoyed, damn bastard, stubborn as hell. Yet Puan calmly insisted, President, I really don't know what happened. I truly know nothing. Dong Yu cursed, damn tricky bastard, still lying. Not only dared to attack Comrade Kang Win, his voice echoed all the way to the main house, even shared items made from others' blood and tears. Right, Byung Quinning Nin. I don't know about those treasures. I'm sure Kang Win is behind this. Dong Yu was really impatient. Still no brain power? He shouted in rage. Stupid bastard, hit hard until he remembers. Puan inwardly blamed. How could there be such a close traitor? He-sun stretched. If not for Comrade Kang Win, trouble would have come. Finally, back to South Korea. Kang Win reminded first. Don't make a fuss about that, He-sun confided. You don't know how worried I was for 3 days while you rested. Military law and gunfire echoed every night. Kang Win added. Everything ended perfectly, huh? Happily looked at He-sun. Got promoted, filled the gap, even got a new staff to boss around. Kang Win continued the journey. Trip to Korea was a success. Next up, America. Thought about the dream goddess, looking forward like things waiting during this time. TV sound blared. Yes, we now summarize all news up to this moment. The main suspect in the recent coup is Commander Dae, leader of North Korea's superpower unit. How does everyone feel about this? The reporter continued. Yes, the powers of awakened ones are like a double-edged sword. The broadcast reflected images of those who surpass human limits, responsible for defending the nation against monsters. Yet, the social critique TV station grows weaker, facing crimes committed. The editor interviewed, if not for Mr. Kang Win, Mr. Kim's government might have ended by this coup. How do you feel? The other shared opinion, if a radical extremist leads North Korea, it would be very dangerous. The contribution made on South-North Korea relations is truly remarkable. Regarding this, the president in our country plans to award him a prize. Sung-hun watched TV and exclaimed, I get what's going on here now. He angrily shouted, it's all 100% nonsense. Everyone knows our chairman's attitude, right? There's no way all this knowledge comes without anything bad happening. Then Sung-hun doubted, could our chairman have threatened Kim Jong-il somehow? To make it seem like the chairman discovered everything, or else kill Kim Jong-il. He added, they say the commander stole all artifacts, but what if our chairman took them for some reason? Others turned grim hearing Sung-hun. Could be true. Tae-jang tried to defend. Come on, just because the chairman thinks he's the best doesn't mean he'd steal stuff like that. But Sung-hun thought, doesn't he ignore everything else except thinking he's the best? Sung-gu agreed. The first time I met him, he said I threw a party with others right before entering the dungeon. Not only that, Sung-gu clearly remembered the time Bido-su screamed wildly, then collapsed unconscious. All four shared the same thought, so the president even shook up all the treasures in the Kim warehouse. Sung-hun added fuel to the fire, saying there's no way to trust the media at all. Who knows? Maybe the president already killed Kim in the warehouse. Tae-jiang was just trying to save the situation. Who knows? The theft might be possible, but this one really can't be true. Tae-jiang said loudly. Sung-hun, you're joking too much. Sung-gu struggled to speak. Actually, he did say he was going to raid the warehouse. Sung-hun shouted. Oh man, look, I'm getting goosebumps already. Sung-gu continued. But that's only because the president was super pissed when he got the military draft notice. Sung-hun acted scared. Just because of that? Is he crazy or what? While at it, he said, I wasn't going to mention this, but back when I was still selling phones, Kang Win walked in. Everyone's still good? Sung-hun was scared out of his mind. President. His attitude made Kang Win confused. Why are you surprised? Are you selling out or something? Are you guys talking trash about me? Sung-hun quickly denied. No way, not at all. Now it's night in their shared house. 5 glasses of liquor clinked together at once. Everyone did great. Kang Win smiled brightly. Damn, this is seriously awesome. Generously invited everyone. Eat up. Eat plenty, so we can still work later. Tae-jang suggested letting the president pour a glass for him. Min Tran shyly asked, President, you really not planning to go to the Blue House? Oh, why do you keep asking that? I already said no. You're seriously annoying. Do I really have to chase out the president just because of that? Even so, Kang Win suddenly stood up. Forget it, I'll go get that damn solution. Min Chan panicked and stopped him. Don't. He forced a smile. Let me politely refuse them. Then Min Chan turned on the phone to prepare to call. Reading messages, he really has a lot on his shoulders, CEO. Min Chan added more pressure. How to handle this, man? Seung-hun stirred the mood. President, do you know who's been more famous than you lately? Then he showed the phone screen to Kang Win. This comedy is the Saintess of Arya. I don't know if it's fake, but this video is seriously captivating. Kang Win objected. Not fake, it's real. Sung-hun was startled. Yes. Min Chan wondered. How do you know that? And Kang Win revealed she was someone once known. Everyone was shocked by this news. Huh? Min Chan doubted. This person was found in a dungeon. She's a fake awakening above S rank. You say you knew this person? Kang Win slowly told. There's a planet called Anfen. Min Chan was a bit surprised. The president's planet is into astronomy too. Kang Win continued the story. 5 years ago, when I was still missing, you reported I was summoned to a planet called Anfen. After hearing this, the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Then Seung-hun burst into crazy laughter. It took me forever to understand this. This joke is way too high level. President Kang Win reminded. This is no joke. Shut the hell up. Only then did Seung-hun stop that terrifying laugh. Yes. And Kang Win shared. But there were monsters and half-humans too. I struggled alone to survive there for 20 years straight. I finally returned to this earth, but only 5 years passed here. Weird as hell. Min Tran had some understanding, like how time flows in the dungeon, Kang Win confirmed. And the dungeon also appeared on Earth, just like it did on Anfen. Min Trang took this seriously. Another world? If so, the boss's alien power makes a lot of sense. Based on Min Chan's experience and why the president treats people badly, seriously, he's 44 now, right? He remembered an old acquaintance. From now on, can I call you Min Chan? Kang Win concluded. Anyway, I got used to Mo Dai there. Don't know how she got to Earth. Well, when I ask her, I'll find out. Sung Hun was a bit worried. Dude, is it okay to tell us this story? But Kang Win didn't care. Why hide it? There's a dungeon and even a saintess. What are you all fussing about? Min Tran was curious. So what's your relationship with the saintess back there? Kang Win asked Mo Dai. Then he gently concluded it was like friends. At the same time, Mo Di knelt before the statue of the immortal death, soul summoner god. She could sense he was coming. 5 years ago, planet Anan, a totally wild place. The Admiral confirmed, we'll be there soon. Miss Mo Di. Mo Di's eyes gazed vaguely into the distance. Then the question came for the Admiral. Are we really going to be okay once we get there? Mo Di knew damn well that place was basically death territory, where no one walks in alive and walks out alive. The Admiral agreed, yeah, that's true, but it's the only way we can survive. He knew the worst-case scenario. If things keep going like this, all of us will die at the hands of Chanet's minions. Right then, a soldier shouted, Admiral, I see something just ahead. The Admiral was shocked. We've reached Adan already? He yelled out loud. Warriors, we're damn close to Adan. Give it your all. At that moment, a surprise attack hit, and the Admiral went down in a brutal way. Mo Di screamed in shock. Admiral. Someone sighed, annoyed. Everyone turned toward the sound. Mo Di gasped, oh my god. The image of a man on horseback cursing. Those damn bastards from the United Alliance actually dared to crawl here. Kang Win looked amused. Ending life like this is kinda over the top. Why give me such a tough challenge? It was already midnight, but Kang Win's shared house was still lit up. Someone was drunk out of their mind. Mr. Chairman, please don't hit me anymore. Sung Han lay on the table, crying. I already apologized. Kang Win was furious. Should have killed this guy back then. Others just judged silently inside. Couldn't say if one was a con artist or the other was the one punching the con artist. When near death, who's the better person? Suddenly, Sung Gu nervously called out, expressing worry that sometimes Kang Win seemed way too indifferent to public media and the surrounding situation, including the stuff with Seung Hun and Lai going to home warring, but Kang Win just shrugged it off, saying why care, just get used to it. Min Chan gave earnest advice, but still, Kang Win should consider legal issues and the risk of isolating from society and the international community. Mr. Chairman, making enemies isn't good, right? Kang Win thought about it. Making enemies. Humph. You share that too? Yeah, I had this card back then. I'm cautious with every country and care a lot about how others see me because I fear public opinion. Seriously asked. But think about it, how far do you think I'll get acting like that? That line surprised Min Chan a bit. Yeah. And Kang Win said just 2 words, disaster. He analyzed that when all the dungeons on Earth break loose at once, it's coming soon. A disaster nothing can compare to the dungeon shock from before will happen. Will countries and laws even exist in that kind of chaos? Min Chan thought even if the dungeons break, the military could handle it. Kang Win emphasized they'd block 6-star monsters for sure, but what about stronger ones? Min Chan was silenced. What? Then Kang Win shared his reasoning. Think of 6-star monsters like guard dogs. Then tigers, lions, and carnivorous elephants will start flooding out. Even dragons will show up. And Kang Win was sure that even if only a few ghosts floated by, the guns we have now would be totally useless. So what do you plan to use to stop them? Kang Win said, nuclear weapons, that's basically suicide. The world will collapse, and the fence we call a nation will lose all meaning. The species will vanish, leaving only the desire to live. Sung Gu objected. Even so, people will definitely unite to fight them. He believed there'd be warriors, kings, holy knights, saintesses, even knights from allied nations. But Kang Win denied it, saying it's all useless. People will keep trying to carry more until they collapse. Eventually, a divide will appear, and they'll turn their backs on you, drawn away by other desires. Hearing that, Sung Gu was terrified. So what do? We can't just stand by. Kang Win smiled, that's why we're preparing. Look at you, so hyped. When disaster hits, we'll need a hero, right? Kang Win even made a symbol. What we need is a powerful leader, he added, noticing others' gazes. Kang Win stressed every word about media reports, police investigations, and he concluded all that's useless. Instead, I need to show them. Kang Win confidently claimed just how ruthless and indifferent it could be. Right now, someone was clicking a computer mouse nonstop. The huge room was filled only with the sound of typing, and the computer screen displayed the hero who saved South Korea from danger. Another line appeared, announcing the formation of the fake Awakening alliance between the North and South, with the biggest contributor being Kang Win, and the image of Kang Win as a special investigator, saying that with Kang Win around, no one could escape prison anymore. The person scrolled through a long news article about Kang Win. It turned out to be Sang-ho. Angrily, a hiss escaped. Open it now. Sang-ho hated it deep down. Damn it. Is there any justice at all? How could such a messed up thing happen? Feeling outraged, people treated that rebel name like a hero. Is this even a country anymore? Right. South Korea is doing great, huh? Sang-ho kept cursing nonstop while that damn Chairman Kim was doing who knows what. He said he would cut off all related leads and survive this, right? Trying to comfort himself, but whatever, plans were already set. Then Sang-ho snapped a photo of the pile of files on the desk and sent it to someone to check out. After seeing this, can you still ignore my calls? Done. Sang-ho smiled wickedly. Just then, the phone showed an incoming call. Chairman Kim Ho from the C Corporation. The voice on the other end spoke. Are you really going to do this? Are you threatening me and planning to drag us both down? Sang-ho threatened. If you do this to me, I'll destroy all these documents immediately. So suddenly, the opponent was baited. What's going on? Now Sang-ho was very confident. Kang Win, you just picked the worst enemy you could have. Sang-ho had caught the opponent's weak spot. I know you're also working with people from the Middle East, right? Be the middleman for me with them. Feeling smug inside. Daring to mess with me, huh? The chairman of the Warlike Guild, Sang-ho. 1 week later, at the huge airport on departure day, Sung-gu happily held the card in hand. Seeing this, Kang Win spoke up. You're that happy? You can't stop smiling. Sang-ho was still beaming. Of course, man, he excitedly showed off. Now you're at B rank. Kang Win shared. I was planning to go to America after you at least hit A rank. So lame. Sung-gu laughed heartily. This is already crazy, man. All thanks to your training. He silently recalled how many times death had been cheated this week. Kang Win handed something to Sung-gu. Don't go solo into the 4-star dungeon just because you're hyped, and take this. Sung-gu was very surprised. Isn't this the teleportation gate stone? Kang Win warned not to get cocky and die. If there's danger, back off immediately. Sung-gu was truly touched. Dude, you bought something worth over 10 billion just for me. Sung-gu's attitude was totally different from before. Really tough on the outside but soft inside. Honestly, can't say nice things. Finally, you're somewhat useful. So if you die, that'd be lame. Do you know how much money I've invested in you? If you die now, you'll just become another corpse soldier. Meanwhile, Sung-gu was still lost in dreams. Am I right to say he's soft inside? At that moment, Min Chan got a call. Yes, I'm listening. Sung-gu felt hurt again. What am I to him? Suddenly, Min Chan shouted. Yes. The caller continued. Yes, I'll do it right away. Thanks for the heads up. Kang Win was confused. Who was that? Min Chan reported it was the Minister of Defense calling. They just received info about a terrorist attack. They said it seemed targeted at you. Chairman, Sung-gu was shocked. Terrorist attack? And Kang Win didn't get it? Why target me? Min Chan hesitated. I'm wondering the same. In the end, kept it inside. Isn't he the type who makes enemies wherever he goes? Kang Win pretended to be disappointed. So I can't go to America now. Min Tran warned. Until the Minister of Defense finalizes the plan, you can't board any flight. What about tomorrow's thing then? Kang Win thought for a moment. What now? Suddenly, someone interrupted. Even Chairman Kang, who's talked about nationwide, ended up like this. Looks like we're headed to the same destination. Min Trang looked up ahead. That person spoke. Then why not take my private jet instead? Dong Do read the full name. Chairman of the A-Dan Guild. Kang Win. He wondered. What now? Who's that old guy? Min Chan was surprised. You don't know? He introduced himself as the chairman of one of the largest conglomerates in South Korea, the K Corporation, and one of the 10 A-rank Awakened in South Korea. Then he revealed the name of the person in front of Dong Do. He asked again, so, why don't you come with me? Kang Win didn't bother to be cautious. Well, if you're not worried about those terrorist issues, I'd be happy to accept. Dong Do smiled. Why would some small-time terrorists scare Dong Do? Then he suggested, all right, let's just be friends first. Friends. Dong Do smiled brightly, signaling a tease. All right, deal sealed then. But Kang Win didn't quite get it. Sealing the deal, Kang Win bluntly asked Min Chan, what exactly is this old dude talking about? Dong Do saw this and spoke up. Oh no, haven't you heard about the hot movies lately? Kang Win looked like a caveman. Dong Do explained, It's a phrase from a popular movie these days. Kang Win honestly admitted, I thought he wanted to throw down or something. Dongdu denied it. No way. Then he casually threw an arm around Kang Win's shoulder. There's still a long way to the U.S., so you might as well watch some movies with me. Well, that sounds good. Guess I won't be bored on the trip then. Dongdu was pumped. All right, let's go. Min Trang could only feel helpless. Who knew Dongdo had this kind of hobby? Sung Gu didn't expect it either. Heard he's all about the career, but turns out he's just a regular guy. Min Chan was skeptical. Well, I guess we're finally heading to the U.S. 20 hours later, the plane finally landed. Everyone at the airport was chatting lively. Kang Win didn't forget to express, my man Dongdu made it possible for us to reach the U.S. Thanks a lot. Dongdu was generous. You're stressed? It's nothing, he asked cheerfully. So, what now? Kang Win's eyes suddenly sharpened. Then both sealed the deal, just like before. What else to do? You go your way, I'll go mine. Min Tran was too shy to even look up. Both he and Dongdu's assistant shared the same thought. It's good they got along well. But why do we have to be the embarrassed ones? Someone whispered. What are those Asians doing? Probably some kind of trend. A few hours earlier, in the entertainment room on Dongdo's private jet, the green light on the system blinked due to complaints. At this rate, it's gonna crash. After gaming, the two went outside. Someone approached them. Master Kang Win. He introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Richard Choi from the Titan Guild. Here to pick you up. I'll escort you to the hotel. Dongdo expressed regret. Looks like I gotta go now. Huh, that sucks. Why not stay a bit? Have some coffee with me. You didn't agree too. Sounds good. Dongdo smiled brightly. I'll see you later then. Young Kang Win said goodbye. See you later, Dongdu. Then he got into the waiting car. Now Min Chan had a chance to ask, Boss, do you like Dongdu? Seems like you two got along pretty well. Oh, he's funny and there's not much age gap either. Min Chan thought silently that Dongdo must be 42 this year. Then he recalled something. Didn't you mention living 20 years in Anfen? Kang Win confirmed. It was like hell. He thought maybe Dongdo's wealthy life wasn't that different from his own. On the other side, Dongdo's assistant was curious. Chairman, what do you think after meeting Kang Win? Dongdu judged that guy wasn't ordinary. Even after hearing about a terrorist attack and facing me, he showed no fear at all. He confirmed it's because the guy was confident in his own strength. Well, maybe that's true. Then Dongdu shared, but I feel there's something else. His calm and confidence can't be explained by just youthful spirit or anything simple. He honestly said, the more I see Kang Win, the more interested I get. The assistant guessed the chairman really liked him. But Dongdu exclaimed, no way. He burst out laughing. The most important thing is we watch movies together. At the tall hotel here, the elevator showed going down to the first floor. Richard announced the schedule. Hope you feel comfortable during your stay. The meeting starts around noon tomorrow, so we'll prepare the car around 11 o'clock. Kang Win replied, all right. Then reminded, go freshen up and come out. I'm going to grab some drinks. Min Tran ordered, yes, boss. Only after Kang Win left did he dare to show a lifeless face. On days like today, all that's wanted is to just chill. After a 20-hour flight, how can anyone hit the bar right away? Right now, in front of room 1001, water from the shower flows down accompanied by relaxing sounds. After the shower, Kang Win steps out happily. Next, clothes go on, time to roll. Kang Win slowly reaches for the door button. While thinking, a laser beam shoots through the window. Flew all the way to America, so might as well drink something other than soju. Kang Win looks toward where it came from. A laser beam? Something just suddenly exploded in the sky. But worse, that thing is falling fast. Only now does Kang Win realize how serious this is. No time to hesitate, running fast, but instead of running away, jumps out the window to block the grenade, gritting teeth, ready to disarm it barehanded. The explosion draws everyone's attention below. What the hell? The car underneath got smashed hard from the blast. Kang Win falls from an insane height. The system announces the magic armor skill has drained all remaining spirit energy. Frustration hits hard. Who the hell is crazy enough to try blowing up a whole building just to kill one person, then takes a healing potion to recover? System says wounds healed thanks to the healing potion. People around ask Han, you okay? Kang Win speaks up. A terrorist attack right in the heart of the city. Scanning the surroundings, weird stuff. Knows the attitude isn't exactly great, but never thought things got bad enough to turn strangers into enemies. Kang Win spots something suspicious. Bibi, chase that helicopter. The girl obeys. Yes, master. Now eyes shift to the building across the street. The laser guy vanished in a flash. Still confident though, since right when the explosion happened, sent Goblin to tail him, so finding him is just a matter of time. Wondering if it's worth checking who that is? Meanwhile, over at Mo Dai's side, an announcement comes. Holy Maiden, chairman of the A-Dan Guild, Kang Win, has arrived. She was shocked upon hearing the news. The immortal? Modi is stunned. Isn't it true that if something can't be digested, he won't do it? Mary denies. No, the Titan Guild personally escorted him to the hotel. Modi sighs. I get it. She's really curious. Who exactly is this person making him so sensitive? Modi's lips tremble slightly. The sole summoner of massacre, the immortal. She fears meeting that person tomorrow. Can't avoid them anymore. But then thinks maybe he'd be annoyed if she didn't look for him first. Then she tells Mary, he's exactly that kind of guy. So, which hotel is he staying at? Mary is surprised by this attitude. Yes, Mai only dared to wonder quietly. The person the Holy Maiden calls that person. Now she's serious. I should go meet him right away. At this moment, someone enters. Let us escort the guest. Holy Maiden. Mary smiles happily. Perfect timing. She looks at the troops before her, the area Holy Knights. Captain of the area Holy Knights, Jemban, says it's an honor to serve you. Right now, at the hotel where Kang Win is staying, Min Chan bites his finger hard, silently begging, please, please. With him as a staff member about to open the room door. Please, come on. 5 minutes ago, while Min was relaxing in the shower, a loud explosion caught his attention. What's that? A gas tank just blew? People in the hotel scream, fire, fire. There, Min Chan starts imagining the worst. No way. It can't be. Right? Now he's really worried. Boss, please, answer the phone. Finally, the staff opens the door. Min Tran stares in shock at the room. Eyes wide, frozen for a moment, knew it. The scene is a total wreck. Boss really caused trouble. The car taking Modi is on the way. The Holy Maiden looks unwell. Her face shows some instability, but she denies it. No. Diane silently assesses. This is the first time seeing the Holy Maiden like this. She seems very different from usual. He promises himself. The Holy Maiden who cured the illness will be protected at all costs. Suddenly, the car brakes hard. Instinctively, Jemin raises a hand to shield Mo Dai. The driver panics. Holy Maiden, are you okay? Jemin quickly asks, what's going on, Nick? The voice on the other end says, sorry, there was an explosion ahead. Dem shouts, what? Impatient. Sticks head out the door to check. That's the direction of the hotel. Dream on, that's just confusing. What's going on, James? He said there must have been a terrorist attack. Looks like a return is necessary to ensure the boss's safety. Dream on thinks for a moment, hoping it's not because that guy lost it. So, she insists on finding out exactly what happened. Jemin stops them. They have to go back. The god will check the place and report back. He informs the team to return to the church. Nick takes the crew to investigate what's happening. Nick responds clearly. In the end, Dream On can only regretfully turn back. She looks back at the hotel right in front of her with regret. Meanwhile, somewhere pretty grand, Kang Win has been tracking the enemy all this time. Focused, eyes locked ahead, already spotted. Because Kang Win realizes the enemy noticed, and now they're circling the street. They're not dumb enough to come back to their base knowing this. Kang Win decides to just catch the guy first. The enemy stops as soon as he knows Kang Win is coming. Then, he bolts like lightning. Kang Win wasn't prepared for this. Furious, the chase is on. Where do you think you're going? But the opponent's speed matches perfectly, making it impossible for Kang Win to get closer. Reluctantly, acceptance sinks in. Don't tell me that guy's speed equals mine. Leon Hai's face flashes in memory, reminding of that bastard. But now Kang Win stops and uses a technique, catching up to the enemy in a blink. The distance between them is just 1 centimeter, close enough to grab. Just when victory seems certain, Kang Win misses in an unbelievable way. Suddenly, the gap between them becomes a huge problem again. Now Kang Win notices the opponent's level. Look at that. 70 already? Gotta admit, at this rank, that guy is basically the best in the world. Why does it have to be this bastard? The assassin on the other side even taunts with a hand gesture. Kang Win can only sigh helplessly. Ridiculous. But it's kinda exciting. Has it been 10 years? It's been a long time since anyone dared openly challenge like this. Kang Win exclaims. So cute and ambitious. Then continues forward. Kang Win moves deeper into a dark place. Turns out the assassin was hiding by the wall's edge. He followed silently behind all the way to his own grave. This is the 100th hunt. The assassin recalls childhood memories at 10 years old in Afghanistan, a dark past. Dad sold him to a rebel group. The assassin clearly remembers everything, the moment seeing how happy Dad was earning just a few bucks. Since then, he stopped being himself, turned into a monster with a never-ending war ahead. The story that follows is shocking, pushing the assassin to wipe out many enemies just to survive, and he didn't stop there. If needed, he could kill entire battalions. The assassin's always in a tight spot. He slashes without mercy, then kills. Because survival means the enemy's death. To become an awakened one, he continued as a special agent carrying out assassinations. Right now, waiting to eliminate Kang Win. Come here. The assassin tightens the knife grip, just like before. I'll kill you at the perfect moment in the perfect place. Then he counts down. 3, 2, 1. At the right time, the assassin lunges forward, now swinging the sword to attack, but Kang Win successfully blocks. That guy surprises the assassin. Did he see through the invisibility move? This time, he's sure the enemy really saw through the technique. Immediately, Kang Win grabs the assassin's collar. Getting close, finally caught you. But then the assassin swings the knife, catching Kang Win off guard. Damn, he slashes wildly, pushing Kang Win back. The assassin wonders, how does he know my position? Since becoming awakened, no one ever sensed his aura. Now the assassin sees a chance to escape. Kang Win excitedly evaluates. You're pretty good. For an assassin type, pretty solid in a straight fight. You might even be better face-to-face than ambushing, huh? The assassin stays alert. What's he saying? Talking like he knew me before. Then Kang Win raises a hand high. Let me see what you got. Then slams the assassin hard into the beam. Kang Win's power shocks him. What kind of strength is this? Heard people say he's a soul summoner or something. In the blink of an eye, Ace Assassin vanished without a trace. Gone. Guessing the move was toward the end of the tunnel, Ace Assassin grew more alert, deciding to chase down and settle this properly. At the ticket counter, where faint light barely seeped through, Ace Assassin carefully stalked Kang Win's trail. Facing a dilemma, blood stains everywhere but no corpse in sight. Suddenly, Ace Assassin turned sharply. Kang Win appeared, surrounded by a squad of bone soldiers encircling the scene. Feeling amused, thought kicked in. So time for the second test. Huh? A trap, maybe. Staring at the unjust pile of bone soldiers, frustration crept in. Ace Assassin felt a bit helpless, counting on sheer willpower alone. Finally, a deep sigh escaped, just as Kang Win narrowed eyes. That was the assassin now powering up, using the Wrath skill. Kang Win was shocked had a skill that could make someone rage like that. Definitely a hybrid class between warrior and assassin. On the other side, Ace Assassin swore to kill Kang Win. Then, charging forward like a fierce tiger, fury unleashed. The bone soldiers instinctively stood in neat formation. Watching from Kang Win's side, Ace Assassin looked strong. But only one thing mattered: this guy would be pretty useful. After clearing the bone soldiers, Ace Assassin glanced at Kang Win's kill. Silently confident about taking him down, Ace Assassin sprinted toward the opponent to survive. Now right behind Kang Win, a slash tore through the air. That was the SAS move aimed at Kang Win. A smile formed, the 100th hunt almost done. But Kang Win was quicker, grabbing the support to finish off Sass. Couldn't believe reality. How was that possible? Sass's head fell alone to the ground. A smirk appeared to train properly. This could be quite useful. Then, the soul energy was absorbed. Use the Millennium Relic to atone for pointing a sword at me and become my loyal slave. It transformed into a Soul Seal Stone. The system said the Soul Seal Stone binds the soul of a slain friend. Skill link to summoning undead. Summons a Death Knight by forming a Master-Slave pact with a soul above level 70, temporarily unusable at current level 62, minimum level 70 required. The next day, in the Titan Guild's function room, someone sighed deeply. Min Chan was all gloom, wondering where the boss was and what was happening. Seeing this, Dong Du spoke up. Director Dong, you seem overly worried. He reassured, In will be back soon. Isn't he known as the strongest Awaken in Korea? Seeing Dong Du's smile, Min Chan regained some faith. True. But actually, Min Chan worried about something else. Worried? What do you mean? Worried about the chairman who punched a missile away. On the contrary, I'm worried he'll use the US attack as an excuse to cause chaos. Jong Do checked the time. It was about to start. Let's go. Both settled into their arranged seats. Sang Ho began. I want to sincerely thank everyone attending today's meeting. He announced the meeting was to seek help from Awaken worldwide and reveal a tough reality the guild alone couldn't handle. First, let me talk about the dungeon. Sang Ho explained the dungeon discovered was a space portal. He continued, this portal currently serves as a bridge between a planet called Anfen and Earth. So, the massive influx of monsters flooding Earth isn't random. They actually all come from Anfen. People started murmuring. Anfen, a dungeon, is a space portal. Sang Ho. The reason time inside the dungeon passes 4 times slower is due to the real difference between Anfen and Earth. Someone asked, wait, if the dungeon is a gateway, do you mean we should seal it off? Sang Ho knew well it was the Japanese guild's multi-purpose project, those making astronomical sums from their bloodstone careers. But he answered differently, no. Even if we destroy this bridge, another will appear. Actually, we have another proposal, a preemptive strike. Sang Ho declared clearly, Holy Maiden. Modi suddenly appeared in this meeting. To let everyone on Earth cross the bridge and wipe out all the monsters. The crowd buzzed. The Holy Maiden, the rumored one. Modi smiled. Nice to meet everyone. I am the Holy Maiden of Arya. Mo Dai, I came from planet Anfen to seek Earth's aid. Ho Run down below was grumbling. Than Nu and Anfen, all this stuff was just too hard to believe. To us, she was no different from the other fake Awakeners. Hearing that from him, Mo Di's eyes instantly hardened. Then, the hand moved as if ready to unleash a technique. Suddenly, the space was engulfed in a green aura that left everyone in awe. This is the energy surging inside me. Makes no sense at all. Was she really unleashing the power of 100 Awakeners here all at once? Mo Di asked back, does this make it a bit easier to believe now? Ho Run was stunned by her. Only now could Mo Di confidently speak out. This Holy Knight squad and I will open the path to Anfen. Everyone must go to Anfen immediately for Earth's safety. She emphasized that if anyone hesitated, Earth would follow Anfen's fate and turn into a pile of scrap in the blink of an eye. Mo Di believed this was a battle to save both worlds. The people below were suspiciously debating. If that's true, we can save Earth and continue the Bloodstone trade. This is a chance to kill two birds with one stone. Just then, someone laughed out loud. Ridiculous, stirring chaos on Earth like that. Both M and Sang Ho looked up at him in shock. M froze, seeing the person before, still recognizing Kang Win as the immortal. The chaotic atmosphere silenced instantly with Kang Win's arrival. Modi's hands trembled naturally, appearance slightly changed, but this was definitely the one. Taking a few more steps, Kang Win stopped in front of Modi. He said, yeah, this is kinda awkward, huh? Having to look up to you? Jemin behind shouted loudly, you lazy bastard, salute the Holy Maiden now. Modi tried to stay calm, the king commanding the destruction army. Slowly, the bow came down. Vanguard of the god of destruction, Father Cho and Emperor Adam. Modi calmly recited each immortal name. The tone was deep, addressing this lowly Arya subordinate. Suddenly Jane gasped in shock, seeing Modi bowing at Kang Win's feet. She saluted amid everyone's astonishment. Greetings, sir. Kang Win smiled lightly. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Meanwhile, Jane had no clue what was happening. What the hell? Golden light filled the room. Kang Win asked if this harmed the peace treaty. Jay was now very shaken. Holy Maiden? Modi confirmed. Of course not. If the god knew this place was Adam's, the god would never dare set foot here. Kang Win continued questioning. Why come to Earth? Modi honestly answered. Received a divine order from the goddess. Go guide the saviors on Earth. Just doing what the goddess commanded this lowly subordinate. Kang Win wants to confirm something. Whatever. I don't need to hear more. That meant Arya sent someone here. Then he turned to Sang Ho, Titan Guild president, suggesting to talk somewhere else. This place isn't suitable. Kang Win headed to the cameraman. Is this a live broadcast? He denied it. Vane demanded. Then start the live stream. Cameraman surprised. What did you just say? Jemin smiled. Just wanted to send a year-end greeting. Cameraman nervously glanced at Sang Ho. The director said if interviewing the hero who stopped the terrorist attack on that hotel, of course the whole world must see it. Cameraman started recording, inviting the sir to speak. Right from the start, Kang Win cursed wildly. That bastard who fired rockets at me. That bastard who tried to cut in. And the mastermind bastard too. Are you watching? I swear I'll come find you soon. The director wondered, is this a declaration of war on terrorists? Min Chan called out. Chairman Kang Win looked at him. Min Chan, glad you're okay. And thanks for saving us from that explosion. Kang Win coldly replied, no big deal. Come with me. I have something to say to them. Min Chan followed, eyes tracking. But Chairman, he was curious. Didn't you say you were friends with that Holy Maiden? But what I just saw doesn't look like friends at all. Still insisted. No. We're really friends. Min Chan couldn't believe it. What kind of friends are you? Dong Do called. The director answered, yes, Chairman. Dong Do looked amused. I think I just found a pretty interesting brother. Director Dong was puzzled. What exactly did he find interesting? Obviously, everything just screams danger. Then everyone gathered at the chairman's office. Sang Ho plopped down in the main chair. Modi whispered a reminder. Chairman, you should really give this seat to Emperor Adam. For stuff like this, Kang Win is pretty chill. Just let it slide. No need to stress over it. Sang Ho said. You should sit too. Holy Maiden. Modi blurted out, why would I dare? Kang Win spoke low and just said one word, sit. Modi's shoulder felt that cold vibe and finally obeyed quietly. Yes, sir. So Sang Ho got curious. Mind if I ask about your relationship? Kang Win always insists friends of mine are friends of yours, but Modi doesn't see it that way. Does an immortal really call me a friend? How can someone talk so terrifyingly like that? Sang Ho was puzzled. The Holy Maiden from Anfen acts like that? How come? Kang Win raised voice. What's up? You trying to chair an interrogation or something? You can ask Modi those details later. Suddenly, Kang Win reached into another space and pulled out someone that shocked everyone. This is Kang Win's enraged warning for Bibiit, the guy who attacked me last night. He tried to trick me into a dungeon and kill me. I really hope you can investigate whose head this belongs to. Modi couldn't believe it. Someone tried to assassinate Emperor Adam. Earth's about to self-destruct. Sang-ho worried. Even if you ask, we really can't help. Vane insisted. I don't doubt you guys. Just find out which organization this guy belongs to. Bibi doesn't have many awakened A-rank assassins anyway. Sang-ho hesitated, but Modi boldly cut in. I will investigate. Sang-ho reminded, Holy Maiden, this should be our organization's job. She looked at him with fierce determination. Titan Guild Chairman, thanks for cooperating with me so far. I have to live to repay my debts. Got it? I need to survive to go back to Anfen and save tons of people. So please don't piss off immortals. Okay. Sang-ho had no choice. Understood, Holy Maiden. Kang Win suddenly asked, but what's up with those cases? Modi was confused. What cases? You mean the earlier thing about gathering everyone to attack Anfen, right? Kang Win wanted to clarify. If all the Awakened come to Anfen and die pointlessly, what will happen to Earth? Who will fight against all those dungeon breakouts on Earth? You want to die that badly? Then Modi asked back, You planning to go to war with me? Modi scared, bowing head. How dare I? Kang Win coldly said, Stop overthinking and sit down. Explain properly. Modi slowly continued. There's a way to stop all these dungeon breakouts. So Kang Win really wants to hear it. Sounds interesting. Go on. Modi told Bibi it. First, you have to know about the spatial sanctuary and the time fragment. Meanwhile, at some anonymous subway station, a young man came in with news. Leah, we have to relocate the base immediately. Looks like the assassins failed. Leah was a bit impatient. I'm almost done researching. Can't move now. Isn't the deadline 2 days from now anyway? The other reminded, we can't give you more time. Our base will be exposed. But Leah didn't care. Wait 3 more hours. Once I finish this last test, we can move. Bibi was scouting the situation. The place chased after the assassin looked like a very suspicious lab. Things looked serious. Leah was closing a bag, holding a shining yellow stone. Bibi recognized it as a time fragment. The time stone floated in midair. A student reported, Professor, the Bloodstone's energy has reached a record high, right? Leah asked. How much? Over 5 stars already. Leah smiled, satisfied. Inside, joy couldn't be hidden. Now the highest authority in dungeon research wasn't those chop bosses anymore, but Leah's. Another student panicked. Professor, the numbers keep rising. It's over 6 stars now. Meanwhile, the time fragment still floated in space. Bibi hid in a corner. Curious. What's with this mana wave? If this keeps up, something bad will happen. The student shouted in shock. The numbers are increasing rapidly. The screen showed continuous growth. The lab buzzed. 7 stars already? Leah had no choice but to be amazed. In a flash, the woman glanced at the time fragment. It started radiating abundant energy, then suddenly unleashed a terrifying amount of power. Under its influence, all the trainees collapsed onto the floor. A sinister voice echoed, This is Earth? Huh. What a place full of life. Bibi, in kitten form, rushed over to block. Who are you? Razum eyed the little one with malice, a boosted lizard emitting a very familiar energy field. Now both face each other, right in the middle of the city. At the guild president's office, someone's voice rang out. Before explaining how to stop dungeon raids, better know about the spatial sanctuary and the time fragment first, she explained clearly. First, about the spatial sanctuary. If describing it, it's a special place belonging to higher dimensional spaces. But you've already been to a spatial sanctuary, haven't you, immortal? Kang Win felt puzzled. Oh, that's right, she shared. It's the dimension beyond the Red Gate in high-level dungeons 4 and 6. Hearing that, Kang Win understood. So that's the time sanctuary, she continued. As you know, dungeons are gateways leading there. And some of those dungeons connect to a time sanctuary, like the Baktuk and Shu Hai Hakuk sects. Kang Win wondered how that relates to stopping dungeon raids. Why do raids even happen? She explained that dungeon raids is Earth's term for the synchronization process. Without enough mana reserves, monsters can't unleash their true power. So, they blow up those dungeons to mobilize dungeon energy, which is mana. She clearly pointed out that Earth becomes a planet where they can operate freely, kind of like rationalizing the terrain. Kang Win thought, doesn't that mean nothing can stop them? Even if all dungeons are cleared, mana will gradually accumulate on Earth from bloodstone mining, which she revealed has a method. Then, she shared, dungeons and time sanctuaries respond to their owners, the Time Lord's wishes, so they can choose whether to have monster factions or not. Someone blurted out, so can a Time Lord side with them? She confirmed. Exactly. Time Lords are the 72 commanders and rulers of the chat, plus many lower-ranked Time Lords. She added that they can also steal each other's power by fighting over time sanctuaries. Meanwhile, she shared the current situation. For now, we're still struggling to protect Anfen territory. However, we really can't stop their attack direction, So my plan is to seize the rights of a Time Lord, then fight on equal footing with them. She spoke slowly, aiming to reclaim all dungeons on Earth and Anfen. Kang Win laughed excitedly. Interesting. Asked. So if their homes get taken, they become homeless, right? She confirmed. Exactly. Kang Win had a bold idea. If all could be taken, then maybe it's possible to meet the name Chanet, the one whose hair was never seen. Kang Win wanted to continue. All right, tell me how to get a time sanctuary. She revealed 2 ways. You can either seize one or claim ownership of an unknown one. Either way, you'll need a stone, called the Time Fragment. Kang Win immediately pulled out the Time Fragment stone. This one. She saw it and shouted loudly. How did you get that? It's usually picked up casually and used, she explained fully. If you steal one, you only need 1 stone to establish ownership. But since you don't have any time sanctuary yet, you'll need 3 stones. Immortal. Kang Win asked blankly. Can I take any 3? You must be chosen by a dungeon first. She responded. If you have a time fragment, a dungeon must have responded to you. Hearing that, Kang Win complained. Why is it so complicated? 3 stones? Really? Then he focused and thought for a moment, then asked, give me 2 more stones. She was startled. Yes. Judging by her expression, Kang Win guessed. If she's like that, she must have some stones herself. He smiled brightly, spreading his hands. Give them here. After a brief negotiation, she had to hand over another time fragment to Kang Win. That's more like it. But still doubting, are you sure there's only one? How can a saintess have such weak power? Dream on, that's just painful. That thing was really hard to get, so it has to be returned to me. After completing the mission, the goblin returned to Kang Win. Curiosity struck. What? You're back already? I told you to follow and help Bibi, the goblin reported. Master, has the illusion witch been caught? Kang Win couldn't hide the anger. What about Bibi? Which bastard did this? The goblin revealed it was one of Janet Razum's henchmen. Kang Win quickly stood up. I have to go now. Min Chan was confused. Where are you going? Kang Win explained. The bastard's base tried to launch a terrorist attack on me. Sang Ho tried to stop him, but the investigation team hasn't even been formed yet. Better wait until the team is set up before going. Kang Win had to report the news. Razum has appeared. Dream suddenly woke up with a start. What? It's way too early for a main commander to show up. Yui quickly gave orders. Just form a random team and follow me. The address was just remembered now. Thinking back, there's no train station there at all. The helicopter just landed on the ground. Kang Win immediately went to rescue Bibi. Sang Ho asked, Saintess, isn't it risky going without backup? How can we stop a prison break with such a small force? Dream knows this guy too well, it doesn't matter. Sang Ho was worried, but Dream insisted, as long as your troops are here, that's enough firepower, just wait for orders. At that moment, Yui quickly opened the warehouse door. In front was a magical black hole. Razum grabbed Bibi to threaten. Definitely the boost aura of an immortal. He was excited that the place the person fled to was just this forgotten earth. Yui emphasized that name in Razum's mind. A cold, sharp glance was cast. Go ahead. Now unconscious in Rasmus's palm. He got furious. I know you're happy to see me. But why act so strange? Yui reminded. I'm sure you've died by my hand at least 5 times. You're mentally unstable, aren't you? Hearing this, Razum flew into a rage. Not only did Kang Win provoke Razum with words, but also raise an eyebrow to bay him. He clenched his teeth. Seems like that's true. Razum is confident now, but at least you're back to square one. He started poking at Kang Win's weak spot. You look worried about saving that girl, huh? Then Razum slowly stepped over the magical puddle between them, threatening again. Then separate yourself from those brats outside. Razum demanded a proper fight. Immediately, he vanished from the magical puddle. Now Kang Win had left that room. Asked Dream, do you think this is a trap? She shared her view. Surely, he knows the huge difference in power between you two. Why would he provoke you like that? Kang Win confessed not knowing how, but he already knew my power wasn't intact. Dream was surprised again. What, you lost your power back in Anfen? Kang Win shared. Yeah, mine recovered quickly too, but not fully yet. Dream was amazed. Lost the ultimate magic of a soul summoner already? Kang Win added that the cavalry born from that place still hadn't recovered, so Dream was very worried. That's dangerous. To fight, at least you need to summon the cavalry. Yet Kang Win still looked confident. Who are you worried about? I'll be done in a flash. Just take me there. Dream had nothing more to say. Kang Win looked back at the black hole in the room. The gate inside clearly exploded with power instantly. It was so strong it spread outside. Everyone panicked at the destruction. They looked ahead in shock. These were monsters crawling all over the ground. A prison break. Everyone prepared to fight. This time, the hole still glowed but more gently. Kang Win wondered if it had no end. Was he planning to release all the monsters? A smirk appeared. If so, It seemed he didn't intend to spare a single corpse in that dungeon. Kang Win summoned his monsters. Rock, softly assured, "Little buddy, I'll save Bibi soon, don't worry. Instead, take care of those bugs." Kang Win ordered the swarm to move. The helicopter was now surrounded by powerful energy, even the tank wasn't spared. All kinds of objects floated in midair. The monster's foot just touched the ground, with a switch on its body. The people around were scared. What the hell? A transformer or what? It stomped with giant steps, shaking the ground. The others pressed hard too, but this transformer was way more aggressive than all the rest. Now all the monsters charged at once. Turns out those objects earlier had combined to form the transformer. While the helicopter blades flew, the cannon blasted. Everyone got freaked out by the destruction. Dream still wondered one thing. The immortal had lost all power. Is that for real? Meanwhile, the transformer kept advancing. Now Kang Win jumped into Rasmi's pit. System alert. You have entered the Sorcerer Rasmode's research base. Attack mode activated. Yuji noticed something different here. This place wasn't like other dungeons. Razum laughed smugly. Fool, who'd think you'd actually follow me? You think you can enter without even a corpse? What do you think you're doing? But Kang Win showed no fear. Yeah, pretty sure I can kill you. Razum noted that cocky attitude hadn't changed one bit. Inside, Razum seethed with hatred. You're full of arrogance, huh? But if we fight like those summons before, it'll be better for me, since I've upgraded my body with hybrid experiments. Kang Win asked, how about returning Bibi before we fight? Razum sneered, worried about that thing's safety. He couldn't get it. Why don't you stop caring about those disposable things? Those are just things that succeeded in pissing me off. Kang Win and Razum shouted, they're just puppets to be controlled. System alert, Sakuba's Bibi has died. Sakil boost rank dropped to 1. You won't be able to summon her again for 32 days. Hearing this, Kang Win's mind went blank. On top of that, Razum taunted. What's wrong? Looks like you're pissed. Kang Win growled, no way. Just pissed? This rage can't be described by that. Razum laughed loud. That cocky attitude of yours hasn't changed a bit. He readied an attack, but today he was the one making bold claims. Today's the last day you can act like that. Just as Rasmus's sword was about to strike, Kang Win quickly blocked. Excitement showed on the face. Who'd think you could take that hit? Did you just drink some strength potion? Kang Win focused on countering without a word. Razum suddenly noticed something, a sword, that Kang Win unexpectedly flung him far away. Razum bit his teeth in frustration but returned to the fight. What was that new attack? Razum's hand trembled. Could the power of the Soul Master really be this strong? He roared madly in rage. No way. Razum refused to accept this truth. You become a warrior. System alert. Warrior's Rage skill activated. This fury temporarily boosts your strength beyond the limit. All physical stats increased by 10. Kang Win immediately charged at Rasmi. Rasmi struggled to dodge. Razum noticed the sword morph into a spear. In a flash, Kang Win's weapon changed into a polearm. Now Razum had to use full strength to defend, but Kang Win brutally struck. Razum coughed up blood in pain, but Kang Win didn't stop. Prepared for a combo, Kang Win successfully slashed Rasmi's torso. Rasmi ran out of strength and collapsed miserably on the ground. System alert. Warrior's Rage skill duration ended. Skill disabled. Kang Win sneered, so lame. How can someone change their body and still struggle to fight a warrior? Good luck next time. Razum got beaten to a pulp again by Kang Win. Done. Kang Win immediately turned and left. Just then, Razum's voice rang out. How interesting, he said smugly. The immortal running to Earth wasn't enough. He even gave up being a soul master to train just one warrior skill. Kang Win looked excited. Warrior? So what? This is fun. He scanned and saw the body could still regenerate even after being cut in half. Seemed like something was implanted again. Razum raised his demonic hand, ready to perform a move. Immediately, monsters were summoned. You'll regret that naive choice, immortal. With them at his command, Razum grew more confident. Razum shouted, kill him. The monsters charged wildly. Meanwhile, outside, the transformer kept attacking. Sang-ho assessed, the power is truly insane. With this kind of ability, just one golem is enough to wipe out all those monsters. Mai's face looks seriously heavy right now. The mana in this iron golem is only a limited amount. No one knows what those monsters will do once the golem can no longer fight. You seem to be getting weaker the longer you live. Razum slips up. The connection is unstable right now, but that clue is caught by Kang Win. The connection also reveals your weak point. But you've already lost your power, haven't you? And sure enough, Kang Win is struggling. Razum sees the opponent as both naive and dumb. Feeling cocky, says, look at you. Already messed up just from fighting Chimera. Razum keeps throwing out insults. You came here just to pay the price for giving up overwhelming power in exchange for that blood-stained sword. Kang Win smirks. Who said I gave up? This attitude confuses Razum. What? Kang Win immediately uses the secret move, summoning the bone soldiers now joining the fight. They line up in a long row, eyes locked on Razum. Kang Win reveals mana was fully poured into the sword, so it takes time to recover. This shocks Razum. No way. You're a warrior after all. Kang Win confirms. I am a warrior, but never said I'm not a soul summoner. At this point, Razum can only grit teeth in anger. You bastard. How dare you trap me like that? Just as planned, Kang Win is confident now, taking the initiative to charge first. Let's start round 2, huh? The bone soldiers rush forward with a thunderous roar. Razum's monsters growl loudly. Razum, with extraordinary power, releases energy. Meanwhile, Kang Win and Razum face off. You realize it seems like you're just regressing the longer you live. Razum slipped up. The connection is unstable now. But that left a clue for Kang Win. The connection also revealed your weak spot, but you've already lost your power anyway. And sure enough, Kang Win is struggling. I've done my best. Feels like no energy left to push this fight. Kang Win silently calculates. Time's up. Huh? The system keeps notifying, you defeated an enemy. Your FB has increased. At that moment, a unique idea sparks in Kang Win's mind. Praises the system, well done. System announces level up, all stats fully restored. Kang Win sizes up Razum. You look pretty tired, huh? Launches a big attack. Go rest. Razum is forced into defense again. His head twitches uncontrollably. But Kang Win has the plan locked down. What painful trick did you just serve Razum? This time, his head is severed from the body. Yet that sinister laugh still echoes. Razum sneers. Your moment of glory won't last long. The connection has started. He warns. If you want to live, better run. Kang Win boldly declares, no way am I running, bastard. Twilight falls, painting the sky blood red. Standing silently amid smoke and wreckage. Kang Win steps behind it, gently praises. Well done. Slowly turning around, it makes vague, meaningless sounds. Kang Win seriously apologizes. Sorry. Lowering eyes to the summon. Even if summoners die, summoned beasts don't disappear but live unconsciously in dense void. Kang Win gently touches the sword, gives final instructions. Go back and take care of Bibi for me. Moments later, the huge body of Jock falls. Kang Win's face now cold as ice. Asks, Mo D. There was also a dungeon outbreak outside the train station. You know why, right? She answers. The Earth hasn't fully synchronized yet, especially dungeons can't just appear anywhere naturally, and dungeon outbreaks are similar. Listening carefully, but this isn't a normal dungeon, it's a summoning point. Kang Win questions. A summoning point? Modi seriously replies. Yes, someone on Earth used a space fragment. Seems like they summoned a dungeon, causing monsters to spill out. Kang Win frowns silently, gritting teeth. Which idiot? Why create a dungeon if they can't handle it? Softly calls, Mo D. She immediately answers, yes. Kang Win firmly says, I can't let this continue on Earth. I need your cooperation. The deal was laid out. Help Anfen, and the sanctuary is mine. Those words hit Mo D so hard that the mouth dropped open, shaking with excitement. The immortal would save Anfen. Staring at Kang Win's towering back, the thought escaped. Damn, I knew it. The one who brings revelation is the immortal. Mo D bowed deeply to show gratitude. Full support will be given. The story flashes back. After the dungeon explosion, Kang Win focused on leveling up by raiding 6-star dungeons with help from the Titan Guild. That's how the chance to team up with Ding Kun came about. So, the Aden Guild and Titan Guild formed a strong alliance. They discussed Earth's defense and the expedition to Anfen. But this alliance quickly fell apart. News of the alliance's collapse spread in chaos. Discussions about troop strength, Anfen's condition, and dungeon structure happened simultaneously. This caused global confusion and unavoidable crisis. The bloodline issue was a tough nut for this planet. Earth was threatened due to the mining and use of bloodstones. Still, humanity kept exploiting them, but bloodstones were also used as weapons to protect people. This sparked two opposing views. The world split into two camps. A heated debate broke out between those wanting to seal all dungeons and those pushing to strengthen defenses by mining dungeons. This tough situation needed a solid solution. Thrash. A unified defense system became necessary, leading to the creation of the International Awakening Association. 1 month later, at an airport, a private jet was parked. Kang Win and Ding Kun shook hands and exchanged polite words. You've worked hard. We're really grateful. Thanks to you, I can enjoy the dungeon comfortably. Kang Win glanced at Mo standing nearby. Those words made Mo feel uneasy. Guess you'll feel better not having to see my face anymore, huh? A slight brow raise and a smirk. Got hit right in the feels? Quickly denied. No, not like that. A teasing comeback. No worries. It's obvious. Mo just blushed and looked away awkwardly. Ding Kun and Kang Win said their final goodbyes. See you in Anfen. Safe travels. Scene shifts to a bustling city, skyscrapers packed tightly. Rain walked past a goddess statue, praying respectfully. Goddess, the day I return to Anfen is near. Suddenly, strange sounds caught attention. Eyes widened in disbelief. This was Modi staring at the serene face of the statue. Trust from the goddess. The goddess guided. Follow. Follow who? Mo wondered. The goddess slowly pointed to follow him. A bad feeling stirred. Could it be the goddess was still lingering near him? The goddess softly spoke last words beside Kang Win. Those words pierced like arrows. Mo broke down, tears falling for fate's cruelty. Goddess, why must I suffer like this? Scene shifts to a peaceful small town. A big screen in the square showed news. A black car sped down the road. A voice came from inside. Let me out here. Min Tran spun around, disbelief clear. What? Kang Win pointed outside. Stop there. I'll take a taxi myself. Min Chan asked awkwardly. What about dinner with the chairman? A sigh. Indifferent. Dinner? I'm full already. Like the guy was sweating bullets from boredom. You think it's easy to get invited by the chairman like that? Kang Win said, turning inside. You can go instead. Min Chan was conflicted, but had to go. Still needed to meet the CEO. A suggestion came up. Make a new business card. That sentence froze him for a few seconds. What? Kang Win declared. From now on, I'm the deputy director. The car stopped by the roadside. The door opened. Kang Win put hands in pockets, bowed head to say goodbye to Min Chan. I'm tired, heading home now. Have a good chat then. Min Chan hesitated, wanting to keep him, but this was beyond reach. Waved goodbye. Good luck, Deputy Director Min Chan. You're just leaving me here? Min Chan held his head in distress. What the hell do I do now? That was a date with the chairman. How did I suddenly become Deputy Director? He muttered like going crazy. Deputy Director. Then suddenly laughed wildly. I'm the Deputy Director now. The driver muttered silently. This crew is seriously messed up. At the peaceful residence neighborhood, a faint phone ring echoed. Is that your son? Is he in Korea? The taxi sped down the road. The phone ringing was coming from inside. Yeah, on the way home. Oh man, what should mom do? Kang Win sat talking on the phone with mom. Mom was outside and might not get back until evening. It's okay, mom. Just take your time. The taxi slowly pulled over to the curb. The driver quoted a fare of 25,000 won. Kang Win rummaged through the jacket pocket but seemed unable to find any money. Frowning, thinking the wallet might have been left with mom and Min Chan's luggage. Realizing no money was available to pay, Kang Win told the driver, Sir, can you wait until I get to gas? Should I meet him again? The scene shifted to a luxury apartment complex, where the phone on the table vibrated with an incoming call for Kang Win. On the desk calendar, the number 17 was circled in red pen. Jimin answered. Hey, how's the move to America going? A voice replied from the other end. Jimin, are you home? He was surprised by the question. What's up? You didn't call on the phone. Jimin immediately answered. What's up? Kang Win spoke outside, holding 50,000 won right away. What? You didn't have money for the taxi, so you came out to pay for me? Hearing that, Jimin was speechless. This old man never changes a bit. Jay stepped out and saw the younger brother getting ready to leave. The face showed a hint of surprise. She seriously asked, Where are you going? Isn't the final exam coming up soon? Jimin replied, I have to go out for a bit. JW's tone was worried, hands on hips, saying, You have the National College entrance exam tomorrow. You might catch a cold. He turned, adjusting his jacket, and replied, I'm just stepping out for a bit to give the taxi money to Kang Win. Hearing that name, John's face flushed slightly. Kang Win? The scene gradually shifted to a quiet cafe, where Kang Win's voice rose. JW, I thought you had left, but turns out you're still home. He continued, You should have told Jimin to come instead. I feel bad. JW quickly waved her hand awkwardly to refuse. It's okay, it's been a while since I saw you, right? Kang Win's face showed happiness as he spoke to her. By the way, I heard you quit that job at home. Kang Win was a bit surprised and asked again. Really? To become a celebrity or something? Kang Win smiled, teasing. I read an article about that. They called you the beautiful woman of Kang Win. Ju's cheeks reddened. That guy, stop teasing me. He laughed with eyes squinting, voice softening. All right. She changed the subject anyway. JW handed the phone for him to see. Look at this. She briefly explained the situation. Yes, today, I'm writing an online novel. I've always wanted to be a writer. Now I can make that happen. Kang Win looked at the phone and replied, That's great. So you like writing? Let's see. He quickly skimmed through her novel. Beneath a Korean all-boys high school suddenly appeared, a summoning magic circle. The story had extremely dramatic developments. The main character passed through the magic circle to another world. The main character went through countless ups and downs. The main character faced many hardships and became a powerful fighter. Finally, the main character found a way to return to Earth. But the next developments didn't seem very smooth. However, upon returning to Earth, it was discovered to be very different. Humans were losing to monsters. Kang Win was somewhat stunned reading this story. Is this me? John was extremely excited upon recognizing it, because while thinking, I remembered you, but reading it was pretty enjoyable. He praised, really awesome. Your story has a lot of comments too. Most comments below urged for the next chapter. What does that mean? Support the author. Keep writing, author. Come on, just killing time here. Probably about to mess everything up again. Don't read the comments. JW blushed and hesitated. But anyway, she gathered all courage to speak. I also really want to say thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be able to walk normally among people like this, nor could I do what I truly want. Kang Win smiled softly. Rubbing hair, said, It's nothing. Looking at her, eyes softened a bit, because she was strong enough to overcome everything. I just helped a little. Those encouraging words gave JW a lot of motivation because she was strong enough to choose the life she wanted. She sincerely thanked from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. Kang Win shifted scene to the main headquarters of the A-Dan Guild. Everyone inside was busy working seriously. Kang Win was walking slowly down the hallway, gently opened the office door. Hands on hips, said, The guild looks a bit crowded. Huh. Everyone was surprised and shouted in unison, Boss, you're here this early. A calm smile appeared before asking, I'm here. How have you been? Kang Win stepped forward and asked, Have Sung-gu and Hemin arrived yet? People nearby whispered, That's Kang Win. Soon-hun replied, They're just arranging those trophies, probably heading back soon. Suddenly, a pair of feet stood at attention behind, and a voice spoke up, Hello, Chairman. Kang Win and Soon-hun both turned to look behind. So it's Hee-sun. A slight smile appeared as Kang Win asked, Lieutenant, huh? When did you get here? Hee-sun answered, Not a lieutenant anymore, now part of the reserves. Started working yesterday. Try saying that seriously. The question followed. So from now until then, there's still a long way before ditching the uniform, right? But there was preparation beforehand. Kang Win laughed and said, When Min arrives, we'll talk about that later. For now, let's do a quick interview. She seemed surprised. Scene shifted to the chairman's office at the guild. Sitting opposite each other, Kang Win examined every detail about Hee-sun. Level 14, pure beast master profession. Noticed someone with great pride and loyalty. Staring intently, the words came out, A forced level beast master still has a lot to improve. Hee-sun broke into a sweat and asked in surprise, How do you know? Kang Win replied casually, I saw it. Suddenly, silence fell, worry clearly showing on her face. Thoughts drifted back. Last month in North Korea, Lam Min tested her. Still at level 11, no impressive skills at all, probably due to accelerated synchronization, but jumping 3 levels in a short time shows decent potential. The vision showed many tanks and planes overhead. Because soldiers use modern weapons, no chance to develop fake awakening skills. Kang Win suddenly reached out, surprising Hee-sun. Here, take this. Her eyes widened in shock. What? He pointed to the gems in hand and said, Don't know how. Swallow these, latch onto them, and channel mana inside. She couldn't hide her astonishment. I mean, aren't these strengthening stones? Why give me such expensive ones? Kang Win sighed. If you're like this, I can't help. You have to use these first. 2 hands extended with stones toward Hee-sun, swallow them all. After receiving them, Hee-sun's hands trembled with joy, saying, I'll definitely use them well. Starting to swallow each one, stamina increased by 3, mana rose by 4, strength boosted by 3. Arms crossed, satisfaction was clear. Good, these suit you well. Kang Win rested chin, thinking, Now, which skill is this? Her basic skills were solid and being in the military. She had good battlefield knowledge too. Suddenly, the exact book being searched for appeared. Found it, the system's voice rang out. Telepathy lets you communicate with others through brainwaves, able to issue commands even in chaotic battles. Kang Win handed the book to Hee-sun. Here, take it. Curiously, she asked. The answer was, This is the most important thing. You must master this skill. After hearing that, she cautiously replied, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, more books were gathered and handed over. Here, study all this too. She froze briefly, thinking, All of that? At the same time, a voice exclaimed, Hey, it's Sung-gu. He shouted, Are you serious? Kang Win blinked. What? Sung-gu panted, thinking. Couldn't believe he was greeted like this right after returning from America. Kang Win thought quietly. Sung-gu's grown a lot. He quickly grabbed the remote to turn on the TV. Look, a press conference about the defense agreement with North Korea appeared fast on screen. We announced that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has signed a military agreement with the Eden Guild. They reported on the defense pact with North Korea. Kang Win recognized, Isn't that Min Chan? After eating, what's he still doing there? He awkwardly asked, Don't you know? Before answering, the question came again, Who are those people in front? Hin replied, the Minister of Defense and the Army Marshal. He continued, according to the agreement, our guild will receive the same government support in the future. This news surprised Kang Win quite a bit. Really? Sung Gu showed annoyance at the repeated question. Is this the time to be serious? Hemin added. So our guild is responsible for national defense, like a national army, right? You clenched teeth, face tense with discomfort. What? National army? Realizing the issue, Sung Gu blurted out, dude, simply put, we gotta spend more time in the military. Hearing that, disbelief hit hard. As the meeting screen ended, thoughts raced. Damn freaks. Just told him to grab a meal. How did it blow up like this? Kang Win's angry aura silenced the room instantly. The order came. When that bastard gets back, tell him not to go anywhere. Hemin replied, yes, sir. After speaking, saw the figure turn to leave. Where you headed? Came the question. The answer, off to the new soldier training center. Kang Win spun back, surprising Sung Gu. I'm heading to a dungeon. Come with me, Sung Gu. He-sun, loudly asked. He-sun, you're an awakened one too. She shyly admitted, yeah, I have mana and skills. Sung Gu grabbed He-sun's hand, startling her. Tears welled up as the vow came. From now on, gonna work my ass off. She softly replied. All right, what's up? Scene shifted to a sunset-lit afternoon. Buck Junpyo came to pick up Min, saying, let me take you home, sir. A chuckle followed, all right, thanks. Buck Junpyo politely asked if a ride home was needed. Min Chan stared straight and said, nope. Drive me to the office. Under the sunset glow, cars lined up waiting at the red light. Meanwhile, Min Chan was glued to the phone. Suddenly, Buck Junpyo spoke up, catching attention. You guys will have to move headquarters soon. Continued. Your guild's gotta protect the whole country now, so I figure you need a bigger spot. Just pick a place, and we can start working right away. Min Tran lifted the phone like calling someone, then replied, we haven't even signed the contract yet. The president's opinion is super important too. Buck Junpyo cheerfully said, conditions are great, so he'll definitely agree. Then added with a smug grin, I'll talk it over carefully with him. Suddenly, the other line answered. Min Chan heard a different voice and asked, Min, why are you picking up? Hin replied, the president went to the dungeon with Director Hong and Choi Honorable. The reply came, really? On the other end, Hin put hands on hips and asked, but what the hell happened with this director? Nin Trang laughed heartily. Director A, now on vice president. He scratched his head, clearly confused. Not the time for jokes. Protecting the Republic of Korea. How the hell did something like this happen? Nin Tran flinched, realizing the problem. How do you know that? Hin answered with emphasis. What do you mean? It's blasting all over the news. Hearing that, eyes went wide in shock. What the hell? Min Chan turned to ask Park Junpyo if the meeting was replayed. He casually replied, no way. If that happened, must be some coincidence. Min's face darkened, panic obvious. Coincidence? No way. Quickly grabbed the phone again, saying to the other side, I'm heading to the office now. Hemin hurriedly warned, don't tell anyone I said this. But the president doesn't look too happy. The scene flashed past tall buildings in anger. Quiet thoughts, those damn sly bastards. No wonder they rush out all those amazing offers. Min Chan recalled the president's proposals at dinner. They wanted to upgrade the Eden Guild into an organization called the Korean Guild. The scene showed devastation. Eden Guild was just a stepping stone to keep Kang Win anchored. The strongest awakened one refused to leave Korea. Memories of talks and negotiations after dinner surfaced. They promised immediate help once the president's consent was secured. The atmosphere seemed so harmonious, it was unbelievable. They held a secret meeting before the president agreed. Recalled shaking hands with him, wondering why. Min Chan's expression grew even more troubled. Was the public broadcast meant to pressure him into agreeing? But that was impossible. Because of the president's personality, worry crept in. If he found out what happened, he wouldn't hesitate to turn the blue house upside down. The sunset light mixed with Min Chan's thoughts. If the president was to stay in Korea, this had to be stopped. Surely, a way would be found. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a 6-star dungeon at Gate 9 of the South Station, the faint scent of blood gradually spread, making the air heavy. He-sun's face looked awful. Turning around, pointing, asked, sorry, I'm still a rookie. Did we end up in the wrong dungeon? A normal newbie like me should be sent to a 1-star dungeon, right? Sung Gu scratched his head and laughed, making things even more confusing. The more he spoke, the more lost it got. What's going on? No clue at all. He continued. I think you might actually die, but we'll try to help you. He-sun was filled with silent worry. That guy didn't make anyone feel safe at all. Suddenly remembering something, asked, what about the chairman? He replied, he went in ahead. That sentence surprised He-sun even more. What? Weren't we here for training? Sung Gu answered, that's just one step in the plan. Here, take this. She immediately recognized it and exclaimed a dagger. He raised the dagger and asked if she ever tried cutting raw fish. Hisun was startled. What? Monster corpses lay scattered on the floor. Hisun frantically dug out each blood core and stuffed them into a bag. She had collected a whole bag full of blood cores. Hisun's mood was heavy, sweat pouring down like a shower, wondering where this place was and why here. Meanwhile, Sung-gu swiftly gathered all the blood cores, surprising her. That guy's so fast. How is he that quick? After finishing, he slung a backpack over his shoulder. Sung-gu urged Haeyeon, hurry up, honorable. At this rate, we'll run into the seniors before even reaching the lower levels. She seriously replied, okay. Hisun walked over, thinking that even though blood core digging was fast, still couldn't keep up with that guy. How the hell does the chairman hunt? Suddenly, a noise came from somewhere in the quiet space. Couldn't help but ask, what's that sound? Dozens of pairs of eyes glowed deep red in the dark. Hisun thought. Monsters? Fear slowly crept onto that face. And not just one or two. Did the chairman miss them all? Next to her, Sung-gu remained calm and unbothered. Oh man, looks like he's already moving up. Hisun blurted out, what? From the shadows, countless skeleton warriors stepped out, their eyes flickering with eerie red light. She recognized them as skeletons. Suddenly, where did Kang Win come from? You two still not done? Seeing him appear, Hisun called out, Chairman. Sung-gu quickly approached. I'll gather them all right here. His brother waved it off. No need. Come with me. We're heading to the gate. Han glared silently, frozen like ice, thinking the chairman didn't hunt alone. She watched Kang Win and the skeleton army leave one by one. The chairman summoned over 100 of those things at once, so this is how the chairman cleans the dungeons so fast. The next morning, fresh air filled the scene, and a space gate appeared midair. He kept coughing dryly. Sung-gu approached and asked Han, feeling better? He asked, passing through the gate feels really weird, right? Sweat was sticky, wiping the chin, replied, is it always this tough? He answered it depends on the person, but soon would get used to it. Sung-gu smiled brightly and said, let's go then. He already went ahead. Hisun agreed, yeah. The two walked side by side through the forest path. Hisun kept an eye on him, immediately asked, why are your clothes still fine? He didn't hesitate to explain that these were dungeon-made clothes, and the guild would pay for these items. They arrived to see Kang Win standing before a giant skeleton frame. Sung-gu was surprised and said, bro, thought you went ahead already. Hearing that, he smiled, perfect timing. Kang Win called out, come here, Hyun. Reflexively, Hon ran over. You called me? He pointed inside and ordered, try taming that. She gasped in surprise at the sight, a fierce, sad tiger trapped inside the cage, staring right at her. That thing. A chained book appeared clearly before her eyes. Then the system voice rang out, high-level fire demon magic requires strict standards, so you can't just take it slow and get familiar, but now you can learn it. Congrats on reaching grade A. Sung-gu's job title popped up. The system kept congratulating, making him blush. Finally, you can become a fire user. Switching between reality and here, Sung-gu shouted out in joy. He thought happily, can't believe, even with good intentions, complaints still come up. Bro, I'll follow you till the end, bro. Sadri Tutter Tiger roared fiercely inside the cage. Hisun awkwardly asked Kang Win, Mr. President, do I really have to do this? I feel like if I go over there, I'll just end up as minced meat. The guy looked at her with a forced smile. Did she think it would be left to become minced meat? Who told her to fight it anyway? Told her to tame it. The guy immediately turned back to give orders to Sung-gu. Sung-gu, make that thing obey. He responded strongly, yes. Instantly, he leapt into the air. He landed lightly on the ground, making the tiger even more alert. Sung-gu quickly smiled with squinted eyes to greet it. The tiger still growled, staring him down. Suddenly, it roared so loud, the echo spread everywhere. Hyun struggled to stay steady against the roar. Terrifying to the max. Sung-gu remained calm, smirking. Why scream like that? He took off his jacket, ready to fight. Time to start, right? Sadra Tutter lunged quickly at him while growling. Sung-gu clenched fists, preparing to strike. Iron will. Sorry, this might hurt a bit. He unleashed hundreds of rapid punches to its face. The strikes were so fast the tiger couldn't react and froze on the spot. Hisun stood there with wide, stunned eyes. Not done yet, Sung-gu kicked, sending the whole body flying far away. Sadra Tutter slammed hard onto the ground. She was stunned by Sung-gu's strength. Heard he was only B rank, right? Director Hong is that strong? Ha! Hisun remembered when he cried and thought, does that image look powerful at all? She recalled Sung-gu's earlier words. From today on, let's work hard together. Sung-gu waved cheerfully, shouting, I think you can come over now. Time flew fast. The sun was nearly at its peak. Sung-gu touched Sadra Tutter Tiger and said, tame it. Hearing that, the tiger reluctantly clenched teeth, glaring at him. Seeing this, he angrily stomped repeatedly on it. How dare that ungrateful beast bare its teeth? Exactly. Step on it. Hee-sun's expression darkened as she told Kang Win, Mr. President, I don't think trying again will work, and I don't have much mana left. Right after saying that, her whole body seemed to regain life, startling her. Mana recovered already? Did Mr. President do something? Kang Win reassured, don't lose patience. The rank gap makes it naturally difficult, she asked, so what should I do? He held up 2 fingers, saying, there are 2 ways to tame a beast. He added, either make it feel close, like friends, or beat it until it submits. Hee-sun wondered aloud, so what now? Didn't it already get beaten to a pulp? Kang Win said with a flat face, no, you're not the one who beat it, right? He pointed at Sung-gu. The villain here is that guy. Meanwhile, Sung-gu was still enthusiastically beating Saturday Tutter Tiger. Let's see again. He looked over to see the tiger holding its head, trying to endure the pain. And that thing is the one getting beaten. Kang Win continued. The one she wanted to befriend was the one getting hit. With sharp eyes, he looked at Hee-sun and asked, what should you do? Hee-sun stepped into the cage, facing Sung-gu. Suddenly, Sung-gu acted strange, speaking with contempt. You think someone like you can stop me? Hee-sun recalled Kang Win's instructions to protect the saber-toothed tiger from the villain, save it, and befriend it. She felt stuck. What kind of situation is this? With such a cheap act, how to fool it? While thinking, Sung-gu suddenly threw a punch, catching Hee-sun off guard. She quickly used both hands to block the attack. The strike was so strong both bones broke. Broken? Huh? He was pretty slow with that move. Sung-gu shouted, I'm coming. Hee-sun raised a hand to signal to stop. Director Hong, wait, my arm's broken. Hearing that, Sung-gu got even crazier. Weakling, Hee-sun cried out helplessly. Director Hong? Kang Win stood with crossed arms, urging. Hee-sun quickly faked an attack on him to get close to the tiger. After the move, Haeun gathered momentum, clenched fists, and charged at Sung-gu. The punch quickly hit him. Thought nothing would happen, but the next second, Sung-gu was slammed hard backward, breaking bones around. Even Hen was surprised by that punch. Sadri Tutter still growled but moved toward her. Hen panicked, dodged, and turned back, not with a fierce look, but acting cute with big, sparkling eyes brimming with tears. Hee-sun thought she had moved it. Like a little kitten, it rubbed its head against her. What the hell? Why are you acting like this? Kang Win smiled with satisfaction. Good, now there's someone to protect you. Sung-gu ran over to ask Han, hey, how did I do? Kang Win saw him and praised like he just won Best Actor. Hee-sun exclaimed, Director Hong, you were terrifying earlier. I didn't know you were a physical strength awakener, he replied disappointedly. But I'm a mage. Doubt crept in. What? By night, the 3 sat around the blazing fire. Sung-gu hesitated like wanting to say something. Kang Win asked, what's up? Why keep that face on? He said, hey. The guy answered, I can't hold it in anymore. Dung spoke out feelings. All this time, I only believed in you. Maybe it's because you helped me that I got stronger. But Mao shouted, I'm a fire mage, so why did I just rush in and punch during the fight? Isn't that weird? He thought silently. Since awakening, all he dreamed of was being a fire mage. Kang Win just smirked lightly without replying. He looked straight at Sung-gu and answered Director Hong Sung's question. Now that you're director, how does it feel? Sung-gu shared feelings. Just running errands all the time. Kang Win interrupted. Meaning you're a high-paid errand runner. He chuckled and explained, that's not what I mean. So what do you think is the point of those errands? When I'm on a business trip and need someone to help, who do you think it'll be? He suddenly understood. No way. Still smiling, Kang Win continued, exactly. You're the second CEO of our guild. That means one day you'll get stronger too. Sung-gu cheered. Hey, the scene showed a busy crowd outside the guild's room. Min Chan was so nervous, legs trembled nonstop. He wrung his hands thinking of a solution. What to do? How to make the chairman understand without offending him. Suddenly, the door burst open. Kang Win asked. Here? He was startled and replied, Chairman, gritting teeth. Kang Win snapped. Look me straight in the eye. Min Chan was drenched in sweat. Fearfully, he answered, yes, sir. Outside the guild chairman's office, the silence was terrifying. Min Chan shrank before Kang Win. Kang Win stared and asked about the news incident. He hurriedly explained, that was fake news. The footage of the meeting should have been sent to the chairman for final decision before releasing to the media, but they broadcasted the wrong clip. Kang Win said again, they're just pretending it was a mistake. Min Chan continued, but honestly, their conditions aren't bad, right? They're pretty good. The government is just trying hard to block outside forces. Actually, some countries are pressuring the Korean government. Kang Win called Min Chan's name softly. Reflexively, he answered, yes, sir. Folding arms, tone cold. The problem isn't whether the conditions are good or not, he shouted. Go on. Did you forget why I founded the guild? he asked. To be exempt from military service. Kang Win snapped. If I didn't want to serve, I'd just join the Hem Guild. Why bother founding one? Then Min suddenly realized, oh no, it's because you don't want to work under anyone, not even the government? If so, why not just pick some deserted island and declare independence? He smirked coldly. No choice now. Blood debt must be paid with blood. The more revenge, the better. Kang Win ordered to call the reporters outside. Cameras flashed everywhere. Kang Win stood on the podium addressing the press. He looked down thoughtfully, frowned for a moment, holding a paper. The speech. First, I sincerely apologize for the misinformation about the agreement with the government before the guild made a final decision. Kang Win decisively tore the paper in half. All right, questions can wait. As chairman of the Adan Guild, let me tell everyone this first. Min Chan was truly shocked by this move. Kang Win said, the government sent an unsigned agreement transcript to the TV station for broadcast, which made me feel extremely bad. Everyone below buzzed. So the Blue House lied. This is breaking news. He added, that contract thing doesn't exist. Better never bring that up again. Looks like a move is coming soon. Kang Win smirked. If anyone messes with me, I'm out of here immediately. Just tell them that. Dismissed. Saying that, turned and walked away, leaving the reporters shouting behind. Mr. Chairman Kang Win, I have a question. Chairman Kang Win. Kang Win passed by, purposely speaking to Min Chan. After wrapping things up, the guy started it all. He bowed timidly. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Min Chan watched Kang Win's retreating back, feeling restless, thinking the public would explode with debates, but even if the opponent was the South Korean government, there was nothing to fear. Min Chan felt relieved inside. Thank God Kang Win didn't storm straight to the Blue House. The crowd of reporters still clamored. Vice Chairman, I have a question. Vice Chairman Deng Min Tran. What followed seemed a bit unfavorable. After the Adan Guild press conference, both the media and the entire internet went crazy. The whole body trembled with anger. What have you done to me? Calmly said, give up. Kang Win laughed smugly. If you promise to become my servant, I will spare you. And Sat obviously refused. Ridiculous. Kang Win calmly drew two short swords. Seems like you still haven't woken up or realized your current situation. Place one short sword on Sat's shoulder, grinning proudly. Want to bow down? Or want a soul scatter? And Sat's soul trembled with rage. That was his sword. In his memory, he had killed Kang Win. Meanwhile, the An Guild was preparing for the upcoming disaster. To strengthen the guild's power, new awakened recruits were being brought in. Inside the quiet and serious office, everyone was busy working. Min Trang carefully explained to the person on the other end of the line. No, our chairman's decision is clear enough, no need to reconsider. After hanging up, sighed, busy already, and still getting calls. Turned to ask Hemin, how many applications for awakened recruits? Hands on hips, replied. Today there were 1,200 applications, quite a lot, but most were force level. Min Chan rubbed the chin and said, got it. High-level awakened usually already joined some guild, or they want to scout themselves. Hemin was full of optimism, but they were still worth expecting, because the chairman could train them. Director Hong and Haeon were also forced recruits at first. Hearing that, Min Chan regained mood. Right, that's best. As long as those awakened develop to a certain level, our guild's scale will be enough to overshadow the three major guilds. The two encouraged each other, truly inspiring. Cheer up now. The system notification appeared. Level up. You have reached level 70. Kang Win smacked the hip, grinning proudly. Finally reached level 70. Remembered the past and could finally unlock that skill. That was the very thing in the past that helped build an army of 10,000. Kang Win activated the skill, summoning the undead cavalry. Black bones swirled around the body. Smiling with satisfaction, could feel it. 52 undead cavalry in the summoning realm. Kang Win raised the hand. A blue gem immediately appeared. Got new soldiers too. Raise the hand high. Come here. And Saturday, the system voice rang out. You have unlocked the seal for Insat's soul. In the dark night, a flickering blue light appeared. A voice echoed with countless images. I will kill you. The voice repeated only once. I will kill you. And Sat seemed to have a fierce desire to kill someone. I will kill you, and also a will to survive and survive. And Sat dashed toward Kang Win. Raised a fist at the target. My goal is to destroy. Calmly uttered one phrase. Stop. And Sat froze midair. Shocked, realized unable to move the body anymore. What did you do to me? Kang Win coldly ordered to kneel down. Both knees of Sat slammed hard onto the ground. The whole body trembled with rage. What did you do to me? Calmly, the reply was, give up. Kang Win smirked. If you promise to be my servant, I'll spare you. And Sat obviously refused. Ridiculous. Kang Win calmly pulled out two short swords. Seems like you're still not awake or aware of your current situation. One short sword was placed on Insat's shoulder. Kang Win smirked. Want to bow down? Or want your soul scattered? Insat's spirit trembled with anger. That was his sword. In his memory, he had killed Kang Win. Remembered clearly killing him back then. But at that time, Kang Win was the one who fell first. There was no other way out, and Sat reluctantly surrendered. I will bow. Hearing that, Kang Win smiled satisfied. Good, that's the right move. The wind rose, swirling dust into the air. When Ansat appeared, his whole body was wrapped in black robes. Kang Win remarked, you look like some Arab assassin. The system panel appeared. Ansat level 1, the 53rd Death Knight of the immortal Kang Win, still has Bone Rebellion so needs a certain control amount to manage him. Normal skill, Summon, Form Army, Command Death. Special skill, Stealth, Silent Death Language. Wrath of the Light Legion currently commands no more than 10. Control amount needed 312. Trusted, Loyal, Obedient. Kang Win noticed a number on the panel. What? Control amount needed is 312. Why is he so rebellious? Kang Win waved, ordering him over. Hey, come here. And Sat ignored and turned away. Kang Win held back a laugh, face showing clear annoyance. Look at that bastard, Kang Win spoke. Yeah, for now, that's how it is. Kang Win ordered, go out and find more troops. As the name was called, red energy appeared in the space. Kiba. A foot suddenly appeared like it wanted to crush everything. Kiba appeared. Respectfully speaking, the god bowed before the Lord. That made Kang Win very pleased, smiling. He knelt in salute, truly honored to meet again. My Lord Immortal. Kang Win replied to the one on the ground. Long time no see. Huh? Kiba. After a while, Kang Win looked at the system excitedly. Level up. He sighed in relief. Seems like the rookie is being trained properly. Meanwhile, Kiba kept complaining. Look at your movement. Can't you be faster? Tell me, what's your name? What level? What a rookie? Huh? What? A rookie? Yes, I'm Insat, the 53rd Death Knight. Kang Win thought, summoning Death Knights now. Hunting will definitely be much easier. Death Knights are creatures with strong leadership qualities. Even when separated from the summoner, the skeleton soldiers can still follow the Death Knights and keep fighting. Also, skeleton soldiers can enter the summoning realm along with the Death Knights. Now, whenever entering a dungeon, there's no need to handle things alone anymore. Thought about it, and just like that, the preparation for the large army is complete. Suddenly, a voice cut through Kang Win's thoughts. Master, is the summoning realm too noisy? Concerned, asked. How does Bibi feel? Is the body okay? The little girl sulked. How could the master ask such a question? Bibi was angry, fists clenched. Must get stronger fast to deal with those ungrateful fools. The girl had no spirit for a long time since being resurrected. Luckily, the spirit finally returned. At that moment, someone ran up from behind. Hey, bro. Sung Gu's feet were rushing, sparks flying. Kang Win asked if already used to the fire skill. He laughed and said, all thanks to your training. The girl excitedly called out, Sung Gu, you got so strong after just a little while. Sung Gu pointed, curious. Hey bro, who's this little girl? Kang Win explained, is this your first time meeting Bibi? You never met before? He exclaimed in shock. What, Bibi? Sung Gu recalled, Bibi, the cat I picked up before? So cute. He was shocked. So this Bibi is that cat? The girl nodded. That's me. He laughed. So you still remember her? Meanwhile, a voice came through, Mr. Chairman. We've collected all the bloodstones. Kang Win was surprised. That fast? The other side laughed and explained. Yes, I just happened to find some helpers. He repeated. Those helpers over there guarantee it. Yes, I'll show you when I get back. Sung Gu, noticing the attitude, asked curiously. Are there still monsters? He created a fireball to guarantee I handle them. Kang Win quickly stopped Sung Gu. Wait, you're teasing. Looks like now she can tame beasts on her own. What's he confused about? At that moment, his gaze caught someone far away. On the cliff, a figure rode a bear, while flocks of birds flew overhead. Seeing the woman happily waving, Sung Gu said, Miss Hyun. The system board displayed Hyun's basic info. Kang Win was pleased. Good, she's developing very well. After a while, a wheelchair rolled along the autumn tree-lined road. Sung Gu sat excitedly in the chair, couldn't believe she reached D rank after just 3 dungeons. Hyun's progress was amazing. Sung Gu sat in the car, excited. She couldn't believe that after only 3 dungeons, she had already reached rank D. Hyun's rate of progress was amazing. The response was true. If the taming improved even more, it would be perfect. You two, stay quiet when I'm outside, he teased. 20 already, man. This way, collecting bloodstones will be way easier. Hey, reminder, don't get cocky from a win. You and Hyun still got a long way to go. Sung-gu replied. Yeah, still gotta handle things, destroy the force behind an assassin who ordered the hit. Kang Win gave orders. Sung-hun, contact the Titan Guild. He answered, yes, Mr. Chairman. Night fell, leaving only dim lights. Din answered the phone. Mr. Kang, what's up? The other side asked, remember the guy I told you about in America? He asked, you mean an assassin? Kang Win was surprised. Oh, you know his name? Did you investigate him? Din Kun denied. No, he's a famous assassin. He explained, actually, he doesn't belong to any organization. He works freelance like a mercenary, and he's done a lot, especially with groups in Afghanistan. Din Kun honestly said, we're still trying to find out who hired him. You smirked. I think I already know. He shouted in panic. What, really? On this side, Kang Win smiled faintly at the corner of the mouth. I know everything already. Just ask. An assassin directly to trace the forces behind and his clients. You asked, want to join me to find the mastermind behind this? Who the hell is this guy? How dare he try to assassinate me? Kang Win radiated killing intent, thinking, time for revenge. The morning news broadcast sounded, good day. This is reporter Dung Soyun from MBS. About the awakened Kang Win, who's currently the talk of the world, will Kang Win heed the call to go abroad? Like the Auden Guild, they discussed the need for an AA-level awakened system like Kang Win. Sang Ho got pissed, hearing this. Who the hell does he think he is? Strongest in the world? Nonsense. The $10 billion assassination attempt on Kang Win failed, and I've lost contact with terrorist groups for a while now. Not only that, SG Group's chairman Kim cut ties with me, and the War Guild's status keeps dropping since losing Lian Hai. He grabbed his head in rage. Damn it, Kang Win, it's all because of that bastard Kang Win. Suddenly, a voice echoed, surprising Sang Ho. Want to get revenge? He stood up alert and shouted, who's there? Dark shadows hovered on the ground, probing. Don't you want to avenge the one who killed Lion Lian Hai? Sang Ho repeated in confusion. Revenge Kang Win? The mysterious voice assured. Of course you can get revenge. I'll lend you my power. It tempted. If you want the strength to get revenge, go to the dungeon where your sister died. He gasped in horror, eyes squinting unconsciously. Then Sang Ho looked around and shouted, who are you? Come out, I'll wait. His hand waved in the air. Where are you? Stay right there. Sang Ho collapsed to the ground, feelings rising inside. He slowly got up and asked, what just happened? Was that a ghost? Suddenly, Sang Ho's eyes rolled back in disbelief. An item appeared before him, which he picked up confused. Why is Lian Hai's sword here? It was destroyed in that dungeon. The earlier words echoed in his head. Don't you want to avenge the one who killed Lian Hai? Sang Ho cursed silently. If it was that bastard. Sang Ho started sinking into vengeful thoughts. He gripped the sword tightly, eyes turning wild with power. Night fell, covering tall buildings lit by shimmering lights. Ding Kun pondered, tracking down and eliminating terrorists. The Aden Guild only demands two things from our guild: transport to the Middle East and stabilizing the area after wiping out terrorists. Our guild provided transport. The U.S. military is stationed in the designated area and will start operations. The key point is, this is a joint operation with Anne. While we investigate the enemy, we just follow what Mr. Kang says. And if the operation fails, we'll face public criticism from the U.S. government and the Titan Guild. But breaking the deal would be ridiculous since the Korean Guild punishes terrorists on home turf. This is a tough situation. Given the current situation, should I risk accepting their offer? Suddenly, a voice cut through the atmosphere. The Saint Guild leader is here to see you, sir. 2 cups of tea with smoke rising thickly. Huh? Following Lord Kang's orders and leaving the Titan Guild, the expression on Modai's face tensed up a bit in response. Yes, no other choice but to obey. That is the goddess's prophecy. Ding Kun's face twisted in discomfort. This situation is really confusing. The prophetic power and blessings brought many benefits to the guild. She founded the Holy Knights aiming to liberate Anfen, so leaving now without her will affect us and make it impossible to deal with future disasters. Mo smiled and continued. Thanks for Titan Guild's concern, but I can't go against the prophecy. I'll give up everything received and leave. He sighed. I can't stop you now. But lead the Holy Knights. They were established by the Arya organization. Keeping them close will be your strength. She laughed excitedly. Really? Ding Kun added, our guild owes you and the goddess, so we'll continue supporting Arya. Arya Guild is always welcome here. Modai's cheeks blushed. Thank you, Lord Ding Kun. The goddess wished him happiness. Tight. He smiled slyly. This is the best backup plan, no matter what. The bond with the saintess must be maintained. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city center's alleys, Sang Ho kept muttering under breath. Power, revenge, power. His face darkened. Need power to get revenge. Feet became heavy, walking extremely slowly. Suddenly, Sang Ho's eyes looked up at the statue before him, then down at Kang Win's tombstone. The inscription honored the hero who stopped the Daegu people's disaster. Hammond was whistling while walking, shaking the keychain at the waist. Suddenly, his gaze turned to where Sang-ho stood. Wait. Just as he finished speaking, the statue's face shattered into pieces. Hammond's eyes widened in shock at the scene unfolding. Sang-ho's face remained dark. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Suddenly, his eyes glowed red, controlling Hammond's body to hover in midair. Angry, he said, "Don't you recognize me?" Hammond stammered. "You're the war guild leader." Suddenly, Hammond's colleague approached. "Captain, what's going on?" Seeing Hammond floating, surprise asked Sang-ho, "Who are you?" "There's a suspicious Awakened one at the guard post. Support team, please." Before the colleague finished, the phone shattered. Sang-ho's eyes shone brightly. "Suspicious Awakened one? Don't recognize me?" Now both Hammond and the colleague floated. Their bodies stiffened, unable to resist. Sang-ho coldly looked up, silent. On the purple background, blood splattered everywhere. As soon as he let go, both fell to the ground. Sang-ho said sternly, "You worms." At that moment, at the station with a terrifying atmosphere, a shadow stood before iron bars. Sang-ho's face showed no reaction yet, suddenly twisted with discomfort. Sang was panicked. "What is this? Why am I in a dungeon? Thinking about past events, did I kill someone? Damn it, now it's too late to turn back. Should take over the dungeon first, then go out. Can I do everything alone?" Suddenly, loud laughter said, "If you accept my offer, you can easily leave here." Sang-ho was shocked, seeming to recognize the voice. A hole appeared before him. "Come here. I'll give you what you desire most." Orange-yellow light shone brightly, stirring curiosity inside Sang-ho. Feet slowly stepped inside, everywhere covered in snow and cold. Ice Castle. Is he inside? Impossible. All monsters met so far didn't attack. The one who called me here must be the dungeon master. The castle door slowly opened. Sang-ho quietly moved in the grand hall, seemingly observing carefully. Io, sitting on the throne, loudly said, "You really came?" His face was extremely excited. "The one who called me here is the king of this place." Sang-ho knelt before Io Lo-jiak-kwan. "You're sharp, I like that." He began descending the stairs. Sang-ho started trembling. Looking up, stammered, "Yes. If Shu Hai-huk offends him, I'll die immediately." Io continued, "I welcome you to my spatial domain." Sang-ho was amazed again, looking up at him. A fresh morning at the airport to Afghanistan on departure day. The young flight attendant said formally, "We are honored to safely bring you to Bagram." Kang Win smiled and replied, "Thank you. No other group deserves to use the Titan group's plane." Suddenly, the gaze paused, staring at Mo-dai. "Humph," she smiled awkwardly. "Why is she here?" Mo-dai looked embarrassed. "It's an honor to meet you, my lord." Mo sat upright in the passenger seat. "That damn woman," the disgusting smell rising in the room. "My lord, please punish her." Yudi thought noisily, "Damn it, these undead knights are really causing chaos. Why does she insist on following? A female saint thinks she can be an assistant to a summoner." Mo-dai glanced over and answered, "Sorry, the goddess's word is absolute." A sigh escaped. "Forget it. If she insists, then she has to go." Mo-dai smiled awkwardly, pondering. "Ah, well, you understand my feelings now." Kang Win pointed angrily. "Still, stay away from me. If some holy energy explodes, the undead knights might rush to attack. Not trying to scare, but seriously, the head will fly off the neck. Be careful." Mo-dai lowered the face in fear. "Yes, respect to you. Goddess, please bless and protect me on this journey." Right now, countless soldiers are busy. Afghanistan, military base. 2 days after Kang Win's team arrived, everyone was watching the screen in the command room. On the screen appeared Nazar Sanchez. Based on Kang's testimony and related documents, he was once a merchant. Both the rebels and the government traded military weapons. "We are very cautious, plus many other illegal transactions. We believe they are conducting major negotiations in this area. Seems like there's a mole." Kang Win suddenly interrupted. "So if we investigate that guy's activities thoroughly, we can find out who ordered the assassination." A serious attitude. "Where do we need to go to approach him?" David spoke up. Hey, slow down. If the suspect escapes or destroys evidence, it's over. First, let us discuss with the advisor, then we'll provide details." U.S. military in Afghanistan commanded by David Morgan. Suddenly, his words made Kang Win fall into deep thought. He continued, "What if I say I have a way to track him without him noticing? If you lure him to a visible place, I'll investigate everything. Movements, habits, transactions, backers, even the final deals, I'll check all." David's expression paused a bit, looking at him. "How about that?" The thought appeared. "He has the ability to gather top-secret info on the suspect. Sounds good, let's start planning the operation." At that moment, on a busy road, 2 days later in Peshawar, Pakistan, Kang Win drove and asked, "Why do you look so tense?" Senior U.S. Intelligence Officer Park, this is my first time in a combat zone. Looking outside to calm down, just think of it as a trip. Look, it's beautiful, right? The ruined building is very desolate, not very pretty. Huh, this area was attacked recently. Kang Win added, seems like this happens often. She replied, yes, it really happens a lot. Elsewhere it's chaos, here it's daily life. People suffer a lot. It's strange coming back to the battlefield. Reminds me of the Anfen days. Park's face showed surprise. Is he too confident in his strength? Still has time to think about other things. Ahead is a huge hotel. Arrive. Remember, don't attract attention. Meanwhile, in the hotel restaurant area, Chi, Ingia, and Jiao were cutting meat together. Rachel whispered, that guy, wearing light blue shirt, sitting at the second table behind me. Kang Win's sharp eyes stared in one direction. Suddenly said, looks delicious, just my type. Rachel tensed. Mr. Kang Win, when there's a chance, attach a tracking device to him. Calmly replied, already done. She widened eyes, thinking, since when? I didn't even notice. He continued, after finishing here, come find me. I'll wait outside. Rachel obeyed. Yes, please wait a moment. A dark aura appeared from the dragon foot. It's been a while since feeling this. The system board notified, summoning magic, skill summoned. Kang Win stood leisurely in front of the hotel door. Traffic was still busy passing by. This place is definitely better than Anfen. Suddenly, some scantily dressed kids came speaking Pakistan. Kang Win was cold. Are they begging for money? But probably hard to find these kids' relatives. Money was just given to the kids, but the gaze shifted elsewhere. Kang Win's eyes widened and said loudly, oh, interesting. Such an innocent and bright kid. It's rare to see someone both innocent and radiant like that. Suddenly, Kang Yun stood far away, waving toward the girl standing there. Both cheeks of the girl flushed red, hesitating before saying, hello. Kang Yun froze in front, brightly replying, hello. Suddenly, the girl lowered the head, pondering for a moment, silent. Small hands, a bit dirty, suddenly opened up. Kang Yun just smiled gently as the girl dared to confess, eyes sparkling looking up. All right, wait a moment. At this point, all the kids would swarm over. Suddenly, Kang Yun's gaze stopped, eyes wide, staring at something inside the torn undershirt of the girl. Something thickened there. In just a few seconds, everything exploded. Damn it, I'm dead. The building shattered. Now another explosion appeared. Then a system notification popped up. Soul armor activated. Kang Yun's face darkened with the current situation. An innocent girl stood in a corner. Weak already, just returned to Earth not long ago. Rachel hurried over. Sir Kang Yun, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? The guy glanced and asked, did they target me? Rachel shook head. No, sir. At the same time, 7 explosions happened simultaneously. Kang Yun's lips twitched. Looks like 7 kids died, and the chance of other victims is very high. Rachel was scared by that attitude. Kang Yun turned around, coldly saying, we're retreating immediately. Using an innocent child as a sacrifice. It's been a long time since I've been this pissed off. Damn terrorists, I'll find and wipe them out one by one. 1 week after that horrific incident, a black car sped wildly, sand flying everywhere. 2 masked men sat in the back, trembling. Beside them were armed rebel soldiers. A man with a red hood spoke, our God, please save us, please. Kang Yun's face inside the hood was annoyed. This guy is just a brat. David shouted angrily. Attack the enemy camp directly. I won't allow that. Last week at the commander's office, Kang Yun calmly crossed arms and said, no need to gather forces. I can handle it alone. A voice rang out, teasing. Going alone like that, what you plan to do? Rogers put hands in pockets, voice cold. It's hard to tell the difference between a normal person and rebels. You two plan to kill them all without knowing who they are? He looked up, face fierce, words like deadly strikes. Everything needs calculation and preparation, can't just act on impulse. Colonel Rogers. Rogers continued. Moreover, if you keep invading without thinking, rebel leaders will tend to hide and counterattack more. David agreed with Rogers. He said, he's right. I understand how pissed off you are when things go bad like this. But you have to realize you can't solve this alone. How about taking some time to wait? Kang Yun sighed deeply, disappointed. David continued, actually, my superiors are considering sending more troops to the area. Kang Yun stood up in shock, mixed with a bit of fear from David. He seemed to have nothing more to say. Then he hurried outside. Seeing this, Rogers ran after calling, hey, wait a minute. Kang Yun stopped, turned to question Rogers. Do you really want to die by my hand? Why do you keep acting annoyed with me? Rogers sighed softly, face softening. He gently explained, I'm not saying we don't have ways to help you. Instead, if you want to continue this mission, I have a condition. Instead of charging into the enemy, I want you to assassinate rebel soldiers based on specific targets. Kang Yun suddenly changed attitude, smiling triumphantly. Finally, we're talking properly. A photo was placed on the table, Roman the baker. He's running a black market arms business. Coordinating with Afghan authorities and rebels, he's the sole supplier allowing rebels to overpower us. In a few days, rebels will ambush a cargo truck to take him hostage. Our God, please save us, we will help you, so you'll be like that too. You'll be captured and follow him. I'm pretty sure you can infiltrate their headquarters without any problem. Rebel soldiers shoved Kang Win and another into a cramped, dark, cold room. Behind the hood, Kang Win's eyes were deadly. A wicked smile. Thinking the infiltration into the camp went smoothly. Is it time to start? Excitement surged inside. Achievement points used, leveling up to level 50. The system voice echoed. Level 50 Dark Goblin. The number of goblins you can control increases to 6. Acquired the Great Sixth Sense skill, including humans and goblins that can camouflage in the surroundings. Acquired the Soul Swap skill. Now able to swap the soul into any one of the 6 goblins. Acquired the Free Movement skill. A player who swapped their soul into one of the goblins can now move freely without any restrictions. The Great Sixth Sense zombie power increased by 50%. Goblin Kang Win commanded, I demand you swap bodies with me. The other goblin replied with a sly face. Truly, an honor to possess the master's body. A black aura enveloped the entire body. Swapping places with the goblin sounded strange, but no other options seemed left. Joy filled the heart as the goblin acted. The goblin slipped out through the cracks. Kang Win in the goblin's body thought, first, there are 2 guys at the front door. Continuing, I'll mark an X on those who aren't civilians. Looking at a rebel soldier. 2 rebel soldiers holding guns stood opposite, seemingly discussing something. Suddenly, a hand knocked on the door. Kang Win saw Henry talking with another person. Finally, the target was found. Excited, the rebel leader. The goblin avatar suddenly said, Master, should I start acting now? Kang Win asked curiously. What? Why? The goblin avatar's face turned dangerous. As if an execution was about to happen, a bullet was about to fly past the Lord's head. Kang Win's voice was icy, cold. Swap back. The goblin avatar smiled slyly. At your command, Master. In a dry desert, dust swirling everywhere, a rebel soldier raised both hands high, shouting, As the heir of God, all of you must endure punishment for worshipping our God. Those who oppose will suffer a punishment 1,000 times worse than before. Kang Win sat there, face dark and grim. 25 rebel soldiers, 18 hostages, and the cries of many other dead souls in this desert. The unlucky ones had to endure this suffering, not wanting to be like that, wanting to live, wanting to see family. Henry's mother glared down at Kang Win. Surely you worship your God deeply, teased Tiang. He should have been the one to deliver the punishment himself. That's why you're a damn bastard, daring to harm others in the name of divinity. Suddenly, the rope on the hand snapped, but the rebel soldier panicked, stepping back a few steps. What? Is he a fake awakened one? Kang Win stepped forward coldly, straight into the terrified screams of the rebel soldiers. Shoot him. Kill that bastard. The rebel soldiers raised guns toward Kang Win, but instead of fear, stepping forward further. Coldly said, Scum like you, don't even deserve God's punishment anymore. Then Kang Win raised a hand high, causing the panicked soldiers to point guns everywhere. Kang Win's face was sinister. For the dead souls, the unlucky ones killed by you. Suddenly, the ground shook. The unjustly dead skeleton soldiers advanced toward the troops. The rebel soldiers fled. He's a demon. Satang's soldiers are coming. A soldier on a vehicle screamed, shoot them down. Damn! The skeleton soldiers had shields. They raised the swords they held. The rebel soldier gritted teeth in fear. Damn it! Yelling, quickly drove away. Shouted loudly, closing the door. Hurry up. Ramson, wielding a huge hammer, charged in fiercely. Yelled loudly with authority. Ramson was coming for you. Follow me. Ramson's level 8 soldiers, 4 immortal engineers of Kang Win. In the previous life, considered one of the greatest dwarf warriors, he marched forward without hesitation. Suddenly, an arm holding a club raised. A huge explosion occurred. Screams echoed everywhere. Kang Win stood high, taunting, Prove your worth to our leader, come on. A weird smile appeared. God will deliver punishment like this too. They will pay for what they caused. Now, it's just the beginning. I'll turn all of you into warriors from the dead. Kang Win strode among the skeleton soldiers, searching around the remaining hostages. Henry steps in front, holding a gun pointed at someone. Don't move. Kang Win looks at the man standing next to Henry, an American citizen, the one who cried earlier. Thoughts flash to the photo Rogers left on the table, then eyes lock on the man in front. Illegal arms dealer. Henry threatens. If you attack, this guy dies. The American panics, begging nonstop. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything. Just spare me. Closing eyes, a soft sigh escapes. Magic is cast, causing Henry intense pain. A terrified scream erupts. Kang Win raises a hand. using power. The glowing rope binding the American snaps. The American quickly says, "Thanks for saving me. Are you a U.S. soldier? Tell me your name. I swear I'll repay you." Kang Win turns away. "No need." The American laughs. "Worried because you're military? I'll secretly send it to you." Kang Win cuts him off. "Hey, too much talk." Pulling out a knife to threaten. "Shut up, got it?" The guy trembles. "Why suddenly, like this? I'm an American citizen." Threatening. "I won't forget this." "You'll see." Kang Win's face darkens. The knife lowers, surprising the American. A smirk appears. "Hey, sorry, okay?" The American extends a hand. "No worries, just an American." Suddenly, Kang Win slashes across the man's neck. Taein holds a knife, voice cold. "But I'm not an American." Standing calmly, eyes fixed on the fallen American. Words spoken. Instead of this, remember the countless lives lost on the battlefield. In the distance, someone's secretly filming with a camera. Kang Win notices, face hardening. Calmly speaking, every word strikes fear. "And the one hiding over there, come out now. I'll count to 5. No show, you die." 1 ha. In a desert base, Kang Win watches a man step out, asking, "Are you a military reporter?" The man respectfully replies, "Yes. My name is Tom Clarkson. Heard about the hostages, so I came." Kang Win flashes a sinister smile. Perfect timing. Saying, "From now on, follow me and film." Tom Clarkson is shocked. "What? Film what?" Kang Win turns slightly. The end of horror. At the military airport command room, a subordinate hands David a photo. "Sir, please take a look. It's a bit strange." David's face fills with fear, seeing the photo. "What is this? The rebels have this many tanks? They're all advancing on the base." Asking, "Any internal conflicts?" The subordinate answers, "This info came from the rescue team sent out. When they reached rebel territory, the one holding 37 hostages was captured. Roman's body was found too." David praises, "Truly, my elite legion. How many losses on our side?" The subordinate replies, "No losses, sir." David's eyes widen, star-shaped, disbelief. In rebel territory with 0 losses, the subordinate confused, "No disputes occurred. How is that possible?" Points to the tablet screen. Currently many videos and images are spreading online. David can't believe his eyes. This is on the news feed, a video clip. Finally, a savior has come to this war-torn land. Kujin, a Korean awakened, has declared war on the terrorists. Kang Win's fury echoes across the desert. David, stunned, turns sharply to the subordinate. "Is this video edited? Where did you get this info?" The subordinate answers, "From the social media of a military reporter named Tom Clarkson." David looks scared. "Really?" The pieces fit together. Staring at the screen, the rebel forces seem massive, as if preparing for a decisive battle. They're heading toward Kang Win's undead army. My goddess statue shines under the sunlight. Mua sits before the goddess statue, praying for the immortal one in rage, not just for the Lord but for those in distant lands. Feeling sad, if the Lord had protected Anfen instead of Adam, could Anfen have been saved? Looking up at the statue, hoping for a miracle. "O goddess, may your wrath destroy Chanet," sincerely praying for a new order to be established afterward. Elsewhere, Henry angrily slams the table. "Damn it," he shouts. "What the hell are those skeletons? All key rebel bases have been destroyed, including the Legion in the city we control. Firearms useless against them, as if they have consciousness. They only attack the rebel troops, eyes wide open, panic showing. Still sure they're following our route. Our position has been exposed." Henry spoke up. "We can't just sit back and die like this." The voice turned mysterious, preparing for action. "This is a warning from the Seoul summoner Kang Win to the terrorists and a message to the whole world. The joint forces of the U.S. military and the United Nations are still discussing troop deployment and reinforcements. At this moment, no decision has been made yet. Kang Win and his 10,000 soldiers are about to face the final battle. Some might doubt a Seoul summoner leading such a massive army, but this is the first time hope has been seen in this abyss of despair, and 15 years as a military reporter have been spent, hoping Kang Win will be reborn as a god who defeats even the Death King. Victory in this battle will make Kang Win a god. A mysterious smile appeared. The energy of that star warrior is approaching. Looking into the distance where the sound of vehicles approached, wondering how long the enemy planned to hide, finally coming out of the bunker. The face darkened, eyes filled with excitement. "Let's do this." Standing with friends, faces full of confidence. Time to burn the last stronghold. Hooves thundered loudly on the ground. Kiba, beside Kang Win, said, "Never thought there'd be a day to fight alongside the Lord." The reply came immediately. "Won't let you down. They say you're a skilled warrior." Ramson raised his hammer from behind. The prince truly became the Lord, following which Lord, enjoying this blood festival. Enemies in front of Kang Win kept firing, taking them all down. Core soldier roared fiercely, raising shield to block bullets. The battlefield was chaotic. Enemies were cut down by swords. Enemy in the tank watching got angry. Those damn sneaky bastards blew them away. The tank barrel moved, preparing to fire. Suddenly, Kang Win saw an explosion behind, shouting, "Ramson, charge immediately. Lord, please allow me." The enemy yelled fearlessly, "Die." The tank fired another shot. The bullet sliced through the air toward the charging warrior. The hammer hand clenched tightly, glowing purple. Ramson's eyes turned blood red, absorbing power. The hammer burst with power, affecting the surroundings. The enemy watching through binoculars was terrified. Ramson jumped up, swinging the hammer at the tank. The strike exploded instantly. Kang Win turned and shouted, "All troops prepare cavalry to block those tanks first." Battlefield reinforcements arrived with helicopters. Looking up in surprise, many helicopters flew in. Far away, someone observed the battlefield through binoculars. "That's Henry. He's got your back. Damn demons, go to hell." He spoke through the radio while firing. The pilot immediately responded to the Lord's command. Pressing the missile launch button, helicopters released many white smoke trails. A barrage of missiles rained down. Inside the missiles were many bullets waiting to explode. Kang Win looked up at the rain of bullets. "Oh, they're divided now?" A sly smile appeared. Their course was cornered, so they don't care who's enemy or ally anymore. At this moment, Corps soldiers raised their staffs together. Mage Corps fired magic missiles. Countless blue magical bullets shot out, filling the sky with explosions big and small. The pilot panicked, pressing buttons. "They blocked everything? Hurry, prepare to fire again." Horror struck as Kang Win jumped in front, launching a spear that pierced the pilot's chest. The helicopter lost control and crashed. Elsewhere, a golden energy wrapped around a helicopter, the whole machine glowing with golden light. The pilot inside panicked. "What the hell? Why the control stick? All helicopters are being controlled. What is this?" They merged into a giant mass, falling to the ground, shocking the enemy. "What the hell?" A glowing yellow eye appeared. Everyone around stared in horror as the helicopter transformed into a giant robot. It started launching missiles. The enemy gaped in shock. The missile strikes caused the ground to explode. A crooked smile appeared. "This weapon is awesome." From afar, black smoke rose from the battlefield. Henry knelt down, disbelief. His army, sweating, turning in fear. A man appeared behind Henry. It was him. Kang Win stared straight at him, the leader of those monsters. Henry's two soldiers freaked out when they saw him and shouted. Both immediately abandoned him and ran away. Kang Win showed no emotion. Shu Hai-huk glanced at them and launched an attack at their backs. Henry swung his arm and yelled, "You coward! God will be furious. He won't forgive you." Kang Win just stayed silent, expression unreadable. A memory surfaced of meeting a little girl. The girl shyly looked up. "Hello." Kang Win bowed slightly to her. "Hello." The city exploded again. You scattered in panic. End of flashback. A faint smile appeared on the lips. A smirk. "Just cleaning up trash. Why is he so mad?" Henry immediately roared in anger. "You bastard, come at me right now." One slash cut off his head. Kang Win didn't blink. Too much talk. Eyes scanned the smoky battlefield. After the fight with the rebel faction, news spread that a man ended the war that even the U.S. Army couldn't touch. That news went viral worldwide. A handshake with an official sealed the deal. The Americans, exhausted after a long resistance, and all involved praised Kang Win immensely. He became a global hero. Countless articles put Kang Win on front pages. However, while some feared the power rivaling a whole nation, would Kang Win's immeasurable strength be left alone? Kujin, a Korean Awakened one, showed an insanely terrifying display. Korea was glowing gold on the map. Ironically, the country most wary of his power was none other than now at the ADAN meeting. Director Hong already knew about this. 4 people sat in the office. Sung-gu bowed head. "I know he's powerful, but didn't expect it to be this insane." Fear crept in silently, commanding a skeleton army of over 10,000 C-rank entities. Min Tran immediately suggested, "All right, let's analyze the problem carefully and discuss an action plan." Even the atmosphere in the meeting felt tense. He guessed they already disliked the fact that Kang Win refused the deal, and now knowing his true power, things were about to get messier. Sum Hun was pissed. "Why do they act like we're planning some coups or something?" Hem was anxious too. Heard some council members even propose banning our guild leader from entering their countries. Suddenly, Seung Hun grabbed his phone. The screen flashed an emergency alert. Defense Ministry disaster warning. November 29th. Daegu dungeon collapsed. Panic hit as he shouted at the deputy director. "They say dungeon collapses have spread all the way to Daegu." Min Shan was stunned. No way. He grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. There was no dungeon in Daegu about to collapse. The TV showed chaotic street scenes. This was Daegu, currently 8 p.m. We are live at the sudden dungeon collapse site near the station. The area is under red alert and inaccessible. Civilians are being evacuated with military help. Nearby army barracks have been mobilized for evacuation, but due to sudden monster appearances, the situation looks grim. The government ordered immediate martial law and requested support from nearby guilds. Min stammered, "This is unbelievable." Looking at the destruction, he thought silently, a fortress-like dungeon suddenly collapsing. At Daegu, sirens blared loudly, a girl curled up clutching her head under a blanket. "Mom, Dad, I'm scared. Please come." A rough foot stomped on the ground. The monster sniffed around with its nose. Its eyes glowed. "I smell humans." It appeared outside the girl's window. She turned pale in fear. It immediately spotted her. The monster's hand smashed the window, reaching to grab her. At that moment, someone ran up. Dong jumped from behind the monster. He threw a punch, enhanced body skill. The monster took a hard hit to the head. Dong-du laughed triumphantly. "How's that feel? Numb, right?" A few suited men ran toward him. Guild leader Dong-du immediately ordered everyone to gather around. He looked up at the girl attacked by the monster. A kid up there noticed something. Dong-du asked, "Where are the soldiers? Still not here?" The nearby staff replied, "They're all on the east side search and cleanup operation. Many civilians still have no shelter. We can't just wait for the army." He clicked his tongue. Luckily, only B-rank monsters showed up. Dong-do's face turned serious, but with just this level, control was still possible. But thoughts of monsters chasing civilians crossed the mind. The problem was that sudden dungeon collapses like this wouldn't just happen once. Thinking that, Dong-do looked up at the distant flames. If this was just a simple accident, that would be good. The city scene had already turned into ruins and wreckage. 47 dead, 512 injured, and property damage close to 50 billion. The impact of that mysterious dungeon collapse that night was as terrible as the losses it caused. Lines of cars drove away, memories of last year's dungeon shock flooding everyone's minds again, causing a massive evacuation out of fear. The Auden Association, 2 days after the dungeon collapse in Daegu, worries ran high. Staying here any longer seemed impossible. Sung-gu was surprised. Still no contact with the association president? Min Cham replied, probably still busy with ongoing activities. Surely, contact would come soon. Impatience grew. Sitting still wasn't an option anymore. Taking the train to check out lower-level dungeons nearby was the plan. Even just a little, wanting to get stronger was real. Me and Tran didn't stop it, just looked up at Sung-hun. Yeah, in that case, going with department head Sung-hun made sense for better communication. Later near the subway station, Sung-gu stood right next to Hee-sun. Turning to Sung-hun, "We'll be back in about 3 hours. Sung-hun replied, "Got it, good luck down there, director." Then turned to the 3 standing behind. "All right, keep watch at nearby cafes." They responded clearly. Suddenly, a person in a black cloak approached, passing by with a slight nod. Sung-hun immediately followed with his eyes, face full of confusion. "What's that?" The masked, smiling face came to mind, seemed like a smirk after seeing him. Sung-hun exhaled. Probably just a trick of the eyes. Suddenly, the phone rang. "What's up?" Sung-hun answered. "Hello, director." Hemin shouted on the phone. Sung-hun, Sung-gu, and Han already entered the dungeon. Sung-hun confirmed, "Yes, they just went in." Hemin paled. "Big trouble now. What should we do?" Sung-hun was puzzled. What happened? Then came shocking news. Gasa just collapsed a short while ago. Sung-hun's face turned pale. Elsewhere, 2 were fighting on a grassy field. Sung-gu threw a punch, pushing Hee-sun back, white dust trailing on the grass. She knelt on one knee, panting hard. Sung-gu's hand reached out, helping Hee-sun up with a smile. "You did great," she replied. "You too." Hee-sun's face was dotted with sweat. "Director Hong, no matter how many times I see it, I gotta admit your skills are top-notch." Sung-gu blushed at the praise, scratching the head. "Got a long way to go. Compared to the association president, well, no way anyone would compare to the Purple Knight." Memories of Kia Ba came back, almost dying back then. Remembering that time with Kia Ba, survival was impossible. That was before the president went to the Middle East for business. Sung-gu turned to Hee-sun. "By the way, time to head out, right? It's later than I thought." She agreed. "Yeah, let's go." Sung-gu led, stepping onto the escalator. Immediate attention caught by the scene ahead. The city was devastated, engulfed in flames, shocking Sung-gu. What? The city was completely destroyed, buildings burning, signs toppled. Sung-gu ran to a severely injured person's face. "How did this happen?" Owen spoke up, seeing him. "Big trouble already in Gasa." Startled, Sung-gu thought, "Gasa." Owen trembled, recounting. Everything began when a 6-star dungeon collapsed. Then 4- and 5-star dungeons collapsed one after another. Sweat broke out on Sung-gu. High-level dungeons collapsing all at once. "Got family in Gasa." He said to Hee-sun. "Hee-sun, can you handle things here?" She suddenly asked back. "What about you?" Department head Han? Determination showed on the face. "I have to go to another office." Shadows played in gray-red hues. A man shouted to hurry and ran off. Civilians were chased by countless wolf monsters. A hand wrapped in blue light rose. The power sent monsters and vehicles flying into the air. They crashed down with loud noises. The man controlling this power was gasping. They just keep chasing. The monster's strength and vehicles soared into the air. They were thrown to the ground with a loud crash. The man controlling this power was panting. It kept chasing non-stop. The head of the Steel Hammer Martial Arts Guild from the Republic of Korea's North region came over to Sang-oh, noticed Min-chan leading civilians into a shelter, shouted loudly to everyone around. Move to the guild leader's hall to find shelter. Staying inside the guild's dungeon is safer than outside. Stepped up to Min-chan. Min-chan immediately turned around. The guild leader smirked. Who would have thought to meet under these circumstances? Weird. Sang-oh looked at him, thinking silently. Once a trusted subordinate, but now the vice leader of a rival organization. Min-chan spoke up. Our awakened members will arrive soon. Please wait a moment. He laughed loudly. Right. It's dangerous out here. Better get inside quickly. Nodded at Sang-oh. I'll go ahead. Exhaled deeply, thinking the Adan Guild only had Kang Win carrying the weight, so no big expectations. Sang-oh looked back, puzzled, then was stunned. So where exactly were those monsters? A giant horned wolf appeared, baring teeth at him. People below panicked, seeing it. That big? Where did it come from? It stood on the rooftop, howling under the red moonlight. The wolf monster emerged from a corner. All had blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. Sang-oh got scared seeing the pack appear at once. Was it calling its herd? Sweated nervously, had to try to handle it so everyone could evacuate. The wolf roared and charged at Sang-oh. Gritting teeth, quickly backed up. Just then, Sung-gu appeared, throwing a punch that knocked the wolf back. Everyone was shocked watching this. His hand pressed on the ground, flames surrounded it. Sung-gu quickly created a wall of fire to block the monsters. Fire wall. After finishing, he enthusiastically told everyone, too many of them, but we can still handle it. Everyone, keep going upstairs, feel the strength boost. Yeah, we can handle this. Jang-oh was a bit stunned watching this, silently thought, who the hell is that kid? Is there really a high-level fire mage here? Just then, the giant wolf got hit by a missile. People below were surprised. A few helicopters appeared in the sky. Everyone shouted, it's the CDC. The CDC is here. Right after, the giant wolf laughed. Metal shards from the explosion hit soldiers and mages. What the hell? Everyone panicked. What the hell? It was unharmed, baring teeth. Earth really is an interesting place. People around Sung-gu were buzzing. That wolf is talking to us? He thought, no. Looking at the towering wolf, it wasn't the creature making the sound, but a hidden voice inside it. The giant wolf continued. I will use your mortal sacrifices to reach the 3rd rank. 72 officers of Chanet and Juriel just reached the 2nd rank. Electricity surged from the horn on its head. People below were terrified watching this. The wolf's electric current struck straight down to the ground. Sung-gu got hit by the electricity, cried out in pain. Sang-oh was also struck. Eyes rolled back, and the helicopters above caught fire. The wolf watched the helicopter crash into a building and explode. Sung-gu struggled to stand, trembling all over. We have to stop it, no falling down. It looked at him with admiration, impressive but hateful. The electric current struck Sung-gu again, causing pain. He couldn't hold on, veins bulging on his face. I can't. The wolf jumped down, claws digging into the ground. It chuckled a few times, then stepped over the collapsed Sung-gu. All your tasty humans are gathered here now. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the sky. A missile was speeding down. No way the government gave up on Sun. Elsewhere, a soldier typed on a computer. The missile defense system activated. Another missile was launched. The 2 missiles collided and exploded instantly. The sky flashed a bright light. That light shot straight down, shattering the ground around. The wolf suddenly looked over as a man stepped out. This place looked like a bloody mess. It was Kang Win. He stepped forward in front of the wolf. The wolf watched cautiously. You! A smile spread on Kang Win's face. You made this mess? Sung-gu ran up. What's going on? Did you ride that missile here? Wai smirked, leaving him speechless. What else? Did you think I rode a reindeer or something? The giant wolf began thinking about something. It remembered when teammates turned away. That bastard Ramson refused to admit defeat until the very end. Watched Liu Yifei standing next to the shattered ground. But who would expect an immortal to be on Earth? Asked. How did you blow up that dungeon? The wolf looked confused. What nonsense are you talking about? Liu Yifei pondered. Isn't it this guy? A black smoke rose from the feet. No need to say more. Let's go. Bone Soldier immediately appeared behind Liu Yifei, slaughtering them all. Bone Soldier and Kiba roared, eyes flashing red. All charged to fight the wolf monsters. Following orders, Bone Soldier's army struck a wolf. Liu Yifei also jumped forward with a sword in hand against the giant wolf. The wolf quickly blocked the sword with horns but winced in pain. A triumphant smile appeared, but then the horns emitted an electric current. Liu Yifei was shocked seeing the electricity spreading. The electric burst quickly flared powerfully ahead. The wolf seized the chance to leap onto the rooftop, said to the stunned Liu Yifei, "Just wait, immortal. When I return, I'll come for you." After saying that, the giant wolf wagged its tail and left, speechless. Running away for real? The wolf was entering the dungeon gate. It couldn't be allowed to escape. Later, Liu Yifei stood in a defensive spot. Entered Juriel's courtyard. Two window panels popped open. Couldn't choose between one-on-one or legion battle as neither was allowed yet. Choose mode. Visit, infiltrate, or conquer. Surprised. What is this? Different from last time with Jasmine. Yuji quickly decided and pressed a selection. Whatever. Now choosing conquer mode. A beam of light shot from afar. Mode conquer selected. Completing the mission will earn achievement points. Elsewhere, the giant wolf rested with eyes closed. Suddenly, the stone in front glowed. Liu Yifei appeared, approaching the wolf. "You ran away before and now giving up?" The wolf glared, thinking a moment. Looked at Liu Yifei's smug face. Creating a gate on Earth was a mistake. Who would know someone like you would show up? Waved a hand. "This place is good for hunting. I'll visit often from now on." The wolf said something that caught attention. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Barred teeth. "You know nothing." The wolf's legs glowed blue. "If this place is taken, the gate will vanish and its body will grow bigger, meaning no more meetings." But the wolf had transformed into a muscular form, a special legion effect protecting the courtyard. Its eyes flashed golden. "If I deal with you here, same thing." Notification appeared. All physical skills will increase by 300% for the next 3 minutes, while the special legion effect protecting the courtyard is active. Liu Yifei summoned a weapon. "You came here fast because of this card, right? But you're just a crazy dog anyway." The wolf replied casually, "I'll tear you into 100 pieces." Laughed provocatively, "But you can't." Both took battle stances. "Right, we can revive." Suddenly the wolf howled, "But you won't if I kill you once." Lunged forward fast. Luckily, Liu Yifei dodged the claws swiftly, shouted, "Go!" Raised a hand, black power shot out. "Go!" A black thing flew toward the wolf. Seeing it was Bibi, the wolf was surprised. "Cat." The wolf immediately knocked the girl away. "Arrogant bastard," roared. "If you don't fight properly, you'll die." Ramson and Kiba charged to attack. "You won't get past us." Announcement sounded. Remaining time for courtyard protection. 10. The wolf gritted teeth coldly. Swiped claws to knock both away. 9. Quickly raised claws charging at Liu Yifei. "I'll be at a disadvantage fighting them one by one." System kept counting down. 7. Right claw raised. Calculated. "Got enough time? We'll approach and kill him as fast as possible." Liu Yifei gripped sword tightly in defense. Sword was knocked away. Claws pierced through the body. "No." Legion effect disabled. Liu Yifei spat fresh blood. Seeing this, the wolf laughed joyfully. "I killed him, immortal." Mouth trembled, hearing the immortal babble about high-level lords failing too. Shocked, looked at Liu Yifei laughing. "How did you appear behind the wolf just now? No matter how smart, still a dog." Amazed. Howled. "How?" Smiled, patted Bibi's head. "Our little demon has some nasty hobbies." The girl-covered face delighted. "Watching you dance alone is fun." The wolf was sweating bullets. That was the illusion witch. It remembered the cat that dashed out earlier, so that cat was the one who warned the wolf. "How long do you plan to just stand there?" Suddenly, countless slash marks appeared all over the wolf's body. "Since when?" Kang Win, sword slung over the shoulder, looked at the wolf writhing in pain. A smug grin spread across the face. "Don't even think about stepping foot on Earth again." After defeating the wolf, the stone altar in front of Kang Win glowed, and a floating blue shard made the voice blurt out, "Oh, this is." Kang Win grabbed it, finally collecting all the pieces. The third space shard. Suddenly, 2 golden shards rose up. Together with Bibi, the 3 beams of light floated in the air. The third space shard had been collected. The shards linked together, forming spatial evidence. The 3 shards combined, light radiated out, becoming a purple stone. A notification popped up, spatial evidence, a dungeon space that could be possessed. When a dungeon is lost, its owner will seek a new master. Kang Win smiled. So this was the dream telling us what we need. Meanwhile, outside, Kang Win was ascending from the dungeon. Sung Gu immediately called back, "Boss, we got trouble." Panic in the voice, plus Sod reporting that dungeon outbreaks were happening one after another. The question came, where? Dunggu quickly listed locations along Route 4. "I heard on the radio even reached the women's university helping me." Kang Win thought silently, "Route 4, huh." The city sky was still gray and gloomy. "I'll check out the scene. You handle the surrounding area," came the order to Sung Gu. "Yes, boss, be careful out there." Elsewhere, a monster was sliced and sent flying. People were fighting the monsters. Damn it, why so many? No reinforcements yet? Monsters kept pouring out of the dungeon non-stop. Witnessing this scene, everyone trembled. Suddenly, something struck the monster gathering spot. Sharp pillars sprouted from the ground, blocking the dungeon entrance. A machine head roared. The monsters were smashed to bits by a single blow. Kang Win hovered on horseback, watching the scene below, thinking, this might buy some time. Recalling the map from afar, showing all dungeon outbreaks summoned along the way to the women's university helping me, Kang Win observed the battle below. Joining in could clear them out quickly, but if outbreaks keep happening, this will drag on forever. The root cause must be stopped to avoid this. The guess was that the dungeons weren't randomly erupting but aligned along Route 4. Definitely someone was behind this. The image of Ga-sun appeared, then the scene shifted near the train station. Kang Win stood outside, arms crossed, waiting. Confused, strange, 30 minutes passed and no dungeon outbreak yet. Kang Win looked at the quiet city, wondering, why? The only difference was arriving at Ga-sun first. The expression turned serious. If the guess was right, someone familiar with Kang Win was breaking these dungeons. Suddenly, two people appeared, calling out the name Kang Win. Both introduced themselves. I'm Limung Jemin, Vice President of the K Guild. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Oteju, President of the Jas Guild. It's truly an honor to meet you. The crowd started buzzing. There goes Kang Win. Even if the Ga-sun dungeon erupts, it won't be a problem for him. Seeing this, Kang Win pondered something. After thinking, stepped toward the crowd. Myung Jemin called out, Kang Win. Kang Win approached a cloaked girl. She immediately looked flustered. What's wrong? Then threw a punch straight to the girl's face. Everyone gasped in shock at that move. People rushed over. Kang Win, what are you doing? The girl sat up. I just disguised myself a bit and you still hit me. It turned out to be Sang Ho. Rubbing the face, Sang Ho said, I'll let everyone see your bad side. Kang Win rolled eyes. Just a little disguise, ridiculous. Then delivered a powerful kick to Sang Ho's body. Sang Ho trembled, clutching the stomach. What the hell? Kang Win sneered. If you commit a crime, you gotta pay the price, right? Sang Ho was shocked, thinking, crime? A thought flashed in the mind. Couldn't be. Had the secret been discovered, Sang Ho recalled kneeling before a lord of the 25th floor, Eo. Back in Gak, watching over Daegu, I became your servant and was granted immense power. Sang Ho's face was full of astonishment, knowing that moment when power was bestowed. On that face bloomed a savage smile, claiming to be a god and that earth would shatter before that power. Following orders, made dungeons erupt, but Sang Ho ended the memory by raising a hand to summon power. What crime? You're the one trying to kill people. Kang Win twisted, dodging the attack. The glance caught the sword hovering in midair. External force control is pretty solid. The gaze shifted to Sang Ho's sneaky grin, wondering if this guy was really that strong. But the small swords kept rushing forward. Kang Win easily knocked them away. A cocky remark was thrown at Sang Ho, saying those were just petty tricks. Then, Kang Win lunged forward, stabbing the sword into the body. Everyone watching was horrified. Sang Ho immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Kneeling before Kang Win, the world truly felt unfair. Even after getting stronger, still couldn't compare to this guy. Sang Ho mocked, but it was useless. You won't stop this. If not me, someone else will. Kang Win frowned. You're the one who caused the dungeon outbreak? Sang Ho was shocked. You didn't know? Then why are you here? A smirk appeared. You're funny. Kang Win said something that terrified him. Weren't you the one who sent people to kill me in the Middle East? You think I don't know? A cocky laugh followed. Things are different now. We should chat sometimes. In the pitch-black hallway with no light, a strong kick sent him crashing painfully onto the floor. Kang Win approached with an unfriendly threat. How did you cause the dungeon outbreak? Want a peaceful death? Spill it fast. But Sang Ho laughed mockingly, flipping the question. Do you really think I'll confess? Not angry, just grinning. Kang Win stepped closer, amused, asking, so you want that? Confusion began to set in. Where am I? Turning back, he ran off, remembering being trapped in the dungeon with that guy. He looked back, determined to escape, but Kang Win followed closely with a staff, questioning, where do you think you're running? Panic hit as the person in front seemed clueless. You're right behind me. Kang Win summoned many clones surrounding him, declaring, got you, bastard. Grimacing, sweating, trembling, then a scream erupted, echoing loudly near an elevator with a sign. Bibi, smiling happily, bragged, can't believe you found it on Earth. Hands on hips, asking for opinion. Like it, kid? The girl joyfully confirmed, jumping repeatedly. Of course, the original phantom cloak belongs to you. Near a pillar, he was still bleeding and groaning. Bibi laughed triumphantly, clearly enjoying the moment. Suspiciously, the girl asked, show me what you got. She smiled and admitted honestly, playing hide and seek if caught, you get beaten to death. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, a cruel expression appeared, questioning. Awake now, terrified, he knelt down obediently. Spare me, I'll confess everything. Kang Win said nothing, still smiling. Without hiding, bluntly emphasized, I already know everything. Then, a long trail of fresh blood spilled. Holding a sickle, Kang Win declared, You've also dragged people on Earth into this. After that, everything gradually unfolded. While trapped in Bibi's phantom magic, he confessed all. Recalling details learned, he revealed how he became a servant of Lord Elo, allowing him to avoid monster attacks. And finally, Kang Win decoded the last part. Since he was human, he unlocked the stone dungeon barrier to return. Bibi smiled, relieved, but really relieved, master. Yet, a bit disappointed, predicting ahead. But he's a servant of the Space Lord, so he'll resurrect soon. Kang Win cast a firm glance downward, explaining, Then you won't be human anymore, so he can't pull that stunt again. That's it, let's go. In the sky, flying dragons spread fierce wings. Suddenly, the familiar black hole appeared, opening up. Kang Win and Bibi stepped out, introducing. This time, it's the Flying Dragon Dungeon. A gigantic, magnificent castle appeared, with a statue of a snarling tiger head on the wall, and on a pedestal, a statue of a strange, terrifying creature. Bibi looked around, worried. Master, this place is scary. Feels like ghosts might show up. Kang Win stepped forward, opening the door. Eyes lit up, seeing the object on the throne, found the returned stone. Approaching the glowing stone, the system popped up, explaining with a confirmation question as the space reacted to the dungeon layer's returned stone. Synchronization rate was 72%. Do you want to claim the Wiv layer as your territory? If claimed, you'll receive territory proportional to the sync rate. Synchronization rate is 72%. Do you want to claim the Wiv layer as territory? If claimed, you will receive territory proportional to the synchronization rate. Confirmation of rejection. Kang Win stared at the object before him, gradually recalling that this was the guidance from Mo Dai once again echoing. The dungeon lord chosen by the dungeon. If enough free spatial fragments are collected, a dungeon will respond to it. After recalling that, no hesitation was given. No second thoughts. System confirmation quickly completed the request, then asked another question. The Wiv layer has been taken as a spatial territory. Before registering on the leaderboard, do you want to rename the dungeon? Kang Win suddenly thought of a fresh name, Adan. System update completed, immediately switch mode. The Spatial Territory Management Guide was generated, automatically reading the guide. After a 30-day stabilization period, an Explorer challenge will be received. If the dungeon cannot be defended, the dungeon gate will be lost. A part of the territory can be robbed. After the 30-day protection period, lords from other territories can challenge this territory. Spatial Territory, Aden, Lord Kang Win, Loyal Energy, Citizens, W Dungeon Army. Bibi saw him clutching his head in pain and rushed over to ask, Master, are you okay? Kang Win gripped the armrest tightly, trembling. Even though the whole plan was made, they still moved a step ahead. Only then did the full plan become clear. Now it's understood. This is the spatial territory where lords and 72 leaders fight for power. Anfen and Earth are just playgrounds to harvest new energy. Kang Win gritted teeth, scowling with anger. Damn bastards, all will be overthrown. The system then displayed detailed information. Level 75, name Kang Win, profession Soul Harasser, inheriting warrior rank Lord, city population 713,219,644, magic 1,320 out of 1,320, energy 240 out of 240. The next morning, citywide announcements echoed, informing Seoul citizens, all monsters from yesterday's dungeon explosion have been cleared. Once again, arriving at the familiar tall company building, Kang Win stepped in, annoyed by the surroundings. Too messy, eyes turned to empty white shelves. Even the warehouse was completely cleared out. Kang Win turned around, decisively ordered, let's move out. Turning back, the clear demand was given, scanning Ji-sun for a building suitable to use as a fortress like the guild hall. Mi and Tran was initially startled, then accepted the order. Yes, I will find one. The three of them looked at the chaotic scene. Sung-gu checked his phone and suddenly announced, the network is back up, then quickly decided, I will mobilize the staff to resume work. Suddenly staring at the phone, surprised by the name appearing on the screen, Kang Win just picked up and heard her sobbing loudly. Kang Win, save me. Tension rose, waiting for JW to explain the problem. Jimin was attacked but couldn't wait any longer. Kang Win hurriedly asked, JW, where are you? Jimin was panting heavily, mouth wide open, revealing fangs. His eyes bloodshot, mouth growled, scowling. Then Jimin roared loudly on the sickbed. Scene shifted to a large hospital in Seoul City. Jun sat on a bench, head bowed, broken down. Suddenly, Kang Win's call surprised her. JW. She seemed desperate, running to hug him tightly. Kang Win. John cried loudly, terrified. What will happen to Jimin? She buried her face in Kang Win's chest, speechless. If Jimin gently stroked John's head to calm down, Kang Win smiled gently, assuring everything will be fine. Jimin is okay. A confident smile comforted. Trust me. JW looked up surprised at Kang Win. He opened the hospital room door, walked straight inside. Jimin lay on the bed, face gaunt looking sideways. Seeing the person enter, glanced over. Kang Win quickly guessed by the expression. Bitten. Jimin confirmed and pointed to the exact spot. Yes, above. He glanced over, body trembling in fear. What will happen to us? Kang Win calmly asked. You know about vampires, right? Hearing that, Jimin was surprised, repeated vampire. Kang Win nodded firmly. Exactly, simply put, you will become a vampire. Hearing that, he became scared, stammering. So I have to live the rest of my life in darkness? Kang Win quickly corrected with accurate info. No, you can still see the sun, but tomorrow you will die, leaving only a vampire corpse. Emphasizing the important info, what you're thinking of is a true vampire, but you will only turn into a blood-sucking minion. According to the name, you'll just be a monster. Unfortunately, but once bitten, there's no turning back. Jimin helplessly burst into tears, calling out, brother. Yet Kang Win hadn't finished speaking. However, there is a way to escape death. He glanced down and asked, Jimin, do you want to live? More tears streamed down. Want to live. In a dark corner, Veimot was sucking blood from prey. Teeth sank deep into the girl's shoulder. After finishing, Veimot threw the victim down and wiped his mouth. This is truly paradise. He stroked his chin, losing the satisfied look. This world is full of humans. Veimot looked up at the sky, feeling conflicted. Dawn is coming. Should satisfaction be limited to each day? Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out. Gotcha. He turned around, quickly recognizing the victim. It was the kid bitten last night. But who's the one beside? No need to risk danger when dawn is near. Veimot swiftly decided to jump up and escape immediately. But suddenly, his arm was grabbed. Startled, Veimot froze and was pulled backward. Kang Win quickly slammed him to the ground. He took out a chain and wrapped it around Veimot's neck. Veimot painfully tried to break the chain with all strength. Kang Win turned back and called, come here. He handed over his sharp weapon and ordered to stab through the heart. Seeing hesitation, Kang Win asked again, don't want to live anymore? He still showed clear confusion and hesitation. Yes, but how do I stab? Can't you do it? Hearing that, he sighed helplessly and tiredly. Kang Win had to explain everything clearly again. After all, this guy was waiting for dawn, and once he dies, as a lackey of that guy, death will come too. Yuji quickly laid out two choices. Follow that dude and die together, or kill him and keep living, even if it means becoming a dragon ghost. Speaking coolly, letting Jimin think it over. The choice is yours. Lost in deep thought, caught in hesitation, Jimin knows exactly what's wanted, recalling the hospital scene. Wanting to live, with his sister still crying and waiting. Eyes open wide, shifting to firm resolve. No more hesitation, raising the knife high, wanting to live. Finally, stabbing straight into Veimot's body. Fresh blood splattered, droplets flying into the air. Staring up at the sky in shock, totally stunned by the strange movement. Blood. Then, the blood reversed direction and shot back, panic rising, unable to understand as it rushed toward. Mouth open wide, letting the blood fly right in. Kang Win stood behind, watching with a satisfied grin. Looking at Jimin in front, declaring the ritual complete. The blood inheritance was done. Ears grew longer and sharper, nails lengthened and turned black. After absorbing the new blood flow, the transformation was total, feeling alive. Scene shifts to a misty land. At the same time, in Adan territory, Kiba walked with a relaxed, satisfied expression, marveling. So peaceful, gazing at the space ahead, feeling lightheaded, wondering what exists beyond the infinite territory's border. Suddenly, a large group appeared from afar. Upon seeing this, Ba growled a few times, raising a hammer forward, asking identity. Who's there? What brings you to Adan? Hearing this, the mysterious ghost knight started acting all cryptic, speaking softly, making a request. If possible, please allow us to meet the lord of this domain. Sun City fell into chaos after the event. Many unstable dungeons collapsed, monsters flooding out with spreading effects. The world was shocked by the monster frenzy in Sun after Daegu. Long lines of vehicles fled the city. Everyone in Sun fled to escape. Despite official government announcements, trust was lacking. The government claimed control over dungeons for many days to stop chaos. Few believed it. So the government had to change tactics. The government pushed defense treaties with the Adan Guild as a fix. Finally, it brought some results. This kept pressure on the Adan Guild. Scene shifts to Sun's large airport. At the gate, whispers of criticism rose. Disgusting. The guys all looked toward one side. What's going on in Korea? Look, everyone's eyes fixed on one figure. You really can't compare real life to you two. Mori stepped outside first, greeting warmly. Min Chan hadn't been seen in a while, surprised but eager. He reached out to help. That's a long walk. Let me carry your luggage. She clutched the bag tightly, signaling refusal. No worries. Mori quickly cleared up the misunderstanding. These are documents requested by the immortal. A smile appeared, promising to complete the mission. I'll deliver them directly to him. Kang Win had just teleported through a portal, looking up with a puzzled expression. What's that? Kang Win stared at the massive city gate, confused. Is there one of these in the territory too? From afar, Bibi ran over, shouting loudly. Master. Turning the head, Kang Win glanced around, curious. What are these things? The girl's face stayed calm, asking back with interest. Pretty, right? Bibi grinned mischievously, emphasizing the effort. Every space shop has these, but it's tough to pick the nice ones. The system sent a detailed notification to the Adan Space Territory Overseer. Bibi. Space energy owned 0%, total space energy 30,000 out of 500,000. Kang Win looked straight at the flower garden, confused. Manage it well, but it turned into a flower garden. Kiba caught Kang Win's attention, reporting. These guys want to meet you. He led the group inside the castle, scene shifting deeper. Adan Space Territory Overseer Bibi. Space energy owned 0%, total space energy 30,000 out of 500,000. Did 1,000 yesterday already use up 10,000 points I gave? Seeing that attitude, the girl worriedly asked again. You don't like it? Kang Win just scratched the head, embarrassed, confirming. It's fine. Suddenly sensing something off, caution kicked in. Kang Win looked uneasy, glancing over suspiciously. What's that noise? Bibi honestly explained the situation. Ramson asked. So disciples helped out. Huh. The girl shook the head a few times, frustrated, saying life needs hobbies or something. Then Kang Win pointed straight ahead, asking, so what about that? Bibi laughed, clearly enjoying explaining. A small tavern, you can buy drinks using space energy. Hearing that, Kang Win was skeptical. They drink too? I'll have to manage the energy directly for now. Hands on hips, Worry continued, asking, how's Jimin lately? At first, Bibi was surprised. That vampire guy. The girl reported the detailed situation. Since he's still panicked, disciples gave him a house and a few bags of blood, but he hasn't drunk yet. He looked at the blood bags, restraining himself. Wants to drink blood but can't. I'm human. Hearing that, Kang Win looked pleased. Good job. Suddenly, footsteps and a familiar voice appeared. Lord. Kiba caught Kang Win's attention, reporting, these guys want to see you. Leading the crowd inside, scene shifts deeper into the castle. Sitting on the throne, looking down, curious about the matter. Why come to Adan? The figure knelt sincerely, making a request. Please allow our family to stay in the territory. Suddenly, Kang Win rolled the eyes, face strange. The system summarized the situation with two suggestions. The Tiger clan came exhausted from long refugee life, can either be chased away by soldiers or persuaded and accepted as territory citizens. Kang Win showed indifference, asking, not my problem. I have some questions. The figure nodded respectfully, ready to answer. Thank you. What do you want to ask? But Kang Win suddenly asked oddly, from 1 to 10, I don't know where to start. Hearing this, the figure got confused, asking back, not sure how long the Lord has ruled the territory. Kang Win didn't hesitate to give a number. 1 day. Hearing that, the figure was somewhat surprised. So that's how it is. Then honestly shared the story. Before coming here, we went to a place ruled by a lord, but we left because of harsh tax laws and came here. Knowing that, Kang Win asked back, you come from another space territory? The figure nodded obediently, confirming. Yes, we can reach the territory border. Kang Win recalled earlier info, asking details. What's the tax law you mentioned? How does it work? Sweating, the figure honestly explained. The Lord taxes settlers, usually paid with bloodstones to compensate for hunting. Hearing this, Kang Win started to doubt. Hunting? What's there to hunt in this wasteland? It suddenly smiled with excitement, full of confidence. No need to worry, because we hunt outside. Kang Win's face darkened, starting to get suspicious. So, where does the connected gate lead? Turns out it's like that. Then, the realization hit. There are 4 ways the territory gets energy. First, kill and absorb adventurers who enter the dungeon for hunting. Kang Win continued to reason about the second method. Second, release and send the territory's people and army outside, basically clearing the dungeon. The gentlest method. Third is planting trees with bloodstones or raising livestock. Simply called production, but not very effective. And Kang Win grasped the last method. Fourth, attack territories through war with other domains. This method gains a lot but also suffers heavy losses. Actually, allowing the people to hunt and taxing them is the easiest way. Lost in thought, a call from it suddenly snapped, Kang Win awake. Lord. Standing straight, ready to declare the decision. The gate will not be opened. Hearing this, it was shocked, emphasizing the impact. If so, energy might decrease and affect other dimensions. Kang Win sighed deeply, emphasizing the thought. Of course, a way must be found. Beyond that gate is the homeland. It looked confused, sweating with worry. Sorry, Lord. But Kang Win smiled, waving cheerfully. It's okay. Then turning back to enter, waving a hand with instructions. Whether to settle or leave, it's up to you. Rest well. The hallway lights were still on. Recalling the announcement, a frown formed in tension. The territory is protected for 30 days right after the declaration. After 30 days of protection, only then can the Lord receive a declaration of war letter from another Lord. After 30 days of stabilizing the land, challengers will appear. If defense fails, the dungeon gate will be lost. Part of the territory's assets may be robbed. Then, as that person said, the territory will become prey for those waiting for newly established domains. Kang Win turned and hurried away. Before that happens, no matter what, not only the army, but also a way to increase the territory's energy must be found. After a while, everything was set in motion. 20 days later, territory time. 5 days in real time, Adon space territory prepared for invasion from other spaces. Military-based systems were quickly built, switching scenes to the other side, also busy. Meanwhile, the Adon Guild was relocating its main headquarters near Gun. Min-chan approached, reminding, Director, don't forget the visit to the Congress at 2 p.m. today. You quickly confirmed again. I know. Dream on. Did you bring what the Americans requested to investigate? She promptly handed over the files. Everything is ready. Seeing this, satisfaction was immediate. Good work. He immediately asked, Director, what is that document? Kang Win straightforwardly revealed the name, Death Register. But Min-chan smiled brightly, confused. Death Register? What's that? After a moment, he realized, turned pale, and shouted. Min-chan approached, trembling, asking for opinions. Can I read it? You don't mind showing the death register up front, right? He took the list and was shocked to find it was a list of people involved in the assassination attempt on Kang Win. Could it be because of this that the Lord accepted the visit request? Kang Win smiled slyly, ready with a plan. Of course, handling everything will be easier with everyone present. Feeling dark, boldly declared, didn't expect so many people were behind the assassination attempt. Heads will roll. At that moment, Kang Win prepared to start the plan. Contact Congress, I'm leaving now. Switching to another important place, Republic of Korea Congress Hall. Cameras panned to friendly handshakes. Representative Choi Tae-oh quickly stood, polite. Oh man, no need for formalities, sir. Please sit. He sat back, grinning smugly. I heard that brat Kang Win finally showed up. Teo glanced with a scheming look. Does that guy have any other choice? So Gook sighed, confident. If that guy is enjoying this country's benefits, he has to be ready to work. The man beside agreed. I agree. He's turning our Ministry of Defense's noble work into a joke. Teo then recalled the persuasiveness, wondering if the conditions we set were sufficient. The hearing confirmed, based on the judgment of the Ministry of Defense, that there was even a proposal to recognize their association just like the Ministry of Defense itself, yet it still refused. So Gook arrogantly declared, do you think there's any other way if one wants to keep living in South Korea? That's just a facade created to make oneself seem more valuable. The man grew more amused, laughing loudly as the decision was made. So today, all of its tricks will be exposed. Dooji immediately placed hope and waited. If Representative Choi does that, trust will be placed in you. Cut to outside, cars are rolling. Sung-hun anxiously glanced sideways. Boss, you're not seriously planning to make this a bloody affair, right? Kang Win sat in the back seat, arms crossed threateningly. If you ask again, I'll turn everything upside down. The man panicked, voice stammering and trembling. Yes, understood. Sung-hun silently pondered carefully. Looks like the vice president tried everything to stop him. Hopefully, the worst won't happen, right? Nian Tran was there, doing all they could to dissuade. No way, boss, that will really become an unsolvable knot. Suddenly, the one sitting in the back called out to Seung-hun. He turned around in surprise, waiting for orders. Yes, boss. Suddenly, Kang Win gave an unexpected command. Change the destination. Cut to a large private house in the wilderness. Mr. Bai turned to ask about the situation outside. Are they still protesting? The assistant confirmed with a clear report. Yes, sir. The people are very angry. He held his head, looking tired and frustrated. This country is too weak and can't protect its people. Mr. Bai could only hope now. What can save us from this disaster is getting Kang Win's confirmation on the agreement. This hearing must succeed. Suddenly, someone worriedly opened the door and ran in. Mr. President, he suddenly turned, predicting what was coming. Guess it's time we should head to the National Assembly. But the person stressed with a pale face, it's not that. The person reported nervously and hurriedly. Kang Win is currently at the Blue House. Mr. Bai couldn't believe it upon hearing. What? He came here instead of going to the National Assembly? Cut back to inside the National Assembly. 1 hour after the meeting between Kin and the president, everyone was still sitting inside, chatting loudly. Why is he so late? This isn't the first time he's played us like this. He's way too arrogant. So Guk glanced around suspiciously and whispered, nothing bad happened, right? Dio couldn't answer. Not too sure either. He always treats the government's summons like a joke. The man gritted his teeth, frowning angrily. Kang Win, that bastard. Do you think you're above the National Assembly just because you have global support? Tio recalled the event with regret. Should have killed you in the Middle East before you got this big. Suddenly, Kang Win in a suit, hands in pockets, casually walked in. Hello. Looks like everyone's here. A furious council member questioned. Kang Win, are you mocking the National Assembly? Without a word, he pulled out a chair. Others grew even more furious at this reaction. Don't you care at all? Give us an answer. Kang Win kept that attitude and turned to request. Prosecutor Lai Qin, please provide the confirmed information. The man obediently complied. Here it is. He looked at the list and made decisions one by one. I'll eliminate this one. This guy's useless. Kang Win frowned, calculating carefully. There's a lot of trash here, but can't kill them all. But that's not too bad, right? That's more than half of them. Then he stood calmly and got to work. All right, let's continue. Soon Hun looked confused. What? We're leaving just like that? Kang Win threw the documents back, affirming, I verified their identities. Someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. Hey, where do you think you're going? This hearing is just a joke to you, huh? Sit down right now. In response, he smirked with contempt. A hearing. Is this to confirm if I join that thing you call the Ministry of Defense? The thing that was never wanted to get involved in, right? Suddenly, Kang Win grabbed the mic. Not only did the guy declare no participation, but also emphasize no involvement with the Ministry of Defense or anything else, so no need for another hearing. Just one warning for all of you. Kang Win didn't hesitate to imply directly. Those connected to the missile terror attack aimed to eliminate me. The guy even bluntly called out those who deliberately caused the prison break for personal gain. Kang Win wasn't afraid to warn and intimidate, because those deemed unnecessary for the upcoming battles will pay dearly for the crimes committed up to this point. A smirk appeared along with the shocking info. All related evidence had already been leaked to the press. Kang Win's sinister face showed pleasure as the guy instructed. Remember to watch the news to confirm why you deserve to die. Tio stammered, standing up to question. What the hell are you talking about? How can you be so arrogant? But Kang Win ignored that and walked straight ahead. Let's go. Seung Hun quickly followed. Yes, boss. That attitude made the guy furious, chasing after. Where are you going? Aren't you going to sit down? But Kang Win turned around, eyes completely changed. Tio froze instantly, completely still, standing there, looking up at the sky, screaming in pain. Du-guk trembled quickly, pointing forward to question. What are you doing in the sacred parliament? Kang Win turned back, arrogance warning. You better pray you're not named this time. The guy couldn't hold back, cursing nonstop. You're way too cocky. Putting the nation's safety in the hands of a brutal guy like this? Where did you get those fabricated infos? Kang Win should be expelled from Korea immediately. Outside, the sky was clear, weather pleasant. Seung Hun breathed out, praising. Did great holding back. Kang Jaemin was sweating nervously. Unfortunately, already wondered if that guy would do such a thing. Earlier, got a call saying it was me. Mr. Man Kang Win is heading to Parliament, please support him. Kang Jaemin was surprised by the sudden turn of events. Following VIP orders, all info on delegates involved in the prison corruption was handed over, but didn't expect to be powerless and retreat like this. The guy grew more tense, predicting the situation. Since war was declared, those bastards would erase all evidence immediately. In the end, history would repeat like stuck in an endless loop. Kang Win suddenly darkened, shouting, So, should we get started now? At that moment, loudly and forcefully predicting, ordered to appear. After a crowd showed up, Kang Win gave the command. Wait for them outside, then eliminate those faces already memorized. Seung Hun panicked, reminding, Boss, didn't you say no bloodshed in Parliament? But Kang Win turned back, explaining clearly, that's why I stepped outside. The guy was stunned, couldn't believe it. Vice President didn't mean that. Standing outside a while, Kang Win complained bored. Waiting for them to poke heads out is tiring. Got a bit fired up. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed outside. Fire. The fire alarm blared loudly. Everyone sped up, rushing out in chaos. Fire. Evacuate quickly. But then they saw everyone clustered together. How to avoid when everyone's standing? What the hell is going on? Teo shoved everything, pushing people away. Move aside. The guy excitedly ran to the door, full of hope. Made it, still alive. But Teo froze, seeing the outside scene. What the hell? A fully armored person turned back to report, confirming the target. The guy sweated in fear, stunned. What is that? Teo panicked, turning to run into the crowd. Move aside, I'm Choi Teo. Move aside. But unlucky, a huge hand grabbed the neck tightly. Teo was easily lifted, screaming nonstop, "Let me go." From afar, a familiar step approached. Kang Win smirked proudly, quickly ordered, "That's Choi Teo. Deal with him." The guy glanced down, trembling, wondering, "Why are you doing this?" Kang Win calmly emphasized, "He'll know if he watches the news." Teo refused to accept the question back, thinking, how could anyone watch if already dead? The smirk on the face grew wider, a half-smile spreading. Too bad. The guy was sweating buckets, still busy interrogating. Thought this power could turn into a god. Couldn't hold back anymore. Teo tried to shout back. At least gotta know the reason, damn it. Right then, Kang Win suddenly revealed the real reason for the connection with Lee Sang-ho, slowly exposing some serious crimes. He deliberately exploited the prison break to rake in hundreds of millions in dirty profits. Also invested in the rocket launch aiming to assassinate me. Kang Win put hands on hips, arrogantly questioning. That's enough reason to send him off, right? Teo now just pretended to be stubbornly clueless. Don't know what you're talking about. Innocent here. How can someone break the law and just kill an innocent person like that? Others around also voiced support. He's right. Gotta follow the law and let justice decide. But Kang Win just smiled coldly, saying sounds good. But today, I am the law. Teo got even crazier, cursing madly. This crazy bastard. This is the Republic of Korea, a democratic republic. You think you can stay here after killing someone? Before finishing the sentence, the guy's neck got snapped painfully. Everyone around widened eyes in horror. The terrifying black creature coldly emphasized, "You dared to offend the king?" Hands on one hip, looking at the eager crowd. "All right, who wants a snowstorm?" Seeing them trembling, Kang Win warned, "If you don't want to burn alive, best run fast." Seun Han saw the brutal scene and started vomiting violently. Kang Win ran over, stunned by the sight. Crazy, planning a revolution in this rotten country? Even if he becomes the most brutal killer in history. Scene shifts to a more private place, Bae Ong Man resting chin on hand, recalling a warning and an offer. Remember the meeting between the two? "Mr. Kang Win, why are you here instead of the National Assembly?" Seeing the file thrown on the table, Bae Ong Man was stunned. This guy arrogantly stated his purpose. "Before carrying out this revenge, I have a warning and an offer for you." Kang Win turned back, waiting for a response. So, on the TV broadcast, the MC emphasized this was a national-level rebellion. Kang Win, from the An Guild, ambushed the national conference. Bae Ong Man struggled to correct himself. "No, I meant the offer from him, but the secretary could only helplessly say that's not something we can decide." Suddenly, a call came to the Minister of Defense, who quickly passed on the order. Kang Win issued a warning. "If this area isn't cleared within 5 minutes, order an attack. We need to seize the initiative." Hearing this, the man broke out in a cold sweat. Bae Ong Man felt extremely tense and worried. Could an offensive catch him? He's even stronger than Middle Eastern terrorist armies. Trying to stay calm, wondering about casualties. The other side carefully reported details. 57 casualties so far, starting with Delegate Paru. Bae Ong Man was impressed. This guy really keeps his word. After a while, decided to order clearing the area, but the Minister of Defense on the line objected. "We can't do that. This is a serious rebellion against the nation." Angry, he emphasized again. "I said clear the area, that's an order." The other side didn't say a word more. Understood. Bae Ong Man hurriedly prepared. The secretary hastily arranged a press conference immediately. The secretary obediently followed orders. "Yes, sir." Scene shifts back to the company building, people shocked. Didn't think the boss would really do that. Hin seemed very worried, extremely worried. "Vice President, what's going to happen to us?" Min Tran looked defeated, face down, emphasizing, "This isn't a simple problem." The TV broadcast continued with news. He kept rubbing his head and hands. Couldn't believe this was the most unpredictable and brutal rebellion in national history. Min Chan sighed repeatedly. Tae Jiang-ae scratched head, thinking simply. So, they're bad people too. Won't things be fine since quite a few public support him? But now, even more furious and negative. Not good at all. Dream on. Smiling, still thinking simply. The immortal has become king already. That guy isn't someone who'll be controlled by the top dogs of this rotten country. Min Trang felt even more helpless, only able to plead. Saintus, noticing the atmosphere, handed Hin a bottle of water and a pill, begging to take another dose of the life flower, trying hard to regain calm. All right. While Min Chan was drinking water, the TV announced breaking news. After the news was read, water was immediately spat out. The president just declared the autonomy of the Adan Guild in a press conference. Adan is now recognized as a sovereign state, and the host continued to add. Besides expressing gratitude to the leader of the Adan Guild, Kang Win, the president also announced that once the decayed National Assembly is reorganized, a referendum on making the Adan Guild an autonomous state will be held. Just then, someone stepped in from outside the door. What's up? Everyone's faces showed shock. They all shouted boss at once. Min Tran helplessly turned around to scold. Boss, I already contacted and begged you. I didn't spill a drop of blood inside the National Assembly. Kang Win calmly sat down, questioning. Is that why you didn't do it inside the building? Head bowed, darkened, exhausted, and helpless. Do you know how worried I was seeing the National Assembly building on live news? Min Chan suddenly remembered and returned to the topic. How did you make us an independent state? Quickly recalled that issue too. That. Kang Win gave a very simple reason. The government kept bothering us, right? So I created a country myself. That way, no one can interfere, and everyone can work comfortably, proud and arrogant about himself. Where else can you find a boss who thinks about employees like this? Min Chan's face darkened, realizing the problem. That just gives us more work. The more he heard, the more puzzled he became. But how did you talk to the president? Kang Win leaned back, emphasizing the action. I just made a proposal. I said I'd kill all those corrupt bastards, create a country, and wanted his cooperation. Honestly recounted the negotiation details. I said as long as he doesn't block us, I'm willing to form an alliance. Looks like he agreed. Dream On quietly bowed down admiringly. I admire the king's compassion. Min Tran still tried to explain clearly. Maybe it worked this time, but it's too dangerous. I understand the boss's thirst for revenge, but the future. Suddenly emphasize, this isn't just about trying to assassinate them, express personal hatred. Countless victims suffered for their power games. Only 57 deaths to soothe their souls. That's way too cheap. Kang Win then clearly emphasized the question. Do you understand? Hearing this, Min Chan immediately changed his mind completely. Boss has such a deep motive behind that sudden move. Eyes narrowed, giving some advice. Anyway, Min Chan was a bit surprised, waiting for words. Yes. Kang Win declared, emphasizing the title. From now on, you're the Prime Minister. Min Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. Sorry, Prime Minister? Serious face confirmed firmly. Yes, Prime Minister. Kang Win clearly stated his plan. If building a country, one person should bear all responsibility instead of me. Min Tran closed eyes, darkened face, full of regret. Though I do have ambition, this is still so wrong. Then emphasize each person's role. Sung Gu will be the army commander. He heard that and burst out laughing with delight. Gotta brag about this online. Shaking all over, imagining a chaotic scene. Then Kang Win looked hesitant again. Soon Hun, what should you do? Quickly gave a persuasive suggestion. How about I handle diplomatic affairs? My persuasion skills are pretty good. Seemed excited, quickly decided. Minister of Foreign Affairs? Huh? Those two ministers? Whatever. Just do it. Sung Hun got the idea and laughed loudly, praising. His generosity is truly immeasurable. Only Min Chan was completely crushed. This is a crazy company, not a crazy country. At the Coma Swamp rank 321 3 Space Sanctuary. Dark, desolate, scary. On the system screen appeared the image of Aden Space Sanctuary. Space Sanctuary 21-3. Lord Kang Win knew. Human race. A vile laugh echoed. Kang Win. The monster licked its lips greedily. Is this guy really the first human to become the lord of a sacred ground? Basically, a rookie among rookies. The screen flashed a notification. Adan Space Sanctuary countdown to protection time. No days left. 5 minutes, 23 seconds, 32 milliseconds. The wild gaze showed anticipation, thinking, the protective barrier will be removed in 5 hours. Can't let others snatch this chance away. The ugly monster, hunched back in a goatee, drooled excitedly. This will be a tasty prey. On the castle, the flag fluttered, and 2 guards stood ready on the walls. Liu Yifei couldn't hide surprise looking at the scene ahead. Is this the Eden Space Sanctuary? Kang Win asked proudly. How does it feel to be here? Liu Yifei didn't answer but marveled inwardly. Gods are different, creating a sanctuary this fast. But seriously, raised a question. No disrespect, but sir, shouldn't the defense system here be stronger? Kang Win confidently replied, we have Kiba and the undead army. That's enough. Unexpectedly, Liu Yifei shook the head in disagreement, sparking curiosity. The eyes drooped slightly, continuing, obviously no army can match the undead. But the battle between sanctuaries has very different tactics, not like usual, right? Liu Yifei emphasized the seriousness. Once protection time ends, sanctuary battles come from both left and right. At that time, undead army won't be usable. Kang Win frowned, asking again, what do you mean? Liu Yifei explained briefly. It's like chess. The lord of a territory can't directly fight but only use resources within the territory. Kang Win asked confusedly, why can't I fight? That's ridiculous. Liu Yifei didn't answer but slowly asked, then do you want to try a mock battle? Eyebrows raised in curiosity. Mock battle. The blazing sun shone on the clock tower. Kang Win and Liu Yifei teleported inside simultaneously. The system kept spitting notifications, overwhelming. Sanctuary battle guides started. Please allocate your extreme energy, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Scanning hypothetical enemies. You are connected to the human race. The scene blinked into an open field with vast grass. Kang Win was confused. What is this? In the mind appeared an army. Kang Win thought in amazement. That's the bipedal tiger tribe. The bipedal tiger spoke, Lord, please give orders. Kang Win was stunned. What is this? Observing the entire scene, gradually realizing this building is a manpower creation station, also resource stats and troop numbers. Next to Kang Win was the text Bloodstone 100, troop count 5 out of 10. Quickly, Kang Win confirmed this is a battle simulation. Tried to send orders mentally. First, gather more bloodstones. The bipedal tiger replied, understood. Kang Win pondered the building list: shelter, farm, charm tree, brain training camp, dragon cave, bar, forge, street vendor, flower garden. Thought to self, are these the only things that can be built in the sanctuary now? Kang Win figured suitable units and bases are needed in the sanctuary to prepare for sanctuary battles, then started strategizing, build training camp first, then add more manpower and brain soldiers. Just then, system notified troop limit reached, build more shelter. Kang Win gritted teeth in frustration. First time playing and it's this hard. Suddenly, noise behind caught attention. Looking at armored troops ahead, Kang Win worried. Enemy forces? Already attacking? Sure enough. System reported shortly after. Defeat, you lost the sanctuary battle. Mock battles don't reflect real battles. If you lose a real sanctuary battle, revenge can be taken by dueling. Kang Win felt less bored, angrily gritting teeth. Damn, this is too complicated. Better let someone else handle it. Liu Yifei then approached coldly asking, so, Master, how do you feel? Kang Win expressed all thoughts, feeling like limbs were numb, unable to fight by oneself. Are all sanctuary lords like this? Conquering other sanctuaries' bloodstones like playing with toys? Liu Yifei slowly explained. Sanctuary battles are very important to lords. They only bet small stakes but can rank up safely and steadily. Still confused. What about dueling? Earlier, it was mentioned that revenge could be taken through a duel. The girl carefully replied. The Holy Land War is a battle over each Holy Land's resources, while a duel is a fight between lords. Kang Win wondered, then why not choose a duel from the start? Dream on. No sign of impatience. Still patiently explaining. You can't just duel if the opponent hasn't accepted it. You can only force a duel after losing the Holy Land War, and then the other side must accept. Kang Win smirked with interest. I like that, as long as I can take everything back after losing the Holy Land War. On the bustling street, the market was crowded with people coming and going. Bibi was eating while walking, suddenly noticing something. Bibi hurried over to call the master. The girl anxiously asked, has the saintess left yet? Kang Win smiled and said yes, gone already. Bibi replied sadly. I was really shocked by who was with her. Chet handed the girl a book. Here, take this. We might need it anytime, so get familiar with it quickly. Bibi took the book, then remembered to report some news. Right, Jemin has recovered. He even went monster hunting and out to eat. Kang Win was a bit surprised and said, really? Quickly moved to Jemin's place and knocked on the door. Jemin, are you there? As soon as entering, sat down beside the bed and asked, how do you feel? Have you adapted to this place? Jemin honestly replied, yes, all good, really. Yui asked seriously, do you want to meet your sister now? Jemin lowered the head, looking complicated, said, she can't come here, right? I still haven't adapted to going out with many people. Kang Win crossed arms, pretending not to catch the hidden meaning and calmly agreed. It's tough for her too. She's not an awakened one, so she can't go through those gates. Jemin pondered, then made a request. I really need to go out. Please tell her to wait for me a little longer, and don't rush me. All right, take your time. Suddenly, he called back. Anything else, bro? Kang Win listened. What else? Jemin cautiously asked, are you really a god? Kang Win rubbed the chin thoughtfully. A god. Looking at Jemin, then thought, maybe after seeing what happens here, a space lord creates everything from space energy. Thinking that, Kang Win smirked and asked back, I'm just a person. What do you mean by God? Jemin sighed in relief and said, that's a relief. Then he asked again, by the way, I see everyone is quite worried. Is everything okay? Not understanding, Kang Win wondered why. Diamond said to the people. He told them they feared losing the Holy Land War because of the new lord, who might even abolish taxes. Kang Win joked, do I look like a loser? Jemin quickly shook the head, not only hearing Kang Win slowly say, they will know who the real loser is when the time comes. Finally, stood up with a confident face to comfort. Stop worrying about nonsense now. Just focus on your own situation. Back at the clock tower, it was still not dark. The system appeared. You have received a challenge. Do you want to refuse? You can refuse up to 3 times, and the next time the battle must happen. If you win, you get 4 days of protection. If you lose, you get 12 days. Kang Win laughed excitedly. Finally here. Put all trust in the girl. BB, losing is fine, so just lose with all you've got. BB confidently said, I'll win, so don't worry. The girl arrogantly asked, if I win, you have to give me half the Holy Land's energy as promised. Kang Win generously said, transfer it right away. Thought to himself, if she wins, great. If she loses, no problem. We'll immediately take it back in the duel. On the other side, the Brain Tribe cheered excitedly. He accepted immediately. What an idiot. I'll take everything from you. The two-legged Tiger Tribe busily carried materials inside, while the Brain Tribe guarded outside the area. Watching this efficient work mode, Kang Win was amazed and called out, Bibi, seeing this orderly busy scene, you sighed. Is it the first time the girl has done this well? After struggling for a while, Bibi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the system announced, the enemy has appeared. The buried warrior army charged in with a strong force. Bibi smiled excitedly. You guys declared war first. The girl quickly ordered. Brain warriors counterattack. The buried tribe showed no fear and rushed forward. Kang Win observed both sides' tactics and nodded in approval. Just as expected, the girl's troop command is still not as good as the enemy's. If this continues, the scream will announce failure. You lost the Holy Land War. Bone sat on the ground unwillingly. Kang Win silently thought just as expected. Suddenly, a flood of information hit. 10,000 points lost. The winner's law is being enforced. The sanctuary vault is being robbed. Power stones lost. Lenin's feathers, wolf claws, giant ant fangs all gone. Kang Win grumbled angrily, looking at that bastard, feeling shocked inside. They took everything in the vault and even the betting points. Luckily, they only grabbed useless stuff. Right then, Bibi rushed over crying, hugging, and calling out. Master, the girl said upset. I'm really sorry. I just wanted to win the match. Kang Win softened and comforted. All right, I can get everything back when I counterattack. A smirk appeared. Now we should take double what they took, right? The system announced. A duel request with Comet has been made. The loser's revenge is about to begin. The monster on the other side laughed excitedly, sending another strategist in its place. That guy actually knows a bit. Its system reported, you won the sanctuary battle, checkpoints and items received. It muttered, but that was meaningless anyway. Suddenly, it saw the screen display. Kang Win requested a duel. Do you accept? The monster laughed excitedly, eyes flashing with nastiness. This is why I like chickens. If it loses, it should set up defenses now. Seriously, way too impatient. The system kept popping up. You have been summoned to the Icy Plateau Sanctuary battle. If you win, the winner's law applies. If you lose, the loser's revenge can proceed. If you lose, death awaits. You will resurrect after 12 days. Kang Win pondered. Resurrect after 12 days? That's why people avoid duels unless necessary. Serious thoughts about the fight ran through the mind. If losing this sanctuary battle, 12 days of armor protection will be gained, but if losing the duel too, more days will be lost to choose a new sanctuary. Taking the risk to restart building from scratch at a new sanctuary won't be easy to accept. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Kang Win, along with a notification that opponent Comet is being summoned. Comet with a sly grin stepped forward straight to the point. New Lord, may I make a proposal? Kang Win asked back, what is it? It would be boring if treasures aren't counted in a bloody battle like this. How about we each bet a dungeon as the prize? Kang Win thought carefully, watching cautiously. Provocative words kept coming from the opponent. Are you thinking about losing? You won't reach high ranks with that mindset. A smirk curled the lips. I can read all your thoughts. Calmly agreed to the request. All right, then why not raise the stakes? Since we're at it, might as well go all in. Excited laughter followed. You're generous. The opponent proposed, let's bet 100,000 points each. Outwardly calm, Kang Win agreed but hesitated inside. System alert, first exit of gun from planet Earth has been bet. Nicia Tower from planet Jack has been bet. As the sound ended, Comet charged proudly. Newbie, shall we start? Kang Win didn't move, just observed slowly. Analyzed carefully, a full-on charge. This dumb bastard attacks so simply. Kang Win summoned weapons, sneered. Let's see what you can do to me. Both clashed, weapons colliding with fierce power. Stepping back, defenses rose high. Earthlings have lots of battlefield strength, but arrogance quickly took over. However, I am also a clan leader. Comet charged again, shouting, I can't be compared to a mere human like you. A giant lead hammer slammed down, cracking the ground, quickly dodged to the back, struck Comet's knee joint, causing a loud cry of pain. Comet's knee buckled, falling to the ground but still seized the chance to attack. Kang Win immediately raised a bone wall, eyes glowing, radiating fierce red. Comet couldn't resist, only stared as Kang Win destroyed the body. One slash split Comet in two. The system announced amid a triumphant smile. Revenge successful. Reward received. Nessia Tower Dungeon Trial. Scene shifted to Planet Jack, Nessia Tower Dungeon where countless dry skeletons patrolled. Ratty clan troops appeared, wondering if the dungeon just regenerated the old ones. The leader pointed at one of the skeletons and instructed, "Not hard to deal with them, just blast their heads off." Everyone silently thought, if this conquest succeeds, the clan will survive. The strongest warrior of the Ratty clan, Lark thought to himself, must make sure to clear them out and protect the planet, protect everyone. The Ratty clan moved inside. Lark reminded, "Only the Heavens dungeon left. Be careful around here because anything could happen." The Ratty clan immediately responded seriously. Understood. A loud noise appeared in the sky. Lark cautiously looked up. There they are. A swarm of flying monsters surrounded the Ratty clan, the Ween beasts. Lark quickly took out the staff and cast the Laxia spell. Using the lightning spear tip, a beam shot toward the Ween, but all attacks were nullified before reaching the Ween. Lark shouted in panic. Laxia's magic disappeared. Is there a beast rider who's a mage? On the Ween's back appeared a person with a signature smile from the Jiaqiu planet. Lark's eyes widened in alert. Kang Win sat on the Ween's back, greeting warmly. "Welcome to the Aden Guild," Lark warily asked. "Who are you? What's your identity?" Kang Win gently landed. The arrogant guy declared, "Your master." Kang Win looked with keen interest. "You seem strong, making me curious about the Jiak planet." Lark frowned, speaking impatiently. "You think I'll spill everything that easily?" Kang Win radiated threatening, killing intent. "Did I say I wanted to negotiate with you?" Feeling the intense pressure, the Ratty clan all crouched in fear. "What?" Lark quickly realized, hurriedly warned. "It's soul-summoning magic. Everyone fall back." The Ratty clan immediately obeyed and retreated. Kang Win and his powerful army confidently demanded to capture at least one. The subordinates responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Lark ran desperately, panting and looking back, only to see clanmates being brutally slaughtered by Kang Win's forces. Gritting teeth, unwilling to accept defeat, thought, "Damn it, can't fight this many death knights and soldiers. At this point, must at least save the remaining comrades." Finally, turning around, decided to use the regression stone and run, "We'll block them." The others panicked, shouting, "Great warrior." They screamed in terror, "Stop, sir." Lark infused mana into the staff, unleashing full power, lightning bolts flashing everywhere, countless sparks illuminating the area. Kang Win's army was pushed back by that power. The move ended, dust slowly cleared. Lark panted, clutching the staff, silently thinking, all mana was spent on that move. In the hazy scene, Lark thought, that should buy some extra time. Suddenly, a voice startled, "You exceeded my expectations." Kang Win stepped forward, declaring, "You're done." Lark blinked, asking, "Done? What do you mean?" From behind appeared glowing eyes, feeling the pain of a knife stabbing from the back, shocked. "No way. Still able to move?" Kang Win excitedly said, "Congratulations on becoming the 54th Death Knight." The system announced, "Your soul has been locked into the Wind Demon Stone." Looking at the quiet path nearby, thought, did they escape through the gate? They probably won't dare come here again. Just then, a report came. "Sir, R is visiting." Kang Win was startled, remembering. Right, that guy too. 2 days ago, after Kang Win took over the planet, many guests visited Adan. They were space overlords from nearby planets, all fierce and terrifying. The planet's dungeon was almost synchronized, and since Adan also had a dungeon, they could visit under a friendly protocol at the Gloomy Tower. Kang Win asked curiously, "Why are you here?" The space overlord visiting Adan for the third time smiled. "Neighbors just saying Lian hi. Gotta keep good relations." Kang Win frowned, impatiently threatening, "If you come again, I'll destroy your gate." Dre quickly took out a prepared item, smiling to appease. "Don't be mad, I've got a gift for you." The system analyzed Poe's prayer. Keeping it in the castle increases the chance of bloodstones appearing. Chance of bloodstones increased by 1%. Yui took the item, slightly surprised, thinking, there's stuff like this too. Dre shamelessly demanded, "I'm always the one giving you gifts. You should give me something too." Yui sighed. "Then how about we eat together?" Dre happily replied, "Deal." That guy kept shoveling food from the table piled up by Shu Hai-Huk's clan. The eating scene was so ugly that Bibi even hid behind Kang Win, laughing while eating. "So embarrassing, you're annoyed and demanding. Eat until full, then spill the real reason you came here." Dre calmly wiped the corner of the mouth and said, "Let me ask you this first." Dre asked, "Do you know what power exists on the neighboring planet?" Kang Win nodded, knowing. Shared all the info known. The native Ratty tribe and various guilds, the Black Hat Guild, Red Hammer Guild, and Yellow Gecko Guild. Dre was shocked. "How do you know that?" Kang Win replied coldly. "Got a pretty useful informant. Thought the Ratty tribe member had turned into a Death Knight." Dre squinted excitedly, Oh man, looks like someone's faster than me. Don't know who though. So I'll be straight. Dre made an offer. I serve the Supreme Razaki, part of the strongest guild, the Yellow Gecko. Wanna join me? Kang Win sneered. Flat out refused. Why would I do that? Just me is enough to guard the dungeon. Dre wouldn't back down, laughed and said, True Space Overlord. If there's only one dungeon, then maybe. He flipped the question. But what if you have two or more? Which side would you protect if both get attacked? Kang Win's face darkened. Didn't think about that. Asked coldly. So what? Dre teased. You're still green. He analyzed. If the challenger attacks from two dungeons, each dungeon will have attackers. Your forces have to split and you can only protect one spot. No choice but to abandon the other location. The more dungeons, the harder to defend. Think about it. Dre left that line then waved goodbye. Kang Win ordered Bibi to reject all other guests. The girl didn't understand but obeyed. Yes, master. Kang Win pondered deeply. 30 days left until Naya's dungeon pillar fully synchronizes with the planet. Carefully calculated, if going solo, Nesia's pillar will be attacked once the gate opens. Need to level up fast. After meeting Dre, Kang Win returned to Earth, back to the guild. The top priority was leveling up quickly. Current rank was 75 and able to summon even stronger beings, so accepted the toughest dungeon cleanup request that all countries worldwide had given up on. The plane took off. Dongdo greeted excitedly. Brother Kang Win responded cheerfully. Dongdo approached warmly. Glad to see you again. You tease me, I still owe you. Generously offer the private jet, no big deal. Just doing what's necessary. After that, Dongdu asked, but is this the fiery Mr. Sung-gu? Sung-gu was startled when named. You know about that too? Kang Win asked with disgust. What kind of name is that? Dongdu asked in surprise. You don't know? He pulled up the fiery social profile and laughed. He's pretty hot on social media. Ignoring those two happily walking ahead, Kang Win asked Sung-hun where to first. Dongdu suggested. Take a pic with me. Sung-gu agreed. All right. Sung-hun pulled out the map report. First, we'll hit the nearest dungeon among the 12 accepted. Finally, he announced the destination. Japan. The plane soared across the sky. At Kai Osaka Airport, Japan, the noisy crowd buzzed. Everyone curious and paying attention here. Kang Win's group grumbled irritably. Didn't they say they'd pick us up? Try calling. Sung-hun awkwardly replied. Yeah, but my Japanese is a bit. Kang Win glared at him. Seriously? And you say you'll be foreign minister? Helplessly demanded. All right, open your mouth. Before Sung-hun could react, Kang Win shoved a pill into the mouth. Can't carry it, so just swallow it. Sung-hun coughed violently for a while before calming down, suddenly heard a strange voice. What's Kang Win doing in Japan? The crowd's gossip was translated into Sung-hun's ear. Because of that, the dungeon at G53 failed 3 times already, thought they'd give up. He exclaimed in surprise. Oh man. Kang Win just smiled calmly and said, the pill kicked in, so call them quickly. Scene switched to Osaka 53 station. Inside the building, a cold voice echoed. Thanks for coming all this way. Vice President of Sensei Guild, Takuchi, an A-rank water mage, kept a face as cold as ice while speaking. I'll summarize the GAM situation before we get there. Kang Win impatiently demanded, still have many places to go. Skip that part. Suggested simplifying things by having Sung-gu and me capture the dungeon as fast as possible then move to the next. Takuchi sneered, thinking, confident for sure. No matter how skilled, there's always a limit. Curiosity kicked in. That's why having a well-rounded team is normal. How exactly is he planning to conquer the dungeon? Seeing Takuchi silent, Kang Win assured, don't worry, just wait. I'll clear the dungeon clean as per the contract. So Takuchi had no choice but to give in. At least let me go with you. Need to report back for future Bloodstone exploitation. Thinking to himself, let's see how Kang Win will take down the dungeon. Kang Win pondered quietly, tagging along would only slow things down. But then remembered, the more sense he digs, the more benefits the guild gets. According to the contract, after conquering the dungeon, the Bloodstone artifact split ratio between Aden Guild and Sensei Guild is 70-30. Aden Guild's chairman is Kang Win's secretary. Thinking that, nodded in agreement. All right, then gotta watch your own back. After saying that, Kang Win turned to Dongdu. Brother bitch, then you're coming too. He excitedly asked back, can I tag along? Dongdu fired up inside, couldn't believe getting the chance to fight alongside Brother Kang. He never teamed up with other guilds before, really looking forward to seeing how he conquers the dungeon. The crew moved to Station 53. Leading the way, Kang Win said, all right, so 4 people, let's go. Watching the 3 walk ahead, Takuchi hesitated, couldn't believe those 3 were going to conquer a dungeon even Japan's best team couldn't handle. Started calculating, can't even use the return gate anymore. Failure means certain death. Despite hesitation, Takuchi stepped inside. immediately warned, "Be careful. From here, werewolves." But the scene ahead was desolate, with piles of werewolf corpses scattered. Takuchi asked in horror, "Where are they all?" Dongdo calmly handed him something. "Take this." Takuchi confusedly held the dagger. Dongdo sighed, passing on the message. He said to collect bloodstone while tagging along, calm on the surface but still shocked inside. Everything happened in a blink. Zhang recalled earlier when entering the dungeon. The wolves charged. The two of them knocked all down and moved forward. Couldn't help but admire. Kang Win is really strong, but Hong Sung-gu's skills are even above A rank. Both hunched over dissecting each werewolf. Takuchi panted tiredly. "What the hell? Why do I have to collect bloodstone now?" Just then, Kang Win returned with the elite troops urging, "Let's move on." Dongdu calmly asked, "Done already?" Takuchi gaped in horror. "No way." He wiped out all basic monsters in the station in just 5 minutes. The gate to the next location appeared. Kang Win smiled. "All right, next." Molten lava flowed before eyes. The sea now looked like hell. Kang Win's team entered, scanning quickly. This time, it's a volcano. Sung-gu looked around then reported, "Back on the other side of the lava, can we jump down?" Takuchi immediately objected. "No way." Kang Win, curious why, explained the consequence. "The volcano will erupt lava if we move too far from the island, must conquer this dungeon another way." Frowning, asked, "How?" Takuchi described the method, starting with dealing with flying lava fish living in the lava. That way, the island will connect to another island, creating a path. We'll use that to get out of the lava zone. Kang Win thought deeply. Eyebrows furrowed, suddenly signaled rock. A giant lava monster rose, glowing horse-like legs appeared. Kang Win pulled the reins controlling it, summoned more mounts then led the charge. "All right, jump on quick. While clearing the path, stay close behind." Takuchi refused, shouted, "Don't you hear me? If we move off the island, the volcano will erupt." But Kang Win coldly cut in, "They're mines." Takuchi blinked, dumbfounded. "Mines." Kang Win looked at the swarm of mosquitoes waiting ahead, visible flying in circles. Explained to him, "They live near the volcano. Touching them causes explosions. Luckily, they're not too close to the lava." Smirking confidently, said, "We just need to stay near the cliff and they won't attack." So Rock went ahead. Kang Win's group followed closely behind. Takuchi curiously asked, "Brother Kang Win, where did you get that info?" Kang Win answered, "From my master. I can't know all monsters in every country." Dongdu was a bit surprised. "So Kang Win has a master." Sung-gu also curious. "You mean Anfen? Did you also learn magic from that person?" Kang Win shook the head and replied, "No, that I taught myself. I learned more important stuff." Sung-gu was curious. "More important? All I see is you flashing a sly smile." Kang Win recalled standing on a mountain of corpses with raging flames and genocide ruling fear. Sung-gu asked again, "So does your master live on planet Anfen?" Kang Win quickly said, "No, he's dead." Regret was clear on the face. "Sorry." Kang Win calmly said, "It's nothing." The sly smile returned with a reminder, "You'll understand soon enough. He was a fire mage too, so you'll learn a lot from him." Sung-gu cheered, "I get to be taught by your master? What an honor." Kang Win laughed out loud. "All right, just survive first." Sung-gu panicked, asking what that meant. The orb displayed an image of Lava Mountain. That was Harris's memory, an item capable of recording both sound and images inside the dungeon. The giant monster was restrained by chains, thrashing and roaring like a madman. A masked figure used magic to control the chains. In the distance, another person shot arrows, while someone in front launched a direct attack. The three cooperated to kill the giant monster, making it scream in agony. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Skill." The monster startled and widened its eyes, only to see Kang Win appear, using Soul Sword to finish it off. A smug smile appeared as a mutter declared the Osaka dungeon officially completed. The image of Kang Win at that moment was recorded and projected on the screen, the frantic voice shouting incomprehensibly. Gato, president of the Sensei Guild, seriously asked, "How can he conquer a dungeon so easily when even Japan's best team failed 3 times?" Takuchi didn't know how to answer. "You saw it with your own eyes." Gato shrugged and asked back, "Still, I can't believe any team could compete with him." Seeing Takuchi couldn't answer, Gato turned to ask the person beside him, "Where's Mr. Kang Win now?" The other replied, "He just warned about a dungeon in Tokyo. Now heading straight to China." Hearing this, he was horrified. "Already left?" The other stammered, "Yes, sir." Gato laughed angrily. "Now all that's left is to laugh. First time I've ever envied Korea for that awakening." Suddenly, Takuchi spoke up. "Isn't he no longer a Korean citizen?" Gato frowned in confusion. "Are you talking about a Dan? The Korean government officially recognized him, right?" Takuchi calmly said, "Who has the right to recognize whom?" He smirked slyly, implying, 2 weaklings against one. Right after handling dungeons in Osaka and Tokyo, Kang Win had to close 3 more dungeons in China. It only took 1 day to conquer 5 dungeons. Then, Kang Win's team headed straight to the next location, India. The plane took off again. Zhang asked Kang Win, "Hey bro, have you considered those offers yet?" The question came. "Which offers?" Zhang reminded about the immigration offers from Japan and China. Only then did Kang Win remember. Oh, that thing about taking Kang Win away from the homeland. Japan and China, countries recognizing Kang Win's outstanding achievements in closing dungeons, quickly contacted the An Guild. They offered unexpected conditions, including providing territory and recognizing independence rights. Kang Win smirked slyly, firmly said, "I'm not going anywhere." Dong happily said, "That's my bro for you. Doesn't look like it much, but you're really patriotic." Kang Win looked puzzled. "What are you talking about? Gon's still here, so why would I move?" Dongdu was shocked. "What the hell is going on at exit number 1? Kang Win rubbed the chin thoughtfully. Where to start? The explanation was tough. Well, it's a multi-dimensional space. Everyone got curious. Multi-dimensional space. Kang Win recounted the whole story on the plane. Dongdo was horrified after hearing it. "That's surprising. Didn't know dungeons had this secret." Kang Win crossed arms, seriously said, "There's a chance that upcoming high-level dungeons will have a spatial overlord. This must be dealt with before other dungeon overlords link up with those on Earth." Sung Gu curiously asked, "Hey boss, isn't there a way to make dungeons disappear completely? Then they couldn't connect with each other." Kang Win shook his head to refute, "Impossible, because dungeons are protected by extremely strong barriers. Anyway, when the truth about dungeons becomes public, we'll find a way." Scene shifted to India's capital, New Delhi. Both sides shook hands to show cooperation. The whole team arrived in front of India's station. The system announced, "You've entered the terrifying beach." Kang Win muttered smugly, "Nailed it." The crew entered the dungeon, hands pressed down, confirming this dungeon was linked to a space overlord. But if it's Dre, the name Shu Hai Huck popped into memory. The guy from India said that if I awakened physical form, I'd pray for you. That guy's Branka, from the Venu Guild. Awakened as an A-rank enhancer. Sung Gu scratched the head awkwardly. Kang Win, those prayers weaken the soul dimension's power, bluntly stated. "What do you mean by prayers?" "That means I'll lose all my power. Just wait there." Prayers weaken the soul dimension's power. Dan CA refused to accept it. "I'm an A-rank awakener. I can help everyone." Dongdu scratched the head and sighed helplessly. "If you want to wait, then wait." In the dark, empty dungeon, Dongdo sat down and sadly asked Dongdo, "We entered the dungeon as a team. Why would they refuse our help? Even if they treat me like this to avoid revealing their combat techniques to outsiders, why is Chairman Bitch treated the same?" Dongdo replied calmly, "Because I don't need to come along. Even if I did, I wouldn't be of any help." Sure enough, no sooner had the words left than the teleport gate appeared. Dongdu shouted in surprise, "What? Already done." Zhangdu calmly stood up and told Japan and China, who reacted the same way, "Why is everyone so stubborn?" Looking toward Kang when approaching, he reminded, "All right, let's go. Remember to close the dungeon door." They passed through the gate together. Sung Gu excitedly shouted, "Boss, this place is awesome." Happily, he dashed toward the beach ahead. Granka shouted worriedly, "Dangerous." He warned, "Sung Gu, watch your step." At Branka's call, a monster suddenly emerged from the sand. Sung Gu calmly grabbed the monster's leg, sighing in relief, startled. "You scared everyone." He excitedly raised a question. "Boss, there's a huge crab here. Haven't had crab stew in ages. Let's cook it." Dongdo was still shocked, warning, "They move in groups. Hurry up." Sure enough, a swarm of crab monsters surrounded Sung Gu quickly. Kang Win just stood still, nodded at Gu, smiling in admiration. Definitely a good year for crab hunting. Sung Gu used fire to roast them, and Kang Win suggested roasting king crabs would be delicious too. "I'm hungry. Let's cook." Crab shells, stripped of meat, lay scattered on the ground. Dongdo was horrified, mouth agape. "Wait, what's this?" He looked at the feast of crabs before him. Dongdo even demanded from a brother, "Bring me a beer." Kang Win agreed. "I want one too." "Here you go." Dongdo happily offered. "The foreign friend, come sit, don't make that face, just enjoy it." Lone CA was still terrified, but the warning voice softened. "Everyone, this is a dungeon. They might be poisonous." No one paid attention. Sung Gu excitedly exclaimed it was insanely delicious. "Boss." Kang Win enthusiastically said, "Anfen's beer is always top-notch." Dongdu blankly wondered, why do they not see any danger in the dungeon? "Hey guys, this is a 6-star dungeon." Meanwhile, underwater, Du was already on guard. Dongdu quickly snapped back to focus, ordering the group, "This isn't the time for messing around. We need backup plans first." Like a speaker laying out a plan, we might have killed all the crabs, but the final destination is underwater, and fire magic won't work down there. Dong Ca kept listing unpredictable consequences, hundreds, thousands of jellyfish swarming. Snatching the stone back will be tough, plus their paralyzing poison can't be neutralized. Kang Win stood up, smiling with excitement. Thousands of them. Sounds fun.
Looking out to sea, suggested. So, let's set sail now. Right. Kang Win waded into the sea, stopping when the water reached the chest. Thought silently, right here is enough.
Suddenly, a noise nearby caught attention. The sea surface disturbed, water splashing everywhere. Two monsters shot out from below, charging straight at Kang Win. Just smirked. Looks like everything's still going as planned. Kang Win summoned White Bone Sorcerer. All of them executed the new poison skill on command. Light spread, enveloping the monsters, their bodies melting quickly. Kang Win raised a hand, smirked, summoned more White Bone Sorcerers. The chain of new poison skills fired again. Countless monster corpses floated on the sea surface. Kang Win calmly walked ashore. Dong Do saw this and praised nonstop. That's how you set sail. Brother Kang, you're a damn good hunter. Kang Win laughed arrogantly. Yeah, fighting those weaklings will end up like that, the calm voice said. They're poisonous, so just leave them be. He won't hold out long and will have to show up soon. Dong Du was curious. Show up? Who? Just as the words ended, the sea's surface stirred. Our surface with a sneaky grin. What are you planning to do? His bright eyes widened. Can this be considered a declaration of war? Kang Win challenged without fear. You're the one who started this battle. Who told you to team up with some dungeon on Earth? Dre bared teeth and cursed. You arrogant bastard, do you really think those Earth dungeons belong to you? Staring at Kang Win, Dre thought, I can't believe you conquered this territory like some explorer. Now, when I strike, I'll gain the upper hand. Dre smirked proudly. This is definitely a territorial battle. Thinking that, he moved his few Shuhai Hakuk followers and threatened, You'll pay for challenging my dungeon. I'll show you the true power of fear. Kang Win kept a calm face and asked, Is that the dying wish of that person? Using the violent skill, a flash of light immediately sparked beneath the feet. Eyes wide with horror, he watched the light, seeing countless explosions in a chain reaction. Dong Do struggled to raise his shield. Sweat drenched his forehead, trying not to get hit by the blasts. The explosions stopped, leaving only a corner of the seashore destroyed. System notification. Level up. You have reached level 76. Kang Win smiled with satisfaction, watching the debris floating on the water, feeling a bit regretful. Unfortunately, the corpse wasn't even intact anymore. Was planning to make butter-grilled octopus. Sung-gu suggested, Hey boss, let's eat after we get back to Korea. Right then, Branka coughed up blood. Kang Win asked, What's wrong? He looked at him with reproachful eyes. If you had plans, you should have told me. I had to suddenly use magic, so it backfired. Kang Win acted innocent. You didn't need to do anything. I have a soul shield protecting myself, so why bother? Dongdu screamed inside. You should have told me first. He quickly used magic to heal himself, and only then could Branka breathe easier. Standing straight, he reported, I'm fine now. I healed myself. Kang Win was a bit surprised. You have an A-rank combat skill and can heal yourself now. His eyes lit up with interest. He's actually useful, huh? Kang Win seriously asked, What's your name again? Even though confused, the answer came, Branka. Then asked again, How much money do you make? He looked dumbfounded. What? Kang Win invited him to Aiden, promising better benefits than the VNU Guild. Dan was shocked and couldn't believe it. What? He looked at him warily. Suddenly, this guy wants to recruit me? Dongdu immediately refused. I appreciate your offer, but I'm very close to the guild leader. VNU is where I'll dedicate my life. Kang Win sneered, eyes full of possession. Look at this guy. Pretty loyal, but there are plenty of ways to persuade. The whole team got into the car to head back, laughter echoing inside. I can't believe you easily cleared an invincible dungeon like that. The VNU guild leader CM sincerely said, I'm very grateful. Kang Win crossed arms and cut in. Enough with the flattery. I have a request. C asked. What kind of request? He immediately demanded, handing Branka over to Aden. Both Kazum and Branka were stunned. Kazum obviously refused. Branka, we're close like brothers. Kang Win pondered. Brothers? He seriously asked. So how much money will it cost? C immediately opposed. No, you can't bribe me with money. Dong Do called out emotionally. Guild leader Kang Win calmly offered benefits. I'll give you 100% management rights over the dungeon. He continued, listing good perks for him. Next time one of these dungeons opens, I'll close it. Of course, I'll give you full authority to arrange it. How about that? CM hesitated a bit, thinking. Dongdu called out in panic. Guild leader CM stroked his chin, starting to flip sides. Thinking long-term, keeping you here is selfish. As your beloved older brother, I should send you to a bigger environment, Dongka said, disappointed. Guild leader? Kang Win raised an eyebrow with a triumphant look. I'll welcome you to a Don. Dongdu was desperate. So I'm being sold? Sung Gu patted his shoulder to comfort. Who cares if you're sold? I was treated like collateral and ended up here too. Cheer up, cheer up. Kang Win also offered some strange comfort. Besides, lucky you didn't join us after dying. Thinking of Kang Win's soldiers capturing Blanca as the Southern Knight, a warrior cried out, surrounded and questioned. Is this guy new? State name and identity right now. Who's this? A new recruit. Dongdu was drenched in sweat, silently praying someone would say this is just a dream. News outlets kept reporting nonstop, continuing to conquer dungeons worldwide. Next up was a paper about an upcoming conquest in 1 hour. Paris was saved, and the headline even claimed the whole world was saved. One paper emphasized even more. The last fortress of Earth, Kang Win, was closing in within just 3 days. That's the time Kang Win needed to clear the toughest dungeons worldwide. At the South Korean government, a news broadcast brought different news. With a breaking headline, the United States sent a national representative to Anne. The host said, after Japan and France, the U.S. also established diplomatic relations with Anne, requesting cooperation from the South Korean government. Anne formed an alliance with the U.S. A man hearing this news laughed out loud. South Korean President Kim Byung-man felt less worried. Whether the treaty was signed or not didn't matter. The person opposite agreed, right, we're screwed now. Byung-man asked about public reaction. The South Korean Prime Minister said they just saw it as an agreement. Byung-man worried, thinking, can't stop that guy anymore. But at least, must be Adan's strongest ally. Scene shifted to South Korean airport. Reporters gathered early. As soon as Kang Win's team appeared, they shouted, they're out. Under flashing lights from all sides, Sung Gu smiled proudly and exclaimed, I'm kinda famous now. Huh. Sung Hun teased. Except the boss, no awakened person is more famous than director Hong Dao. Not angry at all, Sung Gu turned to him and praised, Secretary Gu, you look so stylish. Sung Hun laughed, holding his coat. Thanks, but I'm no longer chief secretary. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs now. Sung Gu congratulated him. Pretty successful. Huh? Seung Hun beamed, saying, isn't this the result of giving my all to support the boss? He recalled the time selling phones for 8 years before this. You made it. Gun Gun, a female reporter, rushed over for an interview. I'm Lon from John Media. Please say a few words. Seems like Kin isn't here. Before she finished, Sung Hun seriously interrupted. He's the king of Adan, but you still call him Kang Win? The reporter quickly corrected. Where's the king of Adan? He coldly replied, he's in prison. The ambiguous words left her stunned. You mean he's in a U.S. prison? Seung Hun shook his head. No need to be in the U.S. The reporter still tried to ask, when's his plan? But Seung Hun coldly said, I can't reveal that. He hinted slightly, but he's probably in Gun. The reporter was shocked. Gun. Scene shifted to Gun. At this time, no one was around. Inside Kang Win's tower, curious voices echoed. Why are we here? Kang Win calmly observed the screen and said, they've been noisy about linking territories since the protected time ended. At that moment, info about a girl appeared. Fortress enhancing multidimensional space. The Lord beyond humanity. Battle record of territory fight 102-1542 Li. One-on-one fight 641-230 Li. Kang Win was intrigued. Oh, a human. She's confident in her power in territory battles. Kang Win's eyes showed excitement. Should I try fighting her today? So Kang Win asked her to give it her all. The confident girl replied, this time I'll play it right. The system quickly notified. Territory battle with Leah started. Unknown how it went, but the system soon reported success. You won the territory battle. Kang Win was shocked. Leah cheered happily. 1,000 points, right master? Kang Win mumbled in response, feeling confused inside. How did you do that so well? Kang Win wondered, who did you learn from? Leah giggled, covering her mouth. It's a secret. But Kang Win guessed immediately. From Jimin, right? Seeing the girl startled and unbelieving, Kang Win sighed helplessly. That's right. Huh? Leah scratched her head and laughed. Nailed it. Kang Win thought, in fact, territory battles are like a strategy game. Even as a bookworm, Kang Win was just a South Korean high school student. It said South Korean high schoolers are good at online games. Kang Win teased, I'll let Jimin handle this from now on. Go ahead. Seung Hun eagerly tried to stop him. No way, that's your score, kid. Suddenly, a blue light flashed. Kang Win laughed, staring at the screen just as expected. The message screen popped up. Leah had requested a one-on-one duel. Following the loser's request, the duel would start automatically. Scene shifted to a desolate desert. Kang Win teleported here through the matrix, but paused slightly when spotting ahead. Leah had been waiting for a while, lighting a cigarette mockingly. Just imagine losing to a newbie, and that newbie was right there. Leah kept probing. You're from Earth, right? That place has been the hottest topic lately. Your name's Kang Win? Shouldn't we introduce ourselves first? Kang Win frowned, eyes losing any friendly vibe. Asked bluntly, what game are you playing? Leah acted innocent. What are you talking about? I just said when we meet, we should be a little friendly. Kang Win coldly exposed the truth. Anyway, it's all about killing each other, so no need to be friends. She snickered, muttering, typical newbie. A sly smile crept on Leah's lips. Fine, let's start. Kang Win immediately stood alert, waiting. Leah pulled out a gun and joked, you're so cute and naive. Scared, I'll even load the gun for real? She pulled the trigger, signaling the game's end. A dark shadow engulfed Kang Win, standing still without resistance, letting the dirt hit the face. Suddenly, hands trembled oddly. Kang Win guessed it wasn't an ordinary gun but an artifact with special powers. That's why she was confident enough to chat before the fight. In the darkness, Leah's arrogant laughter echoed. Seems like the duels were hopeless because of those territorial battles. Ha, you're giving up already? Kang Win sneered back. Why would I? Leah confidently declared, the deadly cloud isn't just normal smoke, it's a trap imprisoning challengers. No light gets through, right? You'll be paralyzed by its poison. I'll give you a peaceful death. Without hesitation, she fired at Kang Win. But Kang Win wasn't a pushover, summoning weapons in a blink. Countless bullets flew, but all were deflected. Leah, still hidden in shadows, admired. Impressive. You can react even with your body paralyzed. Yui seriously scanned surroundings, no sound at all. Leah smiled wickedly, asking, but can you block attacks from all sides? She confidently said. You might feel like fighting hundreds of enemies all around. Sure enough, a sword shot from behind Kang Win, calmly caught the blade before Leah's shocked eyes. Kang Win casually said, hundreds. Sounds ridiculous. You and your undead army stand right here. Asked smugly. What about fighting thousands? Kang Win ordered, go catch her. The army's eyes turned red, murmuring, grant the king's enemy the favor of death. The vanguard charged. Leah clicked her tongue, turning to flee, but a skeleton soldier swiftly swung a sword at her. Leah barely survived by blocking with her pistol. She shot straight into the skeleton's skull. However, one fell and two more rushed up. Facing the large army, Leah grew cautious. Skeleton's attacks were blocked. Leah kept retreating, thinking the deadly cloud was useless. She tried to find a solution. Couldn't fight all summoned soldiers one by one. Focused all power on the old summoner. Before Leah could react, a shadow appeared nearby. The cold black armored knight raised the sword to strike. Leah's scream echoed in pain. Dust flew everywhere, blocking vision. Leah's hat was blown away. Coughing up blood with countless wounds and swords stuck in the body, struggled standing among Kang Win's undead army. At that moment, Kang Win's voice startled her. Finally, the clouds have cleared. Kang Win teased. Is that the deadly cloud? Sounds scary. Looking down at Leah with a victor's pose, but that didn't work against an undead army, right? Leah angrily yelled, refusing to accept defeat. You bastard, this isn't over. Before she finished, Kang Win swung the sword down. The beautiful arc split Leah's head from the body. Eyes wide open, probably still couldn't accept losing like this. Kang Win excitedly invited. Well then, welcome to fight again. The system displayed a notification. Victory in the one-on-one fight was achieved. Leah's revenge failed. The winner's rights are now being executed. Choose between raiding the warehouse or conquering territory. Raid the warehouse, conquer territory. Kang Win hesitated between the two options. Should the warehouse be raided this time? Just after pressing, the screen reported that the warehouse raid had started. Items in the warehouse were randomly selected. Watching the screen change rapidly, Kang Win was a bit surprised. Finally, the screen showed Skia's boss item. The bot was brought by the explorer god of planet Anfen Skia. Item effect, speed, plus 2%, defense plus 40. Kang Win nodded in satisfaction. Lucky indeed. Maybe with luck, the full Thrash outfit could be collected even before reaching Anfen. The 5-piece set of Thrash was known as the Glory of Thrash, the Protection of Thrash, the Wrath of Thoraz, the Punishment of Thoraz, and the March of Thrash. These are the strongest equipment usable in Anfen. Kang Win thought silently. If the full Thrash set was obtained, the outfit could boost magical power to the highest level. An unstoppable power like never before in Anfen. Remembering, one of the main items to create the March of Thoraz was Skia's bot. Almost gave up because it couldn't be found on Earth, but it appeared right before in a territory battle. Truly lucky. Suddenly, Yui realized a problem. Wait, if performing well in territory battles, wouldn't it be possible to collect even more items with luck? Immediately started calculating. Bibi mentioned that Jemin was the one who taught Kanmi, right? At this moment, Jemin and Bibi were busy controlling the match. He excitedly gave orders. Exactly. stop them from escaping and corner them. On the other side, Leah was engulfed in darkness. The system announced defeat in the one-on-one fight. Revival would occur after 12 days. Unable to hold back, thought, no matter how many times death is experienced, it still sucks. Recalling Kang Win's image, wondered, that bastard, he said he came from Earth. Leah was determined inside. Better watch out. Revenge would be taken at any cost. The two-legged tiger tribe farms and raises livestock. The brain tribe trains for combat. In the multidimensional central space, Kang Win stood in the middle of the road, satisfied. Now the scale was much bigger. Suddenly noticed nearby. Not far away, Jemin was sitting drinking water in a cafe. Kang Win happily approached. He was looking for you. That's great. What are you doing here? Jemin was a bit surprised. You're here too? Explained. He saw a new cafe opened, so stopped by. Then turned to the server. Give me the same drink as him. The server replied, yes, sir, as usual. Watching Kang Win sip, Jemin exclaimed in shock. What? You plan to drink that? Sure enough, after one sip, everything was spat out, coughing badly. Jemin explained, that's blood. Kang Win looked at the cup with disgust. They sell all kinds of weird stuff here. Still at that cafe. Kang Win sat nearby asking about the situation. By the way, how's the territory battle going? Learned it through a game, Jemin answered honestly. Played a bit but quit before entering the 3rd year of high school. Nodded. Got it. Kang Win made a proposal. Want to play some territory battles for me? Jemin hesitated. Can't you ask some pro gamers? Not confident enough. Kang Win sighed. How can trust be placed in others? Made him dumbfounded. Huh? Kang Win looked at Jemin with trust. It's okay if you lose. Winning or losing doesn't matter. What really matters is whether I can trust you. He was moved and said, I understand. Having set the goal, Kang Win smiled and reminded, the next territory battle is in 4 days, about 1 day on Earth. Meanwhile, rest a bit. Jemin was stunned with wide eyes. At that moment, beyond the death boundary, an evil soul was trying to awaken again. A wailing voice cried out, I want to live. I don't want to die again. The stone cracked, shards scattered everywhere. A man fell out from inside, coughing harshly. A scolding voice from opposite startled him. Useless bastard. Io coldly declared, I'll give you another chance as you want. Sang-ho hurriedly begged, please give me a chance. This time I will launch an attack without failure. But Io still shouted at him, you idiot. Io reminded, while you were between life and death, he already restored everything on Earth. Now you're just a servant, power not recovered. How can you fight him? Sang-ho asked with difficulty. In this situation, should I? Io grinned slyly. There's still one reason to bring you back to life. Something glowing was handed over with an order. Take this and head to planet ZQU. Elo instructed to find a dragon named Razaki and told it, if it can destroy Earth, permission will be granted to settle on planet Iperin. The face was filled with pure malice. The order continued, then, go to Earth and stir up riots to divide the people, preparing to turn them into my servants. The power of this item will help you. Sang-ho knelt down, respectfully raising both hands to accept. The expression was serious, I will obey your command. The light faded, revealing a finely crafted ring. The system explained, Io's ring. This ring contains the magical power of the 3 space lords. Elo's mark is engraved on this item. The user can freely change shape at will, using polymorph magic. Total magical power increases by 200%. Energy recovery speed increases by 200%. Scene shifted to a worker and family apartment complex in the Aden area. JW checked the clock and confirmed over the phone. It's 7 p.m. tonight, right? Hearing the question from the other end, the reply was, yeah, Kang Win can't make it. Right, he's busy. Okay, see you later. Joe turned on the bathroom light, went inside, and opened the faucet. John carefully washed up before the appointment. Eyes lowered, silently wishing it would be great if Kang Win could come. After all, this was the first-class reunion in 5 years. Remembering the phone screen showing a message from Kang Win, the question was asked, Kang Win, can you come to the class reunion I mentioned earlier? But Kang Win replied, I don't have time, maybe next time. JW could only say, all right then, take care of yourself. Silently thinking, but oh well, that guy's the busiest person alive. Jay wrapped a towel and stepped out. Just then someone called out, Sis, Jimin smiled awkwardly, long time no see. Shu Hai Huck rushed forward to hug him, calling him Demon. Tears and frustration spilled out. It's okay, really. Even if I become a vampire, so what? I'm still me, and you'll accept everything. Jimin awkwardly comforted. Sis, can you please let me go? JW held on tight until Jimin reminded, Sis, Kang Win is here too. She blinked in surprise. Huh. Kang Win stood outside the door, waving at the 2 sisters. The reunion was deeply emotional. JW instantly blushed and trembled with embarrassment. Jimin could only force a smile. Jay hurried back to the room at top speed. Kang Win asked, confused, why is she so sudden like that? Jimin was helpless. You really don't know? Kang Win waved off and turned away. All right, you two have fun chatting. Jimin asked, are you leaving now? Calmly replied, you think I have time to think? I still have to go back to the dungeon to level up quickly. Kang Win stepped out and said, I'm off. The door closed, signaling departure. Jimin was still stunned. Level up. Even though he's already strong, he still trains hard, thought silently. He's more dedicated than expected. Kang Win strode toward the car. Have you checked out the dungeon I mentioned? Seung Han replied, yes, sir. I'll take you there now. Scene shifted to the docking station at Gate 4. Kang Win stepped off the car. Before entering, he instructed, I'll be here all day, so if you want, you can go back to eat and rest. Seung Han replied clearly, don't worry, boss. We'll guard the entrance like a fortress. Kang Win nodded. All right, work hard. The iron door unleashed a powerful electric current. The system announced, entering the Mivik Meadow. Please select one of the following modes: one-on-one duel, territory war, visit, infiltration, and conquest. The screen still displayed, you have entered the Mivik Meadow. Please select one of the following modes: one-on-one duel, territory war, visit, infiltration, and conquest. Muttering, this dungeon really belongs to the Space Overlord. Kang Win pondered. Based on experience, 6-star dungeons mostly belong to the Dungeon Lord. Meanwhile, higher-level dungeons usually belong to the 3 Space Lords. Thought silently. This dungeon is no exception, because those Space Lords are trying to connect the entire world. One of them successfully linking with Earth is just a matter of time. Kang Win considered, of course, cutting off the link by conquering dungeons, but if a Space Overlord comes here, Earth will suffer huge damage. Can't handle all dungeons at once. Frustrated, sighed, what a headache. Whatever you say, why aren't there any monsters here? Did they not put any energy into this dungeon at all? Suddenly, a teleportation door appeared. Kang Win sneered, guessing that there was no need to waste time in this tiny place and just go straight to face the boss, right? 1 hour after Kang Win entered the dungeon, Seung Han stood outside, clutching the body and complaining, it's so cold. Tae Kang asked, Captain, is it really okay for us to just wander around out here? Is he clueless? Tae Kang asked out of curiosity. Haven't we already become an independent state? We're still on Korean soil. Seung Han quickly reminded, hey, the treaty hasn't been signed yet. Besides, do you think we're in North Korea or something? Arms crossed, he explained. But he's right, we're citizens of different countries. If moving to Aden as a South Korean citizen, one would become a worker of Aden. Tae Kang nodded in agreement. Seung Han sighed and wondered, forget that. Why hasn't the boss shown up yet? Tae Kang agreed. He was right, considering the usual dungeon entry time, the boss was a bit late. Checking the clock, worry rose again. 6 hours had passed, almost a full day here. Seung Han hesitated, looking inside, when Tae Kang spotted new news. There's an update about these dungeons. Eyes wide, he stared. Seung Han, losing patience, said, what's going on? Turn the volume up. On the phone, the announcer reported that dungeons were being reset simultaneously from this moment. Currently, 11 dungeons have been reset in Seoul, 4 in Daegu, 37 in Busan, out of a total of 22 newly recreated dungeons. The breaking news continued. Based on energy evaluation, 8 of those dungeons were considered level 66 or higher. Seung Han shouted in shock, what? Dungeons are being randomly reset? How did this suddenly happen? Observing the images, the current dungeon reset status worldwide, Seung Han was surprised. Wait, even in Korea? 3 more dungeons just appeared in Seoul. Tae Kang was horrified. Is something big happening? Seung Han worriedly looked toward the station, quietly mumbling, boss. The winter sky was calm and quiet. A man rushed through the crowd, panting but still speaking. Bo, he gasped, recalling the freak he encountered, hesitating. Is it real? What was that ghost? The man thought silently, if ignoring it, whether it was the holy grace of God or the devil's temptation. Remembering the girl lying in the hospital on oxygen, he decided that as long as Leon Hae-hyun's daughter's health improved, that was enough. Watching the entrance of Han Di, he thought there was no other choice. Hiding behind a wall, watching the guards, the man thought about what he was doing. Soon, someone noticed him. That person warned, please step back, it's dangerous here. But the man vanished on the spot, instantly passing through the guards and running inside. Everyone was shocked. What? Who is he? Catch him. The man gritted teeth and pushed all strength to run. Elsewhere, in a dark place, a demonic voice echoed. A connection had been completed. The figure said to Sang-ho beside, just like you said, the monster excitedly calls its offspring. Come here, my lovely children. She exclaimed with delight, let's feast today. The monster speaking was the space overlord of the Zok planet, a member of the Kim Long Alliance, the loyal left hand of Rozaki. Scene shifts to a high-rise building. Inside, a sign reads the 13th alumni reunion of the middle school, with teasing voices. "Oh, who's this?" People met and laughed happily. "Great to see you. How have you been?" Friends asked JW. JW, just as I thought, Kang Un can't come today, right? She awkwardly added, "I don't think so." But the girls still lamented. "Such a shame. We gathered here thinking Kang Un would show up." John joined in. "It would be great if Kang Un came, right?" She silently thought Kang Un would really be happy to meet old friends and relive old memories. Just then, a noise came from outside the door. Jaewon wondered, what's going on? It's so noisy outside. The door suddenly burst open. Someone rushed in to warn, "Please find shelter immediately. There's a monster outside." But it was too late. Giant spiders swarmed in. They quickly tore apart the messenger. At that moment, Slot walked in cheerfully. "Was this party thrown just for me?" Everyone else trembled in fear. Slot laughed excitedly. "This place is full of fresh prey." Back to the busy, peaceful streets, Jemin happily strolled, taking in everything around. Looking at the reflection in the mirror, a thought crossed the mind. Thought was already used to the multidimensional space, but as expected, the human world still reigns supreme. Embarrassing to only be able to stroll at night. Suddenly, something appeared on the main road. Spotting an armored tank, Jemin got curious. "Huh, what's going on?" But quickly, the thought was dismissed, and the walk continued forward. Jemin opened the phone and panicked. What the hell? Something's wrong. On the screen flashed emergency news. A prison break happened at Sungangin Station, Isu Station, Hitch University Station, Guro Station, Darim Station, Joksam Station, Kachisan Station, Wangsimi Station, Sulong Station, Mokdong Station, Jung Station, Demon Station, and Iangji Station. Residents are urged to quickly find the nearest shelter or move to a safe location. Jemin was horrified. This is real. Just Sun alone has 14 prison breaks. Suddenly, a serious problem hit. Wait, if it's Hitch University Station, that's exactly where the sister is having an alumni meeting. At the same time, Slot appeared in front of John. Giant minions flew across the sky. Passers-by fled in terror. A firework was launched. Several fireworks blocked the minions' advance. Soldiers hurriedly guided civilians, urging them to quickly seek shelter here. Seeing the minions' numbers keep growing, a soldier clenched fists. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" The person gritted teeth, thinking silently. Evacuating civilians isn't over yet. Soldiers were confused about what to do. It would be very hard to freely attack them. Many prison breaks appeared, and there was a severe lack of support from the awakened ones. The person muttered in frustration, "This is tough." Suddenly someone shouted, "Captain, look over there." Turning around, eyes widened, only to see the observation tower engulfed by a monster. What the hell? What's that giant monster? It's a huge golden dragon surveying prey everywhere. Meanwhile, Kang Win entered Mivik's multidimensional space, approached someone fully covered, face hidden. Kang Win calmly asked, "Are you Mivik?" The other remained silent at first, then removed the hood and said, "Never thought I'd meet you again." The strongest swordsman on planet Anfen, Mage, smiled and said, "Long time no see, immortal." Kang Win assessed, recognizing the familiar face. But what's an Anfen warrior doing here? Following the Saintess? Mivik was a bit surprised. Saintess Mua left? Is she still alive? Quickly catching the point, still pretending ignorance, Kang Win replied, "Yes, she's alive and still helping me." Mivik chuckled. "The Saintess is helping you, though her fate is truly unfortunate." Laughing softly, said, "Can't believe she betrayed the Alliance and now is on the Immortals' side to save Anfen." Suddenly, Kang Win interrupted, "Isn't that your fate?" Sneering, bluntly exposed. "To save yourself, you betrayed the Alliance and sided with Chanet. If you share the Saintess's goal, then you really have no other choice." Mivik wasn't angry, just calmly said, "Calling me a traitor means you're mistaken." Explained. On the first planet, Chanet wasn't someone to oppose. He's a new order, an absolute law even the holy god couldn't stop. Mivik smiled, reminding kindly, "That's why calling me a traitor isn't quite right." Kang Win scorned, "Nonsense," proudly declared, "Law? It all ends the moment I destroy everything." Mivik thoughtfully confirmed, "Seems you still don't know much." Warned, "You only exist under Chanet's law. Your actions will lead you to eternal death." Kang Win mocked even more. Death? If afraid of death, wouldn't be on this battlefield. Without hesitation, charged forward with the sword. Two blades clashed. Mivik laughed teasingly. "Since when did you learn swordsmanship?" Kang Win proudly showed off. "Sword skills are easy as pie." Mivik counterattacked, pushing Kang Win back. Gritting teeth, eyes locked warily. Before Kang Win could prepare, Mivik lunged again. Suddenly, eyes widened, froze. The black armored knight summoned by Kang Win attacked Mivik. Quickly retreated to keep distance. Mivik awkwardly said, That's a bit unfair, isn't it? 30 against 1. Just saw Kang Win summon all the strongest soldiers, calm and thick-skinned. Is this even a sword fight? The city is now mercilessly destroyed by monsters, explosions everywhere. What the hell is going on? Sung Gu worries about the current situation. Another dungeon broke open? Asked about other areas. How's the zone around Aden? The subordinate reports in detail. Director Choi On is defending that area but seems overwhelmed. Even Sung Gu is shocked by this disadvantage. What? Han isn't inexperienced with high-level monsters, right? Is it that bad? The employee narrates the urgent situation. A dragon just appeared in Nam-san, causing chaos. All monsters around Sun are moving toward Nam-san. Sweating nervously, remembering the important spot right behind Adan. Sung Gu cares about one person's life. What's the rank? Doesn't look good. Still stuck inside the dungeon. Everything's out of control, making tension skyrocket. And right went away too. The radio broadcasts recent phenomena. Powerful bosses are commanding all monsters, but since they move orderly, it's hard to fight back. The female announcer's voice sounds steady, even firearms can't harm them. Seung Han hears this and curses in frustration. Damn it. Clutching the head angrily, thinking hard. Monsters are uniting into one force, including Nam-san, the youth baseball field, Hongdam Embankment, Gangnam, Snat, and Sugunwang City. This isn't just a monster raid, it's a full-blown war. The driver carefully warns Seung Han. Boss, if we wait any longer, we'll be in danger. But he does the opposite, confusing the driver. Damn it, get me some paper first. Slowly stepping up the tunnel stairs, but no one's there. What the hell? Where is everyone? A note stuck nearby catches Kang Win's attention. I want something hot to drink to warm up. That's Seung Han's message. Boss. Emergency situation. 14 dungeon explosions happen in Seoul. Monsters are heading to their gathering points. Nam-san, the youth baseball field, Hong DBB Hotel, Gangnam. We're back in Adan. Contact if you see anything. Forget it. Looks like 10 lives aren't enough anymore. Yet Kang Win still blames him. That Seung Han dude tells me to contact him but leaves no phone. How the hell? Elsewhere in the city, Jimmy moves swiftly to grasp the situation, skillfully using power to control the battlefield. At that moment, Jemin connects to him. Jemin, where are you? Surprised by this telepathic ability. I heard your voice in my head. How is that possible? Kang Win briefly explains and gets to the point. Because you're my subordinate. Stop worrying about everyone else. Jemin reports on teammates' status. Soon is in total chaos. Around Nam Dan and Aden is the worst. Heard Sung Gu and Han are fighting there. Wonders about some unmentioned people. What about you and JW? JW skipping the reunion today. He's just as clueless. I'm on my way there. Can't reach her. Kang Win urgently asks, where is she? Jemin names a place that shocks him. BB Hotel at Hongdae. Kang Win recalls the note's words, feeling uneasy. What? In the Tamtoy Hotel lobby? So many people trapped tightly in thick spider webs like cocoons? JW struggles to breathe in the cramped space. Can't get air. Soklot grins wide, proud of creating this disaster. Thrilled with the achievement, with so many Earthlings, could swallow God Razaki and this planet whole. But something still beats Soklot. Unfortunately, God Aolo claimed Earth first. Before her lie countless innocent cocoons. Soklot is ready. All right, let's begin. Approaches a man, waves away the spider webs, revealing a terrified, pitiful face. Soklot's eyes blaze as the smile turns more inhuman while screams echo. She moves close to the man's face, spits out a venomous spider despite his desperate screams. The entire hotel echoed with the desperate screams of innocent people whose lives were under threat, struggling hard to break free from these bindings to escape. Outside was all dirt and rocks, a pile of wreckage caused by the monsters. Both had arrived at the scene, unable to hold back amazement at the current sight. This whole building had turned into a spider's lair. Just a few hours and they managed to do this much. The area was filled with webs, swallowing people, truly terrifying everyone. These monsters reproduce rapidly and in huge numbers, making them very hard to deal with. To handle this swarm, Kang Win called for backup. Lyric gave Lyric the order to take care of those spiders. A command, calmly assigning the mission, while the other was told to find Jaewi. That guy was eager to comply, being the lover of the master, right? I accept the command. Satisfied with the delicious meal before, it had been a long time since a pure soul like this appeared. Looking forward to the upcoming offspring, sure to be a special child. Moving toward JW, about to invade the body, becoming a cocoon for the child. Come on, child, slowly crawl out from inside her mouth, wanting to absorb that human cocoon, but suddenly a loud explosion happened, trying to stop the reproduction plan. The plot was destroyed, making Soklot scream loudly, while JW's eyes showed a mix of joy and emotion. Arrived just in time. Sorry for being late, John. Kang Win was equally happy that JW was safe. Have you been waiting long? Kang Win, Gemin rushed over to lift JW from the tangled mess. Did you notice anything strange? Are you okay? No harm done. However, only JW was saved. Others had been invaded to death. But the brutal scenes and the pitiful lives made it impossible not to grit teeth in sorrow. Kang Win recalled those innocent lives. They had hoped for help. If attending the ceremony, maybe they would have returned home safely, showing great interest in the arrival of Kang Win. Earth actually has a warrior like this. Understood now. So this is why the space overlords struggled to link the dungeon like that. Kang Win straightforwardly asked Saklot's identity. Spider, what's your name? Slowly introduced herself. I am Saklo, the space overlord of the Kim Long Association, allied with that octopus. At this moment, Saklo suddenly remembered having heard about Kang Win before. You mean that rookie soldier R? Now recalling he said you came from Earth, Kang Win ended the introduction here. Alright, I remember your name now. Now it's your turn to understand what paying the price means, and today you won't die peacefully. Saklot was furious at Kang Win's arrogant attitude. That arrogant human dared to challenge me, using magic to command the spider demons to rush and attack. The spiders tore him apart until nothing was left. Grabbed the hammer to defend. Gemin, protect JW. The large hammer looked majestic, boosting Kang Win's courage. Decisively swung the hammer down on the floor, the ground cracked and shattered violently. It was like an earthquake, ravaging all the dirt and rocks on the floor, surrounded by debris mixed with spider swarms. Saklot watched her children get smashed, burning with rage. How dare you hit my babies? Before finishing the sentence, Kang Win swung the hammer hitting her stomach, sending Saklot flying. Her half-human, half-spider body slammed painfully into the wall behind. Continued using supernatural power to attack Saklot. Sharp arrows emerged, piercing through her body as if turning Saklot into a porcupine. Kang Win mocked Saklot pinned to the wall, looking exactly like a spider specimen. Saklot helplessly cursed the bastard, while Kang Win calmly observed, using gravity to drive the arrows deeper into her body, wanting Saklot to taste what it means to live worse than death. Wait a moment, anger won't cool down if you let me die like this. A blazing flame was summoned, ready to battle the fierce beasts. Fire spread across the city, as if igniting the monsters in this burning heat. Outside, Sung Gu and Sutter faced ferocious monsters. They swarmed like a feast. One stood alone, blocking them to counterattack. Though brave, the enemy numbers were overwhelming. Gritting teeth, fighting while thinking of strategy. What to do now? Magic was running low. Sung Gu was extremely troubled by the situation, needed time to recover. But if leaving here, the families in A-Dan saw the giant wolf go berserk and charge straight at him, leaving Sung Gu frozen in place. A worried shout was yelled to warn him. The director knew there was no escaping, so Sung Gu had to face it. Damn it. But something suddenly appeared, snapping him awake in an instant. A shocking explosion blew everything around away, causing everyone to panic. The giant stone figure slowly stepped out from the rubble, standing proudly and fiercely. It was Bibi's puppet, arriving just in time to save them. Sung Gu, you did great. Sung Gu was completely surprised. Bibi excitedly stood on the giant stone figure, praising him. Only then did Sung Gu clearly see the rescuer's figure. Joy filled him, upon seeing the girl's smiling face. Bai Mua was summoned to use magic to heal and partially restore Sung Gu after the recent battle. Careful instructions were given. Recovery isn't complete yet. You didn't spare praise for Sung Gu. While I was gone, you held on well. Now it's our turn to deal with the root cause of this disaster. Let's go take down that damn dragon's life. Come on. In another corner of the city, monsters were still rampaging fiercely. Their size made everyone who saw them gasp. We're terrifying. No wonder you're the boss. Kang Win swiftly jumped high to dodge the clawed hands reaching up from below. Calculating benefits silently, then Mua mentioned a strange name, the Plague King. Finally, he appeared. The Plague. It took a few seconds of hesitation before she explained clearly. Yeah, that's the nickname of the corpse bone Janus. He's infamous even among the immortal army. 200 years ago, Janus massacred 30 million people. That's why just his appearance is considered a plague. Oh god. Thinking of the superior's warning left him stunned. The boss told him to follow the corpse bone and learn more magic, but will he be okay? Still, forcing a smile, just as expected, he's like the boss's teacher. Surely he's better than the boss in this field. Yet Mua denied it, saying no way. She revealed the harsh truth. After the immortals formed their own army, the number of lives he's killed in the past 20 years is no less than 100 million. At this rate, he can't be trusted anymore. Boss, can I still trust you? Chat Kang Win appeared right behind them, surprising everyone. Are you guys talking trash about me? Boss, praising Sung Gu without holding back. While away, pushing through well. Now it's their turn to handle the root cause of disaster. Time to take down that damn dragon's life. Elsewhere in the city, monsters still rampaged fiercely. Their size made anyone watching gasp. We're terrifying. No wonder the boss is like that. Kang Win nimbly jumped to avoid grasping hands reaching up. Calculating benefits silently, there's still a lot of experience points at Nam Sanjan. Looking forward to the upcoming rank. We'll level up to 80 soon. Level 79, FB 99.99%. Facing Kang Win now was the golden dragon with huge wings spread wide on the central hill. The two clashed, one a dragon radiating overwhelming power, the other a human with superior strength. It took a deep breath, absorbing surrounding essences to turn into a weapon. Recognizing that move would bring trouble, the dragon's breath would be a problem. Defending against the dragon's attack was extremely difficult. Although able to protect with a soul shield, Dan and all the awakened people were right behind. At its mouth, a shining energy orb formed, ready to explode. This urgent situation forced Kang Win to act immediately without further thought. Crazy. The breath was pushed out like a storm, wanting to sweep all life away. The blinding pressure light made it impossible to look directly. The energy orb exploded, resembling the sun, covering almost the entire city. People below struggled to withstand it. What kind of explosion was that? Luckily, it was stopped just in time, not exploding but dispersing into golden dust particles. Breathing a sigh of relief, almost ruined, the dragon was stunned. The staff seemed to have the power to reduce the pressure of attacks, raised to do just that. Kang Win was visibly happy as the trusty assistant acted at the right moment. Looks like he didn't arrive late. Huh. Janice. Janice looked up at the dragon teasingly. Golden dragon? Young. Do you need a friend? He refused. No, it's one of Jet's subordinates. Anyway, it's useless to me. Just kill that Guach, he said in a low voice. That's not hard then. Dragon info appeared. Razaki, leader of the Kimlong Guild from planet ZQ Wu and spatial overlord. Razaki spoke up, blocking my nearly eternal breath. You were already dead but can't die at the same time. Who are you really? Janice exhaled, voice rough with hidden weapons mumbling. His eyes glowed fiercely, ordering. Minions of that filthy bastard better shut that disgusting mouth. Without pause, swinging the club, shouting, burn him so no bone remains. Kim Long, seeing strong energy rushing in, was shocked. Instantly, a huge explosion erupted in the air, blue auras flying up, smoke spreading across the space. From inside came a soft laugh. Dry bones, so you're a fool. Eyes sharpened, glowing coldly. For a body with the highest magic endurance, attacks like this are useless. Janice laughed, unfazed, and asked, so, these look like ordinary flames, but now the scales on Razaki's body are gradually regenerating. The old man exclaimed in genuine shock. What? It's reforming now, with eyes glowing emerald green. Is this magic the flame that never dies, even in the deepest layers of hell, until the target burns in hellfire? Razaki declared. You can't pierce my scales with just that. Janice laughed loudly, gripping the staff. Seems like the firepower still isn't enough. Then, let's crank it up a bit. Seeing that, the mouth dropped open in surprise, totally caught off guard. Matrix selection rings appeared naturally, like silk threads, surrounding the old man. Then, dragon heads bared fierce teeth with a warning. I'll show you real hell, Hydra. Information popped up, the 9-headed dragon living in the deepest layer of hell. Janice shouted loudly, summoning 100 Hydras. Instantly, countless Hydras appeared. The eyes sharpened, full of ferocity. Hellfire. Quickly, the Hydras opened wide, revealing a hellfire orb. Razaki's jaw dropped in shock at the scene before. A powerful energy force erupted with glowing aura spreading all around. The whole body was quickly attacked by the light, fading into a blurry illusion. Razaki screamed in pain and hatred. Immediately, it completely disintegrated into glowing dust particles floating in space. Kang Win stood with hands on hips, looking up with praise. Always extraordinary like that. Turning back, asked how it felt after the seal was broken. Janice replied, still can't feel the flow of time, but you found Thrash's execution, right? Kang Win closed eyes slightly, sighed deeply. Again, I tried hard but still got nothing. Thrash's execution is one of the weapons in Thrash's item inventory. Janice always said to find the execution, but it's not in the achievement shop or space shop. Can't even find its recipe. Wondering if it even really exists. Kang Win looked far towards Sam, urging, let's continue this later. Now, go with the knights. Let's get through this by starting the battle. Janice agreed. All right. Without another word, turned and walked away. Still standing with hands on hips, Kang Win smiled lightly. Fine, I'll leave these monsters to you, while I deal with the aftermath that dragon left behind. Eyes focused on something sprouting and growing, thinking. If the root of that thing spreads in soon, it's going to be a big problem. Suddenly, eyes widened in shock. Kang Win looked up at the sky, confused, asking, what the hell is that energy? Eyes sharpened, voice lowered. A red light flickered in the gloomy sky. Above, a sphere with countless sparks was hurtling down hard. Meteor. Gritting teeth, looked up. A meteor right in the heart of Seoul. Doing something like this. A silent call echoed. Janice. Kang Win scratched the head, complaining. Namsan Tower must be the problem or the whole Seoul will disappear. Elsewhere, footage showed guns firing straight at blazing shells. Then, scenes of the city drowning in artillery fire. A sigh of relief, this isn't even chaos level yet. A man sitting calmly on a chair said, "Still, I'm glad the crusade is almost over." The cameraman asked back, "Mr. PD, should we get any closer?" The director immediately replied, "No way. You want to get hit by stray bullets or what? Just wait until the cannon fire stops." Suddenly, a purple horse leg landed on the ground, confusing him. The director turned around to look as well. Both shouted in surprise at the same time. Kang Win pointed and asked, "Is that a live broadcast?" A screen appeared. News slide. The announcer's voice echoed. The news screen focused on Kang Win's direction. Breaking news. Information was released. Hero Kang Win had discovered a meteor summoned by a dragon. The image shifted to some kind of route. The announcer continued. According to him, the meteor will land straight on Namsan. It is predicted to cause damage in approximately 15 minutes. Then the footage switched to tanks lining up and rushing forward. Soldiers confronting monsters at that location hurriedly evacuated under Kang Win's orders. The monsters appeared. Currently, the monsters in Namsan were completely under his control. Kang Win's eyes and expression were full of pride. The hero was alone on the battlefield, planning to stop the meteor fragment. The family also watched the screen intently, focused on the news. "We urge citizens to prepare for the heat shock that will occur after the meteor impact. Let's all unite and pray for his safe return." Under the gloomy sky with dark clouds now, Kang Win looked down anxiously and asked, "Have I been a bit shameless?" The gaze lifted. Still, it couldn't be said that the summoned creatures had done that. Kang Win turned to ask Janice, "Why did you create such an inconvenient situation for humanity?" Janice laughed loudly. "Shouldn't I have knocked before coming to Earth? I would also wipe out all the monsters on the way." Kang Win commented, "If you keep sticking to rules like that, Earth will be destroyed again." Janice chuckled softly. "It was just a little greeting, so no life should be threatened." Kang Win exclaimed, "Humanity on Earth will die from just one heat shock." In the sky now, the meteor appeared closer and closer, shining across space. A light laugh escaped. "Let's end our little chat, shall we?" Kang Win reminded. "Janice, get ready." At this moment, the meteor was rushing down with tremendous force toward the city below. Janice let out a sinister laugh. "Who would have thought I'd use magic to save humanity?" Kang Win watched the meteor approaching eagerly. "Hurry up, it will arrive soon." Janice obeyed. "Of course, I must follow the Lord's orders." The clinking sound came from Janice's staff. He lightly waved it, activating a magical barrier over the entire area. The monsters below were terrified by Janice's action. The blazing meteor's shape became clear. Kang Win silently took everything in sight. The city couldn't avoid a massive explosion. The news bulletin quickly aired. Today was the second day after the dungeon appeared and the country was handled, and Seoul, along with Gyeonggi, Busan, Daejeong, and Daegu, were in the middle of damage repairs. The damage from the explosion was very severe. Some countries had to resort to nuclear weapons just to limit some of the monsters. Therefore, our country was rated as one of the few successful in minimizing damage. The news didn't forget to praise Kang Win, no one else crediting the outstanding skills of guild leader Kang Win, and no one could deny this. At the same time, it expressed concern over recent events. Dungeons kept opening, and monsters spilled out on all sides. Residents faced the most critical decision ever made. The commentator posed a question. Will we recognize Aden's independence and their protective personnel, or just watch him leave depending on our decision? At the company, the news bulletin was turned off immediately afterward. Mian raised the issue. The situation now seems to favor us. However, we should still prepare for the possibility of most votes opposing. Jian agreed immediately. You're right. If the constitutional reform is rejected, we will have to leave Korea. Lai Kin, once a prosecutor of the Republic of Korea, under the current minister's orders, helped Kang Win and now officially joined the Adan Guild, but that opinion was opposed by him. No, Adan won't go anywhere. We will declare the area currently in use as own territory. He awkwardly interrupted. Sorry. Aren't we supposed to leave if autonomy is denied? Hemin had to speak up to explain. Replacing is easier. But the president probably won't step down, even if Adan becomes an anti-government organization. Kanjin hurriedly asked again, meaning are we committing treason against the government or what? Doing that would lead to armed conflict. Myung Jaemin added, that's why I said we need a plan to prevent that. Kang Win tried to propose a more peaceful solution. Let's just convince the president. Sung Gu noticed the guy's panic and teased. Overthrowing the government would be easier than trying to convince him. Back to Kang Win's plan. At this point, just pray the voters will approve. While Adan members racked their brains discussing, Kang Win, who cleaned out all the dungeons in the country, was heading to the lair of the status quo at the request of other countries, accompanied by the Saintess Mode. She blurted out, "That damn Space Lord." Kang Win slowly spoke. "They're all betting everything on it now." Turning to Mo, asked, "Similar to Anfen, right?" She didn't answer immediately. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, "That reminds me of a horrific nightmare." Kang Win immediately agreed. "Exactly." The face went cold, recalling that nightmare. The monster created from the lair is really disgusting. Kang Win fell into thought again. According to judgment, the lair is used to allow the Space Lord to use power. A Space Lord buys monsters from the shop and releases them using the lair. Memories of the past came back. In Anfen, only had to deal with monsters invading territory. But the situation here is different. Kang Win didn't hesitate to decide that the damn lair must be dealt with and opened as soon as possible to protect Earth. In Rome, Italy, where the space was shrouded in gloom, gunfire erupted non-stop, attacks growing more intense. Before the monster, temporarily stalled by army firepower, suddenly it burst out, breaking through the bullet storm, targeting a soldier and then unable to escape a fierce clash. The commander saw the unfavorable situation and ordered, "Evacuate the wounded, retreat immediately." Soldiers quickly obeyed, shouting to board vehicles. "Hurry up." Once full strength was gathered, the commander ordered the vehicles to move. The commander anxiously watched the time. 4 minutes left. Soldiers remained alert, eyes on the city. "We planted bombs at many spots around the city. Can't kill them all, but it'll slow the monster's advance." Suddenly, the vehicle braked sharply, making the whole team lurch forward. A soldier loudly questioned, "What? Why stop?" but then realized the problem immediately upon looking up at the sky. Damn, flying monsters. A flock of fierce eagles crazily charging at them. The commander quickly ordered to shoot. Soldiers had no choice but to dismount and fight. Bullets rained up, blocking the monster's flight path. But one quickly closed in on a soldier. At that moment, the soldier shut eyes tight, waiting for death's verdict. But the pain expected never came. The soldier looked up in surprise. All monsters were down. Soldiers turned around in shock. Who? None other than Kang Win. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "You're the savior of the Middle East." Kang Win wasted no time and ordered Mo Dai, "Go treat the wounded. I'll head to the lair." She acknowledged. "Yes." A soldier hurriedly called back a warning. "Wait, bombs everywhere." Kang Win coldly glanced at him and asked, "What? Bombs? When will they detonate?" The soldier answered softly, advising it's better to leave after 59 seconds. But Kang Win just said goodbye to Mo Dai and entered the city. "Damn, Mo Dai. Meeting again?" she replied. "Yes, my lord." The soldier hurriedly tried to stop. "Don't." The explosion while Kang Win and the horse dashed quickly toward the city. Calculating silently, "Can't lose everything. Should call out." Kang Win softly ordered, "Destroy them all within 30 seconds. Hearing this, he laughed heartily. "Destroying towns is my hobby, no matter what happens." Immediately, the ground lit up brightly. The monsters, stunned and confused, didn't understand the widespread explosion. Right after, the city was engulfed in a chain of explosions. After the blast from Janus, roots began growing underground. As predicted, they grew thick and wild. Kang Win asked, "Isn't everything almost over?" The Roman arena is now surrounded by a massive forest. Suddenly, a blinding white light appears in the sky. Looking up, stunned, then a powerful force slams into the ground, shattering it, sending rocks flying everywhere. Negan emerges through the thickening smoke, voice deep, a human holding death in hand. "Are you the one Lord Razaki wants to eliminate?" Kang Win smirks, confirming, "That's me." He tightens grip on the hammer, introducing himself. "I'm Negan." Nick points the hammer at Kang Win, declaring boldly, "I will avenge Lord Razaki myself." Meanwhile, the system board displays info about him. Space Lord Negan, Planet ZQU, a giant warrior under the Golden Dragon Society. Kang Win ignores Negan, sneering at his declaration. "So how do you plan to do that? Stronger than Razaki?" Negan retorts angrily. "I can't compare to a great lord like Razaki. That's why I pledged loyalty to him." But Kang Win cuts in with a tough question. "What if I kill him? Will you follow me?" The atmosphere suddenly flips. Negan stammers at the question. Seconds later, Nick swings the hammer, shouting angrily, "How dare you insult a warrior? I won't be fooled. I'll crush you to bits." The hammer, fueled by rage, strikes mercilessly. Its power is terrifying. Each hit destroys the ground. But Kang Win remains unscathed after Negan's attack. Mocking, Kang Win says, "Typical giants. If you were a bit smarter, this fight might be more interesting." The sarcastic tone hints at Negan's fate. Behind Negan, Ghost close and successfully, leaving no time to react. Negan roars in fury. "Damn flies," but even so, the sharp blades of the ghosts can't be stopped. Their eyes glow with death, and in just a few strikes, Negan is completely defeated. Watching this, Kang Win smirks, looking at him motionless on the ground, can't help but taunt. All brawn, no brains. Turning to Janice, Kang Win orders to burn the remaining roots. Janice replies curtly, got it. The whole city is now engulfed in flames. Janice stares in shock. There's a connection here with Chanet. The space fragment shines brightly. Kang Win agrees. Exactly. This must be the key to bringing peace and happiness to Chanet. Kang Win monologues. Among the 9 roots in Korea, we've secured 3 fragments. 5 in total, including the one from the terrifying dungeon and the current one. The space fragment is stored away. Loot drop rates seem to have increased. Noticing something off, Kang Win asks Janice, but it's strange. Why are all the roots concentrated in densely populated or historic areas? Janice thinks it over, then admits, even I don't know. Hearing this, Kang Win's eyes sharpen, exhaling lightly. It's good they appear in visible places. If space lords could hide and cause trouble, that would be a real pain. The scene shifts to the entrance of Juwine Cave, Wanmanjiang Cave entrance. Ticket booth. The guard looks out, startled to see Jun Pyo. He rushes out to ask, District Chief, what's the sudden matter? Jun Pyo turns back to inform. The treasure schedule was moved up. The guard complains, you should have told me. There are still visitors here. Jun Pyo chuckles awkwardly, reminding, sorry, don't take more guests. Also, direct everyone to the exit, just announce it. Following Jun Pyo's orders, the guard can't object. But curiosity gets the better of him. What are those boxes? They don't look like the repair crew from before. Jun Pyo smiles kindly, gently warning, sir, we just switched companies, no nosing around. During construction, just cooperate. He steps into the dark cave. Staff carefully arrange, preparing their plan. Jun Pyo instructs the bodyguards to block anyone trying to enter. One nods, yes sir. Then Jun Pyo moves to the battle formation already set up. Preparation complete. Jun Pyo raises a glowing ring, excitement clear, ordering everyone to step back. Sang-ho smiles proudly, eagerly anticipating the ritual. The summoning ceremony for Lord Yellow begins. Meanwhile, after arriving at the route in Rome, Kang Win flew straight to London to carry out England's request. In a suburban mansion in London, England, Toffler was leisurely brewing tea and listening to the news broadcast. Currently, Kang Win from Aden had been sent to join the campaign to reclaim London. The weary soldiers, after a long battle, were greatly encouraged upon hearing the news of his joining. The female announcer narrated the developments. Up to this point, he and the Immortal Legion were ready for the upcoming battlefield. Watch the clip. Then, on the screen appeared the heroic image of Kang Win. The old man just glanced at him and then moved on. Another introduction about him from Toffler, the second candidate for saving this world, Kang Win. Downtown London, though heavily damaged, had become more peaceful. Kang Win muttered, that was pretty lucky. Modi quietly confirmed, now we have 6 pieces. Suddenly, Tom Clarkson stepped out and praised him, saying he was truly the best. The chairman of the Awakening Association of the United Kingdom, Tom Clarkson, smiled brightly with gratitude. Kang Win, without you, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Kang Win politely replied, after all, it was mutually beneficial. He silently calculated that experience points were increasing and also collected spatial fragments. But suddenly Tom Clarkson proposed a deal about the spatial fragments. Why not sell the newly acquired spatial fragment to England right away? Kang Win was stunned and confirmed again. Tom Clarkson knew about the fragments and replied softly, you must be surprised because they haven't become widespread worldwide yet. Then Tom Clarkson began lecturing about the fragments. Spatial fragments are stones that only appear when breaking the architecture built by the Lord. The core of the dungeons, although not yet public, was predicted to appear by an English researcher named Toffler. He briefly recounted the current world situation. America, Japan, China, and Germany were searching and researching them. Therefore, England also needed a specimen. Kang Win was stunned upon hearing the familiar name. The one who predicted the spatial fragments, Toffler felt like hearing this name somewhere before. A vague memory surfaced. In it, Toffler was introducing his hypothesis. I have calculated a hypothesis about the regression stone. As everyone knows, regression stones can turn a dungeon into a gold mine or become the key to escape. Horrifying scenes kept appearing, but the dungeons were not mines. The bloodstones we plundered were actually traps. In the memory, he declared that the monsters were extraterrestrial creatures. Kang Win jerked back, actually seeming to have figured everything out. Kang Win realized that the old man seen on the report came from England. Toffler, on the news, concluded his hypothesis. Earthlings have come closest to the truth of the dungeon. Based on my hypothesis, the dungeon is their passageway. In other words, the door that brings aliens to Earth. From this moment on, the name Dr. Toffler was memorized. Scene shifts to another place. A black car stopped. He stood beside the car door. Well, goodbye here. Thanks again for protecting London. Kang Win's words carried regret. Also, please think carefully about the proposal I made regarding the spatial fragments. He easily agreed, smiling with squinted eyes. I will send the message to Parliament. All right, I hope to receive their feedback. His gaze followed the car as it drove away. Modi stared wide-eyed at Kang Win. The god couldn't believe seeing the Lord making requests to others. Is the doctor you mentioned really that good? Her eyes sharpened, answering her. He is the only person in the world who has uncovered most of the dungeon's secrets. Kang Win added that spending some time to meet him wouldn't hurt. A moment later, the two stood in front of Toffler's building. Sunlight shone into the room through glass windows. The interior was decorated in a simple and classic style. He asked, "Is the tea to your taste?" While sipping the tea, he had to look up in surprise. "Korean?" Kang Win probed. "You speak Korean quite well. Do you have any connection to Korea?" Toffler calmly answered, "You will learn everything by this age anyway." He looked at Modi standing beside. "All right, Saint, please have a seat." "Wow, it's already cold." She was wide-eyed in surprise at being spoken to in Anfen language. Kang Win was equally surprised as Modi, his voice lowered with killing intent. Who is he? Like a shadow, Kang Win quickly stood beside Toffler, threatening the old man with a dagger. How does he know the Anfenian language? Isn't he the space overlord? Toffler said without a hint of fear. No, just studied this language briefly before. Finally, Kang Win growled, "Who are you?" Eyes wary, glanced downward. The old man offered, "We can talk in Korean." Kang Win stared at Toffler, silently judging. Not afraid of death, but stranger still, after a pause, spoke from the heart, "Why don't you have a soul?" The special ability of a soul faker can see and feel the souls of every monster, animal, even insects. Of course, humans too. Until now, nothing without a soul has ever existed. Kang Win was confused, unable to sense even a trace of soul from this guy. Toffler didn't answer immediately, just laughed loudly. Reassured, no need to be so cautious. We share the same goal, so I'll skip the small talk and reveal my identity. Toffler's eyes were deep, bottomless, delivering a conclusion. I am from another dimension. Kang Win still doubted, asking, "You came here from another dimension? But even so, why can't I sense your soul?" Toffler replied, "I can't say more." Glanced sideways, voice firm and teasing, "I don't really care if you kill me, but aren't you here to ask me something?" Kang Win lowered eyes, gaze full of thought. Finally, gave in, returned to the seat saying, "We'll listen to what you have to say." Modi sat nearby, adding, "Better tell us everything you know, no jokes." Toffler calmly spoke, "No need to be so cautious with me. We have the same goal." Asked, "Protecting Earth?" The old man firmly said, "Protecting every planet of ours." Kang Win crossed arms, curious. "What's your planet called?" Toffler wasn't ready to answer. "That's for later." Kang Win understood the issue, reaffirmed once more. "Fine. I don't care where you're from, just help me protect Earth." "Do you know how or not?" The old man stayed silent, then asked, "Do you know the nature of chat?" "Just a summary from experience. What matters is its meaning, not how it was created. The core is a supernatural network between planets, something we created. Space travel." He nodded. "Exactly." Calmly recounted a story from long ago. Because the initial link was unstable, some creatures travel through dimensions, just like you were transported to Anfen last year. Kang Win, annoyed, asked, "You've been watching me since then?" The old man denied. "Of course not. I just heard the news." Toffler clarified, "I wasn't waiting for you from the start, simply waiting for someone who can protect their home planet." Kang Win sighed impatiently. "Too much long intro. Just tell me how to protect Earth already." The old man's face turned dangerous. If Chanet has the supernatural network, the territorial empires are the intermediaries connecting planets. Toffler glanced at Modi, a firewall blocking that connection. She was startled by that look from him. Modi spoke up, "A god." Toffler nodded. "Right. A planet's god is like a firewall blocking the connection." He continued analyzing, "Earth's god will soon be born, protecting it from Chat's power." Modi's face grew serious. "Can I block it just by protecting the god?" "Anfen has a god, but in the end, it was beyond its power." Toffler agreed. "Right. No matter how strong the firewall, it can't block every virus." He firmly stated that's why someone must become a powerful vaccine. They have to completely eliminate the virus, breaching the firewall. Toffler looked at Kang Win with a hint in his voice. Soul Faker Kang Win knows what I'm talking about. The Janus weapon is searching for something with the power to destroy everything opposing it. Inside, Kang Win thought of Thrash's execution, startled hearing the old man repeat the question to himself. "You said I don't have a soul, right?" The old man continued, "I see hope in you." Kang Win was confused. "What do you mean?" Toffler's brows furrowed deeply, decisively, saying, "You have eyes that can see the truth." Added, "You're the person like the one I've always been searching for, the one I've always been waiting for. You said I have no soul, right?" The old man continued, "I see hope in you." Kang Win was puzzled. What do you mean? Toffler's brows furrowed deeply, confidently saying, "You have eyes that can see the truth." He added, "A person like the one I've always been searching for. The one I've always been waiting for." Topher suddenly jumped up. "I've said all I can. Glad to meet you like this." Both Kang Win and Mai were shocked by that move. Watching the old man's back as he left, the guy stood up and chased after. "Where are you going?" Kang Win reached out to stop. "We still have a lot to discuss." The guy rushed forward, but the arm passed right through Toffler's body. Kang Win's face showed clear frustration. The hand that pierced through the old man's body stiffened. Toffler stayed silent, lips slightly moving. The old man left his sentence before disappearing into the light. "You found yourself at the end of this long battle. Hope you can uncover the truth." The guy turned back and called out in a cold voice like ice to Kang Win. "Looks like I really need to find the execution." The man received orders. "Of course," Janice explained. "Thoris's execution is the ultimate weapon only a soul imitator can use, but the answer must be found before solving the puzzle." The guy cut him off. "I'm talking about something else." Kang Win waved his hand, creating a spatial door, and said, "Let's go. You're determined to return and find everything about Thrash." Meanwhile, the Aden Guild successfully signed a treaty with the South Korean government and became a sovereign organization like a new nation. The black car sped down the road. "I'm a famous Awakened one in India." "Really?" The guard didn't believe him, annoyed. "Look, when did you learn those words?" The corner of his mouth curled into a sly smile. "Hey, I really can't do much. Right? You did all the hard work already." Prime Minister Min was helpless at Seung Hun's way of addressing him. "Prime Minister? Damn." He reported the information. "I just got news that our chairman finished his business in England, so he'll be back soon." Min Chan immediately nodded. "We should quickly return and tell him about today's achievements." Inside, the guy's heart screamed with joy, lips trembling to hold back laughter. Never hoped for a promotion this much. But a prime minister? Min seemed to not believe the truth, and even a prime minister of a new influential country worldwide. He ran fingers through hair, laughing smugly. "Guess I'm greater than anyone else in the world now. Huh." Sung felt uneasy seeing this confidence. "Anyway, keep it up, Prime Minister Dung." The car gradually slowed, rushing into the gate, the wall bearing the words Aden City. Min Chan's car passed by two people arguing loudly. "I told you, you can't come in here. And I told you the chairman invited me to Aden." Both looked confused until someone firmly said, "I checked carefully. You're not on the meeting schedule." That person kept trying to persuade. "I'm a famous Awakened one in India." "Really?" The guard didn't believe him, annoyed. "Look, how would I know someone from India?" A familiar voice sounded, making that person turn around. Seung Hun waved excitedly. "Branka's here. Come with us." He responded loudly. Seung Han entered the building, asking Branka, "When did you come to South Korea? If you told us earlier, we would have sent someone to pick you up." He pointed to the person Min Chan introduced. "You should hand this over to him. This is President Dung Min," he said friendly. "Nice to meet you. I'm Branka." Min Chan also responded politely. "I'm Min Chan. Let's go inside and talk." He placed a hand on the door handle, pushed gently, and stepped in. A surprised voice came from inside. "Dong Du? Since when did Kang Win sit still in the chair? You always procrastinate. But now you finally came?" Min Chan exclaimed happily. Dong Du smiled awkwardly, defending, "I didn't procrastinate, just a bit late due to personal issues." The guy coldly joked. Kang Win didn't hold back, exposing him. "You tried not to leave India, right? You probably didn't want to break up with your boss, huh?" Dong Du panicked, replying, "Of course not. I wanted to come here." Kang Win sighed in relief. "Whatever. Anyway, welcome to An." Then he noticed the other two. Kang Win looked confused at Seung Han and Min Han. "Hey, why are you two laughing all the time? You're annoying me." He handed over a file. "We just returned after confirming this treaty." The guy blocked the file and said, "Summarize it for me." Min Chan honestly summarized the content for Kang Win. "All right, first, South Korea recognized An's sovereign independence and allowed citizens to hold dual citizenship by amending the constitution. So, citizens don't have to give up South Korean citizenship even after becoming citizens of Adan." The reply was satisfied. "Well done." Min Trang laughed happily. "All thanks to you, Chairman, or should I call you King from now on?" Kang Win calmly said something that stunned him. "Call me your Majesty, idiot." The conversation turned awkward. The arrogant guy crossed arms. "What?" Min Chan was sweating profusely. "Nothing, Your Majesty." Kang Win leaned back in the chair with a smirk. "Just kidding. We're independent now, so just relax. Call me whatever you want." He forced a smile. "So it was a joke?" The guy looked up, serious again. "Anyway, this isn't important right now. Call everyone here." Min Chan's face blanked out hearing Kang Win's words. "I have something important to say." After a while, footsteps crossed each other. He-sun and Sung-gu walked in together. "Hey, did you call us?" The answer was, "Yeah, come sit down." He looked surprised, glancing sideways. Is that Dongdu? He smiled and greeted. Long time no see. Sunggu. They hurriedly sat down. Min Chan stood up and asked, Chairman, what important thing do you want to talk about? His eyes sharpened. Invading the outer world. He was stunned by that statement. Invading the outer world? Kang Win started getting to the point. Until now, we've been trying to block the connection of spatial lords. Because of that, Earth has suffered a lot of damage. His voice deepened. The enemies will keep connecting here. If this continues, cities won't survive anymore. Min Trang showed clear confusion. Then Kang Win revealed a dark future that shocked everyone. If a place is to become a battlefield, it should be their territory. How can we fight on Earth? He clasped hands together, eyes dangerous, making a decision. We can't just keep blocking them, we will attack first. Sunggu cautiously asked, so we're going to Anfen? He dreamed as if thinking of something, eyes full of light, she shouted. Kang Win half smiled and answered him. No, Anfen will be our final destination. No need to rush there yet, we'll go to Planet Jack first. Sunggu asked blankly. Planet Jack? He nodded. Right, that's where the Golden Dragon Guild exists. Jazaki, who connected with Earth last time, is also there. Kang Win spoke more confidently, ambition radiating from every word. We'll hunt and strengthen our forces. The next day, at Seoul Airport, a voice rang out. Bro, preparations are complete. Sunggu wondered, are we leaving right now? Kang Win replied, wait, one more person will join us. He asked confusedly. Didn't everyone in the expedition team already arrive? He turned to Soom Hun to question. You contacted him already, right? He nodded. Yes, I did. A muscular man stepped forward calling out. Hey, brother Kang. Kang Win happily greeted back. Bex arrived just in time. Seeing the familiar person, Sunggu was very confused. What are you doing here? Zhang Do. Zhang laughed loudly and answered, what do you mean? Aren't we a team now? Invading the outer world? As expected. You're really always different. The more you look at him explaining, I called him because we don't have a main tank. Sunggu was curious. Main tank? Kang Win replied, look over at his son's spot. We already have a scout and a tamer. Then looking at Blanca, a secondary tank who can self-heal. Kang Win looked dreamily full of trust and a healer who can cure us. They all turned their gaze to him. Now it looks more like a team, right? Sunggu waited a long time without hearing about himself, then asked, bro, what about me? Kang Win grinned slyly. You'll get special tutoring. Poor guy didn't know he was trapped. Sunggu felt a bit scared inside. The scary teacher who once taught him. He panicked and jumped up to protest. Bro, now I realize we don't have a main damage dealer. I think I should join, and he was cut off, throwing the last bit of hope into the trash. Someone already took care of that. Don't think about running away anymore. I already told Janice about this. Sweat poured like a waterfall. No escape now. Thinking of the scary figure of Janice, the ghost who will tutor himself. Sunggu trembled, scared to death. The teleport gate opened in some city on planet Adan. Sunggu and Henan stared wide-eyed in amazement at the scenery. The city sky was filled with countless dragons soaring. Kang Win introduced, this is planet Adan, where our lord has ruled. Until now, we only heard about it. Zhang Do was just as surprised as the other two when looking at the sky. This place is awesome. The man thought to himself. Thought Kang Win was just a dungeon miner, but who knew the guy was a space overlord? Jemin led Bibi over. Master. The little girl excitedly looked at the group behind him. There are lots of guests today. Right on time, Kang Win's voice softened. Can you take my guests on a quick tour of the sanctuary? He smiled. Some of them you haven't met yet. Let me introduce you. This is the person who will work with our exploration team. He was stunned hearing Kang Win introduce him. And even the dragons by Jemin. The city's architecture was a bit ancient. Black moss covered the walls of the buildings. Bibi laughed with delight, eagerly leading the group. Please follow me. The sanctuary tour began. Jemin looked at Kang Win confused, asking, Hey man, is it okay for me to join the team? What if I just end up a burden? He sighed in helplessness. Kang Win reassured him. You picked the best team from Earth. Just cooperate with them, and it'll be fine. Ahead, Dongdu suddenly spoke. Even here there were many market stalls. The little girl smiled with eyes squinting. You definitely have to try Adan's specialty beer. Kang Win turned to Jemin, questioning, Have you mastered all the skills I told you? He nodded, replying, I've learned them all. Added, training is just training, real combat is better. Kang Win reminded, battle will be good experience for you. He tapped the center of Jemin's chest. Don't you think it's time to protect your sister yourself? Scene shifted to a tall castle marked by time. Kang Win placed a hand on the space circle. Turning confidently to everyone, asked, Everyone ready? Their fierce voices answered in unison. Yes, we're ready. Kang Win gave orders. All right. After we clear the dungeon, Sunggu will start training with Janice, he continued. The rest will attack Planet Jack. I'll act alone, so only contact me through Gemin if anything important comes up. The group shouted loudly. Upon arriving at Jiak, the dungeon of Thean Sai, Kang Win placed a hand on the thin barrier layer. As his hand touched it, the barrier shattered into dust. He assigned tasks to teammates, scatter immediately. Now, Sung Gu, come here. He responded right away. Yes, sir. Kang Win's eyes sharpened, hearing the monster's growl. Megan led his henchman facing the group. He slowly stepped forward, closing the distance to Kang Win. Negan's body was armored with metal plates. Clashing sounds echoed as he moved. When close enough, Negan stopped and said, Warriors, welcome to Planet Jack. Kang Win probed. Hey guys, he introduced himself. I'm Space Overlord Negan, serving Chen, leader of the Black Hat Society. Kang Win curiously asked, Are you waiting for me or something else? Negan answered directly, Yes, I heard you wiped out the Golden Dragon Guild. Lord Chen is very pleased and wants to meet you. A smirk crept on his lips, hearing that. The Lord promised a high position, so he moved at light speed past Negan, whose head fell, rolling on the ground. Kang Win stood silently, weapon in hand. Negan, still conscious, barely asked, What does this mean? He laughed arrogantly. What else? It means the invasion has begun. Shortly after, Negan's subordinates were wiped out by Kang Win's group. Awesome, Zhang Do exclaimed in amazement. While we were apart, he got stronger. Watching him ride a swift beast charging forward, admiration filled his heart. Taking down a space overlord with one move, how much stronger can Kang get? He-sun told everyone. Now let's start. Dong Du questioned. But how do we find the dungeon in an endless ocean like this? And how do we even know where the enemy is? She said nothing, just looked up at the sky and silently nodded. He found it strange when He-sun raised an arm. The sound of wings flapping and cries grew closer. A small purple-feathered bird flew to perch on her finger. He-sun confidently said, This little thing will guide us. Dong Du nodded. Duong Nu understood. Sung Gu and Kang Win sat on the cute back, flying freely in the sky. Looking down from above, a place emitting a lot of smoke was visible, and a base could be seen. Kang Win gave the order. Sung Gu studied with Janice while in this dungeon. Sung Gu softly replied, Yes, sir. Outside seemed calm, but inside, trembling already started. Time was almost up. Sung Gu shouted, pulling him out of his thoughts. What are you doing? Go down. Sung Gu answered. Yes. Kang Win showed no mercy, kicking him off the horse. Sung Gu's eyes widened in shock, followed by a pitiful scream as falling from there. A smirk appeared on Yu's lips. From now on, every breath you take is training time. A reminder was given. Try your best to survive. Sung Gu feared, thinking no, tangled inside, about to hit the ground soon. How to survive. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed in Sung Gu's ear. Janice appeared beside him without warning. Daring to demand me to teach. How arrogant, he said angrily. Then I shall give a test. Sung Gu's face turned pale, grinding teeth. Janice launched an attack to see if qualified. Kang Win rode on the creature, watching the explosion in the sky caused by Janice. Watching this scene, memories flooded back. It reminded of the first meeting with Janice. Try to survive. Sung Gu. Sung Gu struggled against the fire's pressure. Kang Win hoped for him, if returning safely, would become an SS-ranked hunter. Turning back with a serious look toward the base, Kang Win assessed. More importantly, this base was built like a robot city. The system displayed a message, Fortress of the Space Overlord Leah. A battalion of skeleton soldiers was advancing. All skeleton soldiers stood behind, ready to follow orders. The skeleton army held weapons with heroic aura. Kang Win smiled confidently at the base, commanding them to charge forward. The fortress fired continuously at the skeleton army. Explosions echoed across the battlefield, but the number of skeleton soldiers did not decrease. Kang Win gripped the reins tightly. This battle would not be simple. Some skeleton soldiers had fallen deep on the battlefield. Disjointed pieces began to connect, forming a giant monster. Clearing the way, the monster ran fast into headquarters. The fortress kept firing. The firepower was strong but could not stop the monster. It blocked most fortress fire with bare hands. The monster punched the ground hard, charging forward with earth fragments. Kang Win smiled coldly. Everyone advanced. The monsters charged together, moving forward to wipe them out. They shared one goal, to destroy the base. Jack Jia stood silently behind a rock, looking at the base, tears falling without knowing why. Lark. Over there, Lark just punched a monster fiercely, feeling heartbroken. The mighty warrior of the ratty tribe had become the enemy's subordinate. His voice held some sorrow, a hunter being hunted by another. Janice looked toward Kang Win riding the creature. The Lord's prophecy might come true. The system displayed a message. You have attacked an unclaimed base. You can choose to destroy or occupy. Destroy, occupy, stroking the chin thoughtfully. Occupy. Kang Win recalled Leah's ruined image from before. Already suspicious about the name Leah, Turns out it was the one killed before, seems not resurrected yet. Bibi Jiang spread arms before Kang Win. Master, can you give this kid this castle? Kang Win sneered. No intention to occupy another planet. Press destroy on the screen. Destroy it. The modern base before them shattered into pieces in an instant. Kang Win smiled slyly, wondering how she would react after resurrection, seeing her base completely destroyed. Worried, wondering if Jemin was okay, branches shook violently. Zhongdo observed the unconscious Hoplin in front, judging nothing special. If this continued, the Jiak planet would be quite smooth sailing. Hisun smiled, eyes squinting, patting Jemin's shoulder. Now, Mr. Vampire, why not eat your fill quickly so we can move on? He looked down helplessly. All right. Jemin revealed fangs, biting deep into the Hoblin. Swallowed blood gulp by gulp. Jemin seemed recharged, power enveloping the body. Jemin's body trembled, face full of wrinkles from frowning. Then suddenly, the light went out completely. Jemin returned to normal, said, I'm done. Hisun replied. Looks like getting used to it already, huh? The girl startled, glancing up at the sky. Little birds circled overhead. Hisun told the group, that way, let's move. The four followed her lead, staying alert and scanning the surroundings. Hisun stared ahead in shock as three chuck monsters suddenly burst out from the forest. Hisun gritted teeth in frustration, spreading arms to use his skill that shared thoughts. Dongdo heard a voice inside the head. 3 monsters are surrounding us. Dongdo, take care of one. Dan heard the voice, and Hisun assigned tasks. Dongdo, use support effects on him right away. She transmitted the message mentally. Jemin, handle the other 2. Dongdo threw a punch, taking down 1 monster. Dongdo stood back, supporting the other 3. Jemin exploded with power, clawing the monsters to bits. He grabbed one by the leg. Jemin used strong jaws to bite through the monster's thick skin. Its hand loosened, proving it was done for. Blood dripped from Jemin's mouth as power drained. Hisun froze. Staring at the monsters, Jemin defeated, but another pack of wolf monsters appeared. Panic hit hard, sweat pouring like a waterfall. No. Jemin bowed head, still hearing the voice inside. Monsters have surrounded us. Jemin immediately stepped back. Hisun sweated bullets watching the light aura around him. Jemin growled, like about to unleash power. Before Hisun could stop, Jemin charged into battle. A shiver ran through the chest. No. Hisun looked at his expression, panicked thinking, is he losing control again? Jemin charged solo into the wolf pack, eyes pure white, out of control, diving in like a moth to flame. With one X-shaped claw swipe, Jemin took down nearly 10 wolves. Hisun grew anxious, thinking, honestly, at this point, gotta support him until he stabilizes. From behind, another group of monsters appeared. Monsters with leaf-like bodies and countless teeth slowly advanced. Hisun wanted to curse hard. Why now? Dream glanced up at the sky, sensing something. Panic rose as she shouted, Hisun, flying monsters incoming. The bird monsters screeched loudly. They dove at Hisun at top speed. Sensing danger, she warned everyone, get out of here first. Dongdu. Dongdu lunged into the wolf pack, grabbing Jemin's collar. Okay. He struggled wildly, glaring like an enemy. Jemin bit hard into Dongdu's arm but couldn't pierce the skin. He laughed proudly. My skin can't be scratched by a rookie vampire. Dongdu grabbed Jemin's neck, running with Hisun leading. Everyone retreated. At Sunggu's spot, a massive explosion erupted. He struggled amid the sea of flames. Before overcoming this disaster, another struck. Fire element radiated, forcing Sunggu to fall back defensively. Janice watched from above, voice taunting. How long have you been running? Think learning my skill is easy? Sunggu ignored, snorted coldly, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? Staring at him, frustrated, thinking, he said he'd make me the strongest fire master, but isn't he just trying to kill me? Sunggu touched a nearby branch, exhaled softly, preparing a counterattack. And of course, those unusual moves caught Janice's attention, fire enhancement. Watching Sunggu wrap magic fire around the branch, Janice grew more amused. Now you're serious? Janice threw many fireballs with a skill. Let's see your elemental skill. He crouched, ready to attack. Sunggu leapt, using fireballs as a springboard. He swung the branch, cutting down incoming fire attacks. Finally, Sunggu reached Janice, raising the branch to strike. Janice effortlessly grabbed the branch. The fire element vanished without a trace, all absorbed by him. Sunggu's eyes widened in shock, thinking, he's absorbing my fire. Janice said coldly, a fire master who can't block a fire attack. He created a fireball, starting to gather fire elements inside. Eyes tracked every move of Janice. Moments later, a huge explosion happened. Sunggu was blasted to the ground, struggling to stand. Hearing Janice's taunting voice, Sunggu burned with rage. You haven't given up yet, huh? That fireball he created has gotten insanely huge. The voice clicked with a smirk, that bastard. Janice swung the staff towards Sung-gu. Try blocking this hit. The eyes clearly showed the image of the fireball speeding toward. Sung-gu's body stiffened, frozen in place, staring as it charged straight ahead. Can't dodge it, and the body's already at its limit. Suddenly, the scene of Janice absorbing the fire magic flashed through the mind. If blocking or dodging isn't an option, then looking at Sung-gu's reaction, confusion showed. One knee bent down, the other leg spread wide, both hands pushed forward. Only one way left then. Using Janice's own method against him. If this doesn't work, death is certain. The fireball drew closer. The pressure felt rising. The ground beneath Sung-gu crumbled into dust. Bare hands reached out to catch the fireball. Janice was shocked by Sung-gu's bold move. Sweat poured down the face like a shower. The fire element was absorbed smoothly. Finally, that massive fireball vanished. Sung-gu breathed like never before. Clenching fists, amazement spilled out. I did it. I absorbed it. Felt the power flowing through the body. This strength was seeping deeper into the body. This was Janice's magic. Janice floated down, slowly approaching. You've learned the basics, Sung-gu called out happily. Master Janice sincerely said, thanks for teaching me this new method. The fire absorption you showed earlier was a great example. Sung-gu smiled bitterly, mouth smiling but heart uneasy, recalling the earlier explosion. Still, that could have been death for real. Sensing the murderous aura,